Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1597 to Chapter 1670. Let's go. Xianxia beckoned for the three of them to follow behind him. The interior of the hall was brightly lit. Innumerable night illumination stones reminiscent of suns hung in the air, illuminating the surroundings. The passageway leading to the hall was inscribed with ancient words that described the rules of conduct and etiquette. Didn't you say that ancient sage Xianxia doesn't pay much attention to etiquette? Why is it that? Xianxia walked up to the adolescent boy sculpture and asked doubtfully. When he first met the adolescent boy sculpture, the latter had said that ancient sage Xianxia didn't pay much attention to etiquette, so why would the hall be filled with such rules? Due to his lack of attention, he was criticized by Xianxia, so he decided to carve these down here and keep them in mind at all times, the adolescent boy sculpture replied with a nod. Xianxia nodded in realization. Xianxia had once said that one should reflect on oneself 3 times. Ancient sage Xianxia had carved these words here so that one could look at them every single day. Didn't 4 of us clear the trial? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking with a hushed voice. The 4 otherworldly demons that had come before him were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they had cleared the trial as well? The strength of their opponents was a small matter, but could it be that even the strongest student of Xianxia had left behind an ancient domain that even the otherworldly demons were unable to discern? If that was really the case, it would really be beneath him. They have entered the hall, the adolescent boy sculpture replied. After learning that Xianxia had obtained ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage, his attitude toward him had improved significantly. They have really cleared the trial? Then, is there anything unusual about them? Xianxia frowned. He had wanted to ask the adolescent boy sculpture if there was any killing intent in their bodies, but in the end, he decided against it. Unusual? The adolescent boy sculpture shook his head. Nothing at all. They defeated Jin Bingshi's calligraphy in an orderly manner, and one of them even took out an artifact that belonged to ancient sage Yan. Ancient sage Yan? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Ancient sage Yan was a disciple of Xianxia, and of the 10 sages, he was the ancient sage most skilled in music and etiquette. He was on par with ancient sage Bo Shang, ancient sage Xianxia, and the others. Back then, it was largely due to his contributions that the demonic Tunist Guild was able to survive for so long. For this reason, the demonic Tunist Guild had always regarded him as their founder. To think that the 4 otherworldly demons would actually possess his treasures, to be able to sneak into the master-teacher continent without being noticed, find an ancient domain that even Mingshi Tang isn't aware of, and even possess the treasure of ancient sage Yan. It seems like the otherworldly demons have really made their preparations. His expression was grave. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe had fought against mankind, and both sides had suffered heavy casualties. As a result, many of the treasures of mankind had been lost, and it was only natural that the otherworldly demonic tribe had taken them for themselves. Merely, he had not expected that these people would be so well prepared. Even the boy did not notice anything amiss. If the boy had given himself away earlier, he would have been able to make use of the opportunity to force the golem to guard against him. However, given the current situation, it was likely that he would only incur the ire of the golem if he spoke too much. It was no wonder they were able to capture Xiaoya and the others without leaking the slightest news of them. Those fellows were indeed not as simple as he had thought. We're here. While Xianxia was still in shock, a calm voice suddenly sounded. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that he had already arrived at a vast hall. The hall was circular in shape, and it was filled with doors. There were at least 100 of them. There are 99 doors here, and each of them has a different trial. Each of you will only have a single chance to make a choice, and you will only be able to enter one of them. If you can clear the trial, you will be able to reach the end and find what you want. If you can't clear the trial, I'm afraid that you will have no choice but to stay here and accompany this golem of mine until your lifespan comes to an end. The boy golem said as he scanned the surroundings. In other words, if you choose the right door, you will clear the trial. If you choose the wrong door, you will bear the consequences. This? Xianxia looked at the boy golem and asked, I can choose any of these doors? That's right. You can choose whichever one you want. You have an incense's time, so make your decision as soon as possible. After saying those words, the boy golem took 2 steps back and said impassively. Knowing that the boy golem wouldn't give them any hints, Xianxia, Luozi, and Wuchen glanced at one another before nodding. Then, they proceeded forward. These doors were made of stone, and they were identical to one another. If they were to walk around the doors twice, it was likely that they wouldn't even be able to find where they had come from. It's almost like a maze. After looking around, Xianxia suddenly felt a little dizzy. He was unable to find anything at all. Harumphing coldly, he thought, "I have insight." Hula, inscriptions surfaced in Xianxia's eyes, and he hurriedly scanned his surroundings. Since the 4 otherworldly demons had already entered the palace, it could only mean that they had been here before and made their choice. Given that they were able to find this place and carry ancient sage Yanyan's treasures with him, it was likely that they had found the safest and most reliable door in advance. Why aren't there any traces? Soon, Xianxian scanned his surroundings, and a deep frown formed on his forehead. He had thought that he would be able to find some clues just like the ones outside, but who could have thought that the 4 otherworldly demons would be able to do the same thing as when they kidnapped Xiaoyu back then? There's no need to look around. Since this is an examination, there's no way that you will be able to find anything. Besides, the golem also said that each person can only enter one of the doors. In other words, even if you choose the door that they chose, you won't be able to enter it. Seemingly seeing through Xianxian's thoughts, Luozi sent a telepathic message over. This? Xianxian was rendered speechless. Indeed. Since it was an examination, how could there be such an obvious loophole? After all, as long as the other party had chosen the door, the mechanisms and formations would have already been activated, and there would be no danger at all. What should we do then? Xianxian asked. Taking a step forward, Luozi casually picked a door and opened it, intending to walk in. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin was about to walk in, Xianxian panicked a little, and he hurriedly warned, "You. Be careful." "Don't worry." The young lady replied with a confident smile. "The examination left behind by ancient sage Ran Qiu isn't going to be easy, but it won't be that easy for him to stop me." After saying those words, she began walking in. That's true. Even though he had never seen Luozi make a move before, given how formidable the adolescent boy Wu Chen was, there was no doubt that the young lady would be even more formidable. The examination left behind by ancient sage Yan Yan might be able to deal with ordinary geniuses, but it should not pose too much of a threat to her. "I'll head in too." After Luo Ruoxin entered the door, Wu Chen also casually picked a door and walked in. "It's your turn." The adolescent boy sculptor looked at Luo Ruoxin calmly. Xianxian nodded. Just as he was about to enter a room as well, a thought suddenly came to his mind. My eye of insight isn't able to tell whether the doors are good or bad. What about the Library of Heaven's Path? The 99 doors before him contained different dangers and opportunities. There was bound to be a huge difference between the right and wrong choices. Otherwise, this boy wouldn't have given them the time it took for an incense stick to burn to make a decision. The trial left behind by ancient sages was limited by one's cultivation, so the effects of the Eye of Insight were limited. But, what about the Library of Heaven's Path? Under the heavenly Tao, everything could be seen through. Since that was the case, it should be very simple to use it to choose which was right and which was wrong. Without any hesitation, Xianxian flicked his wrist and took out a piece of white paper and a brush. His brush danced nimbly as he began drawing. His comprehension of painting had already reached the level of an 8-star painter, and the quality and speed of his painting had also reached an incredible level. In less than 3 minutes, he had already completed the entire stone door, and it looked as if it would fly out at any moment. After he was done, the brush continued to dance, writing the word correct on every door. With so many doors as a test, there was bound to be only one that was the most accurate. The library was able to discern errors and flaws, and as long as there were no flaws, one would be able to enter. While Xianxian was writing, the stone boy statue was completely baffled. Xianxian thought that the fellow before him would choose a random stone door and walk in, but who could have thought that he would take out a brush and a piece of paper and start writing and drawing? "I am letting you choose, not asking you to draw." "What are you doing all this for?" "The time limit is almost up. If you don't enter now, you'll be disqualified, and you won't be able to participate in the examination anymore." Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia reminded. Alright, I'll make my choice right away. Nodding, Xianxia wrote correct on the last stone door before touching the paper with his finger. An identical picture appeared in his mind. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia found the flawless door. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. I've chosen. Opening his eyes, Xianxia chuckled softly as he walked up to the adolescent boy sculpture with widened strides. Seeing the bewildered look on the latter's face, he chuckled softly and said, Actually, I am a painter, and I like to replicate the good things that I see. I was itching to try my hand at those stone doors earlier, so I hope that you can forgive me. Painter? Are you itching for a fight? The boy statue was speechless. Even looking at a stone door made one itch. What else wouldn't itch? Why didn't it tickle you to death? You are a stone statue, so it's normal that you don't understand this feeling. Laughing heartily, Xianxia casually patted the man's shoulder and walked toward one of the stone doors with a sympathetic look on his face. You. Not expecting to be mocked, the adolescent boy sculptor gritted his teeth furiously. Ancient sage Qiu Wu had always been an upright person, so how in the world did he end up taking in such an infuriating student? To be honest, you're really too stupid. I asked you to choose the stone door, and you're still itching. No, that's not right. Gritting his teeth furiously, Xianxia looked in the direction where the young man was heading in, and he suddenly froze in place. Creak, walking through a stone door, the young man disappeared. He chose this path? How did he do it? Xianxia blinked his eyes, but the stone statue remained motionless, unable to react at all. He had thought that Xianxia would never be able to find the 99 doors no matter how he chose. But who could have thought that he would be able to enter it just like that? Even if you're lucky, you have to possess sufficient strength. That fellow in there is far more violent than me, and he doesn't hold back at all. Even if I choose the right one, there's still a chance that I might die in there. In the end, the adolescent boy sculptor still harumphed coldly in response. Jia. The stone door slammed shut. Closing the door, Xianxia took a few steps forward. Just as he was about to take a look at his surroundings, he suddenly felt an immense pressure crushing down on him, causing his body to stagger uncontrollably. This pressure carried a destructive might that pierced right into his soul. It felt as if he would be reduced to dust if he was the slightest bit careless. It's a soul attack. Xianxia's face darkened. He had experienced many soul attacks in his life, but this was the first time he had encountered one as violent as this. It pierced right through his physical body, leaving him feeling as if he had been plunged into a raging tsunami. Drive my soul. Knowing that he could very well sustain severe injuries if this were to continue, Xianxia took a deep breath and began driving his primordial spirit. Even though his soul cultivation was only at St. Nindan pinnacle, it had been tempered by the lightning tribulation, making his soul incredibly powerful. As such, he was still barely able to withstand the overwhelming might of the stone statue's attack. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia continued walking forward. He wanted to see what it was that could produce such a powerful soul attack. Jai. The further he went, the greater the pressure, and the stronger the impact on his soul. After taking a dozen steps, Xianxia finally came to a halt. His cultivation was still too weak. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he felt from the stone statue became. He was already reaching his limits. If it comes down to it, I should use Kongshir's blood droplet. Xianxia said grimly. As powerful as the stone statue's soul was, he should be able to neutralize it with the help of Kongshir's blood droplet. However, he only had 3 droplets in total, and he had already wasted one. If he were to use it now, there was a good chance that he would be placed in a disadvantageous position if he were to encounter the otherworldly demons who were trying to capture Xiaoya. After all, this was his strongest trump card at the moment. If he were to use it up, he would be in deep trouble once more. Back then, when I first encountered the lightning tribulation, I was also helpless. I felt as if I would be electrocuted to death at any moment, but eventually, I found that I was able to absorb the energy within it. This pressure has a great impact on one's soul. Why don't I make use of this opportunity to temper my soul and purify it? Perhaps I might be able to use soul traverse just like Lu Chong did. The previous time he met Lu Chong, he had imparted the secret art of soul traverse to him without holding anything back. He had studied it once, but he felt that there were some flaws in it, so he was reluctant to cultivate it. On top of that, he was still lacking in his cultivation. Now that he was facing the pressure of the stone statue, he decided to give it a try. Perhaps, he might just be able to reap some unexpected benefits. Let's begin. The cultivation technique regarding soul traverse immediately appeared in Xianxia's mind. Soul traverse is a technique that utilizes the gaps between the spatial particles to travel through space. Previously, I was unable to comprehend the concept of spatial particles, which is why I felt that there were many flaws in it. However, now that I have reached the 4 dan of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, will I be able to form a heaven's path divine art? After browsing through the cultivation technique, Xianxia suddenly froze. Soul traverse might seem like a soul secret art, but in truth, it was a kind of utilization of space. Currently, he had already cultivated the heavenly art of dimension unravel to the 4 dan. If he were to fuse the spatial technique with the heavenly art of dimension unravel, would he be able to make up for the flaws in the heavenly art of dimension unravel and perfect it? Compile. With a thought, Xianxia's soul traverse immediately fused with the spatial laws, and a book appeared before him. Grabbing the book, Xianxia quickly flipped it open. The contents immediately flowed into his mind, becoming his memories. It has indeed reached the level of heaven's path. Ha ha ha. Xianxia burst into laughter, and he nearly leaped into the air. All along, he had been searching for a soul cultivation technique to complement his soul cultivation technique. Who could have thought that this secret art would have something to do with space? Only a book on space would be able to solve this problem. I should temper my soul first before cultivating this secret art. Having formed the heaven's path divine art, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and drew his soul out from his glabella. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Without the protection of his physical body, the pressure on his soul intensified. In an instant, Xianxia felt as if he had been plunged into a hurricane, and he would be torn apart at any moment. Heart of boulder, soul of mountain. Knowing that the more unstable he was, the easier it would be for his soul to be torn apart, Xianxia focused his mind, and the image of a massive mountain appeared in his mind. It was the White Creek Mountain. Among the soul oracle cultivation techniques, there was a visualization technique that allowed one to purify their soul energy. For example, if one visualized flames, one's soul energy would become incomparably hot. If one visualized ice, one's soul energy would become as cold as snow. Xianxia had used this secret art when he first started cultivating, but as his cultivation grew stronger, he found that it wasn't that troublesome anymore. Thus, he didn't put too much effort into it. However, at this moment, feeling that his soul was on the verge of being torn apart, he decided to use it once more. As soon as he visualized the mountain, the shaking soul immediately stabilized. It was as if a mountain was standing in the midst of a hurricane. No matter how strong the storm was, it would remain unmoved. Stabilizing his body, Xianxia took in a deep breath and channeled the pressure in the air into his body so as to temper his slightly chubby soul. Jai. Under the tempering of the pressure, his massive soul became purer and purer. The pressure is getting weaker. Let's continue forward. A few minutes later, Xianxia finally got used to the pressure. It no longer had any effect on him, so he took a few steps forward before sitting down once more to continue tempering his soul. Outside the stone door, the boy statue that had been standing motionlessly opened his eyes once again. Look at that fellow. How is he doing? Even if the person inside doesn't make a move personally, just the power that emanates from his body is enough to stop him from moving forward, and even destroy his soul. With a light snort, he tapped with his finger, and a wall of light immediately appeared in the air, clearly displaying the situation in Xianxia's passageway. This guy should be. What's going on? Suddenly, the boy statue froze in place. His eyes widened as if they were about to fall out of the stone. Within the wall of light, the young man was standing in the passageway with his hands on his waist. His face was filled with anger. Where's the pressure? If you have the ability, then come out. I haven't absorbed enough and haven't finished practicing yet. You dare to show off at such a young age? If you don't come out now, I'll tear down the passageway. Is he shouting? The adolescent boy sculpture nearly fainted on the spot. He had thought that the person in the passageway would have been able to knock him out or even crush him to death with just his aura alone. Who could have thought that not only was the other party completely fine, he even thought that the pressure from the other party was too weak. Where did this freak come from? What a scam. Forget it. Since there's no pressure anymore, I'll be heading in. After shouting for a long time, the pressure finally disappeared without a trace. Thus, the adolescent boy walked in helplessly. To be honest, it wasn't that Xianxia was putting on an act, but the pressure was simply too stifling. It was just a moment ago that he was in the midst of cultivating and felt his soul grow smaller, and yet, the other party suddenly disappeared. Anyone would be infuriated by this. After all, if he were to cultivate for a while longer, he would be able to utilize soul traverse, thus raising his fighting prowess significantly. Let's see what is releasing the pressure. If I can't find it, I'll just have to find it. Soon, Xianxia regained his composure and continued walking forward. Hula, however, barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. A powerful shockwave was heading straight for him. He hurriedly retracted his body and pressed himself against the wall. Pooh, a small hole immediately appeared in the wall. How powerful! Taking a closer look, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. What had just shot at him wasn't a hidden weapon or a sword chi attack, but an ordinary droplet of water. For a droplet of water to pierce through his protective barrier and through the wall, the person who had made a move on him was most likely a great sage at the very minimum. Let's see what it is first before deciding whether to use Conjure's blood or not. Xianxia clenched his fingers tightly around the droplet on his palm, ready to tap it at any moment. However, after a moment of hesitation, he still decided to stop and step forward. Every droplet of Conjure's blood was one less droplet, so he mustn't use it recklessly. Voila! As soon as he turned the corner, he saw several dozen water droplets flying in his direction at an incredible speed, sealing off all paths of retreat in his direction. Even though these droplets of water didn't carry particularly powerful Xianxia, they were simply too fast. Even with his current strength, he would still be severely injured or even killed if he were to come into contact with them. Bloodline activation. Knowing that there was no way for him to escape, Xianxia activated a droplet of the Zhang family's blood that Xianxia had given him previously. Time seemed to have slowed down, and the droplets of water that were flying toward him a moment ago suddenly slowed down to a point where he could see them clearly with his naked eye. Stretching out his finger, Xianxia tapped lightly on one of the droplets before him. The droplet of water immediately broke apart, nourishing his fingertip. With a few taps, the dozens of droplets before him finally dissipated. Only then did Xianxia heave a sigh of relief, and his eyes lit up in excitement. As expected of the Zhang family's bloodline, it was far more powerful than the Luo clan's bloodline. As soon as he used it, it immediately displayed its extraordinary prowess. If he didn't use this power, he would have surely been injured by the droplets. However, with the current speed of the droplets, it was no different from a snail before him. They posed no threat to him at all. But this is way too taxing on my blood essence. Even though Xianxia was excited, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly when he saw the rate at which his blood essence was being depleted. Just by breaking a few droplets, he had actually used up half of his blood essence in an instant. In other words, the 3 droplets of blood that the Zhang family had put in so much effort to refine had been completely depleted after just 6 tries. Even Xianxia couldn't help but feel that it was a huge waste. With a thought, Xianxia recovered from the state of time acceleration, and the scenery before him reverted back to its original state. At this moment, he realized that he was standing in the middle of a vast hall. At the very center of the hall was a massive pool with a diameter of at least several hundred meters. The water within was bubbling furiously, as if it was boiling. Just as Xianxia was perplexed as to why droplets of water would shoot out at such a rapid speed from the pool, he suddenly heard a deafening rumble. Following which, a bizarre object leaped out from the pool and flew straight up. Voila! Droplets of water scattered in all directions. Woo woo woo! The water droplet carried with it the power to pierce through the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Xianxia, intending to pierce through him. A water droplet that was casually thrown out is so powerful? Xianxia's eyes narrowed in shock. He had been wondering where the water droplets came from, but after seeing them with his own eyes, he realized how terrifying they were. That fellow in the pool, with just a casual shake, he was already unable to withstand the ordinary water droplets. How strong was that fellow? It was hard to say whether Xianxia would be able to defeat him. Bloodline ignition. With a jolt of his mind, he ignited the remaining half-droplet of blood in his body once more. Time seemed to have slowed down once more, and the water droplet slowly appeared before him. We have to deal with the root of the problem. Otherwise, it will be useless. Xianxian's body flickered as he shuttled through the water droplets and arrived in front of the pool. Voila, just as he finished this, half of the blood was burned up. The water droplet behind him continued to shoot out and hit the rock wall, making a puff sound. Only then did Xianxian look forward. What emerged from the lake was a massive skeleton that was several dozen meters tall. Every single one of its limbs was translucent and crystalline, reminiscent of jade. While it was impossible to tell how tough it was, the fact that it was able to wield the prowess to slay a St. Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator with just a light flick of its wrist showed just how powerful it was. This is the skeleton of a dragon? Upon seeing the other party's true appearance, Xianxian was shocked. Due to the fact that he had tamed the netherworld azure dragon beast, he had a deep understanding of the skeletal structure of life forms like the netherworld azure dragon beast. If he was not mistaken, this was definitely the skeleton of a dragon. Even if it was not a pure-blooded dragon race bloodline, the density of its bloodline would still be many times greater than that of the azure dragon beast. You actually have the ability to control time? No, you're relying on a bloodline. Who are you? Which saint's descendant? When the skeleton saw that he had dodged the water droplets, it revealed a trace of surprise. A deafening roar resounded. I am Xianxian. Seeing that the other party wasn't attacking, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. He bowed and cupped his fist. At the same time, he carefully looked at the big guy in front of him. The skeleton before Xianxian was completely black in color. The eyes where the dragon head spoke were two sockets, and they emanated a faint green light. If not for the fact that it was speaking, it would have been hard to imagine that it was alive and possessed its own consciousness. Zhang? Not a descendant of Kongshur? The skeletal dragon was puzzled. No. Xianxian shook his head. After the 100 schools of thought left, the Zhang family began to rise. The ancestors of the Zhang family indeed did not accept Kongshur's inheritance. He isn't a descendant of Kongshur, but he has comprehended the time laws that only Kongshur can use. It seems that there are quite a few geniuses among his descendants. The skeletal dragon nodded. To be able to withstand my pressure and evade my water droplets, you do possess some strength. However, just that alone won't do you any good. If you want to obtain my acknowledgement, you must defeat me. Get your acknowledgement? Xianxian was taken aback. That's right. This passageway is the most fortuitous of the 99 passageways, but at the same time, it's also the most dangerous. If you can obtain my acknowledgement, you'll be able to take me away. If you can't, you'll be killed by me, the skeletal dragon said impassively. You'll be able to take you away? Xianxian's eyes lit up. The skeletal dragon was able to kill a St. Nine Dan pinnacle expert with just a single droplet of its water droplets. It was likely that it was even stronger than Xianxia. If he could take it away, he would be able to raise his overall strength. That's right. However, in order to obtain my acknowledgement, one must possess strength that surpasses mine. Back then, Sage Ranqiu used his strength to subdue me, and that was the reason why I chose to hibernate here for several dozen millenniums to await my successor. The skeletal dragon nodded. Sage Ranqiu. You are ancient Sage Ranqiu's weapon? Could it be his dragon bone divine spear? Xianxian suddenly thought of something, and his body jolted in astonishment. He had read many books on ancient Sage Ranqiu, so he knew a little about the latter's life. With the dragon bone divine spear, ancient Sage Ranqiu had slaughtered his way through the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even Kongshur was full of praises for it. Could it be that the skeletal dragon before him was that dragon bone divine spear? If that was the case, this passageway was indeed extremely important. That's right. The skeletal dragon nodded. However, my strength has been sealed by Sage Ranqiu, so I'm only able to wield the strength of a great sage. If you can defeat me, you'll be able to take me away. If you can't, I'm sorry, but no matter who you are, no matter what your background is, you'll be pierced by my spear. You'll be reduced to a corpse. You have a point, but... Xianxia raised his head and smiled earnestly. Look, I am only a Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle cultivator at the moment. Even if you are only able to wield the strength of a great sage, it's unlikely that you will be able to defeat me. Can you suppress your cultivation to my level before we battle? Suppress my cultivation, the skeletal dragon replied in displeasure. That's right. You have been here for quite some time now, and you want to go out and show your prowess, right? I'm the only one who has chosen this passageway. If no one else comes here in the future, doesn't that mean that they'll never be able to leave? Isn't that a little too tragic for a top-notch artifact like you? Xianxia explained. In any case, it's just a duel. As long as you suppress your cultivation to my level, it'll still be considered as a battle. We're both at the same cultivation realm, so it won't be considered as bullying the weak, the skeletal dragon hesitated. It's decided then. You are Sage Rancho's weapon, so even if you suppress your cultivation, your fighting prowess will still be at the very top of your cultivation realm. It can't be that. You think that you won't be a match for me just because you suppress your cultivation to Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Could it be that, even an ancient sage artifact is afraid of losing? Humph. I won't lose even if I suppress my cultivation. Provoked by Xianxia's provocation, the skeletal dragon harumphed coldly. Very well, I'll suppress my cultivation to Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle now. Hung Long, right after those words were spoken, the powerful aura emanating from the skeletal dragon began to recede. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to the same level as the skeletal dragon, Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle. Let's begin then. After suppressing its cultivation, the skeletal dragon calmly prepared itself to face the young man before it, but all of a sudden, its vision blurred. Unbeknownst to it, the young man standing not too far away had already appeared right before it, and he had already sent a fist right toward its head. You, not expecting the other party to be so swift and disregard the rules of the battle, the skeletal dragon was infuriated. It flung its tail, intending to send the other party flying, but in the next instant, it felt as if the surrounding space had suddenly been sealed. It felt as if its entire body had been frozen in the middle of a river, rendering it unable to move at all. Ancient Sage Qiuwu spatial seal? The skeletal dragon's body stiffened in shock. It was still trying to figure out what it should do when it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head. The other party's fist had already landed on it. Pung 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 pung, fist, foot. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal dragon felt excruciating pain all over its body. The young man's strength was relentless, as if the yellow river was overflowing. Under the relentless attacks, not only had its bones been damaged, even its soul had been battered, threatening to dissipate at any moment. How can he be so powerful? The skeletal dragon was frenzied. Gout. I went to the hospital today, and the diagnosis was that my cervical vertebrae had become too straight, resulting in bone hyperplasia. I thought that I had already recovered from my cervical vertebrae, but who could have thought that not only did my cervical vertebrae fail to recover, it even started to hyperplasia. Please console me. Even though it had suppressed its cultivation, there was no doubt that it was still a Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle existence. Putting aside the fact that its physical body had already been tempered to a level surpassing Great Sage, just in terms of combat prowess, it had been through countless battles with ancient Sage Rancho for many years, and it had seen countless powerful moves from cultivators of all levels. Yet, what in the world was this? Without any sense of propriety, the other party was charging right at it, as if it was a street thug. More importantly, it just happened to be unable to dodge. This was a huge humiliation. Roar. Feeling the other party's fists and feet flying right at its face, the skeletal dragon's body trembled in rage. With a furious roar, its body abruptly shrank back. Hula, its bones gathered together, and in the blink of an eye, they formed a black spear. Break! With a ferocious stab, the sealed space was like a block of ice that had been struck by a hammer. Voila! It immediately shattered. Dang 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 dang, Xianxia was forced to retreat several steps as he felt his chest churning furiously. As powerful as the spatial sealing technique was, it would be difficult for it to work against a true expert. Take the Dragonbone Divine Spear for example. Even though the strength exerted by it did not exceed that of a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator, it was still powerful enough to overwhelm the sealed space. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he had just comprehended the spatial quintessence. If he had immersed himself in the spatial quintessence for a long time or reached a higher level, he would have become more adept at dealing with the sealed space. How dare you humiliate me? I'll kill you. The skeletal dragon roared furiously as it reverted back to its skeletal form. It opened its massive head and charged right at Xianxia once more. But barely after arriving before the young man, the skeletal dragon's vision blurred once more, and the other party vanished from sight. Just as it was about to search for the other party, it suddenly saw a foot flying right toward its face. Pung 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 pung. For consecutive kicks, the skeletal dragon's head began spinning, and its neck nearly fell off from its body. The heck? The skeletal dragon's body trembled in rage, and it felt as if it was going to explode. Since it was a duel, it should have been a fair duel. Yet, to kick the other party in the face. Are you a master teacher or not? How shameless can you be? Walla, unable to hold it in any longer, it raised its thick tail, intending to crush the fellow in the air into dust. However, as soon as it did so, it suddenly felt its body tensing up. Unknowingly, someone had grabbed its tailbone. Boom 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 boom. Immediately after that, he felt a powerful force coming from the other party, and he was whipped around like a whip. His head kept smashing into the ground, creating one crater after another. The bone dragon was beaten up? When the boy statue saw this, he couldn't help but tremble. He was so shocked that his head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and replaced it. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. Even though the skeletal dragon had suppressed its cultivation down to Saint Nine Dan, it was still an existence that stood at the very pinnacle of the same cultivation realm. Yet, it had charged right into the skeletal dragon and pummeled it like an adult teasing a child. If not for the fact that his bones had been tempered to the point of being invulnerable, he would have been reduced to dust by now. Initially, he had thought that the other party might be killed by the bone dragon after entering this passageway. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected such an outcome. It was too unexpected. Damn it, I want you dead. Unable to hold back his rage any longer, the skeletal dragon channeled his strength into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he unlocked his Saint Nine Dan cultivation and raised his cultivation up to Great Sage 1 Dan, introspective convalescence realm. With a surge in his cultivation and strength, the skeletal dragon struggled free from Xianxia's grasp before turning around and raising his claws. Yet another gust of wind blew, and the young man before him vanished from sight once more. The next moment, he appeared right above the skeletal dragon's head once more and sent a powerful kick toward it. The skeletal dragon was frenzied. It was one thing for him to not be a match for the other party in the same cultivation realm, but to be able to evade his attack despite being a realm higher than him. Just how powerful was that fellow? Even ancient sage Ranqiu did not possess such fighting prowess. If he were to meet the other party, he would surely be pummeled. The skeletal dragon hurriedly retracted his body in an attempt to dodge the attack. Having reached introspective convalescence realm, even though his reaction speed and strength had been enhanced significantly, it was still barely a match for the other party's speed. All he could feel was an excruciating pain in his head as the other party's leg came crashing down once more. To be honest, if the other party had used that unique ability of his time bloodline, it would not have mattered even if it had lost. After all, in the face of time, all moves and thoughts were useless. But, the other party was unable to do anything at all. All he had done was use some bizarre movement art and his deep understanding of space to render it completely helpless. To fight it personally, it had no idea how the other party was able to do it. It was as if the other party knew the direction of its attack in advance, allowing him to easily find the flaws in its attacks. The more it fought, the more frustrated it became. Pung 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 pung. After being kicked a few more times, the skeletal dragon could no longer hold it in any longer. The other party was clearly invincible among those of the same cultivation realm, but he had tricked it into suppressing its cultivation. Since that was the case, there was no need for it to hold back anymore. Without suppressing its cultivation anymore, in the blink of an eye, it reached introspective convalescence realm. Aureate body realm, intuitive impulse realm, sempiternal realm. In less than a breath, it had returned to being the strongest beneath ancient sage. Brat, didn't you have a good time beating me up earlier? I will kill you. Xianxia roared furiously. Raising his head, he realized that the young man who had been kicking him had already disappeared without a trace. Turning his head back, he saw that the other party was already seated on a stone bench not too far away from the lake, holding a cup of tea in his hands. Kill me? Hearing its shouts, the young man put down the cup of water and said earnestly, It's not good to fight and kill. I am a master teacher, and I have to abide by the rules and etiquette. Since you are ancient sage Rancho's weapon, you should know how to respect and tolerate me. Since you have already lost, you should just acknowledge me as your master obediently. Master? Master your head. The bone dragon almost went crazy from anger. You had such a good time beating me up just a moment ago, and now that you have recovered your strength, you say that you don't want to fight anymore. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Dream on, if I don't turn you into a meat patty today, I won't be called the Dragonbone Divine Spear anymore. Are you sure you don't want to admit it? The young man raised his head. If you want me to acknowledge you as my master, you'll have to defeat me now. The bone dragon roared. However, before he could finish his words, a thunderous roar resounded in his mind. Moo, moo, Pata. In that instant, the bone dragon felt as if all of its strength had been frozen in place. An overwhelming pressure that originated from its species crushed down on it, causing it to plummet from the sky. I gave you face by sparring with you. Why are you still giving me face? Xianxia harumphed coldly as he slowly got to his feet. Placing his hands behind his back, he glared at the bone dragon coldly and said, Hurry up and acknowledge me as your master. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. My wife caught a cold last night, and her body is cold. Her head is spinning, and her blood pressure is 60 to 80. She took care of me very late into the night, so I didn't have time to type. I woke up early in the morning to finish this chapter first. Don't worry, it's still midnight today. Regardless of whether the massive fellow before him possessed the dragon bloodline or the dragon bone, since it had not reached the level of a pure-blooded dragon yet, it was bound to be restricted by the 8 notes of heavenly dragons. Xianxia had known about this beforehand, but he was a person who preferred to keep a low profile. Besides, he had intended to subdue the other party with his strength, but who could have thought that the other party would be so shameless? I can pretend that I didn't notice it, but it's a little too much for you to do so consecutively. Thus, I decided not to go easy on you anymore. With a roar, the dragon bone fell to the ground. Why you are a pure-blooded dragon? Lying on the ground, the skeletal dragon's teeth chattered uncontrollably. It felt as if its consciousness was going to collapse at any moment. It was not the will of the skeletal dragon when it was alive but a spirit born after it was forged into a spear. As it was born from the skeletal dragon, it harnessed the unique traits of the dragon tribe, and it feared the 8 notes of heavenly dragons. This was a symbol of the dragon bloodline and the authority of the dragon tribe. Why? Must one be a pure-blooded dragon in order to use the 8 notes of heavenly dragons? Xianxia asked. The skeletal dragon was rendered speechless. It had fought alongside ancient sage Rancho, and it had seen the strongest expert in the master-teacher continent, Kong Shi. However, even he was unable to use the 8 notes of heavenly dragons. Yet, the young man before it was able to do so. Just what was his identity? I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Even though it couldn't figure it out, after a moment of hesitation, the skeletal dragon still lowered its head. The dragon tribe valued their bloodline above all else. It was only natural for those with lower bloodlines to submit to those with higher bloodlines. Not to mention, the young man had indeed defeated it. Xianxia nodded. He was just about to ask how a skeletal dragon could acknowledge him as its master when the skeletal dragon abruptly shrank back into a massive spear. Wang, Xianxia swung the spear lightly in the air, and it swiftly shrunk to a size of 10 zhang before landing on his palm. Lowering his head, he saw that the spear was pitch black in color. The tip of the spear reflected a cold gleam, as if it would pierce through space at any moment. Good spear. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He gently stroked the spear, and the roars of dragons reverberated in the surroundings. He infused his Xianxia into the spear, and channeled it. It flowed smoothly through his meridians. Patter, a drop of blood fell on the tip of the spear, and it was absorbed by the spear. In the blink of an eye, the spear burst forth, and cracks appeared in the space around it. With this godly weapon, my strength can at least double. Xianxia muttered. Xianxia trembled with excitement. Without a doubt, this artifact was the strongest artifact that he had ever used in his life. Even though ancient sage Ranqiu had sealed its power, its might was still unstoppable. Of course, his current cultivation was still too low, so he was unable to bring out his full prowess. However, once he used the blood essence of Xianxia together with this spear, he was confident that no one beneath ancient sage would be a match for him. In fact, he even dared to challenge half-ancient sages. No wonder the Library of Heaven's Path chose this passageway. To be able to obtain this celestial armament, this trip was not in vain. Laughing heartily, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the spear morphed back into a skeletal dragon, which floated around him. With a thought, the spear morphed into a belt and fastened around his waist. After assimilating it, Xianxia came to understand the abilities of the skeletal dragon. It could change its form as it pleased. If it was used as a spear, it would be invincible. If it was used as a whip, it would possess the might to destroy the world. After subduing the skeletal dragon, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly scanned his surroundings once more. The lake before him had finally calmed down, and the frenzy from before was nowhere to be seen. The entire hall was extremely spacious, and he could not find a way out at all. "I've cleared the trial, right?" Xianxia asked as he scanned the surroundings. "Naturally, you've cleared the trial. I'll send you out right now. However, there are some items that I can use here, and I hope that you can take them away with you." The skeletal dragon replied. Xianxia nodded. "Go on." With a flick of his wrist, the skeletal dragon flew out from his waist and morphed into a length of several dozen meters. It flew to the top of the lake and clawed at the air. Hula! The water in the lake bubbled furiously, and a circular platform slowly floated into the air. The circular platform was only around 3 meters in diameter, but it emanated an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, reminiscent of a spring breeze. "This is a forging artifact, the Golden Origin Spirit Stone?" Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. As an 8-star blacksmith, even though his expertise was limited to smithing bricks, he still possessed a deep understanding of the fundamentals of smithing and the differentiation of ores. In fact, even 9-star blacksmiths were no match for him. With just a single look, he was able to recognize the stone platform. It was the artifact that all blacksmiths yearned for, the Golden Origin Spirit Stone. With just a single gram or less of it, an ordinary Saint high-tier artifact would be able to evolve into a Saint pinnacle artifact. Yet, there was actually such a huge piece before him. There was at least several tons of it. Even with Xianxia's steady state of mind, his face still reddened uncontrollably. It could be said that the value of this single piece of Golden Origin Spirit Stone was on par with a top-notch Great Sage artifact. "That's right, it's the Golden Origin Spirit Stone. Back then, Sage Ran left me behind and instructed me to wait for a fated descendant. However, the duration of the wait was uncertain. Even though I'm an artifact spirit, I have a limited lifespan as well. Thus, I prepared this artifact. As long as I lie down on it and sleep, my energy won't diminish, and my lifespan will be extended. Even if I live for several dozen thousand years, my energy won't diminish." The skeletal dragon explained. "I see." Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. He had been wondering why an artifact spirit that had been left behind for several dozen thousand years would be so old that it would be unable to fight anymore. It turned out that ancient sage Ranqiu had already made preparations for this. With the Golden Origin Spirit Stone, the skeletal dragon would be able to wield its full strength even after sleeping for several dozen thousand years. "Since I've already awakened, this artifact is of no use to me anymore. I'm willing to give it to you as a gift," the skeletal dragon said as it raised its claw, and the Golden Origin Spirit Stone flew over. Xianxia hurriedly caught it and stowed it into his storage ring. "Ha ha ha, I'll accept your gift then." Having witnessed Hyung Kensei's generosity, he knew that the latter was only a minor figure. While the Golden Origin Spirit Stone might have been valuable to him, it was likely that it would mean nothing to an expert of ancient sage Ranqiu's caliber. Since the skeletal dragon was willing to give it to him, it was only right that he keep it. With the Golden Origin Spirit Stone, the Jin Yuan Ding, who had rarely used it in the past, would be able to achieve a breakthrough once more. The Golden Origin Spirit Stone was the perfect material to refine the Golden Origin Spirit Stone. Master, it's time for us to leave. After handing over the Golden Origin Spirit Stone, the skeletal dragon morphed back into a belt and wrapped itself around his body. Xianxia turned around and saw a stone door not too far away from him. He walked up to it and gave it a light push. Jia, the stone door opened. Following which, Xianxia saw a few people standing opposite one another in a spacious hall. Their Jinqi was pulsating furiously, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment. The first to enter Xianxia's sight were Luozi and Wu Chen. The two of them had grim looks on their faces while the other four were emanating killing intent. Even before they had made a move, their auras had already filled the entire room. They were the four otherworldly demons who had entered the passageway earlier. Up close, Xianxia could clearly see their appearances. They were dressed in black robes, wore tall hats, and had beards. They are the ones who kidnapped Xiaoya and Wei Ruyan. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as his finger stopped at his waist, ready to make a move at any moment. Alright, the last one has passed as well. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. The adolescent boy sculpture walked out from nowhere and looked at the crowd. You have passed through the passageway and obtained the artifact that ancient sage Ranqiu left behind. Voila, following those words, a brilliant light flickered in the hall, and a stone platform slowly rose from the ground. At the center of it was a palm-sized amulet. There were some ancient words inscribed on the amulet, and it did not seem to wield any power at all. However, when one's consciousness came into contact with it, one would immediately feel an intense burning sensation. Celestial Amulet of Legacy? Xianxia frowned as he hurriedly rushed over to Luozi and the others. The reason he had come here was for this Amulet of Legacy. Since it had already appeared, a battle was bound to ensue. Not only did he have to obtain the Amulet of Legacy, he also had to capture these four and force them to reveal the whereabouts of Xiaoya and the others. It's finally here. Upon seeing the amulet, the four youths couldn't help but tremble in agitation. Are you all right? Ignoring the four youths, Xianxia stealthily shot a glance at the young lady beside him. He had encountered plenty of trouble in the passageway, so there was no doubt that the other party was not as simple as they seemed. I'm fine. Luozi shook her head. She turned to Xianxia, and her eyes lit up. It seems like you have obtained quite a lot of benefits. It's still all right. Not expecting to be discovered so quickly, Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. There was really nothing that he could hide from her. The Dragonbone Divine Spear wields immense might. Given your current strength, you won't be able to bring out even 1/100th of its prowess. Nevertheless, that's more than enough, the young lady chuckled softly. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the child statue continued speaking. I can see that both of you are interested in obtaining the Celestial Amulet of Legacy. Since that's the case, let's see who's more powerful then. Everyone will use their own means to obtain it. Whoever obtains it will get it. The adolescent boy sculpture chuckled softly as he looked at the crowd. Since Senior says so, we won't stand on ceremony. Among the four people, the fair-skinned youth's body flashed, and he leaped into the air to grab the talisman not far away. Rays of light appeared around the talisman like a barrier. It was an isolation seal. You want to take it away? Did you ask for my permission? Wu Chen's eyebrows shot up when he saw this guy making a move, and he immediately rushed over. While he was in the air, the power in his palm was like muffled thunder. With a loud boom, he aimed for the back of the former. How dare you? Seeing that Xianxia was about to make a move, a skinny young man leaped forward and bellowed sharply. A zither materialized at his fingertips, and with a light flick of his fingers, ding-dong. It's indeed ancient sage Yanyan's treasure. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even though this zither was not the one that ancient sage Yanyan used when he was at his peak, there was no doubt that it had been tempered by ancient sage Yanyan's hands. With just a flick of his fingers, it emanated an aura reminiscent of an unstoppable army. Even the simplest of ancient sage artifacts that were able to survive until now were not to be underestimated. Heh! Facing the other party's attack, Wu Chen retracted the energy that he had directed at the fair-skinned youth and turned it around to face the sound wave head-on, creating ripples in the air. Xianxian was able to see through Xianxian's strength. Regardless of whether it was the fair-skinned youth or the skinny young man, they wielded fighting prowess that was on par with Xianxia. Their cultivation had reached the pinnacle of great sage, sempiternal realm. It was no wonder why they were able to abduct Xiaoya and the others so easily. With such strength, coupled with an ancient sage artifact, it was indeed impossible to stand against them. Taking a deep breath, Xianxian placed his finger on the droplet of liquid on his palm, and a surge of energy immediately gushed into his body. Ruoxin, I'll need you to stop that fellow from snatching the celestial amulet of legacy and find a way to retrieve it. Leave the rest of them to me and Wu Chen. He wanted to ask about the whereabouts of Wei Ruyan and the others. Since the culprit was here, there was no need for him to stand on ceremony. Knowing that Xianxian's strength had soared, Luozi nodded. With a swift leap, she dashed in the direction of the celestial amulet of legacy. Do you think that it'll be that easy? Another dark-skinned young man bellowed as he charged forward, intending to stop Luo Ruoxin. However, barely after he rose into the air, he suddenly felt an immense pressure crushing down on him, forcing him to halt in his tracks. Unbeknownst to him, Xianxian had already appeared right before him, and with a light chuckle, he said, "I'm your opponent." Seeing how Xianxian had appeared right before him, the dark-skinned young man knew that he would not be an easy opponent. Thus, he turned around and bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop him." The last dark-skinned young man nodded in agreement. "All right." After saying those words, the dark-skinned young man stretched his arm forward to grab Luozi. The dark-skinned young man was the tallest of the four, and his body was slightly bulky, making him appear to be a little slow and sluggish. However, as soon as he made a move, he immediately displayed exceptional fighting prowess that was on par with the other three. A powerful surge of energy gushed into the surroundings, reminiscent of the explosion of a storm cloud. "Haha, there's no need for you to make a move. The two of you are mine." Barely after the surge of energy spread out, a burst of laughter sounded. A powerful surge of energy gushed into the area, crushing the storm cloud in the blink of an eye. Following which, the crowd saw the dark-skinned young man wielding a pitch-black spear that carried a cold aura around him. "Let's make a move together." Seeing how Xianxian was able to defeat the dark-skinned young man with a single spear strike, the dark-skinned young man bellowed furiously. Voila, the dark-skinned young man and the dark-skinned young man made their moves simultaneously. Two surges of sword chi shot toward Xianxian, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, as if trying to drown him within. "You sure were able to capture Xiaoya and the others swiftly. Today, let me see just how powerful you are." With a furious roar, Xianxian flicked his wrist, and the spear in his hand immediately released the roar of a dragon as it pierced right toward the dark-skinned young man. Kacha! Kacha! A black hole appeared in the surrounding space, and the entire hall shook intensely under the might of the spear. Even though the folded space they were in was extremely stable, it was still significantly weaker than the folded space outside. As such, it was unable to withstand such powerful might. Pung! Pung! As the spear chi and the sword chi collided, the dark-skinned young man and the dark-skinned young man's faces warped in astonishment. As if struck by a massive hammer, they were sent flying before crashing heavily into the wall, creating a massive depression. At the same time, blood trickled down the corners of their mouths. A single spear strike had broken through their teamwork. With the help of Conchure's blood and the dragonbone spear, Xianxian displayed his greatest fighting prowess for the very first time. "Where are Xiaoya and the others?" After sending the duo flying with a single move, Xianxian continued walking over with a cold glint emanating from his spear, reminiscent of a war god descending from the heavens. Ding dong, just as Xianxian was about to grab one of them to interrogate him, a sound wave suddenly assaulted him, piercing right into his soul. Turning around, he saw the weak-looking young man who had used ancient Sage Yanyan's artifact on the zither, aiming his attack at him. Unbeknownst to him, 3 Jin Bing had appeared before Wu Chen. Their punches were so powerful that the surrounding space would collapse from time to time, reflecting the fearsomeness of the battle. "They sure have a lot of treasures." These were similar to the ones that Jin Bing had seen when he first entered the hall. They were handwriting left behind by ancient sages, and they harnessed their spirit, energy, and spirit. With the simultaneous assault of 3 Jin Bing, no matter how powerful Wu Chen was, it was difficult for him to break free in a short period of time. The zither used by ancient sage Jin Bing and ancient sage Yan Yin. Are they really otherworldly demons? A doubt surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Even ancient sage Mingshi Tang was unable to take out so many treasures, and yet, these otherworldly demons were able to do so easily. Could they be from the 100 schools of philosophers instead of the otherworldly demons? No. If they were from the 100 schools of philosophers, who were Luozi and Wu Chen, the latter had told him personally that she was not an otherworldly demon. Flaws. Perplexed, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the group before him. Weng, the Library of Heaven's Path jolted, but no books were compiled. What's going on? Do they possess the discarnate constitution of divination as well? Surely there aren't that many of them? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. He could tolerate the fact that Luozi and Wu Chen were unable to see through them, but this group of otherworldly demons was unable to see through them as well. What was going on? They were executing battle techniques at the moment, and under normal circumstances, he should have been able to see through them easily. I get it now. Even though they don't possess the discarnate constitution of divination, they must possess some artifact that allows them to conceal themselves from the heavens. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to capture Xiaoya and the others without Mingshi Tang knowing. Realization struck Zhang Xian. Under normal circumstances, given that Mingshi Tang had the most skilled seers in the world, Xiaoya, Wei Ruyan, Yuan Tao, and the others should have known that they were in danger when they were captured. Yet, there was no news at all. This could only mean that these people had some means to conceal themselves from the heavens. It was just like the special tortoise shell of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Under its cover, even the Heavenly Tao was unable to detect it. It seems like I'll have to make a trip to the Seer Guild once I get out of here, he narrowed his eyes. There was actually an item in the world that could deceive the Heavenly Tao. Even he could not see through it, which made him feel very depressed. If it came down to it, he could just head to the Seer Guild to look into the matter. Perhaps, he might be able to take precautions against it. No matter how tight the defenses of the other party were, he would surely be able to uncover some clues. It doesn't matter if I can't see through it. Whether it's true or not, I'll know once I try. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up as killing intent surged from his body. Even if the Library of Heaven's Path couldn't see through it, it didn't mean that it didn't have any other means. Even though otherworldly demons were able to disguise themselves as humans, there was no way for them to alter their cultivation. It was a habit that they had developed over the years, and it would only be triggered in a moment of life and death. Unless one's cultivation reached the pinnacle, they would be able to deal with all kinds of attacks with ease. However, to Zhang Xian, such a person did not exist. As long as he used his full strength, he did not believe that anyone beneath ancient sage would be able to conceal themselves from him. The three of you, come at me together. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian burst into laughter as he raised the spear in his hand and tapped it forward. Weng, the sound wave from the other party was immediately deflected by the tip of the spear. Zhang Xian stepped forward and swept his spear horizontally. Voila, a spatial rift appeared in the air as the spear shot toward the dark-skinned young man. Humph. With a flick of his wrist, the dark-skinned young man whipped out a brush and thrust it forward. Ding 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 ding. The brush collided with the dragon-bone divine spear, and while it was forced to retreat 8 steps, it did not suffer any damage. Could it be an artifact left behind by an ancient sage as well? Zhang Xian was taken aback, but he knew that this was not the time to be thinking about such things. Thus, he thrust his spear forward once more. Tzzzzz, a powerful shockwave burst forth, reminiscent of a tornado. The dark-skinned young man's face warped in horror as he hurriedly retreated. Ding dong, just as the tip of the spear was about to strike the dark-skinned young man, the zither melody of the frail young man sounded once more. This time, Zhang Xian did not put up any resistance. Instead, with a thought, he forcefully absorbed the soul-directed attack into his body. Gotcha! In an instant, under the pressure of the dragonbone divine spear, Zhang Xian's incomplete metamorphosis began undergoing a qualitative change. In that instant, Zhang Xian felt his soul advancing a step further. Even though it had not reached great sage yet, it had become purer, and the size of his soul had shrunk by nearly half. With a soul of this level, he was already capable of executing soul traverse. Ha ha ha, thank you. Having achieved a breakthrough, Xianxia felt refreshed. Laughing heartily, he began walking forward. Cold sweat trickled down the dark-skinned young man's forehead as he hurriedly retreated. However, Xianxia's spear was similar to the Tarsus poison. No matter how he tried, he was unable to dispel it. Block it. The dark-skinned young man's face turned livid. With a flick of his wrist, the brush in his hand flew out, and in the blink of an eye, a shield was formed in front of him. Selah, with a jolt of the spear, the shield was torn apart. However, the force behind the spear was significantly weakened. The dark-skinned young man managed to block the spear with his sword and escape death. It seems like that fellow doesn't have an ancient sage artifact. Seeing that the dark-skinned young man was unable to use his ancient sage artifacts despite being cornered so badly, Xianxia chuckled softly. To be honest, even though he had used Kongshir's blood droplet and the Dragonbone divine spear, it would still take him quite some time to capture the three of them and interrogate them about Xiaoya and the others. However, there was a time limit to the Kongshir's blood droplet. Since that was the case, he would just have to cripple this fellow who didn't have an ancient sage artifact first, after which, he would make a move on the others. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia flicked his spear once more and thrust it toward the dark-skinned young man. Tzzzzzz, this spear thrust was even more powerful than the previous one. Before the tip of the spear could even reach the dark-skinned young man, countless sonic booms could already be heard. As if a piece of paper being torn apart, countless ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Ding dong. Ding dong. Not expecting the dark-skinned young man to be so direct, the dark-skinned young man hurriedly plucked the strings of his zither. However, as intense as the sound he produced was, it was all blocked out by the ripples. Spatial disturbance. Damn it. The dark-skinned young man immediately retaliated, but with a flick of the Dragonbone divine spear, he was able to knock the brush away. Putting aside the matter of where Xiaoya and the others are, I'll just have one of you die first. With a cold bellow, the dark-skinned young man thrust his spear forward. The dark-skinned young man's face paled. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, he raised his head. Roar! With a deafening roar, the dark-skinned young man's body abruptly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to a height of 2 meters. At the same time, a powerful killing intent burst forth from his body. He's indeed an otherworldly demon. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Initially, when he saw those fellows taking out so many ancient sage artifacts, he had been a little doubtful, wondering if he had made a mistake. However, after seeing the other party revert to his true form, he realized that he was not from the 100 schools of philosophers but from the otherworldly demonic tribe. To be honest, Xianxia still harbored some suspicions about Luo Ruoxin's character, and to be honest, he still harbored some suspicions about her. Xianxia's face reddened in guilt. The other party had unreservedly trusted him, sharing all kinds of information with him. Even Kongshir's personal handwriting was nothing to her, and yet, he actually doubted her. The more he thought about it, the more awkward he felt. Seeing the other party reverting to his true form, Lozozi and Wuchen were stunned. Since you're an otherworldly demon, I won't stand on ceremony then. After confirming the other party's identity, Xianxia could not be bothered to waste his breath anymore. With a loud bellow, he thrust his spear forward once more. Puh! After reverting to his true form, the taller young man was able to exert his full strength, and his fighting prowess had increased significantly. However, compared to the Dragonbone divine spear in Xianxia's hand, he was still far from matching up. Very soon, he was stabbed in the shoulder, and fresh blood flowed profusely. The skinny young man and the dark-skinned young man were also forced back by Xianxia's spear, and they were left in a sorry state. Hurry up and take the celestial amulet away. Knowing that he would be pierced through by the other party at this rate, the skinny young man bellowed furiously. All right. The fair-skinned young man in front of the heavenly talisman of legacy responded. At this moment, he was fighting with Lozozi. The young lady's attacks were neither fast nor powerful, but every single one of them carried unstoppable might. After a few blows, the scholarly young man's arm was already turning numb, and his face had turned even paler. They were all cultivators beneath ancient sage, but who would have thought that the trio before them would be so fearsome? Knowing that he would be defeated or even injured at this rate, the scholarly young man flicked his wrist, and a book immediately flew into the air. Hong Long, as soon as the book appeared, it turned into a curtain that shrouded the heavens, shielding Lozozi from view. Ancient Sage's notebook? The young lady's face darkened upon hearing those words. She raised her palm and pressed it down forcefully. In an instant, she felt all of her strength being absorbed by the veil beneath her. She was unable to harm the young man at all. The notes written by an ancient sage harnessed immense power that not even half-ancient sages would be able to decipher, let alone great sage cultivators. Who? Heaving a sigh of relief, the scholarly young man turned his attention back to the celestial amulet of legacy and took out a small token. With a light tap. Buzz, as soon as the token came into contact with the light membrane, the latter visibly dissipated. Voila, he stretched out his hand and held the heavenly talisman in his palm. Go. Heaving a sigh of relief, the scholarly young man waved his hand and took out a jade token. He squeezed hard. Hula, a crack appeared in the space, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Go. The skinny young man and the dark-skinned young man also heaved a sigh of relief. They pulled the taller otherworldly demon to his side and took out a jade token and crushed it. Where do you think you're going? Xianxia didn't expect the other party to have such a means of escape. Buzz, the surrounding space froze in an instant. The spatial quintessence of sealing was capable of sealing the energy ripples in space, so the other party's jade token was likely to be a type of teleportation formation. Since that was the case, it should be able to seal their escape. As expected, the trio, who were just about to tear open a spatial rift, found themselves frozen in midair, unable to escape. Hurry up and speak. Where did you bring Xiaoya and the others? Xianxia asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. Wielding the spear in his hand, he emanated killing intent. Xiaoya? Are you talking about the one with the purine body? The skinny young man asked. That's right. Xianxia replied with narrowed eyes. If you want to find them, let's meet at the Temple of Confucius. With a cold sneer, the skinny young man whipped out a talisman in his hand and crushed it. Voila, a surge of sword chi tore through the sealed space in the blink of an eye. Wung, as soon as the effects of the seal vanished, the trio's silhouettes began to fade. If you refuse to speak, die. With crimson eyes, Xianxia flicked his spear and pierced it toward the trio. The reason why he had gone easy on them earlier was so that he could obtain information about Xiaoya and the others from them. Now that he had found out that they had captured him, he could no longer hold himself back. Thus, he decided to kill them in one fell swoop. No matter how powerful the trio was, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from him, who had used Kongshi's blood essence and the Dragonbone divine spear. Voila, Xianxia thrust his spear forward. Humph. The skinny young man harumphed coldly. With a flick of his finger, another surge of sword chi flew toward Xianxia. Just as Xianxia was about to use the tip of his spear to block the attack, he suddenly felt his body being pulled back by someone. Hula, wherever the sword chi passed by, the surrounding space would be torn apart, leaving a pitch-black scar in its wake. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If he hadn't been pulled back, he would have been sliced in half by that attack and died. While Xianxia dodged the attack, the skinny young man and the others also stepped into the spatial rift, and just like the scholarly young man, they vanished from sight. Xianxia quickly turned around and saw Lozozi standing not too far away with a deep frown on her face. That's an amulet left behind by an ancient sage. It harnesses 1/10 of an ancient sage's strength. You won't be able to withstand it. 1/10 of an ancient sage's strength? Xianxia's face paled in astonishment. It was no wonder the other party was so powerful. Even if it was only 1/10 of an ancient sage's strength, he was still no match for the current him. I didn't think that they would have an ancient sage amulet and a dimension displacement amulet. Wu Chen also walked over with a complicated look on his face, seemingly deep in thought. Dimension displacement amulet? It's a unique amulet inscribed by an ancient sage who specializes in spatial manipulation. Upon crushing it, it acts as a teleportation formation, allowing one to teleport a person 1,000,000 li away in an instant. It's likely that the other party has prepared this for a very long time. Lozozi explained. Teleport a person 1,000,000 li away? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. If only he had known that the other party had such an amulet, he would have killed them right from the start. As long as he crippled the other party's cultivation, he would not have been able to use the dimension displacement amulet. After all, even if the dimension displacement amulet was able to teleport, it would still be no different from a teleportation formation. If one's cultivation was too low, they would be reduced to mincemeat. After going through so much effort, the celestial amulet of legacy was still stolen. Wu Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. It's nothing much. No matter who obtains it, they'll have to enter the Temple of Confucius. As long as they wait there, it's only a matter of time before they appear. Lozozi said with a shake of her head. She was a little disappointed that the celestial amulet of legacy had been stolen, but that was all she could do to console herself. There's no need to give up. They might have gotten away, but the celestial amulet of legacy hasn't been taken away yet. Xianxia shook his head and cast aside the stifled feeling in his heart. It hasn't been taken away? Lozozi and Wu Chen turned to look at Xianxia in bewilderment. Ha ha ha. Instead of answering the doubts of the duo, Xianxia turned to the adolescent boy sculpture and said, I wonder if I'm right, the celestial amulet of legacy? What are you talking about? I don't know. I'm just an artifact spirit left behind by ancient sage Guqing here to guide you in. The adolescent boy sculpture was taken aback for a moment before replying with an awkward smile. Lozozi and Wu Chen were perplexed as well. They had seen the adolescent boy sculpture as soon as they walked in, but it was just a sculpture. At most, it would possess a spirit. How could it possibly be a celestial amulet of legacy? If that was the case, why had the four of them not noticed it even after possessing so many ancient sage artifacts? Oh? Artifact spirit? May I know what kind of artifact spirit you are? Paying no heed to the adolescent boy sculpture's explanation, Xianxia asked with a smile. I am an artifact spirit born from a sculpture, the adolescent boy sculpture explained. An artifact spirit born from a sculpture? Xianxia's lips crept up as he placed his hands behind his back. He circled around the adolescent boy sculpture and explained, the stone that you are carved on is known as a shaman spirit stone. It originates from the Lu Shushan mountain at the extreme southeast of the Master Teacher continent. It has undergone the vicissitudes of the continent, the collision of land and water, and even the scorching of lava. There aren't many of them in the entire Master Teacher continent. The greatest benefit of the shaman spirit stone is its ability to nourish souls and strengthen them. However, it has a huge flaw as well. The spirit of the shaman spirit stone is too intense, making it impossible for it to gather together. In other words, no matter how skilled a spirit awakener is, it's impossible for him to successfully enchant it. Since you say that you are the spirit of a sculpture, let me ask you this then. Who gave you life? I. The adolescent boy sculpture was taken aback. He did not think that the young man before him would be able to recognize such a rare stone. He subconsciously took a step back and replied, it was ancient sage Xianxia. Just because you are unable to do it doesn't mean that others are unable to. Ha ha ha. Xianxia's lips curled up. As one of the 10 apostles, ancient sage Xianxia has many means at his disposal. However, as long as an enchanted object has a special bond with the spirit awakener, it will be able to acknowledge him as its master. Since ancient sage Xianxia has entrusted this place to you, it's only right for you to tame it before he can set his mind at ease. But why do you address him as ancient sage Xianxia instead of master? As long as it was an enchanted object, it would be very easy to tame it. For example, the stone statue that he had enchanted back then had refused to listen to anyone but him. When a chicken comes out of its eggshell, the first life it sees is its mother. It was the same for spirituality. It was very difficult to change. Considering that ancient sage Xianxia was the one who had entrusted the otherworldly demonic tribe to the otherworldly demonic tribe, and he was the one who had successfully enchanted the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was no doubt that he would tame the other party. However, from the start to the end, the other party had not addressed him as master at all. He didn't show much respect either. The adolescent boy sculpture fell silent. A moment later, he said, even if I haven't acknowledged a master yet, I can't possibly be a celestial amulet of legacy, can I? There's no reason for your deduction. Looks like you won't admit it if I don't make things clear. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he turned to look at Xianxia once more. When I first entered, I was fighting against 2 Jin beings single-handedly, and I executed the spatial seal. At that moment, you said, "So you are the successor of Qiu Wuzi, please show mercy to me." That's right. So what? The stone boy statue was puzzled. Xianxia had indeed said those words before, so it didn't mean much at all. Even though ancient sage Qiu Wu is Kongshi's subordinate, he's much older than Kongshi. On the other hand, ancient sage Ran Qiu is Kongshi's direct disciple. In terms of seniority, even if ancient sage Ran Qiu were to meet Kongshi, he would still have to bow to him respectfully. Xianxian. It was just like how even though Sun Cheng was his subordinate, Xingyang and the others still had to address him as Uncle Sun, not daring to overstep his boundaries. Even though ancient sage Qiu Wu was Kongshi's subordinate, he was much older than him. Even Kongshi had to treat him with respect, and as his student, he dared not overstep his boundaries. But you addressed him as Qiu Wuzi. That's a form of address that only peers can use. Xianxian continued. Ancient sage Ran Qiu is an artifact enchanted by him. Don't you think that it's inappropriate for you to address him in such a manner? Why you? Taken aback, the adolescent boy sculptor retreated several steps as if he had seen a ghost. To be able to deduce that he was a celestial amulet of legacy just based on the way he addressed him. That was way too fearsome. When did you notice it? Recovering from his shock, the adolescent boy sculptor knew that there was no point in hiding the truth anymore. Thus, he raised his head and looked at Xianxian in confusion. He was confident that his disguise was flawless, such that even an ancient sage would not be able to see through it. So, when did Xianxian notice it? Before entering the passageway, I patted your shoulder to confirm the material of your artifact. That's why I grew suspicious of you. Xianxian. Before entering the passageway, Xianxian had walked up to Xianxian and patted his shoulder. He had used the Library of Heaven's path to check on the material of the stone, and he knew that it was difficult for him to gather spirit. However, the passageway was dangerous, so he did not have much time to think about it. The celestial amulet of legacy was an artifact forged by Kongshi, so there was no problem with him addressing ancient sage Ran Qiu as Qiu Wuzi. Even if he were to be rude to ancient sage Ran Qiu, the latter would not say anything about it. More importantly, Xianxian could sense a similar aura from the celestial amulet. The other 6 celestial amulets were forged by Kongshi by collecting the blood of those with unique constitutions. As for the prime amulet, if Xianxian was not mistaken, it was likely that it was forged from Kongshi's blood. The similarity that he could sense was that of a celestial master-teacher. With this feeling in mind, it was a walk in the park for him to determine who the other party was. I see. As expected of a descendant of Qiu Wuzi. Not only did you grasp the spatial quintessence of sealing, you even managed to tame the dragonbone divine spear. Your eye of discernment is indeed extraordinary. Hearing Xianxian's explanation, the adolescent boy sculptor nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am the prime amulet forged by Kongshi. The one that they took away is just a replica. Chuckling softly, the adolescent boy sculptor stood still on the spot. A ray of light rose from the top of his head and slowly gathered in the air. In the blink of an eye, it had already formed a talisman. It was identical to the one that the scholarly young man had snatched away earlier. I am the prime amulet forged by Kongshi. Only those with me are allowed to enter the prime hall of the Temple of Confucius. However, I am bound to obey Kongshi's commands. Not just anyone can submit to me. Putting aside a descendant of Qiu Wuzi, even if Qiu Wuzi were to come here personally, I wouldn't be able to submit to you. The voice of the talisman sounded once more. Xianxian looked at the talisman with a smile and asked, "You won't submit to me?" "Of course not." The voice of the talisman was filled with disdain and arrogance. "Very well. I'll show you something, and you can make your choice after that," Xianxian said as he tapped his finger lightly on the talisman. "It doesn't matter what you see. I am a prime amulet forged by Kongshi, so how can I submit to a descendant?" While the talisman was speaking proudly, the talisman suddenly shuddered in fear. It curled up in the air as if it had seen a ghost. Following which, it abruptly straightened itself, reminiscent of a poker card floating in the air. With a respectful and fawning tone, it said, "Little amulet pays respect to master." That's more like it. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction as he pinched the amulet between his fingers. Since the amulet was forged using Conchure's blood essence, as a celestial master teacher, it went without saying that he would be able to make it submit to him as well. Wu Chen widened his eyes in shock. To be honest, he had seen many things in his life, but the shock that he had received today was more than what he had experienced in his entire life. He had no choice but to accept it. The amulet forged by Conchur was something that even ancient sage Qiao Wu and ancient sage Ran Qiao did not think much of. For it to submit to him with just a touch, was there anything that he could not do? However, that wasn't what truly shocked him. Xianxian flicked his wrist after grabbing the amulet, and the most important artifact of Conchur's treasury, which everyone was vying for, fell lightly into Luo Ruoxin's hands. Ruoxin, you should hold on to this celestial amulet for now. In any case, it's useless to me. Wu Chen's body stiffened. The fact that the four of them had tried so hard to snatch the celestial amulet from him showed just how valuable it was. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. This amulet has already acknowledged you as its master, so you can keep it. There's no point for me to keep it. All you have to do is to bring me in when the Temple of Confucius opens. Lozozi shook her head as she passed the amulet back to Xianxian. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxian took the amulet with a helpless look on his face and said, "All right." The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was indeed a formidable artifact, but the Library of Heaven's Path was something that he could do without, let alone a mere amulet. The main reason he had come here was because of the young lady's invitation. He wanted to spend some time with her and figure out her identity. Now that he knew that she would never do anything that would betray mankind, he did not mind giving the amulet away. Just that, he did not think that the other party would not care too much about it either. The celestial amulet of legacy was on the verge of tears. Not even ancient sage Ran Qiu was qualified to tame an artifact forged by the great Conchur, and yet, he was being shoved around like that, not even bothering to take it. Don't pull me. Let me knock my head against the wall and die. Forget it, I'm just a talisman, a piece of paper without a head. I won't die even if I hit it. Just as Xianxian was feeling stifled, he saw the master whom he had just acknowledged looking at him anxiously, as if a miser. Little amulet, since you've already acknowledged me as your master, are there any other treasures in the ruins? Collect all of them and let me take them away. The talisman twisted its body. Gone, how could it be gone? Weren't there 99 passageways? Since there's a dragonbone divine spear in my passageway, there should be treasures in the other passageways as well, right? Xianxian asked doubtfully. The other passageways are either filled with trials or killing formations. There aren't any treasures here, the talisman shook. No? Xianxian turned to look at Lozozi and Luo Ruoxing doubtfully, only to see the two of them nodding in response. The talisman is right. The passageway that we have walked through is a trial, and there aren't any treasures here, I see. Xianxian was disappointed. He had thought that there would be treasures on par with the dragonbone divine spear in each of the 99 passageways, but it seemed like he had been overthinking it. Right, I need you to pluck out the words Ranzi Hall from the entrance. That's a good item too. Left with no other choice, Xianxian took a step back. Xianxian. He had seen stingy people in his life, but he had never seen someone as stingy as this. That was a plaque left behind by ancient sage Ran Qiu, and the other party did not even spare a single word. Other people would toss out swords and spears in battle, and yet, you tossed out a plaque, paying no heed to the crying Xianxian. Xianxian cleaned out the Ranzi hull before walking back with a satisfied look on his face. It wasn't easy for him to dine on such a rich person, so naturally, he had to stuff himself to the brim. Bring us out of here. Xianxian instructed Xianxian. The latter's body warped, and the crowd was immediately shrouded in a brilliant light. The next moment, they were already outside the folded space, back at the White Creek Mountain. Young mistress, Xianxia, I have some matters that I need to deal with right now, so I'll have to take my leave first. I'll come back to look for you once I'm done. As soon as he stabilized himself, Wu Chen clasped his fist and bowed deeply as a hint of worry and anxiety surfaced on his face. What happened? Do you need any help? Xianxian asked. It's just a small matter. I'll be troubling Xianxia over it, but I'll be able to deal with it myself, Wu Chen replied with a nod. That's good. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. You can contact me once you're done, Lozozi said with a nod. Thank you. Wu Chen said. With a tap of his finger, a spatial passageway appeared before him, and he leaped right into it. Before long, he had already vanished from the duo site. After Zhang Xian's departure, Zhang Xian turned to Luo Ruoxi and asked with a smile, Ruoxi, what do you plan to do next? Now that he had obtained the prime amulet, it did not matter much whether he searched for the other amulets or not. All he had to do now was wait for the Temple of Confucius to open and enter. I don't have anything on at the moment, Lozozi replied with a shake of her head. If that's the case, why don't you return to the Zhang clan with me? I left in a hurry previously, so I'll bring you to meet my parents this time around, Zhang Xian said with a smile. They had finally reunited after such a long period of separation, so naturally, they did not want to separate so soon. He had just returned to the Zhang clan and acknowledged his parents. Since they had already confirmed their relationship, he would like to bring her to meet them. Lozozi's fair and flawless face reddened slightly. I caused a huge ruckus in the Luo clan and brought you away, resulting in a conflict between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. I don't think it's appropriate for us to just let it go like this. What's there to be concerned about? They are very accommodating. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Even though the arrival of his parents had come too abruptly, such that he had not called them out yet, he had to admit that the other party doted on him a lot. Putting everything aside, just the fact that he had caused such a huge ruckus in the Luo clan back then had affected the reputation of both the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. If it had been any other parents, they would have long slapped him to death. Yet, the other party had actually supported him wholeheartedly. Just this fact alone was worthy of respect. With a conflicted look on her face, Luo Ruoxin did not know what she should do. She could be as cold as ice and as calm as water in any situation. In fact, it did not matter whether the prime amulet was in Zhang Xian's hands or hers, but this matter had left her at a complete loss. There's no need to worry. We'll have to meet them sooner or later. Once we meet them, we'll have already established our relationship. Knowing that Luo Ruoxin was worried, Zhang Xian grabbed her hand and said, All right, it's settled then. Don't turn me down. Seeing the desire in the other party's eyes, Lozozi hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right then. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin had agreed to it, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled something. However, before we return, I would like to pay a visit to the Luo clan. The Luo clan? Lozozi frowned. Monday, I need monthly and recommendation votes. Don't forget to vote for Laowa. Thank you. He had caused such a huge ruckus in the Luo clan that the other party wanted to flay him alive. While Lozozi was perplexed, she did not doubt that the other party was intending to look for Chi-Chi. She could see the other party's feelings for her. Zhang Xian nodded. It's my fault for causing great harm to the Luo clan. It just so happens that I have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, so I would like to impart it to them to make up for what I have done in the past. It's indeed unfair to them to cause a misunderstanding, so it's only right for me to make up for it. However, I fear that not only will they not appreciate your kindness, you might even bring more trouble upon yourself, Lozozi said with a shake of her head. If not for the Zhang clan's protection, as well as Mingshi Tang and Yangshi's presence, the Luo clan would have been reduced to a bloodbath by now. Even if he were to head over with good intentions, it was unlikely that the other party would appreciate it. In the worst-case scenario, they might just end up fighting one another. I know that as well, so I would like to discuss with you about disguising yourself so that they won't be able to recognize you. This way, there won't be any misunderstandings. Knowing that the Luo clan was hostile toward him, a helpless look appeared on his face. The spatial quintessence of sealing has always been a secret of the Luo clan. Even till now, no one in their clan has been able to comprehend it. Imparting it to them can be considered as making up for what they have done in the past. It was all his fault for not asking about the identity of the little princess beforehand, resulting in such a huge blunder. If he had known about it beforehand, the two clans would not have fallen out with one another, and the Luo clan would not have lost face before so many experts. All right, Lozozi replied. Seeing how readily the young lady agreed to it, Xianxia could not help but ask, "You aren't angry?" Had it been any other woman, she would have surely felt uncomfortable. Was she really not angry about it? Of course I'm not angry. Lozozi replied with a smile reminiscent of a blossoming flower. In truth, the more Xianxia behaved in such a manner, the more she felt that she had not misjudged him. He was humble when he was in the right, humble when he was in the wrong, magnanimous when he was in the wrong. This was the magnanimity that a man should have. This was the breadth of mind that Lozozi should have for the man she liked. Then let's go. Laughing heartily, Xianxia grasped the other party's hand tightly. His heart was filled with bliss. Thanks to his deeper understanding of space, Xianxia was able to use the Dragonbone Divine Spear to search for spatial wormholes, allowing him to travel much faster than before. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Luo family's territory. Even a 9-star master teacher would find it difficult to see through your disguise, but it is still impossible for you to fool some unique artifacts. I have a disguise amulet here. Once you paste it on your face, no one will be able to see through your disguise. Seeing that Xianxia was done with his disguise, Lozozi took out a talisman. That's great. Xianxia hurriedly took it. Back then, Xianxia had still managed to see through his disguise. With this, he would be much safer. Lowering his head, he looked at the talisman paper. There were special lines and words carved on it. He did not recognize a single one of them, but it gave off an extremely powerful aura that even his divine sense could not see through. He placed it gently on his forehead. As soon as the talisman paper came into contact with his face, it immediately vanished, turning into a surge of energy that flowed into his body. With a thought, Xianxia turned into a middle-aged man with a yellowish face. He appeared to be in his 40s, and he had a tall and thin physique. His eyes were reminiscent of an eagle's, and they gleamed with intelligence. What a treasure! Xianxia scanned his body with his spiritual perception several times, but he was unable to see through his disguise at all. Even with his eye of insight, he was unable to see through his disguise at all. This disguise amulet was indeed much more effective than his disguise. With this, even if he were to meet Xianxia again, he would still be unable to see through his disguise. After completing his disguise, Xianxia turned to look at the young lady not too far away, only to see that she had disguised herself as a middle-aged lady as well. Even though her beautiful face had been concealed, it was still apparent from her every movement that she made. Ha ha ha, this is good. With this disguise, I should be able to make a name for myself as the malevolent husband and wife duo soon. Xianxia chuckled. The Xingming sword saints were extremely famous, and no one dared to speak ill of them. However, there were many who feared them behind their backs. While they addressed them as sword saints on the surface, they often referred to them as the malevolent husband and wife duo behind their backs. Given that the two of them were disguised as a middle-aged couple, and their strength stood at the very top of the master-teacher continent, it would not take long for them to make a name for themselves. Who are you calling husband and wife? We are brother and sister. Lozozi's face reddened upon hearing those words. Brother and sister? Even brother and sister look alike. Could it be that I am that handsome? It's no wonder so many people like me. Xianxia stroked his lower jaw and remarked. You glib tongue. Lozozi pfft. Xianxia burst into laughter. It was just a moment ago that he thought that it wasn't a good idea to disguise themselves as husband and wife, but at this moment, he realized that it wasn't too bad either. It's fine to disguise ourselves as husband and wife, but you'll have to come up with a name first. Otherwise, you won't be able to answer anyone who asks you what your name is. My parents chose a character in their names. And they called themselves the Xingming Sword Saints. Why don't we name ourselves the Xuanqing Sword Saint as well? Xianxia suggested. Then what's the point of pretending? Lozozi rolled her eyes at him. That's true. I have used the names Xianxia, Sun Chang, Wu Zhangxin, and so on in the past, so I'll have to come up with something different this time around. Right, I should just say that my surname is Luo. This way, even if I were to impart the spatial quintessence of sealing to them, they would still think that the core secrets of the Zhang clan haven't leaked out yet. Xianxian's eyes lit up. In any case, they were all fake names. If he wanted the other party to believe him and impart the knowledge to him, the surname Luo was naturally the best. After all, sealing space was a unique ability of the Luo clan. Given how large the Luo clan was, it was unlikely that they would be able to find out the identity of a member of the side family. Having been to the Zhang clan, Xianxia knew that the status of members of the side family was extremely low. Due to the thinness of their bloodline, they were not even allowed to enter the Zhang clan's genealogy book. Putting aside one or two more members, even if there were dozens of them missing, no one would be able to find out about it. It's good that my surname is Luo. I'll give myself a name as well. Lingxi. I haven't thought of a surname yet, but I think I'll just call myself Lingxi. Lozozi said. Lingxi? Telepathic link. That's a good name. Since that's the case, I'll call myself Luo Tianya. In the future, no matter how far apart we are, our hearts will always be connected. Xianxia said with a smile. All right. Lozozi nodded. After discussing the names, the two of them quickly made their way over to the Luo clan. At this moment, the Luo clan was in the midst of cleaning up the damaged buildings and returning the congratulatory gifts that the other powers had sent over. There were people everywhere, and it was a complete mess. Xianxia was just about to make use of the chaos to sneak into the crowd to see if he could find Luo Xianqing or Luo Qiqi to impart the spatial quintessence of sealing to them when a gust of wind suddenly blew in the air. Following which, several figures suddenly appeared. Following which, a voice echoed in the air. Nangong Yuanfeng of the 100 Schools of Philosophers' Great Frontistery of Confucianism is here to pay a visit to the head of the Luo clan. They are from the 100 Schools of Philosophers? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he quickly raised his head, only to see 5 figures floating above him. The one who had spoken was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a grayish beard, and he wore a long hat, reminiscent of a Confucian scholar. The robe he was wearing bore some resemblance to that of a master teacher, just that it was made out of black cloth. From afar, it looked a little sinister. He's dressed in the same attire as the otherworldly demons who captured Xiaoya and the others. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The middle-aged man was dressed in the same attire as the 4 otherworldly demons whom he had met on the White Creek Mountain. It seemed like the middle-aged man had tried to disguise himself as an expert from the 100 Schools of Philosophers to fool little Amulet. However, under the assault of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, he had been forced to reveal his true form. The 4 otherworldly demons beside Nangong Yuanfeng were young men in their 20s. Every single one of them exuded an aura reminiscent of a majestic dragon. They are all great Sage 1 Dan introspective convalescence realm experts. Lozozi nodded. Nangong Yuanfeng is a descendant of ancient sage Zirong, a master of the great frontistery of Confucianism. Ancient sage Zirong? Xianxia nodded. Ancient sage Zirong was one of Kongshi's 72 direct disciples, a renowned sage. While he was not as famous as ancient sage Ranqiu, ancient sage Bo Shang, and ancient sage Yan Yan, he was still a figure whose name resounded throughout the world. Who could have thought that Nangong Yuanfeng would actually be his descendant? What's the great frontistery of Confucianism? Recovering from his shock, Xianxia asked. The great frontistery of Confucianism is similar to Mingshi Tang of the Master Teacher continent. Mingshi Tang imparts enlightenment to all living beings, including ordinary cultivators and cultivators. However, the great frontistery of Confucianism is different. It only imparts knowledge to those with profound cultivation. Usually, only those who have reached great sage are qualified to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism. Lozozi explained. Only great sages are qualified to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism? He had thought that the sanctum of sages was the highest level of learning in the master-teacher continent, but who could have known that the 100 Schools of Philosophers would have the great frontistery of Confucianism as well? Deputy Clan Head Luo Ganshan of the Luo clan pays respect to Elder Nangong. Please come in. Just as Luo Xianqing was about to continue asking, a voice suddenly sounded from the Luo clan. Following which, Luo Xuanqing's father, Luo Qingchen, and the other elders of the Luo clan flew into the air and greeted Luo Xianqing respectfully. Let's go. Seeing that Nangong Yuanfeng had come out to welcome him, Nangong Yuanfeng returned the greeting and greeted him politely. With a smile, he followed the crowd from the Luo clan down to the ground. For the 100 schools of philosophers to be here at this time, there must be a reason. Let's head over as well. Xianxia sent a telepathic message. He had known that the 100 schools of philosophers had arrived on the master-teacher continent, but he hadn't thought that there would be 5 of them at the same time. It was likely that their arrival was related to the opening of the Temple of Confucius. N. Lozozi nodded. The 2 of them were both very strong, so it was not surprising that they were able to fool the eyes and ears of the ordinary people in the Luo clan. Furthermore, Xianxia was proficient in formations, and the Luo clan was currently in a state of chaos. Thus, they were able to walk in without being noticed by anyone. Dong 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 dong. After advancing for a while, Xianxia was just about to look for someone to ask where Luo Ganzhen and the others had gone when he suddenly heard the urgent toll of a bell. That's the assembly bell of the Luo clan. Something must have happened. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he followed closely behind the Luo clan, heading in the direction where the bell was tolling. Not too long later, he arrived at a spacious square. At this moment, it was already packed with people. Everyone from the Luo clan had rushed over as soon as they heard the tolling of the bell. Through the crowd, Xianxia saw Nangong Yuanfeng and the others from the 100 schools of philosophers seated on the elevated platform at the center of the square. Luo Ganzhen, Luo Qingchen, and the others were among them. This friend over there, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry to ring the assembly bell? Seeing a few core members of the Luo clan conversing with one another in hushed voices, Xianxia walked up to them. In any case, there was a huge group of core members and side family members here, so it was impossible for them to know each other. You are? The core member was taken aback by Xianxia's unfamiliar face. I am Luo Tianya, an offspring of the side family. Xianxia replied with a nod. I see. The core member nodded. An expert from the 100 schools of philosophers wishes to obtain an artifact from the Luo clan, but the clan head turned him down. Thus, he demanded that the youngsters he brought with him compete with the younger generation of the Luo clan in terms of their comprehension of space. If the youngster wins, the Luo clan will lose the right to wield the artifact, and the Great Frontistery of Frontistery will be forced to hand it over to the Great Frontistery of Confucianism for safekeeping. On the other hand, if the Great Frontistery of Confucianism loses, they will gift an artifact to the Luo clan as well. What artifact is it? Xianxia asked. The artifact that the 100 schools of philosophers wanted was most likely the celestial amulet of legacy. Since the 100 schools of philosophers were using an artifact as the wager, it was likely that the artifact that the 100 schools of philosophers had taken out was no ordinary artifact. It's a sword used by ancient sage Zirong. The core member said as he pointed. That's it. Xianxia traced the core member's finger and saw a sword floating quietly above the dueling ring. It emanated a chilling aura, and even though it was not unsheathed, one could still feel the chilling intent emanating from it. It's a great sage pinnacle artifact, but ancient sage Zirong has used it before, so it's on par with ordinary half-ancient sage artifacts. However, it's still a far cry from matching up to your Dragonbone Divine Spear. Lozozi sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. Even though Xianxia was too far away to be able to touch the sword, he was still able to tell that it was significantly weaker than the Dragonbone Divine Spear. The Dragonbone Divine Spear was the weapon that ancient sage Ranqiu had wielded at his peak, and it had been renowned even in ancient times. Given that it was a sword used by ancient sage Zirong, there was no way it could compare to it. Ladies and gentlemen, the experts from the 100 schools of philosophers, Elder Nangong Yuanfeng, have led his juniors to challenge the offspring of our Luo clan in terms of their comprehension of space. As long as you are under 100 years old, you are free to participate in the duel. May I know who dares to accept the challenge? Luo Ganzhen asked as he scanned the crowd. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of anger in it. It seemed like the duel had not been his intention all along. Most likely, he had gotten into a conflict with the 100 schools of philosophers over the matter. However, the other party was simply too powerful, and they had just sustained severe injuries, so they dared not refute his words. Me. With a loud bellow, a figure flew up to the dueling platform. Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw that it was none other than his friend, Luo Xianqing. However, due to the matter with Luo Qiqi, it was impossible for him to acknowledge Luo Xianxia as his friend anymore. Me too. I'm willing to give it a try as well. You wish to challenge the offspring of our Luo clan in terms of comprehension of space? Humph, you are courting death. Another 3 young men flew up to the dueling platform. They were all experts of the Luo clan below 100 years old, and they emanated powerful auras. 2 of them had already become elders, and just like Xianxia, they had reached Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle. Very well. Luo Ganzhan nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Nangong Yuanfeng and said, Elder Nangong, I'll have to trouble you to come up with a plan for the duel. Those who wish to vote for the book or those who have already cast 5 votes can join the group, 3222398813. Look for the administrator, and you'll be able to participate in the Heaven's Path monthly votes event and win a huge prize. Lao's autographed book, custom-made items, and everything else will be available. It's very simple. I have a spatial top here that can determine the stability of space, as well as one's understanding of space. Whoever can make this top stand for the longest time will have a deeper understanding of space. With a light smile, Nangong Yuanfeng tapped his finger forward, and a foot-long spinning top appeared before the crowd. It landed on the elevated platform, not moving in the slightest. Even though the spinning top did not release any power, many tiny spatial cracks had appeared around it. The presence of such a crack meant that the surrounding space was unstable. If he wanted to stand up, he would have to stabilize the surrounding space, or rather, mend the cracks. Even though it was the simplest of them all, it still involved the 4th level of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, creation. Luo Ganzhan also noticed this, and his complexion immediately darkened. The other party made it sound easy, but it was actually extremely difficult. Even though they, the disciples of the Luo family, possessed great comprehension of spatial laws and possessed special talent, it was still not that easy for them to accomplish this feat. Or, come up here and demonstrate to the experts of the Luo clan. Seeing Nangong Yuanfeng's expression, Nangong Yuanfeng didn't say a word. Yes, the young man named Mo looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. His body flickered as he strode out from the crowd. Radiating an unbridled air, he walked over to the spatial top and made a grasping motion. Buzz, the air rumbled as strands of unique spatial power extended straight towards the spinning top. The shattered space around the spinning top was instantly repaired. The thing that had fallen to the ground gradually stood up. However, in less than 3 seconds, it swayed again and fell to the ground again. After doing all of that, Moer's forehead was beaded with sweat. Panting a few times, he clasped hands and retreated back into the crowd. I just have to make the spinning top stand like that. Moer is the weakest among my juniors, so it's a little difficult for me to do it. Please forgive me for making a fool of myself, Nangong Yuanfeng chuckled softly. Clan head Luo, let's begin. Luo Ganzhan's face was ashen. It was obvious that the other party was the general. First, he would let his own people test it in front of so many people. Then, he would challenge the Luo clan's people. Even if they did not want to, they had no choice but to do so. Patriarch, let me give it a try. A middle-aged man who went up the stage earlier cupped his fists and said. Thank you, Elder Luo Fu. Luo Ganzhan nodded. Elder Luo Fu didn't say anything. He took a step forward, took a deep breath, and raised his eyebrows. Then, just like Moer, he made a grasping motion. Buzz, the space around the spinning top also rang. The thing swayed like a drunkard, but in the end, it did not stand up. Sweat trickled down Elder Luo Fu's forehead, and after enduring for a moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and retreated several steps, his face as pale as a sheet. I'm sorry, Patriarch. Elder Luo Fu's body swayed uncontrollably as a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He had thought that it would be easy for a young man in his 20s to accomplish such a feat. Who could have thought that even after using his full strength, he would still be unable to succeed? It was no wonder those from the 100 schools of philosophers had come to challenge him. Let me try. The second elder also rushed forward, and a moment later, he also spurted a mouthful of blood. Just like Elder Luo Fu, he was unable to get the spinning top to stand up. If one didn't personally experience it, one would think that this thing was simple. Only after truly using spatial force did one realize that this small top was even heavier than a mountain. If one's understanding of spatial force wasn't high enough, let alone standing up, even moving would be difficult. Seeing that two of his clansmen had failed simultaneously, Luo Ganjin's complexion turned even more awful. The other party had intended to take away the celestial amulet of legacy of their Luo clan. Under normal circumstances, given that the predecessors of the Luo clan had gone to great lengths to find it, it would have been impossible for them to give it away. However, the other party had taken out the ancient sage token left behind by the 100 schools of philosophers and the rules set by Kongshi. Left with no choice, they had no choice but to accept the challenge. They had thought that even if none of their clansmen had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, with their comprehension of spatial force, it would not be too difficult for them to remain undefeated. Who could have thought that they would lose so easily? This was simply too frightening. Clan head Luo, is there anyone else who can get the spinning top to stand up? If there isn't, it would be impolite of us to turn you down, Nangong Yuanfeng said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Wait a moment. Before Nangong Yuanfeng could finish his words, a bellow sounded. Luo Xianxia took a step forward and said, "This artifact is yours. Who knows if you have tampered with it so that our clansmen won't be able to complete it? To put it bluntly, the comprehension of spatial force should be used in battle for it to be of greatest use. This way, we'll have you duel with us of the same cultivation realm. If you can defeat us, it'll be your victory. If you can't do it, it'll just be a sham." You mean a duel? Nangong Yuanfeng asked. That's right. Luo Xianxia nodded. The purpose of controlling space was to raise one's cultivation and fighting prowess. If one could do the talking with one's fists, there was no need to go through so much trouble just to get the spinning top. Since you're so confident, our 100 schools of philosophers will gladly accompany you. Nangong Yuanfeng chuckled confidently. The 100 schools of philosophers had inherited their heritage from Kongshi, and their lineage had never been severed. On top of that, these juniors of theirs were all students of the great frontistery of Confucianism. The one thing they feared the least was battle. To challenge them to a duel was no different from courting death. Clan head Luo, does his words count? Nangong Yuanfeng asked. Of course. Luo Ganzhan nodded. From the looks of it, even he might not be able to get the spinning top to stand up, putting aside the clansmen under 100 years of age. Rather than waiting to lose, he might as well have a duel. Perhaps, he might just stand a chance. Since that's the case, Moer, go ahead. Nangong Yuanfeng nodded. Moer has sustained some damage from driving the spatial top earlier, but I believe that it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to compete with your juniors. Hearing those words, Luo Ganjin's face nearly fell to the floor. He was so furious that he could explode. This was blatant disdain. He had just been humiliated by the Zhang clan once, and now, the 100 schools of philosophers had come over to slap him once more. Was the heavens fated to see the decline of the Luo clan? Come, let me see what you've got. Luo Xianxia roared furiously as he walked up to the center of the dueling ring. Hee hee. The young man known as Moer chuckled softly as he walked up to Luo Xianxia. You are a Sangate Dan Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage cultivator, so I won't take advantage of you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as you. Voila, as soon as those words were spoken, the young man's cultivation swiftly plummeted, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at the same level as Luo Xianxia. Let's begin. Seeing that the young man had suppressed his cultivation, Luo Xianxia raised his palm and sent it toward him. Kacha, a deafening rumble echoed in the air as a powerful burst of Xinqi burst forth. Compared to when he had taught Xianxia a lesson in the Sanctum of Sages, his cultivation had improved significantly. Even though he had not achieved a breakthrough, he was already not too far away from Dimension Sundering Realm intermediate stage. Luo Xianxia isn't a match for him. Seeing this sight, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. That young man from the great frontistery of Confucianism was able to make the spatial top rise for a few seconds, which means that his grasp of spatial laws is already close to reaching the spatial quintessence of sealing. On the other hand, Luo Xianxia is still a long way off from doing so. On top of that, the two of them aren't even on the same level, so it's only a matter of time before they lose. Lozozi nodded in agreement. The 100 schools of philosophers had innumerable experts, and they had even received the personal heritage of Kongshi. They had all kinds of powerful battle techniques, and they were even more powerful than the Mingshi Tang headquarters. No matter how powerful the Luo clan's battle techniques were, it was unlikely that they would be able to match up to them. Xianxia nodded before turning his attention back to the dueling ring. At this moment, Mo finally felt the pressure and made a move. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, only raising his finger and tapping it lightly. Voila, it was as if the space around Luo Xianqing had been sealed. No matter how hard he tried, it was completely futile. All he could see was a relentless barrage of attacks, but there wasn't the slightest bit of energy seeping out. That's a spatial battle technique known as the mirror sealing art. Lozozi exclaimed after recognizing the technique. Mirror sealing art? It's a technique that seals one in a unique space, just like how one would be sealed in a mirror. No matter how powerful or ferocious the attacks in the mirror were, they would be unable to break through the surface of the mirror and attack the cultivator standing in front of the mirror. This is the principle behind this battle technique. It utilizes the power of space to seal the cultivator in place. Putting aside attacking, it's impossible for one to escape. Lozozi said grimly. It's not as good as your spatial sealing art, but it's quite similar to it. It's indeed extraordinary, but, if he's sealed within the mirror, he won't be able to attack you, but you won't be able to attack him either, right? Xianxia said with a frown. While the battle technique was indeed formidable, there was a huge flaw to it as well. While the cultivator in the mirror was unable to attack the cultivator standing before the mirror, the cultivator standing before the mirror was unable to harm the cultivator in the mirror either. In other words, even if one were to seal the cultivator in the mirror, they wouldn't be able to inflict any damage to him. The sealed space was different. Through the sealed space, one would be able to move freely. Even if one were to kill the other party, it would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Indeed, it's impossible for me to attack it unless I destroy the mirror. However, if I were to use it in battle and control the mirror, I would be able to gain the upper hand in the battle. Lozozi said. That's true, Xianxia did not refute. By controlling the mirror, he could decide when to shatter it and where to shatter it. In this way, there would be a multiplicity of attacks, making it difficult for the person in the mirror to defend against. This mirror sealing technique is indeed not bad, but it won't be that easy to trap Luo Xianqing. After lamenting, Xianxia continued. But before he could finish his words, Luo Xuanqing's hair suddenly fluttered in the wind, and a unique aura emanated from his body. His aura was reminiscent of a ferocious tiger, and he abruptly thrust his palm forward. Voila, the mirror shattered. He burnt his bloodline. Lozozi frowned. With her strength, she could tell that Luo Xianqing was trapped within the mirror. Knowing that the other party's grasp of space far surpassed hers, she could not hold herself back any longer and activated her bloodline ability. Even though his grasp of space was not as deep as the other party's, as soon as he activated his bloodline ability, his sensitivity toward space increased significantly. Thus, he was able to shatter the mirror and launch an attack on Mo. Boom, the two palms collided, and a powerful shockwave swept across the area. The floor of the dueling platform began to crack, forming countless spiderwebs. Luo Xianqing has lost, Xianxia shook his head. The other party's comprehension of space is higher than his, and his cultivation is higher than his as well. It's indeed impossible for him to defeat the other party. Lozozi remarked. Right after those words were spoken, Luo Xianqing was forced to retreat 8 steps before spurting a mouthful of blood. His body swayed uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground. Teacher. After defeating Luo Xianqing with one palm strike, Mo acted as if he had done something insignificant. He cupped his fists and turned around, returning to where he was with a calm expression on his face. Young Master Xianqing. An elder hurriedly rushed forward and fed Luo Xianqing a pill. He infused some Xianxi into his body, and only then did the latter recover slightly. The after effects of burning his bloodline had left his limbs wobbly, leaving him completely powerless. I have lost the dignity of the Luo clan. Please forgive me. With a pale face, Luo Xianqing walked up to his father and kneeled to the ground. Stand up. You can't be blamed for this matter. In an instant, Luo Ganzhen seemed to have aged 10 years. All along, he had thought that with the heritage of the Luo clan, while not invincible in the field of space, they were not too far from it. Who could have thought that they would be utterly defeated in the field they were most adept in? With his eye of discernment, he could tell that Moer had only used spatial battle techniques, not any other kind of power. With such a loss, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Luo Xuanqing's face was filled with humiliation. It was one thing for him to be unable to defeat Xianxia, but who could have thought that he would lose to these people as well? The haughty feeling that he had harbored earlier vanished without a trace. "Father, what should we do now?" Luo Xuanqing clenched his fists tightly as he sent a telepathic message over to his father. Even though his cultivation was only at Dimension Sundering Realm, due to the purity of his bloodline, he could already be considered as one of the strongest experts of the younger generation. Even if the others were to be beneath 100 years old, they might not necessarily be a match for him in a battle of the same cultivation realm. Even he was unable to defeat the weakest member of the Luo clan. Needless to say, the others were even more so. "Our only option now is for your younger sister to make a move." Luo Ganzhen hesitated for a moment before replying. In the current Luo clan, the one with the greatest mastery of space was none other than his younger sister, even though she had not comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing yet after assimilating the dimension silencer, her control over space was still far superior to the others. As soon as the members of the Zhang clan left, she locked herself in her room and refused to come out. Luo Xuanqing's face darkened. As her elder brother, he could sense the depth of his younger sister's feelings for him. However, to have the engagement annulled in public and left with another woman, this was simply too much of a blow for her. Yet, she was still locked in her room, refusing to come out at all. "Our clan is in dire straits. We can't allow her to throw a tantrum anymore. Call her out." Luo Ganzhen shook his head. "Yes." Luo Xuanqing nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Nangong Yuanfeng suddenly chuckled softly and said, "Clan head Luo, if everyone in your clan possesses such strength and comprehension of space, I advise you not to send them up here to embarrass yourselves. No matter how many of them there are, it won't make a difference. If there isn't anyone more formidable, just admit defeat. At the very least, your Luo clan will be spared from this humiliation." Hearing how direct the other party was, Luo Ganzhen felt as if he could explode on the spot. He was just about to refute the other party's words when a calm voice suddenly sounded from below the dueling ring. "This is just a duel. Why don't we?" Following which, a yellow-faced middle-aged man slowly flew over from the crowd. "Allow me to give it a try." "Who is this guy?" "I don't know. Since I've never seen him before, he should be a disciple of the Side family. To be honest, I know most of the famous members of the Side family. Given how unfamiliar he is, he probably isn't that famous. Since that's the case, why did he go up there? I don't know either. However, judging from his strength, he might stand a chance." Seeing the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared, the crowd below the stage burst into an uproar. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Among the younger generation of the same clan, most of them were familiar with each other. However, the person before them was a complete stranger. None of them recognized him. Luo Ganzhen was also taken aback for a moment before he frowned. "I'm Luo Tianya, a disciple of the most distant branch of the clan. Furthermore, I'm not in the clan all year round, so it's normal that the clan leader doesn't know me." Xianxia clasped his fists. Since he had come here to make up for the Luo clan's apology, it was only right for him to regain face for the Luo clan. Thus, after hearing Nangong Yuanfeng's words, he didn't hesitate to fly over. "Luo Tianya?" Luo Ganzhen turned to look at Grand Elder Luo Qingchen, only to see that the latter was completely bewildered as well. He had no idea where Luo Qingchen had come from. The clan has been passed down for tens of thousands of years and has many branches. There are no genealogies for the side branches, so there's no way to find out. Perhaps there really is such a descendant who has devoted himself to cultivation. A moment later, Luo Qingchen realized that he did not recognize the young man before him at all, and he chuckled awkwardly. Large clans had this flaw. Every year, many of their disciples would go out to train, and no one could guarantee that they weren't fooling around outside. Once they had children, it would be impossible to tell just by looking at their appearance and not examining their bloodline. Understanding this logic, Luo Ganzhen looked at Xianxia helplessly and said, "World's Edge, I can understand your desire to uphold the honor of your 100 schools of philosophers, but they are experts from the 100 schools of philosophers, and they are competing on the comprehension of spatial laws." He didn't think he could win against a branch family disciple. If even Luo Xianqing, the core of the group, had been defeated so easily, there was no need to even mention the others. "You can let me give it a try. I'm from the side family, so even if I lose, I won't feel embarrassed at all," Xianxian said. Luo Ganzhen fell silent. The other party was right. The current situation was already very embarrassing. Regardless of whether this branch family succeeded or failed, it wouldn't be worse than now. At the same time, he could also call his daughter over while he was fighting. "All right." Luo Ganzhen paused for a moment before nodding. He turned to Namgong Yuanfeng and said, "Elder, Luo Tianya is willing to compete with your junior." "Compete? You want a branch family to compete with us?" That Moer from just now sneered and almost died. It looked like the Luo clan had lost so badly that they didn't even care about their pride anymore. Namgong Yuanfeng frowned in displeasure. "The bloodline of ancient sage Zirong flows in our Namgong clan, and we have come to challenge you out of goodwill. According to the rules set by Conshur many years ago, we should treat you with respect. Are you trying to humiliate us?" Not even the core members of the Luo clan were a match for him, and yet, he chose to challenge a side family member whom he did not even know. Wasn't he looking down on him a little too much? "Humiliate me?" Before Luo Ganzhen could say anything, Xianxian had already shook his head in disdain. "Do you think a bunch of trash like you is worthy of my humiliation?" You, not expecting to be looked down upon by a member of the side family, Namgong Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes. "If you don't dare to compete with me, so be it. There's no need to find excuses," Xianxian said nonchalantly with his hands behind his back. "How arrogant of you." Emoer was so furious that he could explode on the spot. It was one thing for the members of the 100 schools of philosophers to disrespect the other party in such a remote place, but to actually say such words to him? Did he not know how much weight he was worth? He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Luo Ganzhen also slapped his forehead. Did this side family member really not understand how powerful the other party was? Otherwise, why would he say such shameless words? He's just as shameless as that Zhang Xian. Luo Xianqing harumphed coldly. As a former friend of Zhang Xian, he knew just how shameless Zhang Xian was. Just that. Zhang Xian's shamelessness was the real deal, but could Luo Xianqing do the same? "If you want to compete with me, I'll give you a chance if you can get this spatial top to stand up." Even though Emoer was so furious that he wanted to kill someone, he still managed to maintain his lofty demeanor as a member of the 100 schools of philosophers. "Stand up?" Emoer shot a glance at the spatial top. He didn't see any movement from Zhang Xian, but the fellow who had been lying on the ground all this while suddenly leaped up and spun around non-stop, as if fearing that he would be slapped to death if he were to slack off. He asked, "Is that what you mean?" Emoer's eyes widened in shock. He was only barely able to get the spatial top to stand up, but he was still unable to spin it. Most likely, the only one who could do that was his teacher, Namgong Yuanfeng, and even that would require a lot of effort. Yet, this fellow actually spun it with just a glance. How in the world did he do that? Namgong Yuanfeng was also stunned. He had thought that the other party was here to humiliate them, but at this very moment, he realized that the unremarkable-looking member of the side family was the true expert. Luo Ganzhen, Luo Xianqing, and the others were stunned as well, as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be? Luo Ganzhen suddenly thought of something, and he hurriedly turned his gaze to First Elder Luo Qingchen. That's probably the case. Other than someone who has comprehended the spatial quintessence, I can't think of anyone else in the Luo clan who would be able to spin the spatial top so quickly. Luo Qingchen nodded in agreement. We have been looking for him among the core members, but who could have thought that he would actually be from the side family? Luo Ganzhen's face paled in agitation. He had thought that the Luo clan would lose, and their reputation would fall to the ground. Yet, who could have thought that the genius who had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing would suddenly appear before them, not to mention, he was a member of the side family whom even the first elder could not recognize. To be able to make the spatial top spin at such a high speed, the Luo clan sure is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It seems like I have misjudged him. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yuanfeng suppressed his shock and harumphed coldly. He turned to Emoer and instructed, Emoer, be careful. His comprehension of space isn't inferior to yours at all. Yes, teacher. Knowing that the person before him was no ordinary person, Emoer reined in his disdain and walked to the center of the dueling ring. He clasped his fist and bowed. Feel free to speak your mind. If it's just a spinning top, I'll admit defeat. What kind of duel? With his hands still behind his back, Xianxia looked at Emoer impassively and said, Are you worthy of me making a move against you? You. Emoer's face reddened. Let that old fellow do it. Otherwise, all 5 of you will come at me together. Xianxia said nonchalantly. Those who wish to vote for this book or have already cast 5 votes can join the group, 3222398813. Look for the administrator, and you'll be able to participate in the Heaven's Path monthly votes event. Lao's autographed books, custom-made items, audacious. Lad, do you know who you are talking to? You don't know the immensity of the heavens. It seems like it's my responsibility to teach you a lesson. Hearing those words, the 3 young men behind Nangong Yuanfeng flew into a rage. If not in consideration of their standing, they would have charged forward to tear that fellow's mouth apart. 5 of you at once? Who do you think you are? Kong Shiyao, Luo Ganzhen and Luo Xuanqing's lips twitched upon hearing those words, and they stared at one another in shock. The prodigy of the Zhang clan was truly daring to challenge the 100 schools of philosophers without giving them the slightest bit of face. This was no longer just being brazen, it was lawless and unbridled, but why did it feel so good to hear those words, low profile, I mustn't laugh out loud. Otherwise, how awkward would that be? In the past, the 100 schools of philosophers had appeared on the master-teacher continent, but they had never dared to face them head-on. Yet, this fellow was speaking as though the 100 schools of philosophers had come from the countryside. It was as if the 100 schools of philosophers were nothing at all. Well said. Weren't you all arrogant earlier? Screw them. That's the domineering attitude our Luo clan should have. If we had such an attitude today, would Xianxia have dared to back out of the engagement with us? We'll give him 10 guts. While they were shocked, the scions beneath the dueling ring were so excited that they nearly leaped into the air. The indignance they had suffered for the entire day was finally released. A duel isn't a battle of words. I hope that you have the strength to match your eloquence. Nangong Yuanfeng flung his sleeves and looked at Xianxia with a livid face. The fact that you're able to make the spatial top spin continuously means that your comprehension of spatial laws has already reached the 4th level. With such strength, Emoer is indeed no match for you in a duel. As for the details of the duel, I suggest that you tell us in advance. Otherwise, you might end up blaming our 100 schools of philosophers for bullying you. You're right, I can't bully you. There's no point in a duel of the spatial top. Just like Luo Shanqing, we'll be competing in our fighting prowess as well. Xianxia replied calmly. As long as he willed it, he could make the spatial top spin for several days without falling. Since he was going to humiliate them, it went without saying that he would beat them until they were dizzy. A battle of strength? Are you sure? Before Nangong Yuanfeng could say anything, Emoer narrowed his eyes. Xianxia's comprehension of spatial laws was inferior to Xianxia's, but as a genius of the great frontistery of Confucianism, he had learned all kinds of battle techniques, and his cultivation was higher than Xianxia's as well. If they were to fight, it would be a walk in the park for him. It was a good opportunity to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Teaching him how to speak and how to behave. Yes, let's do it. Xianxia replied with a smile. Very well. Since that's the case, I won't take advantage of you. I'll suppress my cultivation to St. Nindan Pinnacle. Emoer chuckled coldly as a cruel glint flashed across his eyes. He swiftly retracted his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation had fallen to St. Nindan Pinnacle. After which, he clenched his fists tightly and stomped his feet on the ground, intending to charge forward. Emoer, when you make a move, remember to hold back. Don't hurt our feelings, Nangong Yuanfeng's voice sounded in his ears. Teacher, don't worry, I know. Mo raised his eyebrows and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a shockwave and disappeared. Where is he? Why can't I see it? A commotion broke out amidst the crowd. The strength that Mo had exerted was clearly much stronger than when he was fighting Luo Xianxia. As soon as he made a move, he vanished without a trace. It was as if Xianxia was the only one on the dueling platform. That's a unique spatial battle technique. He's able to distort space to conceal himself in the surroundings, making it impossible for others to notice him. Luo Ganjin's face darkened. From the looks of it, it seemed like the young man had gone easy on his son. Putting aside everything else, even he might not be able to withstand a single blow from the young man of the same cultivation realm. Distort space? Luo Xianxia was perplexed by the situation. Light travels in a straight line in the air, and it's the same for humans as well. He's able to make use of this unique property of space to warp the space around him, allowing light to travel along the warped space. However, in our eyes, it's still a straight line. Even our spiritual perception would be unable to detect it. While such a means of concealment can't be maintained for too long, it's still an advantage in battle. Luo Ganzhen explained. Does that mean that the young man of our clan has no chance of winning? Luo Xuanqing's face paled. If they could not even locate the young man, how were they supposed to fight him? He might have a chance of winning, but it's extremely slim. Luo Ganzhen shook his head. On the dueling ring, Luo Tianya's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. What are you jumping around for? You're making me dizzy. After saying those words, Luo Tianya raised his palm and slapped the air. Pa! A crisp echo echoed in the air. A figure suddenly squeezed out of the empty space and crashed heavily onto the ground. His head pierced right into the edge of the dueling ring, and blood splattered all over his face. Junior Mo, seeing the unconscious figure lying on the ground, Nangong Yuan Feng and the other 300 schools of philosophers' faces warped in astonishment. Mo had been hiding in the air, such that even they would have found it difficult to see him. Yet, the young man was able to send him flying with a single slap. How in the world did he manage to do it? Luo Ganzhen also froze on the spot, looking as if he had seen a ghost. It was just a moment ago that they said that their chances of victory were slim, but in the end, the expert from the 100 schools of philosophers was slapped to the point where it was hard to tell whether he was dead or alive. Wasn't Luo Tianya a little too fearsome? The three young men fed Mo a pill, and it was only then that the latter slowly regained his senses. He stared blankly at the sky, feeling as if he was about to die. From the looks of it, he was still unable to understand how Luo Tianya managed to find him and pull him out of the distorted space with a single slap. Teacher, I'm willing to fight him. Knowing that Mo needed some time to recover from the shock he had suffered, one of the three young men stepped forward and clasped his fist respectfully. Very well. Nangong Yuan Feng clenched his fists tightly when he saw how Xianxia was able to pull Mo out of the 100 schools of philosophers with a single slap. He took in a deep breath and nodded. There's something strange about that person's strength. Be careful. If he had not thought much of the other party's strength earlier, he would not have dared to underestimate the other party. Teacher, rest assured. The young man nodded. With a cold glint in his eyes, he walked up to Xianxia and said, I'm willing to fight you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? You? Xianxia shook his head in pity. I told you that I wanted the five of you to come at me together, or else you'll only be getting pummeled. How about this? I won't bully you, so I'll give you a second to attack me. I won't retaliate. Hearing those words, the young man's body trembled uncontrollably. Rage surged within him, threatening to explode at any moment. If he were to speak another word with this fellow, he would surely die from anger. At their level of cultivation, putting aside a second, even a tenth of a second was more than enough to determine their life and death. To give the other party a second to attack without retaliating. That was blatant contempt. There's no need for that. If you have what it takes, bring out your full strength and show me what you've got. The young man spat through gritted teeth. Are you certain? Xianxia asked doubtfully. I'm certain. Unlike Nangong Mo, I won't let you have your way with just your movement technique. I'll bring out my full strength to show you that the 100 schools of philosophers aren't to be humiliated. Hong Long, amidst the roar, the aura of the young man surged. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation to Saint Nindan Pinnacle as well, it still felt as if he was a great sage. Since that's the case, I'll be starting then. Seeing the other party's reaction, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Alright, I'll start as well. The young man raised his palm, intending to launch an attack on the young man before him. However, the next moment, his vision blurred, and he felt an excruciating pain in his chest. Kacha! Kacha! Several of his ribs were fractured, and he was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. His vision darkened, and just like Emoer, his body would convulse from time to time, as if he was suffering from epilepsy. You were the one who told me not to go easy on you. You're courting death. Looking at the young man lying on the ground, Xianxia raised his hand helplessly and said with an innocent look on his face, "You all heard what he said. He said that he doesn't need me to go easy on him. It's true that those from the 100 schools of philosophers are not to be insulted, but there's no harm in insulting them from time to time. You're courting death." Seeing how the young man was unable to withstand a single blow, the other two young men immediately stepped forward with gritted teeth. If they could, they would have skinned the young man before them alive. "You're the first person in the history of the master-teacher continent to insult our 100 schools of philosophers. You're Luo Tianya, right? Do you dare to fight the both of us?" Two young men stood on either side of Xianxia, one on the left and the other on the right. Their eyes seemed to be on the verge of burning. "It's good that the two of you can do it together. It saves me the trouble of having to do it twice. To be honest, I'm also very tired." Xianxia nodded as he stroked his chin. "Tired? Tired your sister. You call that a slap and a kick tiring?" The corners of the two young men's mouths twitched. Sending Emoer flying with a slap and sending another man flying with a kick. How could this be considered tiring? Don't you have any shame? This shamelessness. Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Luo Shanqing was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head and turning his gaze back to the elevated platform. These two were clearly stronger than the previous two. If they were to join forces, even if he had confidence in Luo Tianya, he could not help but be worried. "You two, leave." Just as the battle was about to break out, a voice sounded. The two young men hurriedly turned their heads, and upon seeing their teacher, they stood up. "Teacher, that friend over there has not only comprehended the fourth realm of spatial laws, his cultivation is also astounding. He's practically invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Even if the two of you work together, you won't be a match for him." Namgong Yuanfeng looked at Xianxia with a grim expression. While this young man from the side family of the Luo clan did not look too impressive, his true strength left him apprehensive. It went without saying that the juniors that he had brought with him were the most outstanding ones that he had personally selected. While they were still lacking compared to those ranked on the heaven and earth rankings of the great frontistery of Confucianism, there was no doubt that they were far stronger than most top-notch master teachers and combat masters. Even so, they had still been defeated so easily. The strength of the young man before him could only be described as terrifying. Even if his two juniors were stronger than Namgong Mo and Luo Tianya, they would still be unable to defeat the young man. But he insulted our 100 schools of philosophers. Hearing their teacher say that they would not be a match for the young man, the two young men clenched their fists tightly, and they gritted their teeth so hard that they nearly shattered. The reason why the 100 schools of philosophers are so lofty is due to their strength. They can't be insulted or flattered with just a few words. Namgong Yuanfeng harumphed coldly. Instead, he turned to Xianxia with a grim gaze and said, "Given my standing, I don't wish to bully the weak. However, our 100 schools of philosophers are determined to obtain that artifact, or else I'll be severely punished when I return. Why don't we have a duel instead? Do you dare accept my challenge?" Hong Long, after saying those words, a burst of energy burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding space to distort. It felt as if the sky would fall from the sky. Great Sage Pinnacle, Sempiternal Realm, he was on par with the 4 otherworldly demons. "Didn't I say earlier that you should have come out earlier?" Xianxia raised his head and smiled. Even the Dragonbone Divine Spear was no match for him when they were at the same cultivation realm. While the young men before him were not weak, they were still far from being a match for him. Perhaps, this Namgong Yuanfeng might be able to motivate him a little. Very well then. Taking a deep breath, Nangong Yuanfeng's cultivation swiftly plummeted. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had reached the same level as Xianxia's, reaching Saint Nindan pinnacle. It was indeed beneath his dignity to challenge a Saint Nindan cultivator with his current strength. However, he had to obtain the celestial amulet of legacy. This was a mission that the 100 schools of philosophers had entrusted to him. Even as a descendant of an ancient sage, he could not afford to return empty-handed. All right then. Nangong Yuanfeng flicked his wrist and focused his attention on Xianxia. He had already seen through the strength of the young man before him through the previous 2 battles. Even if he were to suppress his cultivation, it would still be difficult for him to defeat the young man. He would have to use his full strength. Of course, the prerequisite for that was that the young man had used his full strength in the battle against Nangong Mo and the others. With such thoughts in mind, he could no longer hold himself back. Brother World's Edge, I hope that you'll use your full strength to fight me. Use my full strength? Xianxia frowned. Are you certain? He had barely used his full strength in the battle against the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Would he really be able to withstand his full strength? Of course. As a descendant of ancient sage Zirong, I still have my dignity. I hope that you can grant me my wish. Nangong Yuanfeng clasped his fist. As a teacher of the great frontistery of Confucianism, a descendant of an ancient sage, he would never be able to raise his head high even if he were to return to the 100 schools of philosophers. This? Very well. Seeing that Nangong Yuanfeng was serious, Xianxia nodded. Very well. I'll be going all out then. Come. Let me see just how powerful the expert who has comprehended the 4th level of spatial laws on the master-teacher continent really is. Nangong Yuanfeng bellowed as he drove his Xianxia furiously. However, before he could finish his words, the anxious voice of a disciple behind him suddenly sounded, "Teacher, be careful." So, before Nangong Yuanfeng could process what was going on, he suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before him swiftly receded. The massive Luo clan residence had become a tiny black dot in the distance, gradually vanishing from sight. Pooh! Nangong Yuanfeng felt his entire body going limp, and he felt as if he would explode at any moment. Unable to withstand it, Nangong Yuanfeng spurted a mouthful of blood. Knowing that he was on the brink of death, he decided to stop suppressing his energy. Hong Long Long, introspective convalescence, aureate body, intuitive impulse, in the blink of an eye, his cultivation had returned to the sempiternal realm. He drove his Xianxia swiftly, and only then did he manage to stabilize himself in midair. Raising his head, he realized that he had already flown a great distance away. The Luo clan, which occupied a territory of several hundred li, was no longer in sight. This? I flew tens of thousands of li away? Nangong Yuanfeng's lips twitched uncontrollably. It was just a moment ago that they had agreed to have the other party use his full strength. While he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of defeat, who could have thought that he would lose so quickly? Even an introspective convalescence realm consummation expert might not be able to pull off such a feat. A Saint Nindan cultivator, is this his true strength? It's no wonder the 5 of us had to face him at the same time. Even if we were to face him together, we still wouldn't be a match for him. Nangong Yuanfeng's body trembled in fear. If he had not unsealed his cultivation at the crucial moment and returned to the sempiternal realm, the energy that the other party had left in his body would have blown him to smithereens. Most importantly, if his opponent hadn't changed this power into a collision, but a direct attack, even if his body had reached the immortal realm, he would have been punched through and died on the spot. Fearsome, how could there be such a powerful Saint Nindan pinnacle cultivator? He's probably on par with Kong Shiyao. I didn't think that there would be such a genius on the master-teacher continent. Nangong Yuanfeng's face darkened. With a single punch, he knew that there was no need to continue. He had already lost. He would surely be punished when he returned. But there was nothing he could do about it. A loss was a loss. As the descendant of an ancient sage, he could not bring himself to snatch the other party's cultivation by force. Time to return. Having made up his mind, Nangong Yuanfeng quickly made his way back to the Luo clan. You're still willing to return? As soon as he arrived at the square, he saw Luo Tianya, who had made a move on him earlier, sitting on the same seat as him. There was a piping hot pot in front of him, and as he ate, he explained, I was a little hungry, so I decided to eat something. Do you want to join me? Nangong Yuanfeng felt a pain in his chest. It wasn't from being beaten, but from holding it in. Xianxia could tell that the other party was intentionally eating hot pot at this moment. An expert from the 100 Schools of Philosophers' great frontistery of Confucianism had challenged a sage clan from the master-teacher continent, only to be sent flying with a single punch. If word of this got out, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. I, Nangong Yuanfeng, admit my defeat. Farewell. Knowing that he would only become more and more humiliated if he were to remain here any longer, Nangong Yuanfeng could not stand it any longer. He stowed the spatial top back into his storage ring, clasped his fist, and beckoned to his 4 students, let's go. Who? After saying those words, Xianxia flew out and disappeared before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. Let's go, we defeated the 100 Schools of Philosophers? Long live Xianxia. Xianxia, I worship you so much. You are my idol. I want to give birth to your child. Xianxia, you're the greatest person in the world. I'm a saber forger for my family. I want to forge weapons for you. I'll give you blades, as many as you want. Cheers erupted beneath the dueling platform, and the entire Luo clan burst into an uproar. They had thought that with the 100 Schools of Philosophers challenging them personally, the Luo clan would be humiliated just like that afternoon. Who could have thought that Luo Tianya would single-handedly turn the tides of the battle? Not only did he stand up for the Luo clan, he even rendered the 100 Schools of Philosophers powerless. In an instant, the unknown offspring of the Side family had become the greatest contributor to the Luo clan, the idol of everyone. This, looking at the crowd, Xianxia could see the gratitude in the hearts of the Luo clan members, and he could not help but feel moved. His forceful annulment of the engagement had dealt a heavy blow to Luo Tianya, but he should have already recovered from it by now. Brother Tianxia, thank you for saving our Luo clan. Luo Ganzhen said as he walked forward. With a wave of his hand, the sword left behind by ancient sage Zirong flew over to him. This is Nangong Yuanfeng's spoils of war. Only you are qualified to use it. Xianxia was taken aback. He had only helped the Luo clan to make up for the guilt he felt toward the Luo clan. He had no intention of taking the treasure from the other party. Thus, he waved his hand and said, this is what an offspring of the Luo clan should do. It's nothing much, accept it. You have saved our clan, and you have brought unprecedented unity to our clan. Only by accepting it will we feel that it's only right for us to accept it. Luo Qingchen walked up to Xianxia and said with a smile. Seeing that Luo Qingchen was insistent on giving it to him, Xianxia could only nod and accept the sword. This? All right then. With the dragon bone divine spear in his possession, it did not matter whether he kept the sword or not. However, if he could give it to Xiaoya, she would be able to raise her fighting prowess once more. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who received the tremor of the ancestors in the Luo clan's ancestral hall this afternoon, right? Luo Ganzhen heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Xianxia accepting the sword. The tremor of the ancestors? The acknowledgement of the ancestors? Xianxia asked doubtfully. You are from the Side family, so it's normal that you don't know about it. The Luo clan was founded on the spatial quintessence of sealing, and as long as someone has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, they will be acknowledged by the ancestors. Even the ancestral tablets will submit to them. Luo Ganzhen explained. It should be me. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. After leaving the Luo clan in the morning, he and Lozozi had headed to the White Creek Mountain. Looking at the time, it should have been around noon that he had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing. Since you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, you are qualified to become the head of the Luo clan, Luo Ganzhen explained as he clasped his fist. Brother Tianxia, I hope that you can lead our Luo clan to greater heights. Become the head of the Luo clan? How is that possible? Xianxia was still wondering what the matter was, but he was shocked to hear that it was something serious. He was not even a member of the Luo clan, so how could he possibly become the head of the Luo clan? The Luo clan has been humiliated like never before in the past 10,000 years, and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan publicly annulled their engagement. You are the only one who has the authority and capability to unite the Luo clan and restore their confidence. Save the Luo clan from being mocked. I hope that you won't turn me down. Luo Ganzhen clasped his fist and bowed deeply. Please be the head of the Luo clan and don't turn me down. Luo Qingchen and the other elders also bowed deeply. This, Xianxia was frenzied. He was only here to make up for the Luo clan's debt, but he insisted on becoming the head of the Luo clan. What the heck was this? Was there still justice in the world? Was there still justice in the world? Was it because one was too outstanding that one would be so popular and helpless? If only he had known this would happen, he would have behaved more normally. Just that, how was he supposed to behave normally? I really don't know how to do it at all. Can someone teach me? How troublesome. With a frenzied look on his face, Xianxia could not help but turn to look at Luozi, only to see her smiling radiantly, as if saying that she had reaped what she sowed. Knowing that he could no longer rely on her, Xianxia could only raise his head to look at Luo Ganzhen and the other elders helplessly. I can understand your feelings, but I'm used to living a carefree life. It's really inappropriate for me to become the clan head. Brother Xianxia, there's no need to worry. You can leave the management of the Luo clan to me and First Elder Qingchen. All you need to do is to rally the hearts of the people when the Luo clan is in danger or at other crucial junctures. As for the rest of your time, you can go into seclusion and cultivate. Luo Ganzhen said anxiously. Given that the Luo clan had been forced to back out of the engagement, they were in dire need of a true expert to lead them. If the expert who had defeated the 100 schools of philosophers became the head of the Luo clan, they would be able to use this opportunity to promote the Luo clan and slap the Zhang clan in the face. They would be able to let everyone know that the Luo clan did not rely on their marriage but their own strength. Seeing that he was unable to turn down the offer, Xianxia could only resort to his trump card. My surname is Luo, but my bloodline is extremely thin. In fact, it's likely that I'm no different from an ordinary human. If I were to become the clan head, my bloodline wouldn't be suitable. That's simple. First Elder, bring the bloodline plate over and invite Brother Xianxia to examine your bloodline. Luo Ganzhen turned around and said. Examine my bloodline? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Let me make this clear first. If my bloodline is too thin, don't even think about bringing up the position of clan head. He had no relationship with the Luo clan at all, so it went without saying that his bloodline would not be able to pass the examination. Thus, it would be easier for him to turn down the position of clan head. Very well. Luo Ganzhen nodded. If the other party's bloodline was truly too thin, he would have no choice but to marry the little princess of the Luo clan. In other words, no matter what, Luo Xianxia, who had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, had to become the clan chief. Otherwise, the Luo clan would really lose its glory and fall into decline. Hearing those words, Luo Qingchen hurriedly turned around, and it did not take long for him to return. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a compass and placed it above the elevated platform. This is the bloodline plate that the Luo clan uses to test one's bloodline. It is divided into 10 levels, which are the numbers from 1 to 10. 1 foot means that it contains 1/10 of the ancestor's bloodline, and 10 means that it is as pure as the ancestor's bloodline. A normal core disciple needs to have at least 3 points, and an ordinary disciple needs to have at least 1 point. If it's lower than this, then it'll be impossible for them to continue staying in the clan. They'll be assigned to a branch family and fend for themselves. Luo Qingchen raised his head and looked at Xianxia expectantly. Brother World's Edge, even though you're just an offspring of the side family, the fact that you were able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing single-handedly shows that you possess unparalleled talent. As long as your bloodline surpasses 1, you'll be able to become the next clan head. Surpasses 1? He did not think that there would be such a classification for bloodlines. It was no wonder he was deemed as the top genius of the Zhang clan even before he was born. Most likely, his bloodline was at least 8 or 9, perhaps even approaching 10. That's right. As long as Brother World's Edge drips a drop of your blood onto the plate, the needle on the plate will change. Luo Qingchen hurriedly replied. All right. My bloodline is too thin, so it's fine to disregard it. Since you have the bloodline plate, I'll make sure that you give up on me. Xianxia replied with a smile. Only those who possessed the bloodline of the Luo clan would have a scale. His bloodline was completely unrelated to the other parties, so there was no need for him to worry. With a flick of his finger, a droplet of blood flew toward the bloodline plate and fell lightly into the groove at the very center of the plate. With a crisp buzz, the droplet of blood burst into flames. As if sensing something, the needle abruptly spun. The needle stopped, and it pointed at a number, 9. How can it be 9? The bloodline plate must be spoiled. As if struck by lightning, Xianxia nearly went insane. He was a member of the Zhang family, but why did he have the bloodline of the Luo family, and it was so high? Could it be that his true identity wasn't the young prodigy of the Zhang family but Luo Qiqi's elder brother? What was going on? Luo Ganzhen, Luo Qingqing, and the others also froze on the spot. Following which, they nearly leaped into a frenzy. To have a bloodline purity of 9, that meant that the young man before them was not just a member of the Luo clan but one of the core members of the Luo clan. It was no wonder why he was able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. Even if he didn't possess the ability to do so, just his bloodline alone was more than enough for him to become the clan head. Welcome, Patriarch. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he cupped his fists and bowed. Welcome, Patriarch. The other elders also knelt down in unison. Previously, it could be said that they were forced to make Xianxia the clan head, but now, with such a pure bloodline, they had no choice but to make him the clan head. I'm really from the side branch, insignificant. Xianxia fell into a daze. Brother Tianya, there's no need for you to be humble. The inheritance of bloodlines isn't strictly based on the lineage of the core and side branches. There are some who are from the core branch, but their bloodline is so thin that it's negligible. On the other hand, there are some who are from the side branch, but they are still able to revert back to their ancestral lineage, resulting in a shocking purity. This is precisely the reason why the major clans have to conduct a bloodline test every year to select talents. You might be from the side branch, but your bloodline is so pure that it's likely that you're the latter. Luo Ganzhen explained with a smile, thinking that Xianxia was overjoyed. The inheritance of bloodlines didn't strictly adhere to the laws of heredity. Some people would revert back to their ancestral lineage, and there were also some whose bloodline would gradually fade away. Despite being from the side branch, Xianxia possessed a bloodline purity that even the core members of the Luo clan would find difficult to achieve. He had encountered such a situation in the past, and there were traces to back it up. Brother Tianya, your bloodline has already been tested, and you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of the Luo clan. Indeed. I can't turn you down anymore. The Luo clan needs your help. You're the only one who can stabilize the hearts of the Luo clan at the moment. If you don't agree to it, the Luo clan will really fall, and will become members of the Luo clan. The elders of the Luo clan hurriedly added. Xianxia clutched his hair in frustration. He had only agreed to the bloodline test so that it would be easier for him to reject the Luo clan's request. Who could have thought that not only would he not be able to reject the Luo clan's request, it would even become a powerful piece of evidence? After a long moment of silence, Xianxia could only say, I'm here to impart the method to comprehend the spatial quintessence to others, not to covet authority. Luo Xianqing pays respect to teacher. Right after Xianxia said those words, Pudong, a knee struck the ground. Luo Xianqing knelt down before Xianxia with determination in his eyes. Stunned on the spot, Xianxia couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is it really appropriate for you to acknowledge me as your teacher right away? Not knowing what to do, Xianxia could only step forward and grab Luo Xianqing's arms. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. We can be friends. Ever since they met, Luo Xianqing had always been to his liking. Even though he did not become Luo Xianqing's brother-in-law in the end, he had never changed his mind. I treat you as my brother, but you want to acknowledge me as your teacher. That Xianxia of the Zhang clan has humiliated the dignity of our Luo clan and caused my younger sister to grieve. I will never forgive him for that. However, his strength is growing by the day, and I'm no longer able to catch up to him. Teacher, please impart me the method to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. Once I master it, I'll exact my vengeance. If I don't kill that bastard, I swear that I'm not a man anymore. Luo Xianqing spat through gritted teeth. Xianxia's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He felt as if his head was about to explode. Thus, he could only try to console the other party. This? Xianxia might not have done it intentionally. I treat you as my brother, but not only does he want to acknowledge me as his teacher, he even wants to kill me. What the heck did I do to you? You think that he can disregard my younger sister's grief just because he didn't do it intentionally? You think that he can just walk away after humiliating the Luo clan? Luo Shanqing raised his head and said, Elder, I beseech you to grant my wish. As long as you accept me as your student, I'm willing to climb a mountain of swords and plunge into a sea of flames. This, Xianxia was truly frenzied. If only he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come to the Luo clan. Putting aside the fact that he was the only friend he acknowledged, the other party actually wanted him to acknowledge him as his teacher. More importantly, the other party's motive was to kill him. If that's the case, should I teach him or not? Feeling stifled, Xianxia turned to look at Luozi once more, only to see a smile on the latter's face, as if she had known that such a situation would occur. Ruoxin, did you know that I would be tested for the Luo clan bloodline? Could it be that your disguise amulet is behind it? Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter, and he sent a telepathic message over. He was definitely not from the Luo family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to match the young prodigy of the Zhang family and ignite the bloodline of the Zhang family. Since it wasn't, but the bloodline test showed 9, there was only one possibility. That was, there was something wrong with the disguise amulet given by Luozi. It's forged using the unique Xianxia of those with unique constitutions. Not only can it alter one's appearance and soul aura, it can even disguise one's bloodline as well, such that even ancient sages won't be able to notice it. Besides, you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing. If you were to reach ancient sage, the bloodline you leave behind will be identical to theirs. It won't be a problem for you to reach 9, Luozi replied telepathically. This, Xianxia's face twitched upon hearing those words. After all, it was really the talisman's problem. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used it, just that, to be able to even disguise one's bloodline. Wasn't he a little too powerful? Why had he never heard of such a thing in the world before? Brother Xianxia, please don't turn me down. The Luo clan is in dire need of a new clan head. Seeing the changes on Xianxia's face, Luo Ganzhen thought that the latter was unwilling to accept the offer, so he hurriedly pleaded. It's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm really not suited to be the head of the Luo clan. Xianxia shook his head. Alright, I'll have to ask my wife first. It was all due to Luozi's amulet that they were in such a predicament. Otherwise, he would have long been able to escape. Left with no choice, he could only use her as a shield. Sister-in-law, you're here too? Hearing that Xianxia was going to ask about his wife, Luo Ganzhen was stunned for a moment before replying. That's right. Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned to a certain direction and raised his hand. Lingxi, come over. She did not think that Xianxia would push the blame onto her. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she could only nod helplessly before leaping onto the dueling platform. Clan head Luo, I promised my wife that I'll bring her out to roam the world for the rest of her life. She's nothing more than a fleeting cloud to me, so I have no choice but to give up on your favor. Grabbing Luozi's hand tightly, Xianxia sent a telepathic message to her. Help me reject it, this. Having her hand squeezed in front of everyone, Luozi's face reddened. She rolled her eyes at Xianxia and said, since you want me to say it, I'll say something fair. Actually, it's not a big deal for Xianxia to become your clan head. Xianxia's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Why aren't you following the script? That's not what I wanted you to say. However, he's too focused on his cultivation to deal with the affairs of the clan. Furthermore, the reason why he returned this time is to pass down the method to comprehend the spatial quintessence to the Luo clan so that it can walk out of the shadow of the annulled engagement. As long as clan head Luo agrees to this request, it's not a big deal for him to become the clan head. Luozi replied. Alright, I'll agree to it. Luo Ganzhen hurriedly nodded. As long as Luo Ganzhen did not have to deal with the affairs of the Luo clan, they would be able to handle it themselves. This was something that they had already said before. If they could pass down the spatial quintessence of sealing, that would be even better, regardless of how one looked at it. This was a win-win situation for the Luo clan. How could he possibly turn it down? Given the current situation, there's no way that the other party will let us off so easily. Why don't we agree to it for now? In any case, our identities are just a disguise, so they won't be able to find out about it. As time passes, they'll just appoint a new clan head. Lozozi sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. This? Alright then. Given the current situation, this was the only thing they could do. As helpless as Xianxia was, he still nodded in agreement. What the heck was this? He had only wanted to make up for his debt to the Luo clan, but who could have known that he would end up becoming the clan head instead? This was great. The clan head of the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, and there was a good chance that he would become the next pavilion master Mingshi Tang. Nearly all of the top-tier powers on the Forsaken Continent had fallen under his rule, right? Of the 3 premier clans, there was also the Jiang clan. Should he head there as well? Perhaps he could become the clan head of the Luo clan as well? The Luo clan pays respect to clan head Luo. Since Luo Ganzhen had agreed to it, the rest was simple. It just so happened that all of the Luo clan's members were present. In order to welcome the Zhang clan's bride, all of the necessary items had been prepared, and it did not take long for the inauguration ceremony to be carried out. While Xianxia was busy with the inauguration ceremony, Nangong Yuanfeng and the others who had just left the Luo clan felt deeply stifled. Teacher, what should we do if we fail the mission? Unable to hold himself back any longer, a young man asked. What else can we do? Let's return and face our punishment. Nangong Yuanfeng shook his head in disappointment. After a moment of silence, he said, Alright, let's find a place to recuperate and recover our strength. After that, we'll pay a visit to the Zhang clan. I don't believe that the Zhang clan will have such a genius as well. That's the only way. The young man nodded. However, before he could finish his words, the space beneath him suddenly froze, and he found himself unable to advance any further. Narrowing their eyes in alarm, the crowd quickly turned their gazes over, and they saw a beautiful figure floating not too far away. There was a round orb spinning in front of her, emanating astonishing might. Don't you think that it's rude of you to leave just like that after causing a ruckus in our Luo clan? The young lady turned around to look at Xianxia calmly. Who are you? Feeling the immense pressure from the orb, Nangong Yuanfeng narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The true strength of the young man before him might not be too high, but the bead before him was simply too terrifying. It had the miraculous effect of sealing space, and it seemed to be fused with the young woman, as if they were one. She was able to instantly unleash a strength that even he was in awe of. Teacher, she should be the little princess of the Luo clan. Nangong Mo exclaimed anxiously. Little princess? You are Luo Yusen? Nangong Yuanfeng clenched his fists tightly. He had long heard that the Luo clan had a little princess who wielded unparalleled talent, but he hadn't met her on this trip, so he hadn't paid much attention to her. Who could have thought that the other party would come here to stop them? Did she think that she would be able to stop them with her strength? Indeed, I am Luo Yusen. However, from today onward, my name is Chi-Chi, the young lady replied calmly. The young lady was none other than Luo Chi-Chi. Her real name was Yusen, and Chi-Chi was just a pseudonym. I don't care what your name is. The matter with the Luo clan has already come to an end, and we have nothing to say about it. May I know what you mean by this? Nangong Yuanfeng frowned. I don't mean anything, Luo. Chi-Chi replied calmly. Make your move. Make my move? Nangong Yuanfeng was taken aback. Indeed. Since you aren't going to make a move, allow me then. Luo Chi-Chi harumphed coldly. The orb in the air suddenly buzzed, and in the next instant, she appeared before one of the young men and thrust her palm forward. Pung, fresh blood spurted furiously from the young man's mouth as he was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he had already sustained severe injuries. From the looks of it, it would take at least 3 to 4 months for him to recover from his injuries. How dare you? The other 3 young men didn't expect her to make a move so quickly. With livid faces, they hurriedly made their moves. Their auras surged into the heavens, shrouding the young lady within. Don't. Seeing that his students were going all out, not only did Nangong Yuanfeng not feel consoled, he even narrowed his eyes in horror. However, it was already too late. Pung. 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 3 consecutive bangs. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 young men had been struck by the orb, and just like the first young man, they were already lying on the ground. Nangong Yuanfeng was on the verge of exploding. He anxiously glared at Xianxia with cold killing intent in his eyes. What do you want? Nothing much, just make your move. Luo Qiqi couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on him. Her movements were not quick, as if she was taking a stroll in the park. However, every single step she took covered a distance of several hundred meters. Before Nangong Yuanfeng could even see her clearly, she had already arrived before Nangong Yuanfeng. Nangong Yuanfeng did not think that the other party's comprehension of spatial laws would be even greater than his through the bead in the sky. He felt goosebumps rising all over his body, and with a flick of his wrist, he channeled all of his might into the surroundings. His aura surged and his strength was like that of a dragon. As expected of an expert from the 100 schools of philosophers, the descendant of ancient sage Zirong, he had suppressed his cultivation in his battle against Xianxia, making it difficult for him to execute many of his battle techniques. Yet, at this very moment, he was driving his full strength, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. Not only that, but the air also seemed to have been sucked out, forming a vacuum. Freeze! Without any change in her expression, Luo Qiqi continued walking forward and tapped her finger lightly. Voila, the turbulent air currents immediately froze in midair, and the palm strike that Nangong Yuanfeng had executed also froze in midair, unable to move at all. Luo Qiqi flicked her finger. Pung, Nangong Yuanfeng was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his face turned ghastly pale. With just a single glance, he could tell that he had sustained grievous injuries. Even if they were not as severe as those of his students, it would still take him quite some time to recover. With a look of horror in his eyes, Nangong Yuanfeng saw that the young lady was already slowly walking into the distance. Floating in midair, her robes fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of a fairy. But all of a sudden, she came to a halt. Her head did not even turn around, leaving only her silhouette behind. While the Luo clan isn't a match for the descendants of the great philosophers, we won't allow ourselves to be bullied. If you wish to challenge me in the future, I, Luo Qiqi, will be waiting for you. After saying those words, a spatial rift appeared in the air. With a light step, the young lady vanished from the spot. How can there be such a powerful cultivator beneath ancient sage on the master-teacher continent? Watching as Luo Qiqi left, Nangong Yuanfeng heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly fed a pill to each of his students, and he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. While Mingshi Tang of the master-teacher continent was also a disciple of Kongshi, the effort that he had put in to nurture him would surely be inferior to his direct disciples. Take Xianxia's Xianxian faction for example, Xiaoya, and the others for example. The Xianxian faction was something that Xianxia had left behind, but the effort that he had put into it paled in comparison to the latter. Ever since the opening of the Temple of Confucius, they had returned to the master-teacher continent. They had thought that with their strength, they would be able to crush all of the major clans and powers in the master-teacher continent easily. Who could have thought that a mere Luo clan would actually be so powerful? More importantly, the young lady was not even 20 yet. To possess such talent before 20, she was already on par with the monstrous geniuses of the great frontistery of Confucianism, Luo Tianya and Luo Qiqi. It seems like the master-teacher continent isn't as weak as I thought. Xianxia thought grimly. Teacher, what should we do next? It took a long time before a young man finally regained some of his Xianxia and asked, are we still heading to the Zhang clan? Of course we have to. There's nothing we can do about it, but there's no way we can do it on our own. Nangong Yuanfeng replied with a deep frown. Given their current condition, even if they were to recover from their injuries, it would still take them a lot of time and effort. If there was another formidable figure in the Zhang clan, they might really be unable to return alive. Teacher, you mean to say that? The young man was taken aback. Send a message to Xinqing Laoshi. Isn't he trying to vie with me for the celestial amulet? If we get him to make a move, our chances of success will be greater. Even if we can't obtain the celestial amulet from the Luo clan, we must get the one from the Zhang clan. Nangong Yuanfeng harumphed. Alright, I'll send a message to Xinqing Laoshi right now. Hearing those words, the young man hurriedly nodded. Xinqing Laoshi's full name was Tantai Xinqing. He was a descendant of ancient sage Ziyu, and his standing in the great frontistery of Confucianism was even higher than Xianxia's. If he were to make a move, there was a good chance that the 100 schools of philosophers would be able to turn the situation around. Hurry up and recuperate from your injuries. Let's try our best to recover before Xinqing and the others arrive. Nangong Yuanfeng nodded before closing his eyes to assimilate the medicinal energy in his body and recuperate from his injuries. The other students did not dare to say anything else either. They quickly followed suit and recuperated from their injuries. They had thought that they would be able to force the Luo clan to submit to them easily, but who could have known that they would end up suffering such a huge loss instead? The world was indeed not as simple as they thought. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers, it's already the middle of the month. Do you still have your monthly tickets? Vote for Laowa. Luo Qiqi returned to the Luo clan through the spatial rift and returned to her room. She had thought that Zhang Xian was here to win her over to the Luo clan, and she had been overjoyed. Who could have thought that such an ending would occur? Who could have known that her fusion with the Dimension Silencer would be even more thorough, and her control over the Dimension Silencer would rise to a whole new level? It was then that the 100 schools of philosophers came to challenge her. However, she was still in the midst of comprehending the power of the Dimension Silencer, so she did not have the time to leave. By the time she was done comprehending the power of the Dimension Silencer, she had already dealt with the affairs of the Luo clan. No matter what, she was still a member of the Luo clan. She could not allow the other party to humiliate her. Luo Tianya is indeed a genius. Despite not possessing the Dimension Silencer, he was still able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. With him around, the Luo clan will be united. It doesn't matter whether I am around or not. Sensing the inauguration ceremony outside, Luo Qiqi chuckled softly. She had thought that she would have to bear the responsibility for the Luo clan's affairs. However, Luo Tianya had suddenly appeared, so there was no longer any need for her to worry about him anymore. Since that's the case, I'm going to find the happiness that belongs to me. Luo Qiqi's eyebrows shot up as she stood up. All along, she had been passively accepting everything. Even if it was a marriage within the Luo clan, for the sake of mankind, she would not object to it. Now, she just wanted to fight for her own feelings. She didn't want to continue being passive. So what if it was Luo Laosher? She, Luo Qiqi, was not inferior at all. If you can win Zhangshi's heart, I can too. Having made up her mind, Luo Qiqi relaxed. Recalling his teacher's attitude and demeanor before leaving, Xianxia smiled faintly. Then, he walked out of the room and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. This is the method to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. Take a look at it, and if there's anything that you don't understand, I'll guide you. In a spacious room, Zhang Xian tapped his finger and imparted the modified Heaven's Path divine art to Luo Xianqing. This was the reason why he had come here, so naturally, he would not be stingy. However, it was impossible for anyone other than him to comprehend the Heaven's Path divine art. As for how much Luo Xianqing would be able to comprehend, that would depend on his talent and capability. Thank you, teacher. Luo Xianqing was so agitated that he couldn't help but kneel on the floor. As one of the core members of the Luo clan, he had learned the complete heritage of the dimension sealing art. However, compared to the knowledge that Zhang Xian had imparted to him, his knowledge paled in comparison. The difference was like the clouds and mud. To impart such a powerful cultivation technique to him, even if it wasn't a direct disciple, it was still better than a direct disciple. I told you, I'm not your teacher, Zhang Xian hurriedly helped him up. Even though I haven't acknowledged you as my teacher yet, I'm indebted to you. Teacher, I hope that you can accept me. Otherwise, I'll be too afraid to learn from you. Luo Xianqing said. This? Fine. Seeing how serious the other party was, Zhang Xian could only nod in agreement. On the master-teacher continent, the lineage of a teacher was extremely strict. Accepting the other party's knowledge was equivalent to being indebted to the other party, and etiquette could not be neglected. Seeing that Zhang Xian had agreed to it, Luo Xianqing kneeled down once more. Just as he was about to kowtow, he suddenly heard the voice of his teacher's wife. Since you have accepted my teacher's grace, you mustn't use the knowledge that you have learned against my teacher. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of Mingshi Tang's power. Of course. Luo Xianqing nodded. As strict as the lineage of a teacher was, there were still cases of one betraying one's teacher. As such, Mingshi Tang had set down a rule that if a master teacher were to use the knowledge that he had learned against his teacher, he would suffer the backlash of the other party's power. This rule was recorded in the rules of the master-teacher continent. As long as one became a master teacher, he would have to swear an oath and accept Mingshi Tang's supervision. It's good that you understand. Luozi nodded before falling silent. Don't worry, teacher's wife. I, Luo Xianqing, will never make a move against my teacher. If I do, even without Mingshi Tang's permission, I'll cripple my own cultivation, Luo Xianqing said with a frown. Luo Tianya was an elder of the Luo clan, and he had even imparted the spatial quintessence of sealing to him. As the successor, there was no way he could betray his teacher. After saying those words, Luo Xianqing bowed deeply before standing up. Even though he could not be considered as Luo Tianya's direct disciple, he could still be considered as Luo Tianya's student. While Luo Xianqing was kneeling to the ground, a golden book materialized in Xianxian's mind. Knowing that it would only appear for the sake of gratitude, Xianxian did not say anything much. Luo Xianqing spent several hours trying to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, and it was only when the sun had risen that he finally managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing. Since you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, you should be able to comprehend the spatial quintessence within a month. Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. It was true that cultivating the simplified Heaven's Path Divine Art was not as efficient as cultivating the complete Heaven's Path Divine Art. However, with Xianxian's guidance, it was still possible for him to achieve a breakthrough within a month. Thank you, teacher. Luo Xianqing clasped his fist. He could sense that he should be able to comprehend the spatial quintessence much faster if he were to follow his teacher's cultivation method. May I know how long teacher took to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing? After cultivating for a while, Luo Xianqing could sense that he had improved significantly. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he asked curiously. Not only was he able to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, which only their founder was able to comprehend, he was even able to create such an incredible cultivation technique, allowing a young man like him to achieve a breakthrough within a single month. Just how deep was his teacher's comprehension of spatial laws, and how long did he take to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing? Me? Xianxian frowned. Let me think about it, after which, he paused for a few seconds before continuing, It should be around this long. Luo Xianqing was stunned. He felt as if his world would collapse at any moment. Teacher, you mean to say that it only took you a few seconds? I guess so. It might have been a little longer, but I can't really remember. When I was cultivating, I couldn't feel the flow of time. Xianxian stroked his lower jaw. Back then, he had been trapped in the dimensional sand, unable to advance or leave. Left with no choice, he could only gather books to comprehend the four-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel so that he could seal the dimensional sand. Looking at the time, it did seem like it had only been a few seconds. Luo Xianqing fell into a daze. He had thought that he would become much stronger after comprehending the spatial quintessence over the past month, but who could have thought that his teacher would be even more monstrous? The heck, is he still a human? Go and cultivate. The earlier you achieve a breakthrough, the stronger you will be. Seeing Luo Xianqing's expression, Xianxian shook his head helplessly. I'm just stating the truth. Isn't this too much of a blow to you? Yes. Knowing that he was no match for his teacher, Luo Xianqing backed down. After Luo Xuanqing's departure, Xianxian turned to Luo Ganzhen and asked with glowing eyes, Does our clan have any insights or methods to achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage? May I know where they are? It had been almost a day since he had reached St. Nindan Pinnacle. It was about time for him to make a breakthrough. Beyond St. Nindan, one would have to rely on one's own understanding and understanding of one's cultivation. Due to the different paths that each of them had taken, there was no specific way to achieve a breakthrough, and there was no specific cultivation technique that one could use to achieve a breakthrough. The current Xianxian could only search for the insights left behind by other experts before finding a path that was most suitable for him. Insights on a breakthrough to the Great Sage level? There have been countless experts in the past, and there are quite a few of such books. However, you can only refer to them, not learn them from them. Luo Ganzhen said. He could still refer to the insights of the elders, but everyone had different constitutions and encounters, so it was impossible for him to imitate them completely. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to achieve a breakthrough, his cultivation might even go berserk. Thank you for reminding me, I understand. Xianxia nodded. That's good. Patriarch, you are one of the top geniuses of the clan in the past tens of thousands of years. You naturally know what's important. Please follow me. Luo Ganzhen chuckled. The other party had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, and his understanding of spatial laws was even deeper than Zhang Xian's. There was no doubt that the other party was a talented cultivator, but the more he spoke, the more he became a chatterbox. Go, I'll wait for you here. Knowing that he wanted to read, Luozi didn't say much and nodded. Zhang Xian followed closely behind Luo Ganzhen. Not too long later, they arrived at a library. The first 3 floors are for the core members of the Zhang clan to study, and the upper floors are for the elders to browse through. Walking up the stairs to the 4th floor, Luo Ganzhen pointed forward. Zhang Xian looked around and saw that the room was filled with books. They were basically all kinds of notes, and many of them were messy. Some of them had been stored for a long time and were missing words and pages. These books are only for reference. Everyone, please feel free to browse through them. They aren't systematic, so you can read them as you wish. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Luo Ganzhen said. Thanks a lot. I'll just take a look around here. If there's anything, I'll definitely trouble you. After saying those words, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the bookshelf before him. Without another word, Luo Ganzhen walked down the stairs. After the other party left, Zhang Xian muttered flaws in his mind. He collected all the books on the shelves into the Library of Heaven's Path, layer by layer. After about 10 minutes, he was finally done. Correct. A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Zhang Xian quickly flipped it open and finished reading it. Even though I didn't manage to form a Heaven's Path divine art after collecting these insights, I have gained a deeper understanding of the great sage. The introspective convalescence realm requires one to immerse one's spiritual perception into every single cell and meridian of one's body. Through this, one's spiritual perception is able to subtly influence and refine one's body to surpass Saint Realm. Only then will one's lifespan be prolonged. Previously, Zhang Xian's spiritual perception was able to seep into his muscles and meridians. Now that he had reached the introspective convalescence realm, his spiritual perception was able to seep into his cells. This way, if there were any necrosis or lesions, he could find a way to replace them. This way, his physical body would always be at its peak, and he would be stronger in battle. An ordinary Saint Realm expert's lifespan was around 1,000 years. After 800 years, their physical strength would start to deteriorate, and their battle prowess would no longer be comparable to the past. Not only that, it would be harder for them to break through again. It was precisely because of this that the saying breakthrough while still young had been circulating among the master teachers. If one did not break through when they were young, when their physical strength weakened, even if they comprehended a higher realm, they would not be able to advance further. However, things would be different after reaching the introspective convalescence realm. By immersing one's spiritual perception into one's cells, one would be able to discover the old and damaged cells and replace them so that they would remain at their peak. Even when one's lifespan was nearing its end, if one were to comprehend something new, they would be able to achieve breakthroughs and even regain their fighting prowess when they were young. This was also the reason why the fighting prowess of a great sage expert did not necessarily depend on one's age. In fact, some of them were even more formidable than others. The Heaven's Path divine art that I cultivate has no flaws right from the start. My Heaven's Path Xianxia is incomparably pure, so it's much more difficult for me to achieve a breakthrough to great sage. Zhang Xian swiftly went through the information he had gathered in his mind, and after a long moment of contemplation, he shook his head helplessly. Reaching great sage was indeed not an easy task. Even after reading so many books, he was still unable to find the most suitable method. I should collect all of the books here first. If it doesn't work out, I'll slowly study them when I return to the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan should have similar insights as well. Knowing that this matter could not be rushed, Zhang Xian could only put aside his chaotic thoughts and head up the stairs. The first floor contained insights on achieving a breakthrough to Great Sage, so there should be even higher level books above. Not too long later, he reached the top floor and collected all of the books in the Library of Heaven's Path. Walking out of the compendium pavilion, Xianxia noticed that Luo Gan's hen was still waiting for him not too far away. With a smile, he asked, "In order to achieve a breakthrough, I need some pinnacle spirit stones and other treasures that contain pure spiritual energy. May I know where I can collect them? As the clan head, how much can I take? Is there a fixed amount?" Since he had become the clan head of the Luo clan, it went without saying that he would need spirit stones and other treasures to achieve a breakthrough. Since he had become the clan head of the Luo clan, it went without saying that he would have to make good use of the resources available to him. In any case, for a clan that had tens of thousands of years of heritage, spirit stones and other treasures were nothing at all. "Clan head, you do have a fixed amount, but since you have just contributed greatly to the clan, you can use the resources however you want." Luo Gan's hen replied with a smile before leading the way. Not too long later, they arrived at a treasure vault. "This is where our clan keeps our treasures. The rewards of our clan members are also distributed here. Clan head, feel free to take anything you like. There's no need for you to register it." "Thank you." Xianxia did not think that the clan head would have such a privilege, and his eyes lit up in excitement. If he could take anything he wanted, would he be able to move all of the treasures into his storage ring? If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to strike it rich? Even though that was what Xianxia was thinking, he knew that he couldn't just do that. Going too far was as bad as falling short. He was a master teacher, not a thief. It would be inappropriate for him to take everything away from the other party. In the treasure vault, there were all kinds of unique shelves filled with all kinds of weapons, gems, and spirit stones. With the Dragonbone Divine Spear in his possession, pinnacle spirit stones were no longer of much use to him. Given his current cultivation realm, pinnacle spirit stones were no longer of much use to him. What's this? While walking, Xianxia suddenly halted his footsteps and frowned. On a shelf not too far away, there was a tightly shut jade box emanating spiritual energy that left even Xianxia tempted. "It's just that it's a otherworldly meteorite. My ancestor obtained it by chance, so I'm not too sure what it is exactly. All I know is that it's impossible to assimilate it, and there's no way to extract the spiritual energy within it. Thus, I left it here." Luo Gan's hen explained with a smile. "Otherworldly meteorite?" Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before walking up to the jade box. He stretched out his hand and took the jade box before slowly opening it. "Give it to me, give it to me." But before Xianxia could take a closer look, his body suddenly jolted violently, and an anxious voice sounded. "Who is it?" Xianxia was taken aback. There were only a few things in Xianxia's body that could communicate with him spiritually. His clone had been trying to steal his limelight as soon as it came out, so he had been locked in the myriad ant hive nest for a very long time. On the other hand, ever since Vicious learned that his upper body was sealed in the Sanctum of Sages, he had not made any movements either. Besides, without his permission, he could not even release his spiritual perception, so he was completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world. As for Little Amulet, he had kept it in his storage ring so that its voice could not be heard. It was not the Dragonbone Divine Spear. However, the voice that suddenly rang out in his body was crisp and clear, like the voice of a young infant. It was absolutely not an auditory hallucination, what had silently entered his body, and he didn't even know it. Xianxia hurriedly scanned his body, but he was unable to find anything. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he asked, "Who in the world is trying to play tricks on me?" "What do you mean?" "I'm Little Calabash." The voice answered hurriedly. Xianxia's scalp went numb. "Little Gourd?" "Yes, that's me." A gourd in his dantian wiggled its bottom. "Don't you gourd?" Xianxia was taken aback. He had known that this thing possessed a spirit of its own, and it had burrowed into his dantian, refusing to come out. On top of that, it even liked to absorb lightning. Why would it suddenly speak? "Little Gourd, do you think you're the Calabash brothers?" "That's right. I have absorbed countless lightning bolts, so I can be considered to have awakened." Hurry up and hand over that otherworldly meteorite in your hand, the Dongshu gourd said as it continued shaking its bottom. Eat? Xianxia frowned. What do you think this is? He had already guessed that the Dongshu gourd was not as simple as it seemed, but who could have thought that it would actually be capable of speech? Could it have recognized what it was? I don't know, but I know it can be eaten. The Dongshu gourd said. Eat? Puzzled, Xianxia took out the otherworldly meteorite from the jade box and touched it with his finger. The Library of Heaven's Path shuddered, and a book appeared. A line of words appeared on the cover: otherworldly meteorite, an object that flew out of a rift in space and time. It can be used to forge weapons. Meteorite crystal? What do you mean by indefinite value? Xianxia frowned. This was the first time that the Library of Heaven's Path had been so vague in determining an item. If it was in the past, as long as he touched it with his finger, he would be able to figure out the origin of the object. But now, it was just a matter of time. The price was uncertain. Would it be high or low? Looks like the Library of Heaven's Path isn't as reliable as it used to be. He could not help but shake his head. Ever since Xianxia's cultivation had reached St. Nindan pinnacle and he had encountered more and more experts, the Library of Heaven's Path had become less and less reliable. He couldn't even figure out a single crystal. This guy, who had always been successful in every endeavor, wasn't that useful anymore. I really have to head to the Seer Guild now. Knowing that it was imperative for him to find a seer to upgrade his Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia shook his head. He was just about to toss the meteorite crystal to the Dongshu gourd when he eventually decided against it. You said that you're the Dongshu gourd, but the Dongshu gourd shouldn't be able to eat this thing, right? What the hell are you? Xianxia could not help but ask. If it was just the Dongshu gourd hiding in his dantian, it would have been one thing. But now that it had a life of its own and was able to speak, Xianxia could not help but worry. I am the Dongshu gourd. Who else can I be? Don't worry, as soon as I enter your dantian, I have already acknowledged you as my master. I won't harm you, or else I'll die as well. I'll be able to sleep with a female Dongshu gourd in the future. The Dongshu gourd replied. This won't do. I'm still worried. How about this? I'll give you the meteorite crystal, and you'll leave my dantian and enter my storage ring. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. Don't worry, I'll fall into a deep slumber after eating the meteorite crystal. I won't disturb you. Seemingly accustomed to its place, the Dongshu gourd was unwilling to leave. Xianxia frowned. There was nothing he could do about the Dongshu gourd. Previously, he had been unable to take it out even after he had reached St. Nindan pinnacle. If he really refused to leave, wouldn't he have a ticking time bomb installed in his body? Even though it had said that it wouldn't cause any trouble, who knew what it would do next? It would be better to get it out first. Go into a deep slumber in my storage ring, or else there's no need to speak of this matter anymore. Xianxia said as he closed the jade box. All right then, seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to give it to it, the Dongshu gourd shook its head helplessly. By the time Xianxia looked at it once more, it had already disappeared from his dantian and into his storage ring. This, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. His dantian was within his body, and his storage ring was an independent folded space. Yet, the other party was actually able to enter his storage ring without his permission. To think that the other party's control over space would be even better than his, just what in the world was that thing? No matter what it is, if it dares to cause trouble, I'll just smash a golden page down on it. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Previously, when Luo Xianqing was studying, the Library of Heaven's Path had generated a new golden page. Given how it was able to suppress even vicious, it shouldn't be too difficult for it to suppress a Dongshu gourd. Most likely, if the golden page were to smash down on it, the Dongshu gourd would turn into a scoop. Knowing that the Dongshu gourd was not in his dantian, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Luo Ganzhan and asked, "May I take this with me? The predecessors of our clan have studied it many times, but they aren't able to figure out the reason behind it. If you want it, feel free to take it." Luo Ganzhan nodded. Thank you. Hearing that Luo Ganzhan was willing to accept the jade box, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Upon seeing the jade box, the Dongshu gourd immediately rushed over excitedly. With a twist of its body, the meteorite crystal in the box vanished without a trace. It was hard to tell whether it had been consumed or not. Following which, just as it had said, it fell into a deep slumber, never to move again. A talking gourd, seeing that the Dongshu gourd was not up to any tricks, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he clutched his forehead. There were simply too many miscellaneous items on him at the moment. A talking amulet, a talking gourd, a talking spear. It was fortunate that the pork knuckles in his storage ring were not capable of speech. Otherwise, if a pork knuckles were to appear, he would really be frightened to death. Paying no heed to the Dongshu gourd, Xianxia continued browsing through the items in the storage ring. It did not take long for him to find some decent items. There were spirit liquids, pills, and some special heavenly treasures. It must be said that as the second strongest clan on the master-teacher continent, the Luo clan did have a rich collection. After taking some items that could help him achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time, Xianxia finally walked out of the storage ring. No matter what, they were all items that the predecessors of the Luo clan had painstakingly prepared for them. As someone who was not a member of the Luo clan, it would be unkind of him to take them all away. Even so, he still managed to take quite a few good items. If the treasures that Hyung Kensei had given him previously were already shocking enough, the treasures that he had taken this time around were at least 10 times that of the previous one. If not for the fact that he was the head of the Luo clan, he would have long been chased out by Luo Ganzhen. I intend to head out to look for fortuitous encounters so that I can make a breakthrough as soon as possible. If anything happens in the clan, send me a message, and I'll rush back right away. Xianxia said with a satisfied look on his face. Look for fortuitous encounters? Cough cough. Luo Ganzhen nearly choked on his saliva. As the other party was only an offspring of the side family, he had never shown himself in public before, so he didn't have much attachment to the Luo clan. His motive for giving him so many resources was simple: he wanted to build a sense of belonging to the Luo clan so that he could serve the clan. Yet, this fellow was actually intending to leave before even stepping out of the treasure vault. Do you have to be so quick? Even if you don't care much about your position as the clan head, you can't just leave everything to chance. Clan head, there's no need for you to rush into searching for fortuitous encounters. Earlier, the elders of the Luo clan have come to a decision, and they wish for you to make the decision. As long as we settle this matter, it won't matter even if we leave the Luo clan, Luo Ganzhen said helplessly. What's the decision? Xianxia asked. I believe that you should be aware of the matter regarding the Zhang clan annulling the engagement yesterday, Luo Ganzhen said. That's right. Xianxia nodded. As the protagonist of this matter, he was well aware of it. The Luo clan is the second strongest sage clan on the master-teacher continent, and they have always been revered and respected by the masses. However, to make such a huge ruckus before so many people, they have truly lost all of their dignity. We didn't think much of it, but with your appearance, not even the prodigies of the 100 schools of philosophers were a match for you. Luo Ganzhen's eyes lit up in agitation. Not only had the young man before him comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, he was also invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Thus, the elders of the Luo clan have decided to have you head over to the Zhang clan and exact vengeance for the humiliation yesterday. This is to re-establish the prestige of our Luo clan and let everyone know that the Luo clan is not to be trifled with. Exact vengeance on the Zhang clan? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Indeed. The head of the Zhang clan, Xianxia, possesses a cultivation of St. Nine Dam primary stage, and he only achieved a breakthrough a few nights ago. No matter how talented he is, the most he'll be able to do is reinforce his cultivation, so there's no way he'll be able to match up to you. Clan head, since you were able to defeat even Namgong Yuanfeng, you should be able to teach the weaker Xianxia a lesson easily. The more he spoke, the more agitated Luo Ganzhen became. The intentions of the elders are very simple. Our clan head should challenge the head of the Zhang clan personally and beat him to a pulp. That way, our Luo clan will be able to regain its former glory and regain its former glory. The reason why the Zhang clan was so arrogant was because Xianxia was the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, as well as Yangshi Senior. On top of that, many of his disciples were hall masters and palace masters of the various powers. As long as clan chief Luo Tianya stepped forward and taught him a lesson so that he wouldn't be able to retaliate, no one would be able to say anything about it. The Zhang family had trampled on them to establish their prestige, so they couldn't be blamed for trampling on them to intimidate the entire continent. Xianxia clutched his hair in agony. It was indeed not a problem for the Luo clan to wash away the humiliation they had suffered, but, more importantly, that Xianxia was also his son. You want me to beat myself up? Do you have to be so conned? As long as we succeed in this matter, not only will our Luo clan regain its prestige, we'll also be able to rally the people once more. Clan Chief Luo Tianya, I beseech you not to turn me down. Once this matter is settled, you'll be able to go anywhere you want. Luo Ganzhen exclaimed. The Luo clan had been humiliated by the annulment of the betrothal in front of so many powers. If they wanted to salvage the situation quickly, they would have to go to the Zhang clan and pummel Xianxia so that he wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. Otherwise, how could they possibly regain their dignity with just a few words from a new clan head? As for the matter regarding the 100 schools of philosophers, it would be inappropriate for them to publicize it too much. Thus, they could only use the Zhang clan as a stepping stone to change the current situation. Let me think about it. Let me rest for a moment. Xianxia felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his face was turning livid. Why did everyone want to trample on his face? What the heck was this? He wasn't the one who wanted to annul the betrothal. There's no need for you to rest. We believe in the strength of our clan head. Luo Ganzhen chuckled as he walked out of the treasure vault. The elders are already in the hall, and they are ready. We can set off right now. Set off right now? Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. That's right. Vengeance doesn't wait overnight. Our Luo clan has been around for several dozen millenniums, and we have never suffered such humiliation before. While the matter of the duel between our clan head and the 100 schools of philosophers is a huge matter, and it's not convenient for us to spread the news, it's only a matter of time before the Zhang clan learns of it as well. What if Xianxia flees out of fear? Luo Ganzhen clasped his fist. Clan head, I beseech you to make a decision quickly. This is for the sake of our Luo clan and our heritage. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. All of you only care about the Luo clan, but have you ever considered my feelings? I'm not just the head of the Luo clan, I'm also the head of the Zhang clan. You want me to challenge myself and slap my own face? I'll listen to the opinions of the elders first. Xianxia felt so stifled that he could explode on the spot. However, seeing the yearning look in Luo Ganzhen's eyes, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Clan head, this way please. Luo Ganzhen heaved a sigh of relief. As infuriated as Xianxia was, he couldn't deny that the other party possessed unimaginable capabilities. He was also the pride of the Zhang clan at the moment. As long as he could pummel the other party, he would be able to erase all of the humiliation he had suffered. In fact, he might even be able to make a name for himself. Soon, the two of them arrived at the main hall, and as expected, the elders were already seated. Upon seeing Xianxia, they immediately stood up in agitation. Clan head, are we setting off right now? Let's get rid of that bastard Xianxia. We'll let him know that there are true geniuses in our Luo clan too. Everyone clenched their fists tightly. Xianxia's eyes darkened. What the heck was this? He had come here out of goodwill to make up for the damage done to the Luo clan, but in the end, he was forcefully dragged into becoming the head of the Luo clan. Not only that, he even had to pummel him. If he were to reveal his identity at this moment and say that he was Xianxia, not only would he be unable to make up for the damage done to the Luo clan, the other party might even think that he was toying with them. If so, it would be impossible for the Zhang clan and the Luo clan to reconcile. In fact, a war might even break out between the two clans. After a long moment of hesitation, Xianxia finally said, I can understand everyone's feelings, but I don't think that the time is right to challenge the Zhang clan yet. Xianxia is indeed powerful, and he can be considered to be invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. However, clan head, you were able to defeat even Nangong Yuanfeng, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you to defeat him. This is a fair duel. We'll send over the name scroll and invite the Mingshi Tang clan to spectate the duel. I believe that the Zhang clan wouldn't reject our duel. Why do you say that the time isn't right? Indeed. Our clan head is a member of the Side family, and he has always kept a low profile. He doesn't have much of a reputation on the continent either. If not for the purity of his bloodline, we would have suspected that he isn't a member of the Zhang clan. Considering how we are, what more the others? This duel isn't just about teaching that arrogant brat of the Zhang clan, Xianxia, a lesson. More importantly, we're trying to establish our clan head's reputation so that everyone on the continent will know of him. Hearing Xianxia's refusal, the elders began discussing fervently. Xianxia. What everyone said made sense. They didn't know how to respond. In truth, Xianxia could understand the intentions of the elders and Luo Ganzhen as well. His name, Luo Tianya, was simply too insignificant. If he wanted to swiftly establish the Luo clan's reputation and prestige, he would have to trample on the rising star. Xianxia, stifled, Xianxia turned to look at Luozi, who was waiting for him by the side, only to see a smile on her face. Ever since they met, she had always been cold and aloof. He had never seen such a radiant smile on her face before. In an instant, Xianxia felt even more stifled. Is she still my girlfriend? Even at this stage, she still refuses to say a single word. Actually, I think that it would be better for you to agree. Just as Xianxia was at a loss for words, Luozi suddenly stopped smiling and sent a telepathic message to him. Agree? Xianxia's lips twitched. You want me to slap myself? That's not it. You should first head to the Zhang clan and find a suitable opportunity to reveal your identity so that the two clans can bury the hatchet. Otherwise, given the grudge the Luo clan has toward the Zhang clan, the more you compensate them, the more likely they will clash in the future. Thus, you might as well settle it once and for all. Luozi explained. This? Xianxia fell silent. The other party was right. The Luo clan and the Zhang clan were reconcilable enemies. If they were to compensate the Luo clan out of goodwill, it would be no different from adding oil to the fire. Not only would it not alleviate the situation, it would only make it worse. Under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before a war broke out between the two clans. Rather than leaving behind a potential threat, it would be better to resolve the matter once and for all. After all, he couldn't possibly disguise himself as Luo Tianya one moment and revert back to being Xianxia the next. If he were to do so, he would die from exhaustion. I guess that's the only thing I can do. Having thought this through, even though Xianxia was filled with helplessness, he eventually nodded and said, All right, I'll agree to your request. We'll head to the Zhang clan right now. Head to the Zhang clan. Beat up Xianxia. Beat that son of a bitch to death. The elders immediately burst into excitement. Xianxia. The members of the Luo clan were already prepared. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed, there was no need for them to hesitate any longer. They quickly got to their feet and commanded the aerial saint beasts. In the blink of an eye, dozens of saint beasts were floating in the air. Knowing that the Luo clan was intending to make a show of their might, Xianxia decided to give up on the idea of setting up a teleportation formation. Even though he had grasped a certain level of spatial manipulation, it was impossible for him to teleport there. Landing on the back of the flying holy beast, Xianxia looked at Luozi, who was laughing so hard that she almost couldn't breathe. It's not easy for me. Who did he offend? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'd better comprehend it as soon as possible and figure out how to break through to Great Sage. Even though Xianxia was frustrated, he knew that since he had already made up his mind, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Thus, he closed his eyes and recalled the insights and experiences that he had read in order to find a way to make a breakthrough to the Great Sage Realm. Are you trying to break through to the Great Sage Realm? After deliberating for 2 whole days, he felt that he had gained some insights. Just as he was about to push forward, Luozi looked over from the side. That's right, Xianxia nodded. There was no need for him to hide anything from the young lady before him. Had it been anyone else, he might have had to explain to them that he was able to advance so quickly. However, the young lady before him didn't need to. Perhaps it was because she wasn't surprised by his speed, or perhaps it was due to some other reason, but she didn't seem to be shocked by his speed at all. Instead, she seemed to think that it was only natural for him to achieve a breakthrough. There's no need to rush into it. Saint Realm is divided into Celestial Sainthood and Celestial Sainthood. It's not worth it to make a breakthrough recklessly, Luozi said. Celestial Sainthood? Xianxia asked doubtfully. When he had first reached Saint Realm, it was the young lady before him who had led him to the Saint Ascension platform to find Conjure, and he had successfully made a breakthrough using it. It was for this reason that the energy in his body was so powerful, making him unparalleled in his cultivation realm. Could it be that there was a celestial sainthood for great sages as well? There's no such thing as a celestial sainthood for great sages, Lozozi said, seemingly seeing through Xianxian's doubts. However, there's a difference in the prowess of great sage as well. This, Xianxian had no idea what his girlfriend's identity was, but he was certain that she was far more knowledgeable than him in terms of cultivation. If not for her, he wouldn't have been able to become a celestial sainthood. Since she had said so, it was likely that there was a difference between the two. The first realm of great sage is known as the introspective convalescence realm. One's spiritual perception is able to enter one's cells and even affect one's metabolism. Luo Ruoxi nodded grimly. Normally, in order to achieve a breakthrough in one's spiritual perception has to become stronger and more refined in order to achieve a breakthrough. While it's possible for one to become a great sage through such means, it's still the lowest tier of great sage. It's also known as the low-tier breakthrough technique. If there was a low-tier breakthrough technique, there would be a high-tier breakthrough technique. However, there is no exception to this. There is only one person on the master-teacher continent who has successfully created a high-tier cultivation method and succeeded in doing so. Xianxian shook his head. Lozozi said. Are you referring to Conjure? Xianxian asked anxiously. In the past several dozen millenniums, the most dazzling figure on the master-teacher continent had been Conjure. If there was really a person who could achieve such a feat, it would be him. Indeed, it's Conjure. Luo Ruoxi nodded in agreement. When he was at St. Nindan Pinnacle, he drew in the heavenly flames to temper his physical body. His spiritual perception was also tempered by the heavenly flames, making it far more resilient. Due to that, he became even more formidable after his breakthrough. Be it the capacity of his Xianxia or his cultivation, they far surpassed that of ordinary great sage cultivators. That's how he became the #1 expert in history, an irreplaceable figure. Heavenly flames? Xianxian's body stiffened. He had seen Conjure's will previously, and the latter had said that if he wanted to resolve the innate fetal poison, he would have to become a 9-stars master teacher and draw in the heavenly flames. Under normal circumstances, 7-star master teachers were from Saint 2 Dan to Saint 4 Dan, and 5 Dan half 8-star master teachers were from Saint 5 Dan. 8-star master teachers were from Saint 6 Dan to Saint 8 Dan, and 9 Dan half 9-star master teachers were from Saint 6 Dan to 9 stars. Under special circumstances, it was possible to bestow the emblem of a 9-stars master teacher to a Saint 9 Dan pinnacle expert. However, in order to become a 9-stars master teacher, one had to achieve a breakthrough to great sage. Could it be that what Conjure said about becoming a 9-stars master teacher wasn't the emblem bestowed by the Mingshi Tang but his own strength to achieve a breakthrough to great sage? Furthermore, he had to use a high-tier breakthrough technique? The heavenly flame tribulation is the same as the lightning tribulation. It's a punishment that the heavens give to cultivators. Now that you've entered the saint domain and gone through the saint domain ascension tribulation, do you feel that your body and soul have improved significantly? Lozozi asked. Xianxian didn't deny it. Normally, cultivators would have to reach Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm before they could tap into the lightning tribulation to temper their primordial spirit. However, after undergoing the Saint Ascension ordeal, Xianxian's soul and physical body had improved significantly, making him far stronger than ordinary cultivators. If the heavenly flames were the same as well, it would indeed be able to strengthen his spiritual perception and raise his fighting prowess. I have read many books, but I have never heard of high-tier and low-tier breakthroughs to great sage. If Conjure is the only one who has achieved it, Ruoxin, how did you know about it? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxian turned to Luo Ruoxin and asked, "What is your relationship with Conjure?" Back then, when his girlfriend brought him to the Saint Ascension platform and entered the folded space, she didn't seem to care about Conjure's handwriting at all. In fact, she even said that she could have as many as she wanted. The only reason he had entered the Qiao Wu Palace was to search for treasures. He didn't think much of ancient sage Qiu Wu's cultivation technique. And now, he was even saying that Xianxia was the one who had achieved the breakthrough. Could it be that he was closely related to Xianxia? Otherwise, how could he know so clearly? Hearing those words, Luo Ruoxin fell silent. A moment later, a pleading look surfaced on her face. Don't ask me anymore. Don't make wild guesses. I won't tell you. But... Seeing that Luo Ruoxin was unwilling to speak, Xianxia felt extremely stifled. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do about it, so he could only sigh and ask, then, let me ask you, is your current name real? After saying those words, Xianxia's breathing hastened. Back then, Luo Qiqi had failed to reveal her real name, resulting in such a misunderstanding. He couldn't allow the young man before him to make the same mistake again. It was fine if he didn't reveal his identity. If it was his real name, he would be able to find it no matter where he went. Luozi didn't intend to answer his question, but seeing the resolute look in Xianxia's eyes, her heart softened. Shaking her head helplessly, she said, that's not it. No, then, it was just as he had guessed. Xianxia hurriedly looked over. He had suspected that there was no one with the surname Luo in the 100 schools of philosophers, and it seemed like he was right. I beg of you, please don't ask any more. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but I can't. If I were to reveal it, not only me, but even you would be in deep trouble. Luo Ruoxin pleaded. All right. This wasn't the first time that Luo Ruoxin had said such words. While Xianxia had no idea what kind of trouble it was, given that even someone as powerful as her was acting in such a respectful manner, it was likely that it wouldn't be as simple as he thought. Normally, it's impossible to attract the heavenly fire when breaking through to the great sage realm. Xianxia was able to do it. Did he leave behind some special cultivation technique? Xianxia stopped asking questions. Normally, heavenly flame could only be summoned by 2nd Division great sages, the golden body refinement realm. There had to be some kind of special incantation for it to be attracted when one attempted to break through to the great sage stage. I don't know the exact technique, but I know where it is. Seeing that he didn't ask, Luozi heaved a sigh of relief. Where? If he could find a cultivation technique to temper his body with heavenly flames, not only would he become stronger, he would also be able to solve the problem of the innate fetal poison. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mingshi Tang headquarters. Luozi said, when Xianxia broke through to the great sage realm, he had already started to create the Mingshi Tang technique. It was there that he was inspired and created this technique, which allowed him to break through in one fell swoop. As long as I go there, I'll definitely be able to find it, Just as Xianxia was about to hear what the girl had to say, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. With a flip of his wrist, a communication jade token appeared in his hand. What happened? Seeing Xianxia's actions, the young lady knew that something must have happened, so she hurriedly turned her gaze over. Something has happened to the Sanctum of Sages. Lowering his head to take a look at the communication jade token, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The message on his communication jade token was from Xianxia of the Sanctum of Sages. Sanctum of Sages? Luozi frowned. Xianxia nodded. Someone has barged into the inner Sanctum of Sages. I have to head over to take a look. After saying those words, he stood up. I'll go with you. Luozi nodded. All right. Knowing how powerful his girlfriend was, Xianxia knew that there was hardly anyone beneath ancient sage who was a match for her. Even when he was wielding Xianxia's blood essence, she was on par with him. Without any hesitation, he leaped out of the room on the back of the Saint Beast clan head. Upon seeing Xianxia, Luo Ganzhen and the others hurriedly rushed forward with doubtful looks on their faces. I have some urgent matters to attend to, Xianxia said. As the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, there was no way he could reveal his identity as Xianxia right now. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, Luo Ganzhen urged anxiously, then, let's head to the Zhang clan. After I'm done here, I'll head straight to the Zhang clan, so there's no need to worry. Xianxia waved his hand. There was a good chance that those who had barged into the Sanctum of Sages were from the same group who had captured Xiaoya. He had allowed them to escape the previous time, but he couldn't allow such a thing to happen again. This, Luo Ganzhen frowned. Alright, this matter is irrefutable. I'll definitely head over to the Zhang clan. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain himself, so he simply waved his hand casually. Taking a deep breath, he whipped out a spear and tapped it forward. See la, a tear immediately appeared in the space before him, and he dived right in. Lozozi followed closely behind him, and in the blink of an eye, they had vanished from sight. He tore through space and traveled through space? The faces of Luo Ganzhen and the other elders warped in horror. All along, they had thought that the clan head was only a Saint Nindan pinnacle cultivator, and no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't possibly be that powerful. However, after witnessing the sight before them, they realized that the means that he possessed were already beyond their comprehension. Clan head, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Luo Qingchen asked. I'm not too sure either, but we'll do as the clan head says. Let's head to the Zhang clan once more. This time, we'll make sure to beat that Xianxia up until he begs for mercy and apologizes. Luo Ganzhen said with a glint in his eyes. Many elders were in high spirits, their morale high. They had been to the Zhang clan before, but they had never felt as exhilarated and motivated as they did today. Spring had finally arrived for the Luo clan, who, the spatial rift closed, and Xianxia and Lozozi were already right outside the Sanctum of Sages. Driving his Zhenqi, Xianxia reverted back to his original appearance in the blink of an eye. Turning around, he saw that Lozozi had also removed her disguise as well. Following which, the two of them began flying toward the Sanctum of Sages. What happened? As soon as they arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxia saw that the ground was littered with rubble. Countless buildings had been destroyed, and it seemed like the Sanctum of Sages had been through an intense battle. It's the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia swiftly scanned the area and saw the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe lingering in the air. Clearly, the otherworldly demonic tribe had attacked the Sanctum of Sages. Sanctum head, you're here. While Xianxia was searching the area, Zhanshi, Gushi, and the others suddenly flew over. What happened? Zhangxian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Reporting to the Sanctum head, some otherworldly demons have just barged into the Sanctum of Sages. Zhanshi clasped his fist in confusion. However, they only stole Sage Kui's sculpture. They didn't take anything else, and they didn't go on a killing spree in the Sanctum of Sages either. All they did was destroy the buildings and create chaos before fleeing. They stole Sage Kui's sculpture? Otherworldly demonic tribe? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Clenching his fists tightly, he muttered, could it be, for vicious skeleton? Zhanshi and the others might not have been able to tell what was wrong with Sage Kui's sculpture, but Xianxia was well aware of it. He had secretly placed Vicious Rib in the sculpture. Back then, he had used the Library of Heaven's Path to look into it, and he had even thought of smashing the sculpture to retrieve the skeleton. After all, he was a master teacher and the Sanctum head. He had his own principles, and he couldn't do such a thing. Considering how the otherworldly demons had barged into the Sanctum of Sages to steal the sculpture, there was no doubt that this was the reason behind it. After all, Vicious had once been one of the strongest experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Perhaps, the otherworldly demons would be able to bring him back to life. Vicious? Hearing Zhangxian's words, Zhanshi was taken aback. Oh, it's nothing much. Zhangxian's eyebrows shot up. How many of them are there? What are their cultivation realms? There are 4 of them. I can't see through their cultivation realms, but even the formation of the Sanctum of Sages wasn't able to stop them, Zhanshi replied in embarrassment. The Sanctum of Sages, the #1 academy on the Master Teacher continent, had been breached by 2 otherworldly demons in less than half a month. The first one was their Sanctum head, so it wasn't embarrassing for them to do so. But to think that the otherworldly demons would be able to snatch their sculpture and flee, to be honest, they did not dare report this matter to the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang school. They could not afford to lose face like that. 4 of them? Zhangxian took a deep breath as he narrowed his eyes. Which direction did they flee in? That way. Our cultivation realm is too low, so we were unable to catch up to them. Thus, we could only send a message to our Sanctum head. Zhanshi replied. Alright, I'll need you to repair the collapsed buildings and restore the formation. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction that Xianxia had just pointed out. Then, he leaped forward and said, I'll head over to take a look. I'll make sure to retrieve Sage Kuei's sculpture. Sage Kuei's sculpture was not just a matter of the dignity of the Sanctum of Sages, it was also related to Vicious Rib. If he could not retrieve it, he would lose all face as the Sanctum head, even though the inauguration ceremony had yet to begin. Utilizing his comprehension of spatial laws, he was able to fly swiftly. In just 10 breaths, he was already more than 10,000 li away. Turning around, Xianxia saw that Luozi was still following behind him. Heaving a sigh of relief, he activated his Eye of Insight to search for traces of her. You won't be able to find it like this. Noticing Xianxia's actions, Luozi shook her head and said, those 4 should be the great sage pinnacle cultivators that we met back at White Creek Mountain. Furthermore, they have used a unique method to erase their traces, making it difficult for us to track them down. Unless, one's Eye of Insight reaches the 4th realm. Indeed, I can't find anything. Actually, even without the other party saying anything, he had already sensed it. This time, just like when he captured Xiaoya and the others, there were no traces left behind. Even he couldn't find anything. However, it won't be that easy to escape. With a light chuckle, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a manual that emanated the aura of the heavens. The Book of the Heavenly Tao. Xiaoya and the others had been captured, so there was no way for them to track them down. However, Sage Kuei's sculpture was different. However, as long as Vicious was able to sense the direction and reach a certain distance, he would surely be able to find it, unless the other party had used a unique spatial art to conceal the skeleton. However, it had only been a short while since the other party had taken it away. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have been possible for them to do so. Luozi took a look at the manual that Xianxia had taken out, but she didn't say anything. Little Vicious, wake up. Try to sense where your sternum is. Xianxia patted the manual. Hearing that, Vicious' body twitched for a moment before nodding. A moment later, the manual pointed in a certain direction and said, it's over there. All right. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the other party was able to sense his sternum. He quickly followed the other party's instructions. Luozi didn't say anything as she followed closely behind Xianxia. After flying for roughly 2 hours, Vicious finally said, it's in the city up ahead. This is bad. I can't sense it anymore. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over, and he saw a towering city not too far away. The city was extremely vast. It was comparable to the Empire Alliance back then. In fact, it was even larger. You can't sense it anymore? What do you mean? Xianxia asked with a frown. Even if the other party had entered the city, with your ancient sage cultivation, it should have been impossible for you not to sense it. How could it vanish into thin air? It's likely that it was concealed by some kind of formation. I was still able to sense it a moment ago, but it suddenly vanished, Vicious said. Concealed by some kind of formation? Xianxia's complexion darkened. He was still thinking that he could catch up to the other party before it went into hiding, but who could have thought that the other party would be so fast? He had already tried his best to catch up, but he was still a step too late. If the other party was really concealed by some kind of formation, it would be really difficult to find the other party in such a huge city. It was just like how he had been unable to sense the other party's presence in the inner sanctum of sages back then. Do you still remember the exact location where the other party disappeared? Xianxia asked. I can only deduce the approximate location. Vicious hesitated for a moment before replying. Lead the way. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. It was one thing for the Sanctum of Sages to lose face if the other party really took away the other party's skeleton, but it would be difficult for him to raise the strength of Vicious. Even though Vicious hadn't been doing his best recently, he was still one of Xianxia's trump cards. Just by fusing his heart, phalanges, and head together, he already possessed the strength of a Saint 8 Dan or 9 Dan expert. Once he fused with the other party's rib, wouldn't he be able to advance to Great Sage? If he could do that, he might even become an Ancient Sage. No one would be willing to give up on having an Ancient Sage expert by their side. Vicious led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the city. This is the approximate location where the other party disappeared, but I'm not too sure either. Vicious replied bitterly. It was truly embarrassing for the powerful experts who had dominated the master-teacher continent back then to be scattered so far that they couldn't even find their own bones. How accurate is your approximate location? Xianxia asked with a frown. There were innumerable residences in such a huge city, and it would be futile even if he were to tire himself out. If he could be a little more precise, things might be much easier for him. This? Roughly 100 li in radius, Vicious replied awkwardly. 100 li? Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. There were at least 10 million people living within 100 li. It would be a miracle if they could find a sculpture that was hidden away from the detection of one's spiritual perception. It disappeared all of a sudden. If we had been a little faster, we might have been able to sense something, knowing how difficult it would be, Vicious explained softly. I understand. Xianxia nodded. He knew that the other party wanted him to fuse with the other party's rib so that he could become stronger. Not to mention, the other party had been suppressing the other party's rib using the power of the Sanctum of Sages, so it was unlikely that the other party would be able to fuse with the other party's rib. Considering that the other party was in a hurry to fuse with the other party's rib, Xianxia quickly scanned the surroundings. As there were many experts flying in and out of the city every day, Xianxia and Lozozi didn't release their auras, so it was impossible for others to see through their cultivation. As such, they didn't draw too much attention to themselves. Otherwise, given their strength, the entire city would have been in an uproar. This should be Harvest Valley City. It's located right next to the river, and the weather is like spring all year round. The crops are plentiful, and it's the place with the most resources within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. Most of the resources of the Sanctum of Sages originate from here. Soon, Xianxia confirmed the location. Back in the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxia had browsed through quite a few geography books, so he knew that the Sanctum of Sages wasn't too far away from the Sanctum of Sages in the first place. It's impossible for me to find him just like that. Why don't I use the Library of Heaven's Path to determine his location? After looking around for a while, Xianxia knew that he wouldn't be able to find anything if he were to wander around aimlessly. Thus, he flicked his wrist and took out a blank book. He drew out the surrounding streets and wrote, Sage Kuei's statue is here. The library shook, but no books appeared. What's going on? It failed again? Xianxia's face darkened. What's going on with the library recently? Could it be that he really needed to level up? It had been with him for more than a year, and it was an old piece of equipment that couldn't be damaged. Under normal circumstances, the Library of Heaven's Path wouldn't fail unless the place where the skeletal frame was hidden borrowed some sort of unique power to conceal it from the heavens. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, his heart suddenly jolted. Most likely, Lozozi had the discarnate constitution of divination, just like him. As for the ones that Wu Chen and Bai Shishan had seen, they had used some kind of special means to conceal their movements, such that not only were they invisible to the eye of insight, even seers were unable to peer into them. Given that the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to locate Sage Kuei's sculpture, could it be the same as Sage Kuei's sculpture, that it wasn't concealed by a formation, but that someone had used some special means to conceal it from the heavens? If that's the case, there is only one possibility. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Walking up to a cultivator, he clasped his fist and bowed deeply. Brother, may I know where the Seer Guild of our Harvest Valley City is located? The Seer Guild? It's over there, less than 2 kilometers away. The building that looks like a tortoise shell. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was very straightforward. Thank you, Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded. He beckoned for Xianxia to follow the direction Xianxia was pointing at. You suspect that a seer has concealed Sage Kuei's sculpture from the heavens? Lozozi asked. It's possible to hide in a special formation to prevent the tracking of a seer, but it wouldn't be able to stop the divination of a seer. Unless someone has tampered with the heavens or used some kind of special means to fool the seers. Xianxia nodded. That's right. Lozozi suddenly understood. While there were not many experts in the Sanctum of Sages at the moment, it was still not too difficult to find 1 or 2 seers who were close to reaching 9 stars or even half a step into 9 stars. If Xiaochen allowed it to deduce the whereabouts of the statue, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be able to determine its location. There was only one way to make it impossible for him to find it, to deceive the heavens. Most likely, there was only one organization in the entire city that was capable of such a feat, the Seer Guild. After confirming the location, it did not take long for them to see a tortoise-shell-shaped building before them. There were all kinds of inscriptions on the surface of the building, concealing some kind of unique energy that made it difficult for even spiritual perception to peer into it. We'll know whether it's here or not once we enter. Xianxia nodded before walking up to the entrance of the building. A young man stepped forward and blocked the duo's path. Halt! The Seer Guild only receives seers, not outsiders. I am the head of the Sanctum of Sages, Xianxia. I have just lost an artifact, so I'm here to look for your guild leader in hopes that he can help me in divination. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out the Sanctum head token. The head of the Sanctum of Sages? The young man was taken aback. He hurriedly clasped his fist and said, "Elder, please wait a moment. I'll report the matter to the guild leader right now." After saying those words, he hurriedly walked into the building. Less than 3 minutes later, a black-haired elder followed closely behind him and said, "I didn't know that Sanctum head Zhang would be here personally. Please come in." The elder appeared to be in his 60s, and his cultivation was at St. 8 Dan Pinnacle. Dressed in the long robe of the Seer Guild, he exuded the air of a sage. "I'll be troubling you then. I do have a request to ask of you." Xianxia clasped his fist. "Sanctum head Zhang, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Your name has been resounding in our ears over the past few days, and I didn't think that you would be able to visit us personally. Your presence brings light to our humble abode," the elder said as he led the way. As soon as Xianxia and Xianxia entered the building, Luozi frowned and sent a telepathic message over. "Xianxia, be careful." "What's wrong?" Seeing that this was the first time Luo Ruoxin had taken the initiative to warn him, Xianxia turned to her and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Luozi seemed to be on the verge of saying something, but she eventually halted her words and said, "It's nothing much. It's best to be careful." Xianxia nodded. Since the other party had said so, it was likely that the place was not as peaceful as it seemed. Thus, he placed his hand on his belt, ready to make a move the moment any danger appeared. However, perhaps he was being overly worried. He did not notice anything out of the ordinary even after walking to the center of the building. "May I know the reason behind your visit, Sanctum head Zhang?" The elder turned to Xianxia and asked. "It's like this. Our Sanctum of Sages Sage Kuei sculpture was stolen not too long ago, and according to the traces, it disappeared here. Since it's also under Mingshi Tang's jurisdiction, I would like to trouble you to help us deduce the whereabouts of the culprit. If you can find it, I'll be eternally grateful." Xianxia clasped his fist. Xianxia's words were extremely direct, and the underlying meaning behind his words was simple. Since his sculpture had gone missing in the Sanctum of Sages' hands, he would have to trouble you to deduce its whereabouts. "It disappeared here?" The guild leader frowned in displeasure. "Sanctum head Zhang, are you suspecting that our Seer Guild has hidden an artifact from the Sanctum of Sages? The culprit who stole our Sage Kuei sculpture was an otherworldly demon, and he was able to conceal his presence so well that not even my eye of insight was able to detect his presence. I really can't think of anyone else." Xianxia looked at the elder impassively. "The loss of our Sanctum of Sages artifact is a small matter, but if the otherworldly demons are involved in this matter, I'm afraid that we'll be in deep trouble if we report this matter to Mingshi Tang. Sanctum head Zhang, I respect you as the head of the Sanctum of Sages and the head of the Zhang clan, and I've welcomed you out of goodwill. Yet, you are slandering the reputation of our Seer Guild." "What do you mean by that?" The elder abruptly stood up as his face darkened. "Nothing much. I just want to retrieve an artifact from our Sanctum of Sages. Guild leader, there's no need for you to get nervous or angry. If this matter has nothing to do with you, do you mind if I search the artifact? If I can't find it, I'll apologize to you." Xianxia glanced at the elder impassively. "Search the artifact? Audacious. Even the headquarters of Mingshi Tang has to show us respect. As the head of the Sanctum of Sages, what right do you have to search the artifact?" The elder's face turned livid, and his body trembled in anger. While seers were one of the most unique occupations in the world, due to their unique abilities and esteemed standing, even master teachers dared not force them to do so. It was one thing for Xianxia to frame him without any concrete evidence, but to think that he would even want to conduct a search on him, it was simply unbearable. It's true that I don't have the right to search the area, but considering that the otherworldly demonic tribe and the artifacts of the Sanctum of Sages are involved, it's hard for me to not be suspicious. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and said, seers have always been aloof from worldly affairs, and they don't want to get involved in worldly affairs either. After all, whether I report this to the headquarters of Mingshi Tang or the headquarters of your association, you will be in trouble. Are you threatening me? The old man clenched his fists. Threaten? As the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, there's no way I would do such a thing. However, if the otherworldly demons who stole Sage Kuei's sculpture were to sneak into the Seer Guild, for the sake of the safety of mankind, I will personally investigate the matter. Even if I were to bring this matter to Mingshi Tang's headquarters, I don't think anyone would say anything about it. Xianxia said calmly. The head of the Sanctum of Sages sure is impressive. Before the old man could say anything, a cold snort sounded. Then, two old men walked in from the side door. Looking at these two people, Xianxia immediately narrowed his eyes. He actually couldn't see through the strength of the two with just a glance. He was currently at St. Nindan Pinnacle, but the fact that he was unable to see through it meant that the other party had at least reached Great Sage Realm. In a small place like Harvest Valley City, St. 8 Dan Pinnacle was the limit. Yet, two great sages had suddenly popped out of nowhere. Previously, they were just suspicious. But now, they all felt that there was definitely a problem. Not at all. May I know who the two of you are? I am currently speaking with the leader of the Seer Guild, so please shut your mouth. Xianxia. Great sages of other occupations might still have to fear them if they didn't draw on Kongshir's blood, but seers, as long as he wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson, it would only take a single thought. I am the vice leader of the Seer Guild headquarters, Qizhen. This is Elder Imochin. The elder who had just arrived, Qizhen, flung his sleeves and harumphed coldly. There are no otherworldly demons hiding here, and no one has stolen the treasures of your Sanctum of Sages. Are you satisfied with my answer? Not satisfied. Xianxia stood up and placed his hands behind his back. Unless you let me search, I'm not leaving today. You, Qizhen did not expect the other party to still say such words even after revealing his identity. Narrowing his eyes, he was just about to make a move when someone seemed to have said something to him. Suppressing his rage, he flung his sleeves and said, very well, you can search the area. However, I'll only give you 3 minutes. Regardless of whether you manage to find anything or not, I'll have to ask you to leave. We still have a huge ritual to perform, and the implications of divining are too great. 3 minutes, okay. Xianxia nodded. He stood up, and with a thought, he took out the golden page once more. Vicious, check to see if you can find the aura of the sternum. Yes. Master, there's something amiss here. The aura is in chaos, and there's a sense of extreme danger. Vicious replied as he began investigating the area. But just as he was about to do so, his body suddenly jolted, and he said with an anxious tone, Master, there's something amiss here. Danger? Xianxia frowned. What was it that made him feel so threatened? The feeling has disappeared. I might have sensed it wrongly. My senses aren't as sharp as before after my cultivation has been severely damaged. Vicious said awkwardly. He had clearly sensed the sternum earlier, but it had vanished without a trace in an instant. While he was perplexed, it was also possible that the sternum had been severely damaged, causing his senses to be inaccurate. Forget about the chaotic aura for now. Look for your sternum and see if it's here, Xianxia sighed helplessly. The Library of Heaven's path had become unreliable, and Vicious was starting to become unreliable as well. What was going on? Could it be that everyone around him had been afflicted with the unreliable curse, but it was fortunate that he was still a reliable person, or else he would have really been in deep trouble? Yes. Vicious replied before turning his attention back to Xianxia. After a moment of scanning, his voice suddenly sounded, Master, I can sense it. Your sternum is indeed here. However what? Not expecting it to really be here, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. To collude with the otherworldly demonic tribe to steal Sage Kuei's sculpture from the Sanctum of Sages, what in the world was the Seer Guild up to? However, the aura is extremely bizarre. Previously, it was suppressed by Sage Kuei's sculpture, so I couldn't sense it clearly. However, it's extremely clear now. It seems like they have already destroyed the sculpture. Visha said. Destroyed? It seems like it's indeed for the sternum. Xianxia took in a deep breath. If it was only a guess previously, he had already confirmed it. It was already bizarre for a vice guild leader and an elder to appear in such a remote seer guild. On top of that, they had even destroyed the sculpture and taken out its sternum. There was no way he would believe that they had nothing to do with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Where is it? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia asked. Even if the sternum was taken out, he wouldn't be able to sense it. It's at the back of the hall. Visha said. Xianxia nodded. He turned his gaze to the back of the hall and saw a massive, pitch-black door. Just as he was about to walk over to take a closer look, Qizhen's voice sounded. All right, 3 minutes are up. Sanctum Head Zhang, you should return. Return? Xianxia sneered coldly. I have already confirmed that the missing Sage Kuei sculpture is at the back of the hall. What do you mean by asking me to leave? You are certain? How can you be so sure? Qizhen's face warped in shock. The Seer Guild is capable of divining the secrets of the heavens, and naturally, our Sanctum of Sages has our own means as well. If we can't even find the missing Sage Kuei sculpture, wouldn't I be a little too useless as the Sanctum Head? Xianxia harumphed coldly. You. Sanctum Head Zhang, our guild is about to begin the ritual, and we don't have the time to bicker with you. Please leave, or else don't blame us for getting nasty. Qizhen said with a wave of his hand. Get nasty? You dare to make a move on me? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He didn't think that the Seer Guild would be so brazen as to collude with the otherworldly demonic tribe to steal Sage Kuei's sculpture and even threaten him. If you don't leave, I guess I'll have no choice but to do so. Qizhen nodded. His blood essence burst into flames, and his Jinqi surged into the heavens. The other party was a Saint Tu Dan Oriat body realm expert. Even though his strength was still far from matching up to the Xingming Sword Saints, it was more than enough to deal with a Saint 9 Dan Pinnacle cultivator like him. Voila, seeing that Qizhen was about to make a move, Xianxia was just about to take out his Dragonbone Divine Spear when a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. The tortoiseshell-shaped roof split open, and a figure dashed in through the opening. Wu Chen. It was none other than Lozosi's adolescent boy, Wu Chen. After leaving ancient sage Ranqiu's ancient domain, the adolescent boy had said that he had something to attend to before leaving. Why would he suddenly appear here? Make a move. While Xianxia was still perplexed by the situation, Qizhen suddenly bellowed. Together with Mo Qin, they rose to their feet and charged toward Wu Chen. Humph. Wu Chen's eyebrows shot up as he thrust his palm downward. Gotcha, space froze, and before Qizhen and Mo Qin could react, they were already struck squarely in their chests. Fresh blood spurted from their mouths, and they crashed heavily onto the ground. Even though they were all great Sage Tu Dan experts, they were still far from matching up to Wu Chen. There was no way they would stand a chance against him. Sila, after sending the two elders flying with a single palm strike, Wu Chen did not seem to notice Xianxia and Lozozi at all. Instead, he abruptly reached for the back of the palace, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Woo! At this moment, a brush suddenly flew out from the rubble of the destroyed building and tapped into the air. Following which, a ding-dong sound echoed in the air, and ripples appeared in the surrounding space. It's those 4 otherworldly demons. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He was extremely familiar with this kind of attack. They were the 4 otherworldly demons that he had met in ancient sage Ranqiu's ancient domain. He did not think that they would appear here. It seemed like Wu Chen had used some kind of method to track down the 4 of them after leaving them, and he had been following them all the way here. I have to save them. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he grabbed his waist. The Dragonbone Divine Spear immediately flew out and pierced toward the brush in the air. Ding 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 ding, after a few clashes, Xianxia was forced to retreat several steps, and his face paled. Without igniting Kongshi's blood essence, there was no way he could withstand the brush with just the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Voila, barely after Xianxia was forced to retreat, a voice suddenly sounded. The scholarly young man whom he had met previously rushed out from his hiding spot. With a flick of his wrist, a sword materialized in his grasp, and using the attack from the brush and the sound wave, he thrust his sword toward Wu Chen. Sword chi crisscrossed, and in an instant, it caused people to feel a little blind. It was as if there was only one sword existing in the world. The air let out a whimpering sound, and pitch-black cracks appeared in the surroundings. The scholarly young man had used his full strength right from the get-go, and it felt like he was even stronger than when they had met in ancient sage Ranqiu's ancient domain. He was strong, but Wu Chen was stronger. Humph. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Chen did not panic. Instead, he pressed his palm down once more. The crack was visibly mended. The fair-skinned young man, who looked unparalleled in power, immediately froze in the air, unable to move forward. Great skill. Xianxia could not help but exclaim in admiration. Just now, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect Wu Chen to be so powerful. Even he, who had burned Kongshi's blood, would not have been able to handle this move better than the fair-skinned young man. Hula, just as he finished shouting, more rumbling sounds could be heard from below, and a few more figures charged up. As soon as they appeared, killing intent surged out, giving people the feeling that they had fallen into a battlefield. It's the otherworldly demons. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. They were all otherworldly demons. He didn't think that so many of them would appear all of a sudden, and they weren't even trying to disguise themselves. This is the Seer Guild. Not only is it able to conceal one's aura, it's even able to conceal the secrets of the heavens. It didn't take long for Xianxia to come to a realization. Back when he was in ancient sage Ranqiu's ancient domain, he still had to put on a disguise. After all, there were formations and artifacts left behind by ancient sage Ranqiu that could suppress his aura. However, he was in the Seer Guild, so there was no point in putting on a disguise. Kongshi's blood. Knowing that Wu Chen could very well be killed if he were to delay any longer, Xianxia harumphed coldly and ignited the final droplet of Kongshi's blood. Even though the blood was meant to be used to preserve one's life, given the current circumstances, not only would Wu Chen die, he and Lozozi would be doomed as well. Hung Long Long, as soon as the blood droplet of Kongshi's blood was ignited, the strength in Xianxia's body surged to its peak. Wielding the Dragonbone Divine Spear, Xianxia took a step forward and arrived before one of the otherworldly demons. Die. Without any hesitation, Xianxia thrust his spear forward. He had allowed the 4 otherworldly demons to escape the previous time. He would not allow such a thing to happen again. Roar. Not expecting such a powerful expert to appear before him, the otherworldly demon immediately turned its attention away from Wu Chen. Turning around, it charged toward Xianxia with a ferocious aura. At the same time, it raised its claws and struck down on Xianxia. Puha, however, given Xianxia's strength, how could he allow it to do as it pleased? The spear pierced through the otherworldly demon's palm, and the next moment, it pierced through its heart. The spear abruptly twisted. Pung, in an instant, the otherworldly demon exploded into a pile of meat paste. A great sage 4-dan sempiternal realm expert had been killed on the spot. Roar. 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 Seeing the death of their companion, the remaining otherworldly demons seemed to be a little shocked as well, and they immediately charged forward. Humph. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia brandished his spear, and the spear morphed into a divine dragon that charged toward one of the otherworldly demons. At the same time, he tapped his finger forward lightly. Freeze. Voila, the surrounding space immediately froze, as if it had frozen over. The charging otherworldly demon didn't expect Xianxia to possess such powerful fighting prowess, but it was already too late for him to escape. Sealed by the space around him, he was rendered immobile. Kacha, a spear pierced through his head, and his corpse plummeted to the ground. After killing 2 otherworldly demons in a row, the pressure on Wu Chen lessened significantly. With a single palm strike, he knocked the scholarly young man's sword away and snapped the zither strings before grabbing at the air. Wang, a complete rib and sternum flew into the air. The sternum was translucent, reminiscent of a piece of jade. There was no killing intent emanating from it anymore. Instead, it felt like a sage. "Master, it's mine." Vicious shouted anxiously. "That's great." Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Without any hesitation, he flicked his wrist and said, "What are you waiting for? Do you want me to kill you?" The Book of Heaven's path immediately flew toward the sternum. Hula, he sealed it within the Book of Heaven's path. The skulls and phalanges of the otherworldly demons had their own will, making it slightly more troublesome to seal them. However, the sternum and rib had been refined by Sage Kuei through the sanctum of sages to a point where they were completely devoid of impurities. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the Book of Heaven's path. Wu Chen was stunned. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to make a breakthrough soon. Master, I'll be going into hibernation first." Hula, following which, Vicious will vanished. Just like before, Vicious found the sternum and devoured it before falling into hibernation. "It seems like it will surely reach Great Sage once it wakes up." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing such a complete sternum being devoured. He pierced his spear into another otherworldly demon, but just as he was about to kill the last one, he suddenly felt a powerful aura surging into the heavens. This power seemed to be able to overturn the heavens and earth, giving off a feeling of tearing the heavens apart. Could it be an ancient sage? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had already gained an aura invincible beneath ancient sage after combusting Kongshi's blood droplet, but before this aura, he was still as weak as a mosquito. Without a doubt, the owner of this aura must be extremely powerful. Only the legendary ancient sages would possess such an aura. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze in the direction of the aura, and he saw a towering otherworldly demon charging straight toward Lozozi. "Ruoxin, be careful." Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia roared furiously. If she were to be struck, she would surely die. To think that an ancient sage would be hiding in the Seer Guild, and an otherworldly demon at that. Just what in the world were they up to, damn it? "Die!" Xianxia bellowed furiously. A book flew out from his glabella. Pada, it struck the head of the otherworldly demon. Paji, with a look of shock on his face, the otherworldly demon, who seemed to be an ancient sage, collapsed to the ground and breathed his last breath. Even at the moment of his death, he was still unable to comprehend how a powerful otherworldly demon like him could be killed by a mere book. The surroundings fell deathly silent. Even the scholarly young man who was fighting with Wu Chen in the sky was dumbfounded. He halted his battle and stared at the otherworldly demon lying on the ground, unable to speak a word. They had all felt the sudden surge in the aura of the otherworldly demon earlier. Yet, a fellow whom they suspected to be an ancient sage, one of the strongest experts in the master-teacher continent, had only uttered a roar as soon as he made his appearance. Before he could even display his might, he had already died. Wasn't this too shocking? Even though ancient sages were not invincible, they were still able to revive themselves from a single droplet of blood. As long as their lifespan had not reached its end, it could be said that they were practically unkillable. Yet, after being struck in the head by a book, his primordial spirit had collapsed, and his face was filled with humiliation. What in the world was going on? Since when did ancient sages become as fragile as eggs that would shatter with a casual touch? What in the world was that book? Where did that fellow get it from? "Let's go." The scholarly young man's face paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Since even an ancient sage was unable to withstand a single blow, there was no way he would be able to hold himself back. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he tore open another amulet, and a spatial rift appeared in the surrounding space. "Where do you think you're going?" Xianxia frowned as he flicked his finger, intending to seal off the spatial rift. "Let them go." But before he could do so, an anxious Xianxia telepathic message suddenly sounded. Turning his gaze over, Xianxia saw Lozozi shaking her head with a deep frown. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia eventually retracted his Xianxia. Wang! 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 The air rippled, and it seemed like the scholarly young man's group had also tore open their amulets and vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, only Qi Zhen and the others were left in the Seer Guild. Why? Knowing that it would be difficult for them to catch up to them, Xianxia took a deep breath and turned to Luo Ruoxin. There was bound to be a reason why she was so anxious to stop them. If they really want to escape, you won't be able to stop them, Lozozi replied calmly. Even if we can't seal them, at the very least, we should be able to kill one of them. Xianxia gritted his teeth. The other party was one of the strongest cultivators beneath ancient sage. Even though they were able to seal space, it would not take too long for them to break the seal with their means and strength. Escaping was inevitable, but as long as they were prepared in advance, they would still be able to kill one or two of them. Killing one doesn't matter. Lozozi shook her head grimly. Also, there was more than one ancient sage here earlier. More than one? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before his eyes narrowed in astonishment. You are saying that there were several ancient sages lying in ambush here earlier? At the very least, there are 3 of them. However, when they saw you smashing one of them to death with your book, they knew that they were no match for you, so they turned around and left. If I were to force them to stay, I fear that they might fall out with me. Lozozi looked over. Xianxia was at a loss for words. He only had a single golden page in his possession, and he had only obtained it after imparting the spatial quintessence to Luo Xianqing. If another ancient sage were to show up, there was nothing he could do. He could only accept his death passively. Even though the tragic ancient sage lying on the ground had died before he could display his strength, he could still feel the aura that he had emanated earlier. Against an expert of that caliber, he would not even need to make a move. Just the aura that the other party exuded would be enough to crush him to death. Ancient sages. If not for their incredible strength, it would have been impossible for them to wield such great influence and awe. Just that. Recovering from his shock, Xianxia frowned in incomprehension. Weren't the ancient sages in hibernation? How could the otherworldly demonic tribe send so many ancient sages over without Mingshi Tang noticing? Under normal circumstances, this should have been impossible, unless the entire Mingshi Tang turned traitor. It's probably the doing of the Seer Guild headquarters. They used a unique method to conceal the whereabouts of the ancient sages, such that even Mingshi Tang wouldn't be able to notice their presence. Noticing the doubts in Xianxia's mind, Wu Chen stepped forward and said, furthermore, they chose this location. It's not close to the sanctum of sages, and there's no powerful Mingshi Tang around either. Even if something were to happen, it would be hard for anyone to notice it. Xianxia fell silent. Plentiful Valley City was located at the back of a mountain and a river, and it was blessed with a bountiful harvest. It was for this reason that it had its own organization, just like the Zhang family and the Luo clan. It was also for this reason that it was inconvenient for Mingshi Tang to interfere in their affairs. As such, while the city was vast, there was no Mingshi Tang branch. As such, Plentiful Valley City was indeed the most suitable location for the operation. Even if the seers are able to conceal the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe, the otherworldly demonic tribe will have to break through the seal left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu in order to leave the subterranean gallery. Furthermore, every single subterranean gallery has a master teacher guarding it. It's impossible for the otherworldly demonic tribe to remain undetected. Xianxia said. I'm not too sure about that. After I left with young mistress and Xiangshi, I tried to look into the matter, but I didn't manage to find anything. Wu Chen said with a deep frown. To put it bluntly, it's not too hard to understand. Lozozi turned to Xianxia and said, Mingshi Tang has a helper. Xianxia's body jolted in astonishment. He had also thought of the possibility earlier, but he dared not admit it. To be able to pull off such a feat, Mingshi Tang must have an extremely high standing in the Seer Guild. Who in the world was it? Why would he betray mankind? There's a high chance that the otherworldly demonic tribe is here for vicious upper body. Considering how anxious they are to find the upper body, it's likely that they have already found the other parts of vicious. Xianxia said grimly. Even if it was one of the strongest otherworldly demonic emperors in the past, there was no need for an ancient sage to descend personally to snatch vicious upper body, not to mention, the fact that these ancient sages were hiding in the master-teacher continent was no different from an ambush. Even Xianxia could not figure out what was going on. It seems like even Mingshi Tang will have to be more careful in the future. He had been intending to report the matter to Mingshi Tang's headquarters, but from the looks of it, it seemed like he would have to delay the matter for a moment. He had never been to Mingshi Tang's headquarters, so he had no idea who was the good guy and who was the bad guy. If he were to fail to deliver the news to a true master teacher, and the news were to fall into the hands of a spy instead, mankind could very well face an even greater calamity. Thus, he had to be extremely careful in the current situation. It seems like even Mingshi Tang can't be relied on anymore. I have to quickly gather all the resources I have, the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Combat Master Hall. Otherwise, if the otherworldly demonic tribe really launches an all-out assault on mankind, no one will be able to stop them. Xianxia said with an awful look on his face. It was truly unexpected that something had happened to the Mingshi Tang's headquarters. Given that they were in a precarious situation, it was best to rely on oneself rather than on others. Thus, he could only try his best to gather all the resources he had and hope that the otherworldly demonic tribe would not launch an all-out assault so soon. Xianxia, the body of an ancient sage is filled with treasures. Even though that huge fellow has only just reached ancient sage realm, its corpse is still a huge treasure. Seeing that Xianxia was deep in thought, Luozi asked, "Do you want it?" Treasure? Only then did Xianxia realize what was going on. Not only did he manage to fuse with vicious upper body, he even managed to kill an ancient sage. Even if an expert of that caliber were to die, it would still be a huge treasure that countless people would covet. If I can forge a soulless metal humanoid, I'll be rich. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He had inherited the heritage of the soul oracles, so he knew the forging method of the soulless metal humanoid. If he could use this corpse as the material, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to wield fighting prowess on par with ancient sages? If that was the case, what would he have to fear anymore? He had just expended Kongshi's blood droplet and golden page, and he was still feeling the pinch. However, if he could forge a soulless metal humanoid into a soulless metal humanoid, everything would be worth it. This is indeed a huge treasure. I'll be taking it with me. Seeing that Luozi and Wu Chen had no intention of making a move, Xianxia nodded. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed the corpse into his storage ring. However, to his astonishment, he realized that it was as if he was trying to move a mountain, but the corpse remained motionless. What's going on? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. While his soul was not too strong, it was still at St. Nine Dam Pinnacle. On top of that, his comprehension of spatial laws had already reached St. Nine Dam Pinnacle. Yet, he was still unable to keep a corpse into his storage ring. This was too inconceivable. Let me try my strength. Driving his Jinqi furiously, Xianxia wrapped the corpse before him tightly and lifted it up. In an instant, he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. He had nearly depleted all of his Jinqi, but he was still unable to lift the corpse. One must know that he had yet to exhaust the energy from Kongshi's blood droplet. In other words, he still possessed strength unmatched against those beneath ancient sage. At Great Sage 2 Dan Oriat body realm, one's physical body will become incomparably heavy. Upon reaching ancient sage, one will become even stronger. Putting aside killing an opponent of the same cultivation realm, one won't even be able to destroy their corpse. Luozi chuckled softly upon seeing Xianxia's reaction. Then, doesn't that mean that I won't be able to keep it in my storage ring? Xianxia looked gloomy. It was just a moment ago that he was thinking of forging the corpse into a soulless metal humanoid so that it would wield fighting prowess on par with ancient sages. However, he could not even lift the corpse at all, let alone control it. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have been able to do so. However, your Dragonbone Divine Spear was once an ancient sage artifact. Even though its powers have been sealed at the moment, it's still not too difficult for you to bring it into your storage ring. Luozi said. That's right. Xianxia slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten about this? He might not be strong enough, but the Dragonbone Divine Spear was powerful. Just a casual toss from the bottom of the lake was already powerful enough to kill a St. Nine Dam Pinnacle cultivator. Xianxia placed his palm on the spear, and the pitch-black body of the spear morphed into a dragon that coiled around the ancient sage corpse. The next moment, it appeared in the storage ring. It really works. Seeing that the Dragonbone Divine Spear had succeeded, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Qi Zhen and the others with a livid look on his face. To think that seers would actually side with the otherworldly demonic tribe, Hong Long, with a thought, several bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously, trapping Qi Zhen and the others in agony. With a light wave of his hand, the tortoise shell of the hall was shattered by the lightning. In an instant, the entire seer guild was plunged into the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. Seers were tasked with stealing the secrets of the heavens, so they were feared by the heavens. Yet, they still dared to side with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He took out his communication jade token and informed Xianxia and the others to come over. Feeling that he had managed to summon the lightning bolts and destroy the guild, Xianxia felt that his mind was much clearer than before. Not too long later, Xianxia, Gushi, and the others arrived. I'll leave these seers to you. They are the ones who colluded with the otherworldly demonic tribe to steal Sage Kui's sculpture. After saying those words, Xianxian waved his hand. Yes. Xianxia and the others were perplexed, but in the end they still nodded in agreement. Let's go. Even though they had yet to capture the culprit behind the theft of the sculpture, they should be able to uncover the true motive of the otherworldly demonic tribe by uncovering the true motive of the seers. It would be better to leave this matter to the sanctum of sages. At the moment, the most important matter at hand was to return to the Zhang clan and resolve the conflict between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. Considering that even ancient sages of the otherworldly demonic tribe had appeared, he did not think that the Zhang clan, which only had a single ancient sage left, would be able to survive the calamity. After leaving the Seer Guild, it did not take long for Zhang Xian to return to the Zhang clan through the spatial passageway that Wu Chen had opened up. Xianer, you're back. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Xianxia and the others immediately rushed over to welcome him. You must be Lady Ruoxin, right? You sure are beautiful. Come over to my side. Seeing that her son had brought a young lady over, Sword Saint Meng's eyes lit up in excitement. Lozosi's face reddened in embarrassment. She wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. Thus, she could only turn to Zhang Xian for help. However, Zhang Xian pretended not to see it. This is... Xianxia gestured to Wu Chen. They had witnessed the prowess of the adolescent boy in the Luo clan with their own eyes, so they wanted to get acquainted with such an expert. His name is Wu Chen, and he's Ruoxin's adolescent boy. Zhang Xian nodded. Before Xianxia could reply, a harumph suddenly sounded by the side. Adolescent boy? Does that mean that he's a servant? When your young mistress marries my young master, you'll just have to listen to my orders. Turning around, Zhang Xian saw that Sun Chong had walked over and was patting the adolescent boy's shoulder with a satisfied look on his face. In the Empire Alliance, after Sun Chong was brought back, he had been instructed to follow Xingyang to cultivate. After the incident with Zhaoye and the others, for safety's sake, Xingyang, Wang Ying, and the others had come to the Zhang clan. Naturally, Sun Chong had tagged along as well. Upon learning that his young master was the head of the Zhang clan and the successor of the Sanctum of Sages, the ambition in his heart had been reignited. His every action was filled with confidence. It was as if he was the butler of a major clan. Listen to your orders? Wu Chen's eyes lit up in excitement. That's right. Why? Are you still unwilling? Let me tell you, I'm the only butler of our young master. If you dare to disobey, I'll teach you a lesson. I don't think anyone will dare say anything about it. Seeing that Zhang Xian was displeased, Sun Chong frowned. He smacked the latter's head lightly and harumphed. You're just an adolescent boy. How dare you frown at my butler? Do you believe that I won't give you a good beating? This, not expecting their son's butler to be so unreliable, the mouths of Xianxia, Sword Saint Meng, and the others twitched, and they nearly fainted on the spot. That adolescent boy had barged into the Luo clan, and even the elders of the Luo clan were no match for him. Yet, a fellow who had just reached Saint Realm actually dared to slap him? Were you tired of living? Zhang Xian also clutched his forehead. If there was a hole in the ground right now, he would have dived right into it. That fool. It was just a few days ago that he was on the verge of death, so why did he suddenly get arrogant all of a sudden? While everyone was still in shock, Sun Chong suddenly felt like he was able to fly even without using his strength. And then, he disappeared into the horizon, vanishing without a trace. Seeing that Wu Chen had only allowed him to fly freely without harming him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had been wanting to teach this fellow a lesson for a long time now. He really could not understand how a low-profile master like him could have such a show-off butler. What a bad choice. It seemed like he would have to find a more reliable butler in the future. At the very least, he had to find someone like Wu Chen, someone who could deal with many matters easily. Unlike that fellow, not only was he a burden, he was also a troublemaker. Well, that was more than enough. Clan head, there's a successor of the Luo clan named Luo Tianya. I heard that he has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, and he's here to challenge you to a duel. Furthermore, they've also invited Mingshi Tang to attend the duel so as to ensure that justice is served. After entering the hall and taking a seat, an elder clasped his fist and reported. This? Xianxia rubbed his glabella. I'm aware of this matter. I'm here to deal with this matter. The spatial quintessence of sealing is the strongest secret art of the Luo clan. Once executed, it's capable of sealing space, making it impossible for one to resist. Even we won't be able to break through it easily. Xianer, you have to be careful. Hyung Kensei said grimly. Having been acquainted with the Luo clan for many years, he was well aware of their strength and trump cards. The spatial quintessence of sealing could be considered as one of the strongest secret arts on the master-teacher continent. While his son was invincible among his peers, it would not be easy for him to defeat an expert of that caliber. The Luo clan has already suffered a huge blow from the annulment of the engagement, but they still dared to come here this time. I've never heard of Luo Tianya before, but it's said that he has defeated an expert from the 100 schools of philosophers. The elder who had spoken earlier said grimly. He defeated an expert from the 100 schools of philosophers? They have appeared? Sword Saint Meng was unaware of this news, so she frowned. When they appeared in the Luo clan, no one was a match for them. This Luo Tianya appeared out of nowhere, and not only did he defeat all of them at the same cultivation realm, his bloodline even reached 9. In one fell swoop, he became the #1 person in the Luo clan, and was immediately appointed as the clan leader, said the elder. The Zhang clan and the Luo clan had been on good terms with each other and had sources of information. On top of that, the Luo clan didn't try to conceal the matter either. Thus, even though it had only been 2 days, the elder in charge of gathering news had already learned of the matter. The 100 schools of philosophers have inherited Kongshi's heritage, making them invincible among their peers. Even combat masters would find it difficult to defeat them. To be able to defeat Luo Tianya so easily, his strength is indeed not to be underestimated. After hearing Xianxia's explanation, Sword Saint Meng couldn't help but worry. That, scratching his head, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. What if I say that? Luo Tianya is me? Do you believe it? Stop fooling around. The other party possesses the purest bloodline of the Luo clan. How could it be you? Sword Saint Meng shook her head. She had already verified that her son possessed her bloodline. The fact that Luo Tianya was able to become the head of the Luo clan and verify his bloodline showed that they were two different people. This? Xianxia was speechless. He was speechless. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? Just as Xianxia was about to explain himself, a gust of wind suddenly sounded in the air. Following which, a crisp voice echoed in the air. Nangong Yuanfeng and Tantai Zhenqing from the 100 schools of philosophers' great frontistery of Confucianism are here to pay a visit to the head of the Zhang clan. Why are they here? Have they already recovered from their injuries? Xianxia was taken aback. He quickly rushed out of the hall, and the others quickly followed behind him. Raising his head, he saw Nangong Yuanfeng floating in the air. Beside him was a slightly plump, fat, and ugly middle-aged man. Behind him was a group of disciples, a total of 8 of them. Tantai Zhenqing? Could he be a descendant of ancient sage Ziyu? Xianxia frowned. Ancient sage Ziyu's surname was Tantai, and it was rumored that he wasn't particularly handsome. Kongshi had once said, judging a man by his appearance is a mistake. Who could have thought that his descendants would follow suit as well? Perplexed, Xianxia took a closer look at Nangong Yuanfeng. At this moment, Nangong Yuanfeng's face was a little pale, and his 4 disciples, Nangong Mo, and the others, looked a little sickly as well. From the looks of it, they hadn't fully recovered from their injuries yet. That's not right. Even though I sent him flying with a punch, I shouldn't have been able to injure him too severely. Why is he in such a state? Xianxia was perplexed. He hadn't used Kongshi's blood essence when he fought with Nangong Yuanfeng. Even though he had managed to inflict some damage to Nangong Yuanfeng with his full-powered punch, he had unsealed his cultivation. But why did it seem like Nangong Yuanfeng was severely injured as well? I am the head of the Zhang clan, Xianxia. Welcome to the Zhang clan. Xianxia clasped his fist and announced loudly. This wasn't the time to be hesitating. All right. Seeing that Xianxia was being courteous, Nangong Yuanfeng and the others quickly descended from the sky. This way, please. With a smile, Xianxia led the way into the hall. After taking their seats, Nangong Yuanfeng said, in order to prevent any unnecessary trouble, I'll get straight to the point. Since the Temple of Confucius is about to open, our 100 schools of philosophers would like to enter to pay homage to the heritage left behind by the previous sage. I heard that the Zhang clan possesses a celestial amulet of legacy, and I was wondering if you would be willing to part with it. As long as you are willing to hand it over, we won't mistreat you. We're willing to trade for it with treasures of equal value. You want the celestial amulet of legacy? That's impossible. Our Zhang clan wishes to enter the Temple of Confucius as well. There's no room for negotiation. Hearing Nangong Yuanfeng's request, Hyung Kensei's face darkened. He was still wondering what the other party was going to do, but who would have thought that it would be this? The Temple of Confucius was the greatest treasure that Kongshi had left behind back then. If they missed this opportunity, they would be giving up on their standing. The Zhang clan possessed the celestial amulet of legacy, so how could they possibly hand it over? Even if the other party was from the 100 schools of philosophers, they would never agree to it. Since that's the case, let's see who's stronger then. Kongshi encourages competition among his students. Since the celestial amulet of legacy was left behind by him, it goes without saying that he hopes that the stronger ones will be able to obtain it. Only then will they be able to achieve greater things in the Temple of Confucius. Knowing that he would be rejected, Nangong Yuanfeng raised his head and said, since that's the case, we'll challenge your Zhang clan to a duel of comprehension of time. If your juniors below 100 years of age are able to surpass our juniors, we'll drop the matter regarding the celestial amulet of legacy, and our 100 schools of philosophers is willing to use an artifact once used by an ancient sage as an apology. We'll resolve this matter. However, if you lose, we hope that you can hand the celestial amulet of legacy over to us for safekeeping. Challenge the Zhang clan to a duel of comprehension of time? Your disciples? Xianxia frowned. Of course not. It's Brother Tantai's disciples who are challenging you. Nangong Yuanfeng replied with a smile. It's the little princess's birthday today, so I didn't have the time to write. I only have 2 chapters, so there's still plenty left. Laowa thanks you. I am Tantai Zhenqing, a descendant of ancient sage Ziyu. Paying respects to the head of the Zhang clan and the esteemed guests. The hideous-looking middle-aged man stood up and bowed deeply. His demeanor was impeccable, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with him. More importantly, even though he was here to challenge the Zhang clan, his demeanor made it impossible for others to get angry with him. This is what a true Confucian should be like. Xianxia remarked. He had met quite a few master teachers and experts in the past, but none of them could match up to the middle-aged man before him. With a single look, it was clear that the other party was a true Confucian scholar. Elder Tantai, you're being too polite, Xianxia replied politely. Brother Yuanfeng, I believe that you have already explained the reason why we are here. We master teachers are determined to fight for the inkstone left behind by Kongshi, so I won't back down either. The people behind me are my direct disciples, and they have spent a lot of time learning from me to challenge your esteemed clan's comprehension of time. Regardless of the outcome of the duel, I'll gift this inkstone used by my ancestor to the Zhang clan as a token of apology. Tantai Zhenqing flicked his wrist, and a pitch-black inkstone floated in the air. This is ancient sage Ziyu's possession? Hyung Kensei and the other members of the Zhang clan were astonished. The inkstone wasn't large, but it gave off a feeling of crushing the heavens. It was as if the chaotic spacetime could be stabilized under its awe. This is a true ancient sage artifact. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. The sword that Nangong Yuan Feng had taken out back in the Luo clan was a weapon used by ancient sage Zirong. While it was valuable, it was not too valuable. On the other hand, the inkstone before him was the one that ancient sage Ziyu had been using all this while. However, it's still lacking compared to the Dragonbone Divine Spear, putting aside the fact that ancient sage Ran Qiu was stronger than ancient sage Ziyu, just the fact that the Dragonbone Divine Spear was a combat weapon whereas the inkstone was the four treasures of the study. Even so, if Xianxian could obtain it and keep it in his clan, it would definitely become a treasure that would secure their fortune. It seems like this duel is inevitable. Retracting his gaze from the inkstone, Xianxian clasped his fist. Yes. Tantai Zhenqing nodded. Please forgive me. The Temple of Confucius is a place that all master teachers dream of visiting. No matter how courteous you are, it's inevitable that you'll end up competing with one another. Since that's the case, let's have a duel then. Xianxian chuckled softly before waving his hand and standing up. May I know how the duel will work? Please state the rules. The other party's motive was the celestial amulet of legacy. Since that was the case, there was no point in saying anything more. Since that was the case, he might as well just get it over with. Chief Zhang, if you trust me, I will tell you my rules. Tantai Zhenqing nodded. Our 100 schools of philosophers' duels are divided into a civil duel and a physical duel. The civil duel does not harm one's relationship while the physical duel relies on one's own strength. What's the point of fighting with words? What's a wushu? It's very simple. I have a space-time mirror here that can illuminate one's primordial divinity and allow one's will to enter it. There are also time formations and traps set up within it. This is known as a literary duel. A golden mirror appeared in front of everyone. This golden mirror was not a flat surface but had many edges and corners. Every single surface reflected one another, leaving one feeling a little dizzy from looking at it. The physical duel is very simple. Everyone will suppress their cultivation to the same level and rely on their means to achieve victory. After explaining the situation, Tantai Zhenqing fell silent. Instead, he looked at the members of the Zhang clan with a smile as he waited for them to make their decision. Our Zhang clan has never come into contact with the space-time mirror before, so we don't know the intricacies and mechanisms of the space-time mirror. As for the physical duel, the 100 schools of philosophers possess all kinds of battle techniques. It won't be easy for those of the same cultivation realm to achieve victory. One of the elders exclaimed. Indeed. They're trying to suppress us with their strength. There's nothing we can do about it. While the Zhang clan isn't weak, it's still far from matching up to the 100 schools of philosophers. Their intentions are clear. They're determined to compete with us no matter what. What should we do then? The complexions of the elders in the room didn't look too good. A physical duel might sound harmless, but no one knew what the space-time mirror was. Once the disciples of the other party were familiar with it, it would be impossible for them to achieve victory even if they had the same comprehension of time. It was just like how it would be difficult for those who were unfamiliar with the track to emerge victorious even if they were of the same cultivation realm. As for the physical duel, while it might seem fair, the 100 schools of philosophers had inherited the heritage of Kongshi, and they possessed all kinds of secret arts and techniques. Even if the predecessors of the Zhang clan were talented, there was no one who could match up to Kongshi and the school of philosophers. It could be said that the Zhang clan had no advantage in either of the physical duels. Forget about the physical duel. Let's just have a physical duel. Let's speed things up so that we don't end up harming the harmony between us, Xianxian said calmly. Physical duel? Very well. Tantai Zhenqing nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a young man walked out from behind him and said, "This is Tantai Jiankui, my direct disciple. He's 30 this year, and his comprehension of the laws of time is shallow." Hula, right after saying those words, the young man walked up to the crowd. Without moving a single muscle, his aura surged, exerting immense pressure on everyone present. Great Sage One Dan Introspective Convalescence Realm. Hyung Kensei narrowed his eyes in astonishment. To be able to reach Great Sage despite being in his 30s, Tantai Jiankui's talent was unparalleled in the Zhang clan, with the exception of his son whom he had just found. In fact, even Xianxia himself had far surpassed Tantai Jiankui's age. Tantai Jiankui, I humbly seek the guidance of the experts of the Zhang clan. The young man clasped his fist and bowed deeply. Xianer, even though your cultivation has reached Saint Nine Dan pinnacle, you haven't been to the Zhang clan, so you haven't studied the Zhang clan's comprehension of time laws. If you're really unable to achieve victory, you can use a secret art that raised your cultivation to sempiternal realm back then. Hyung Kensei quickly sent a telepathic message over to his son. In the Zhang clan, the most talented individual who was younger than 100 years old was Zhang Xian. If he had used the secret art that he had used back then, he would have been invincible for a short period of time, allowing him to defeat Tantai Jiankui with ease. That secret art. I can't use it anymore. Zhang Xian shook his head. That was through the use of Kongshi's blood droplet. On the other hand, there were only 3 droplets of Kongshi's blood droplet, and he had already depleted them all. Even if he wanted to use it, he would not be able to. You can't use it anymore? Hyung Kensei's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Then, without the secret art, it would not be easy for a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator to defeat an introspective convalescence realm expert, even if the other party suppressed his cultivation. Don't worry, I won't be challenging you to a duel. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. You won't be the one challenging me? Hyung Kensei was taken aback. The others also turned their gazes over in bewilderment. If you aren't going to challenge me, who is going to do it? Of course I won't be the one challenging you. As the clan head of the Zhang clan, it would be unavoidable for me to bully the weak. Zhang Xian's lips crept up. I'll leave this opportunity to the younger generation. Let my disciple, Zhang Jiuxiao, do it instead. Today's 3rd chapter will cost 500 monthly tickets and 1 chapter. If anyone has a ticket, feel free to vote for it. Tycoons, I don't need any tips. Lao really wants to be the champion. Thank you very much. As for this month's alliance leader, Laoa, you'll be adding an additional chapter next month. This month's eruption will be for the sake of the monthly tickets. A youngster? The mouths of the crowd twitched. But Zhang Jiuxiao is even older than you, for a 20-year-old fellow to refer to someone older than him as a youngster. Why did it feel so weird? Nevertheless, if they were to go by seniority, Zhang Jiuxiao was indeed a youngster. Just that, Zhang Jiuxiao is only at Saint 8 Dan pinnacle at the moment. Even though his bloodline is extremely pure, he has yet to learn any core battle techniques or cultivation techniques. I fear that. Hyung Kensei frowned. Zhang Jiuxiao had achieved a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan primary stage during the clan's tournament. During this period of time, with the abundant resources provided by the Zhang clan and the activation of the blood reservoir, he had already become a Saint 8 Dan pinnacle expert. His strength was indeed outstanding among the younger generation, but he was still far from matching up to Tantai Jiankui. More importantly, he was only a member of the side family, and he had never been to the core before. He had never even learned the battle techniques and cultivation techniques of the side family, so how could he possibly compete with the other party? Wasn't he just waiting to lose? It's fine. Bring him in. Zhang Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes. An elder nodded and left the room. Not too long later, he returned with Zhang Jiuxiao. Teacher. Zhang Jiuxiao quickly rushed forward upon entering the room. I believe that the 9th elder has already informed you of this matter. As the representative of the Zhang clan, we will be competing against the 100 schools of philosophers. Defeat is not an option. Zhang Xian said with his hands behind his back. Victory is not an option. Zhang Jiuxiao replied awkwardly. Teacher, I just made a breakthrough yesterday, so I haven't fully consolidated my cultivation yet. He had already heard that the competition with the 100 schools of philosophers was a huge deal, and if he were to lose, he would become a sinner of the Zhang clan. You haven't fully consolidated your cultivation yet? That's easy. Zhang Xian walked up to Zhang Jiuxiao and said, sit down. Yes. Zhang Jiuxiao had no idea what his teacher was up to, but he dared not refute his teacher's order. Thus, he quickly sat down on the floor. With a faint smile, Zhang Xian stretched out his hand and stroked the top of the other's head. Zhang Jiuxiao was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a warm aura gushing into his body from the other party's palm. In the blink of an eye, the warm aura had flowed through his entire body. The Xianxia accumulation that he had sustained previously due to his breakthrough was swiftly dispelled by the warm aura, and his damaged meridians were swiftly mended. In the blink of an eye, Xianxian's strength, spirit, and psyche had reached a state of perfect harmonization. It was as if he had been immersed in this state for many years. The shortcoming of being unable to control his strength had vanished without a trace. This, Nangong Yuanfeng and Tantai Xinqing looked at each other in disbelief. This was not enlightenment, nor was it helping the other party to increase their cultivation. It was not against the rules. It required one to use a unique method to perfectly fuse one's Xinqi with one's body. Not only did one require one's Xinqi to be incomparably pure, one's control over one's Xinqi had to be at the very pinnacle as well. Furthermore, one had to have a thorough understanding of one's physical condition. There were countless experts in the great frontistery of Confucianism, but none of them were capable of such a feat. In fact, not even ancient sages were capable of such a feat. For a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator to achieve such a feat so easily, wasn't the head of the Zhang clan a little too formidable? Alright, you have already stabilized your Saint 8 Dan pinnacle cultivation. As for the Zhang clan's comprehension of temporal laws and battle techniques, Xianxian frowned. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Tantai Xinqing and clasped his fist. Elder Tantai, this student of mine has just returned to the Zhang clan not too long ago, so he only knows a few side family battle techniques. If you don't mind waiting a little longer, I'll impart a few moves to him so that he won't panic during the battle later on. Impart a few moves to him? You mean to say that he wants to learn it now? Tantai Xinqing was taken aback. The laws of time were incomparably profound, and the battle techniques that were involved in them were even more profound. Even his students would have to spend several years learning a single law of time after listening to his explanation. Yet, you're actually saying that you're serious? That's right. Don't worry, it won't take too long. An hour is more than enough. Thinking that Tantai Xinqing was worried that it would take too long, Xianxian chuckled softly. An hour? Tantai Xinqing was confused. He was completely dumbfounded. What could he possibly learn in an hour? More importantly, he was challenging his student, an introspective convalescence realm expert. He wasn't the only one. Ouyang Yuanfeng and the other disciples also glanced at one another in bewilderment. Just as everyone was waiting to see how Xianxian was going to impart the battle techniques to Xianxian within an hour, Sword Saint Xing's frenzied voice suddenly sounded. Xianer. It hasn't even been 2 days since you returned to the Zhang clan, and you haven't even seen the battle techniques of the clan yet. How are you going to impart them to him? Ouyang Yuanfeng and Tantai Xinqing staggered. In the end, you don't even know the battle techniques of the clan yet you want to impart them to someone else in an hour? What I want to know is, what are you thinking? Is the head of the Zhang clan a retard? I don't know the battle techniques of the clan yet, but it's fine. I can learn them right now. 8th Elder, you'll be in charge of the clan's book collection vault. Bring me the clan's battle techniques and cultivation technique manuals as soon as possible. Xianxian scratched his head as he turned to the 8th Elder. Yes. An elder hurriedly flew out of the room, and it didn't take long for him to return. With a flick of his wrist, a huge pile of books and bookshelves appeared before the crowd. There were at least several 100,000 books on them. The reason the Zhang clan was able to become the #1 clan on the master-teacher continent was due to the sheer number of experts they had. They had left behind countless heritage, secret manuals, cultivation techniques, and battle techniques. Even the 8th Elder had only taken the most common cultivation technique manuals for the core disciples. It was impossible for him to collect all of them within a short period of time. Thank you for your trouble. Xianxian thanked the elder before sweeping his gaze over the bookshelves. At the same time, he extended his spiritual perception, and in the blink of an eye, all of the books on the bookshelves began to flutter in the air. This is Spiritual Perception Scripture, Recitation of 10,000 Books. How is this possible? Tantai Xinqing's body trembled in disbelief. Spiritual perception scripture is a technique that allows one to split one's spiritual perception into countless wills to record the words in the books. Even the most talented genius of the great frontistery of Confucianism, Kong Shiyao, was only able to flip through 3,000 books simultaneously, and that was already a record that had been set for more than 10,000 years. Yet, this fellow has flipped through more than 100,000 books simultaneously. Just how powerful is his spiritual perception? Nangong Yuanfeng's mouth widened in shock, and his jaws nearly fell to the ground. Any St. Tudan cultivator who had reached St. Tudan would be able to split their spiritual perception to read a single book swiftly. However, reading 2 books at the same time was equivalent to multitasking. This was a problem for many people, and even primordial spirit realm experts would find it difficult to do so. There were countless geniuses in the great frontistery of Confucianism, and even the strongest of them was only able to flip through 3,000 books simultaneously and memorize them. Yet, this fellow was flipping through more than 100,000 books simultaneously. Wasn't he afraid that his spiritual perception would be affected? After a moment of silence, Nangong Yuanfeng remarked, "It's also possible that he might not be able to memorize the content of the book just by looking through it with his spiritual perception." Flipping through and remembering were 2 different concepts. The former required only a glance, and there was no need for one to comprehend or memorize the contents. However, the latter required one to forcefully memorize them. There was a huge gap between the 2. If it was just the former, he could do it too. This? You'll know once you keep watching. Shortly after Tantai Xianxia said those words, all of the books floating in the air suddenly flipped to the last page simultaneously before falling back onto the bookshelf. I'll have to trouble 8th Elder to send the books back. Xianxia closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he was digesting something. 10 breaths later, Xianxia opened his eyes and said, "Yes." The 8th Elder nodded and put the book into his ring with a confused look on his face. Then, he rushed out again. "You learned the Zhang clan's cultivation techniques before. I helped you with the simple ones, and I have already corrected the flaws in them. There is no need for you to continue learning them for the time being. The main thing is martial techniques and your understanding of the laws of time. Based on the contents of these books, I have compiled 2 sets of cultivation techniques. I will now impart them to you." After saying that, Xianxia tapped his finger, and a thought immediately entered Zhang Jiuxia's sea of consciousness. This, looking at the knowledge imparted to him by his teacher, Zhang Jiuxia's body trembled. The laws of time were even more difficult to comprehend than the laws of space. Even if one were to witness the laws of time with their own eyes, they would still be unable to comprehend them. This was also the reason why the Zhang clan's time quintessence was so powerful that, unless they relied on their bloodline or swordsmanship, very few people would be able to execute it. Xianxia had thought that it would take a very long time for him to master the Heaven's Path divine art. Never could he have imagined that the cultivation technique that his teacher had imparted to him would allow him to progress from the basics to the deeper levels, and the difficulty of the Heaven's Path divine art had dropped by many times. At this rate, he should be able to completely understand it in less than a month. However, a month was still too long. At this point, Xianxia raised his head and said, "Teacher, time is of the essence." It wasn't that he didn't want to bring honor to the clan, but, even with such a powerful cultivation technique, it would still take a long time for him to master it. It was impossible to do it in one go. The 1 hour that the teacher said was too hasty. There's no need to rush. Let this drop of blood burn in your body. As if having expected such a situation, Xianxia flicked his finger, and a droplet of blood floated in between Zhang Jiuxia's eyebrows. The purest blood collected by the Zhang family. Buzz, when the blood entered Zhang Jiuxia's body, it immediately started burning, and in the blink of an eye, he sank into a unique state. Time acceleration? Tantai Xianxia narrowed his eyes. When this drop of blood entered Zhang Jiuxia's body, he could clearly feel that Zhang Jiuxia's consciousness had fallen into some sort of time vortex. The time here was different from the outside world, and it had been accelerated. In other words, even though it was only an hour in the outside world, Zhang Jiuxia might have experienced a day, 2 days, or even more than 10 days of comprehension. Only allowing my consciousness to enter time acceleration is somewhat similar to the blood pool. One of the elders also noticed this and muttered. The Zhang family's blood pool allowed one's will to cultivate at a faster rate. That was also the reason why the Zhang family was able to produce so many geniuses, far surpassing the Luo family. The blood pool can only increase time by tenfold at most, but clan head's blood pool has increased time by more than 100-fold, another elder beside him said. We used the purest bloodline of our Zhang clan to set up a time acceleration formation in Zhang Jiuxiao's mind. Due to the fact that it only targets his consciousness, the energy consumption is extremely low, Sword Saint Xing explained. Others might not be able to see through it, but as the former clan head and one of the top experts of the Zhang clan, he understood the reason behind his son's actions. Under normal circumstances, the ignition of one's bloodline would not only leave one in a weakened state, it would also cause one's blood to run dry before one could even execute a single battle technique. However, Zhang Xian had used a unique method to alter the flow of time in his consciousness. Not only was the consumption of his blood extremely low, time was also accelerated by many times. Even if the consumption of time is extremely low, it's still only a few days. What can he possibly learn in such a short period of time? Can he really defeat that person? The elder who had spoken earlier asked. While the means of their clan head had left them dazzled, Zhang Jiuxiao's starting point was simply too low. Even with this move, how much could he possibly comprehend in an hour? After all, they had spent their entire lives immersing themselves in the laws of time, and even after several centuries, they had not made much progress in it. Paying no heed to the bewilderment and shock of the crowd, Zhang Xian returned to his seat and closed his eyes to study the knowledge that he had just read. The reason he had used his spiritual perception to flip through the books earlier was to conceal the doubts of the 100 schools of philosophers and the Zhang clan. In truth, he had already memorized the content of the books and compiled them into a Heaven's Path divine art. What he had imparted to Zhang Jiuxiao was the simplified version, but what he was currently cultivating was the complete version. The ancestors of the Zhang clan sure have a deep understanding of time, Zhang Xian remarked as he compiled the Heaven's Path divine art. It must be said that the predecessors of the Zhang clan had indeed walked a long way in comprehending the time quintessence. It was no wonder why they were able to become the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent. As Zhang Xian continued to study, his comprehension of the laws of time gradually deepened. A long time later, Hung Long, it was as if he had grasped onto something, and a thought flowed through his mind. At the same time, in the Zhang clan's ancestral hall, the same phenomenon that had occurred in the Luo clan's ancestral hall was occurring as well. However, the attention of the entire clan was focused on the duel, so no one paid any attention to it. Zhang Xian opened his eyes, and there was a brilliant glow in them. It felt as if there was a vortex spinning in his eyes. I've finally comprehended it. However, it's just that I have to accelerate my own time. After fully comprehending the time quintessence of the Zhang clan, Zhang Xian finally came to a realization. The time quintessence allowed one to accelerate one's own time, thus making it difficult for one's opponent to react. However, it was impossible to achieve the same effect as Mingshi Tang's spacetime palace, where a month of cultivation was equivalent to a year in the outside world. Even so, it was still a fearsome feat at the very least. His fighting prowess had risen once more. Previously, I could only drive a droplet of blood twice before depleting it completely. However, this time around, I can store it within my body and use it whenever I want. A droplet of blood is more than enough for me to fight dozens of times. Zhang Xian chuckled. Of the 3 droplets of blood that Hyung Kensei had given him, he had used 1 droplet when he encountered the Dragonbone Divine Spear, and he had used another droplet for Zhang Jiuxiao. At the moment, he was down to his final droplet. However, now that he had comprehended the time quintessence, he would be able to conserve a significant amount of blood. It could be said that it was a huge waste to use it the first time. Nearly 99% of the blood's energy had been released. With this, he could easily control it. A single droplet of blood could be used dozens of times. While Zhang Xian was comprehending the time quintessence, Tantai Zhenqing still noticed that something was amiss, and he couldn't help but frown. In his view, the disposition of the young Zhang clan seemed to be different from before. He felt more composed and introverted, giving him an unfathomable aura. Time's up. Soon, an hour was up. Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and Zhang Jiuxiao woke up from his state of comprehension. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to reinforce the knowledge that he had just comprehended before walking up to Tantai Jiankui. He clasped his fist and bowed. Please. All right. Tantai Jiankui nodded. He swiftly suppressed his zhenqi, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation had risen to Saint 8 Dan pinnacle, just like Xiao. Let's begin. Xianxia waved his hand. Jiao, please enlighten me. Without any hesitation, Jiao stepped forward, and as if he had vanished, he was already standing right before Tantai Jiankui. With a slight push of his palm, Jiao channeled his Xinqi into Jiao. How fast! How powerful! Initially, Tantai Jiankui hadn't thought much of Jiao since he had suppressed his cultivation, but upon seeing this sight, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. He swiftly drove his Xinqi and retreated. Even though the young man before him hadn't comprehended the time quintessence yet, he was still not too far away from it, to be able to come so close to comprehending the time quintessence in just an hour. How in the world did he do it, however? While Tantai Jiankui was fast, Jiao was even faster. He spread open his palm and flicked it lightly. Sword chi burst forth from his 5 fingers simultaneously. The sword chi seemed to be moving slowly, but in truth, it was as if it defied the limitations of space and time. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right before Jiao, making it impossible for him to guard against it. This is the highest quintessence of the Zhang family swordsmanship? He. Hyung Kensei and Sword Saint Meng glanced at one another with widened eyes. The highest quintessence of the Zhang family swordsmanship was something that the two of them had only barely managed to comprehend after working together. Yet, Jiao, who had never learned it before, was actually able to comprehend it within an hour. Furthermore, he was able to shoot sword chi from his fingertips. Just what in the world had their son imparted? Poof. Poof. Although Tantai Jiankui retreated quickly, he was still hit by the sword chi. However, he was strong and had rich battle experience. He was only pierced through his clothes and was not injured. It's my turn. Tantai Jiankui had thought that he would be able to defeat Xianxia easily and contribute to the 100 schools of philosophers, but who could have thought that he would nearly be injured in a single move? Clenching his fists tightly, he charged forward. Due to the fact that he had also comprehended a portion of the laws of time, his movements were extremely swift. Putting aside the naked eye, even one's spiritual perception would not be able to detect his movements. Without the slightest fear, Jiao launched a series of palm strikes, and sword chi surged into the surroundings, forming a protective barrier that kept the fist strikes at bay. Jiankui is going to lose. A moment later, Tantai Zhenqing shook his head in disappointment. He's going to lose? I don't think there's much difference. Nangong Yuanfeng was taken aback. Given his eye of discernment, he could tell that Jiao had been on the receiving end of attacks all this while. It would be difficult for him to even retaliate, so why was his man on the verge of losing? This Jiao did not use his bloodline power. Tantai Zhenqing said. This, Nangong Yuanfeng fell silent. Before coming here, he had done a thorough investigation on the Zhang family, and he knew that after they ignited their bloodline power, their speed and strength would soar. Even without igniting his bloodline power, Jiao was already on par with Tantai Jiankui. Once he used his bloodline power, it would not be difficult for him to defeat Tantai Jiankui. Furthermore, while it might seem like he's on the defensive, did you notice that he was unable to retaliate with a single punch earlier? But now, he's already able to retaliate with 2 to 3 punches out of 10. In other words, he's still not familiar with the power that he has just comprehended. He's just making use of the pressure from Jiankui to further his comprehension and breakthrough. Tantai Zhenqing said with a bitter smile. As much as he hated to admit it, what he was seeing was the truth. When Nangong Yuanfeng had said that he had suffered a setback in the Luo clan, he had thought that he was exaggerating a little. However, after witnessing the growth of the genius of the Zhang family, he realized that the master-teacher continent was not to be underestimated. The 100 schools of philosophers had guarded the master-teacher continent for several dozen millenniums, so they were unaware of the progress of others. Hearing Tantai Jiankui's words, Nangong Yuanfeng turned his gaze over and saw Jiao retaliating more and more frequently. Before long, the number of punches he had thrown out had increased to 7, and Tantai Jiankui was gradually being suppressed. Hula! Yet another punch tore through space and arrived right before Tantai Jiankui, threatening to shatter him at any moment. I admit defeat. With a livid expression, Tantai Jiankui took a step back. Clearly, he had not expected such an outcome. Teacher, allow me. Seeing that Tantai Jiankui had admitted defeat, another young man stepped forward. Even though your cultivation is slightly higher than Jiankui's, the difference isn't too great. If Jiankui can't win, you won't be able to either. Tantai Jianqing shook his head. In truth, there was not much of a difference between his four students. Even though the one who had just spoken had a deeper comprehension of the laws of time, it was still impossible for him to defeat Zhang Jiuxiao. Even if he were to continue the duel, it was likely that he would end up losing. Why don't you do the same as me? Suppress your cultivation. With such a thought in mind, Nangong Yuanfeng turned to his old friend and asked. Tantai Jianqing hesitated for a moment before glancing at Zhang Xian, only to see the latter shaking his head helplessly. Forget it. A loss is a loss. I might not necessarily be able to win either. If he were to make a move and not give Zhang Jiuxiao any time to cultivate, he would indeed be able to defeat the latter easily. However, defeating Zhang Jiuxiao did not mean that he would be able to defeat the Zhang family. The head of the Zhang family was able to achieve the level of reciting 10,000 books with a single recitation, and he was even able to teach his student to comprehend the laws of time in just an hour. Yet, his student was able to achieve a deeper comprehension of the laws of time than his student would have in 10 years. If that was the case, just what kind of level had the other party reached? If he were to make a move and the other party made a move as well, the outcome would still be the same. Perhaps, just like what Nangong Yuanfeng had done in the Luo clan, he would end up being humiliated. We admit defeat. Tantai Jianqing clasped his fist and said. Elder, you went easy on me. Seeing that the other party had admitted defeat with just a single disciple, Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. It was within his expectations that Zhang Jiuxiao would be able to defeat Tantai Jiankui, but the other party was already being gracious enough to admit defeat so easily. At the very least, he did not struggle for a long time like Nangong Yuanfeng. A loss is a loss. It can't be considered as going easy on you. Tantai Jianqing nodded. With a flick of his wrist, ancient sage Ziyu's inkstone flew over to Zhang Xian. After which, he clasped his fist and said, farewell. Zhang Xian caught the inkstone before bringing the floating space-time mirror up to him. After taking a look at it, he tossed it into the air and said, your mirror. Tantai Jianqing caught the inkstone before leaving with the others. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from the spot. After flying for an unknown distance, the crowd finally came to a halt. Teacher, I'm really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. One of the young men exclaimed. Indeed. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao is improving swiftly, as long as we go all out right from the start, he might not even have the time to comprehend it. As for the head of the Zhang clan, he might just be a good teacher, but his comprehension of temporal laws is far beneath ours. Another young man gritted his teeth. If they failed the mission given by the 100 schools of philosophers, they would surely be punished upon their return. You said that the head of the Zhang clan's comprehension of temporal laws might be beneath yours? Tantai Jianqing's eyes were filled with disappointment when he saw the unconvinced looks on his disciples' faces. That's right. One of the young men nodded. I thought so too, but take a look at this mirror. Without explaining anything, Tantai Jianqing flicked his wrist, and the mirror in his hand floated before the crowd. What's wrong with the mirror? The crowd quickly gathered around, and with just a single glance, their eyes narrowed in astonishment. A crack had appeared on the surface of the mirror, reminiscent of a saber scar. Teacher, what's going on? Who destroyed the space-time mirror? Tantai Jiankui asked. The space-time mirror was one of the top treasures of their Zhang clan. Even great sage experts would find it difficult to destroy it, so why would a crack appear on it all of a sudden? The head of the Zhang clan took a look at the mirror earlier, and he ended up in such a state, Tantai Jianqing said with a bitter smile. Took a look at the mirror? The crowd was perplexed. The toughness of the space-time mirror was such that even a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator would not be able to damage it. Yet, the head of the Zhang clan was able to destroy it with just a look. The space-time mirror was left behind by an ancestor who specializes in temporal laws, and it's filled with all kinds of formations. That's why it's difficult for one's consciousness to leave after entering it. The head of the Zhang clan might have acted casually earlier, but his consciousness had already entered the mirror and destroyed all of the formations. Tantai Zhenqing said grimly. His consciousness entered the mirror? Destroyed the formations? The crowd narrowed their eyes in astonishment. If they had been unable to understand what was going on, they had finally understood what was going on. The higher one's comprehension of temporal laws was, the faster one would be able to escape. Yet, not only did the other party leave, he even destroyed the formations. Just how deep must one's comprehension of temporal laws be in order to accomplish such a feat? I'm afraid that person has already reached spatial quintessence. Tantai Zhenqing noticed the doubt in the crowd's eyes. The others were speechless. The laws of time and space were different from the laws of swordsmanship and the like. Even ancient sages were unable to comprehend them, and yet, a Saint Nine Dan cultivator was able to do so. It looks like the head of the Zhang clan is on par with the Luo clan's Luo Tianya. I'm afraid that the 100 schools of philosophers won't be able to achieve what they intend to do. Nangong Yuanfeng also came to a realization, and he couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder why Zhang Xian's old friend had left so quickly. Even if Zhang Xian's strength far surpassed that of the other party, it would still be nigh impossible for him to defeat someone of the same cultivation realm. Leaving was indeed the best choice. Otherwise, it would only be more humiliating. We won? We defeated the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers? Unlike Tantai Zhenqing and the others who were shocked, the Zhang family burst into cheers. When the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers arrived, everyone thought that they would only be able to take a beating and suffer humiliation. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that their clan chief would be able to resolve the situation so easily, causing them to return empty-handed. If it was before, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, he had really done it. I won. Even Zhang Jiuxiao found it hard to believe. He had fought the successor of the 100 schools of philosophers barehandedly and emerged victorious. Had it been half a year ago, he would have never dared to believe that he had achieved such glory. It was all thanks to the teacher before him. Cultivate the knowledge that I have imparted to you over the next few days so that you can comprehend the time quintessence as soon as possible. Other than that, here's a cultivation technique manual. If you cultivate according to it, it shouldn't take long for you to overcome your current bottleneck. Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Jiuxiao expectantly. Of my students, you are currently the weakest. You have to improve quickly so that you can become a pillar of the Master Teacher Academy like your seniors. Yes, teacher. I won't let you down. Zhang Jiuxiao clasped his fist. Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao had agreed to it, Zhang Xian nodded. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Xingming Sword Saints and the Xingming Sword Saints. Father. Mother. Zhang Jiuxiao did not hesitate for too long before calling out to them. Due to the influence of his previous life's memories, even though he had already acknowledged them as his parents, he had never called them out loud. However, at this moment, he was finally able to do so. The otherworldly demonic tribe's ancient sages were no longer as safe as before. If he wanted to raise mankind's strength as quickly as possible, the Zhang clan was an indispensable power. The two before him wielded far greater influence in the Zhang clan than he did. Thus, it was only a matter of time before he acknowledged them. There was nothing for him to be conflicted about. This way, he would be able to better integrate with the Luo clan when they arrived. Sigh. The Xingming Sword Saints and the Xingming Sword Saints clenched their fists in agitation. They had been looking forward to this day, but they did not think that it would come so quickly. While the cultivation techniques that the two of you practice are top-notch, due to the frustrations in your hearts over the past few years, your aura has been slightly affected. Allow me to enlighten you now, and you should be able to achieve breakthroughs faster. Zhang Xian. Even though his parents were the strongest figures on the master-teacher continent, the Library of Heaven's path had revealed countless flaws that hindered their cultivation. If they could resolve these problems, they would surely be able to push for a breakthrough to Great Sage. You are going to offer us pointers? Hearing their son's words, the Xingming Sword Saints leaped in shock. Their son was only at Saint 9 Dan. Was he really capable of offering pointers to Great Sage 3 Dan cultivators like them? It can't be considered as pointers. I'm just pointing out the mistakes that you have made in your cultivation so as to resolve your hidden flaws. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. The two of them had made a move before him previously, so there were plenty of books regarding them in the library of Heaven's Path. It was just that he had not had the time to read them. Since the two of them had made a move before him, he did not hesitate for too long. He took out 2 blank books and swiftly wrote down their situation. Based on the cultivation techniques that he had seen in the library of Heaven's Path, he made some corrections to them. The couple took the books and browsed through them, and their bodies jolted in astonishment. There was nothing wrong with what their son had said. It was the exact same problem that they were facing at the moment. "Show me your strength as well, and I'll offer you some pointers as well." Paying no heed to his shocked parents, Xianxia turned to the other elders. Since they were going to raise their cultivation, they might as well do it together. "Clan head, bad news. The people from the Luo clan are already at the entrance." Just as Xianxia was about to offer them some pointers, a guard suddenly rushed in with a nervous look on his face. After 3 days of flight, the people from the Luo clan had finally arrived. After 3 days of flight, the people from the Luo clan had finally arrived. "Let them in." Knowing that the day had finally come, Xianxia instructed. "Yes." The guard hurriedly left the room. The Luo clan sure doesn't know what's good for them. Did they think that the humiliation they suffered the previous time around wasn't enough? I don't know either. I heard that they have a clan head who has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, and they're here to avenge their humiliation. Avenge their humiliation? Humph, how arrogant of them. That clan head is called Luo Xianxia, right? What right does he have to compete with our clan head? He's just a member of the side family who has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, but he dares to challenge our clan head. We'll definitely beat him up so badly that he won't be able to find his bearings anymore. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings. Hearing how the crowd was intentionally belittling Luo Xianxia and elevating him, Xianxia suddenly felt incredibly exhausted. If these people knew that the clan head of the Luo clan was him as well, would they faint from shock as well? How was he supposed to explain the situation so that the two clans wouldn't come to blows? If he were to tell the Luo clan that he was Luo Xianxia, the Luo clan might very well think that he was toying with them a second time after humiliating them once. If he were to tell the Zhang clan that he was Luo Xianxia and that the Luo clan's bloodline purity was only 9, it would be difficult for them to explain themselves. Perhaps, they might even think that his father was Miss Dong. How frustrating. Sigh, everyone wants to be outstanding, but what good does it do to be outstanding? It's just a matter of time before I die. You should negotiate with the Luo clan first. I just happen to have some insights, and I need to go into seclusion to cultivate. Xianxia pondered for a moment, but there was no better way for him to resolve the matter at the moment. As long as he and Luo Xianxia weren't around, there was no way they would cause a ruckus. It would only be more troublesome if they stayed behind. All right then, Hyung Kensei was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. The greatest conflict between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan was the public annulment of the engagement. As long as the culprit went into hiding and didn't provoke the other party, it would indeed alleviate the tension between them. After getting permission, Xianxia didn't say anything else. He brought Lozozi back to his residence. After arranging for the girl to rest in the side room, he entered the folded space. Due to his deep understanding of space, the dimension before him had been modified to become even more stable and spacious. Its diameter had already reached several hundred li, and there were all kinds of buildings erected around it, making it look like a massive city. Finding an empty space, Xianxia sat down casually. With a thought, a massive corpse fell to the ground, crushing the bluestone floor and raising a cloud of dust. The otherworldly demon ancient sage whom he had killed. It would be extremely difficult to store the Dragonbone Divine Spear into a storage ring, but it was still possible to take it out without the help of the Dragonbone Divine Spear. He had already expended the 3 droplets of Kongshi's blood essence, the golden page, and Vicious was in a deep slumber. He had no means of preserving his life at all, so he had to find a way to forge this thing into a soulless metal humanoid as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they were to encounter danger, they would really not know what to do. Let's see if we can enter first. With a thought, Xianxia drew his soul out from his glabella. Even though the otherworldly demon ancient sage was already dead, the corpse still emanated a heavy pressure. Before Xianxia could even get close to it, he could already feel a strong gust of wind assaulting him. It's powerful. Xianxia thought grimly. His soul had been through many lightning tribulations, and its resilience had reached an unimaginable level. Even great sage experts would find it difficult to inflict damage on it. Yet, at this moment, he was unable to even get close to a corpse. This was way too fearsome. Xianxia shook his head. He tried a few more times, but to no avail. If he wanted to forge the corpse into a soulless metal humanoid, he would first have to enter the corpse with his soul. Given how difficult it was for him to even approach it, how could he possibly assimilate it? It seems like I'll have to raise the prowess of my soul as soon as possible. If I can achieve a breakthrough to great sage with my soul, I might just be able to make use of the corpse. Returning to his physical body, Xianxia quickly went through the most pressing matters in his mind. First, I have to find the method left behind by Xianxia and achieve a breakthrough to great sage. Second, I have to continue accepting students to earn their gratitude and forge a golden page. Third, I have to make a breakthrough in my soul cultivation and forge the corpse. Even though he knew that the golden page was extremely powerful, he still did not think that it would be able to kill an ancient sage with a single page. Ancient sages were the epitome of invincibility in the hearts of all cultivators. Without reaching the required level, putting aside fighting, they would not even be able to withstand a single thought from an ancient sage. Yet, the golden page was able to crush an ancient sage so easily, it seemed like he would have to find a way to earn the gratitude of the other party as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he were to encounter the group that had come to capture Xiaoya, he would really be at his wits' end. The first and second requirements aren't too easy, but the third one. I should be able to do it. He had no idea what was going on in Mingshi Tang's headquarters at the moment, so he did not have any means to deal with them. If he were to encounter those fellows who had submitted to the otherworldly demonic tribe, he would not even be able to escape, let alone find the method left behind by Xianxia. As for the second requirement, a student had to choose his teacher, and a teacher had to choose his student. Given his current situation, he could not just accept anyone as his student. Even if they were not his direct disciples, it would not be easy for them to become Xianxia's student. It was not easy to find a formidable teacher, but it was the same for powerful students. As such, even though Xianxia wanted to form the golden page, he knew that it would not be that easy. After much thought, he concluded that the third requirement was the only one that he could accomplish in the short term. Understanding this, Xianxia left the myriad ant hive nest and walked out of the residence. He found an elder and said, "Bring me to the Zhang clan's library." As the head of the Zhang clan, he wielded unparalleled authority, allowing him to enter and exit the library as he pleased. 4 hours later, Xianxia walked out of the library. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in disappointment. While the Zhang clan was the #1 sage clan on the master-teacher continent, they did not have many cultivation techniques related to the soul. Even though they had fused quite a few of them, they were still unable to achieve a breakthrough to Heaven's Path realm. In other words, he was still unable to cultivate for the time being. How are things with the Luo clan? The elder who had brought him here had yet to leave. Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking. Reporting to clan chief, the Luo clan wanted to challenge you to a duel, but their clan chief, Luo Tianya, had an urgent matter to attend to, so he didn't follow them here. Thus, the clan arranged for them to stay in the guest room. The elder replied. That's good. Seeing that there was no conflict in his absence, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to the Luo clan and asked, "Are there any guilds or powers in the vicinity of the Zhang clan that specialize in soul attacks?" Guilds that specialize in soul attacks? The elder pondered for a moment before replying. The headquarters of the Terpsichore Guild is located in Terpsichore City, which is less than 20,000 li away from here. They specialize in the study of souls, and they have a deep understanding of it. However, the one who has the deepest understanding of souls is the Jiang clan, one of the 3 premier clans. Their founder has comprehended the soul quintessence. It's only half a day's journey away from the Zhang clan. The Jiang family? Xianxia slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of him? Of the 3 major clans, the Zhang family specialized in time, the Luo family specialized in space, and the Jiang family specialized in the soul. Back then, after the extinction of the soul oracles, the soul cultivation of the master-teacher continent had been cut short. It was the founder of the Jiang clan who stood at the forefront, comprehending the soul quintessence and creating a soul cultivation technique. Previously, when he went to the Luo clan to fetch the bride, he had met their clan head, Jiang Fengyu, and when he challenged the Tower of Master Teachers in the Sanctum of Sages, he had also crossed blows with the genius of the Jiang clan, Jiang Feifei. It was just that Xianxia didn't expect the other party's clan to be only half a day's journey away from the Zhang family. Clan head, are you intending to cultivate soul-related martial arts? The elder asked curiously. I've been making too much progress recently, so my soul has become a little unstable. I'd like to learn some soul-related secret arts to strengthen my soul so that I can push for a breakthrough to a higher realm, Xianxia. The elder nodded his head. It was indeed possible for one's cultivation to advance too quickly. The last time the clan head came, he was only at St. Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm. Yet, in just a short period of time, he had already reached St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. His rate of improvement was indeed too fast. While it might not be a problem for him to advance his cultivation realm at the same cultivation realm, it was inevitable that he would face all kinds of problems if he were to push for higher realms. While the relationship between the Zhang clan and the Jiang clan isn't too deep, they are both top-tier powers of the Master Teacher continent. If you wish to learn from them, as long as you don't get too involved with them, I believe that they won't turn you down. Xianxia's eyes lit up. But that was to be expected. His current standing was no longer the same as before. Even if the Zhang clan's soul art was a secret that was not passed down to outsiders, as the head of the Zhang clan, the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, and Yangshi Sr., it was unlikely that he would turn down a request from him. After bidding farewell to the elder, Xianxia bade farewell to Lozozi before whipping out the Dragonbone Divine Spear and leaving the area. He had already found out the exact location of the Jiang clan, so it did not take long for him to arrive at the outskirts of a city. Similar to the Zhang clan, it occupied an area of several mu, and was many times larger than the Empire Alliance. The Jiang family, one of the continent's first-rate forces, one of the three great clans. Indeed, every big family is not to be underestimated. Looking around, Xianxia could not help but exclaim in awe at the sight of the town-like residents surrounded by formations and spiritual energy. He had been to the Luo clan and the Zhang family. They had all kinds of spell formations set up there. Even a great saint would suffer a great loss if he tried to break through them rashly. It was obvious that the Jiang family was the same. However, formations posed no threat to him at all. As long as he activated the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to deal with them easily. Just as he was about to hand over his name card to have someone report to him, his eyes suddenly narrowed. His silhouette blurred, and he found himself hiding behind a lush tree. Looking through the lush foliage, Xianxia saw a silhouette appearing in the sky above the Jiang clan manor. Following which, clan head Jiang Fengyu flew out to welcome Xianxia respectfully. Following which, the two of them descended together. Why is he here? Could it be that the Jiang clan is colluding with the otherworldly demonic tribe? Xianxia's face darkened, but he didn't charge forward. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. The silhouette that had appeared earlier was no other than the scholarly young man whom he had met twice in the White Creek Mountain and the Seer Guild. Why would that fellow appear here? Given that the head of the Jiang clan had personally come out to welcome him, it was clear that the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Let's head over to take a look. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia scanned the area with his eye of insight before taking a step forward. Even though he did not have many trump cards at the moment, making it difficult for him to sneak into the Jiang clan while concealing his aura due to his comprehension of the spatial quintessence, it would not be easy for the scholarly young man to notice him. Hula, ripples appeared in the space before Xianxia as he walked straight into the Jiang clan manor. Most of the guards guarding the entrance were at St. 3 Dan and St. 4 Dan, but not a single one of them noticed him. It was as if he did not exist at all. This was a unique manipulation of space. By sealing off a portion of space, it would not produce any energy ripples or even reflect light. As long as one's cultivation and comprehension of space did not exceed that of a cultivator, it would be impossible for them to notice him. After passing through several courtyards, Xianxia finally came to a halt before a grand hall. Ahead of him was where the head of the Jiang clan and the scholarly young man had landed. Even though Xianxia had a deep comprehension of space, he did not dare to get too close to them. Concealing himself, Xianxia took a look into the grand hall, and as expected, he saw the duo standing in the middle of the hall, seemingly discussing something. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia focused his attention, and a moment later, he heard intermittent sounds of conversation. "That's all?" "I got it." The scholarly young man nodded. "You mustn't make any mistakes. Once this matter succeeds, the world will change, and my wish of many years will be fulfilled." "Yes, I understand." Jiang Fengyu nodded. "It's good that you understand. You have to be careful as well. A huge battle is bound to break out soon, so make sure to prepare yourself." Without saying anything more, the fair-skinned young man shook his head and flew away. Seeing that the scholarly young man had left so quickly, Xianxia did not dare to move in the slightest. He retracted his aura and folded the surrounding space so as to not leave any traces behind. Lowering his head to take a look, the scholarly young man did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from the spot. Sigh. Watching the scholarly young man's departure, Jiang Fengyu sighed deeply. A complicated look surfaced in his eyes as he walked out of the grand hall as well. Most likely, he had gone to make arrangements. The Jiang clan is colluding with the other party. Could it be that they have betrayed mankind as well? Xianxia's eyes narrowed further and further as he watched the two of them leave. The Jiang clan was one of the three premier clans. While it could not compare to the Zhang clan or the Luo clan, it was still a respected clan on the master-teacher continent. There were countless master-teachers in the Jiang clan. Why would they betray mankind to collude with that fellow? He had met the scholarly young man twice. Even though he had not seen his true appearance, the fact that the other party was with the otherworldly demonic tribe made it clear that he was the other party. It would be hard for him not to suspect the other party's identity. A huge battle. What is that fellow up to? Could it be that he's plotting against Mingshi Tang and the master-teacher continent? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He had no idea what that fellow was up to, but the fact that he had stolen Vicious Skeleton and brought an otherworldly demon ancient sage to the master-teacher continent meant that he was up to something big. If a calamity were to befall the master-teacher continent, the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Xianxia faction would not be spared. No egg could remain unscathed under the destruction of the entire nest. Since he had discovered such a matter, he had to stop it no matter what. It's just that. I'm still too weak at the moment, Xianxia shook his head. If he still had a single droplet of Conchure's blood essence, he would have surely chased after that fellow and killed him on the spot. Since the Jiang clan has betrayed mankind, I won't bother with the rules anymore. I should head to the library first and finish browsing through the books there. Without any hesitation, Xianxia rose into the air and scanned his surroundings before heading in a certain direction. Not too long later, he arrived before a massive pavilion. On the plaque at the very top of the pavilion, there were 3 words that glowed brightly: Compendium Pavilion. This is it. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia nodded with a smile. Even though he had secretly browsed through books in the past, ever since he became the principal of the Master Teacher Academy and the Sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, he had never done so. Since the Jiang clan was the one who had betrayed mankind, they couldn't blame him for not paying attention to the rules and etiquette. Walking up to the entrance, Xianxia tapped lightly on the seal, and a passageway silently opened up. Following which, he walked in. Having comprehended the heavenly art of dimension unravel to 4 dan, ordinary seals and formations were nothing more than decorations to him. There are indeed quite a few books on souls here. Arriving at the first floor of the Compendium Pavilion, Xianxia swiftly scanned the area and found quite a few books on souls. However, most of them weren't too profound, so Xianxia couldn't be bothered to collect them. Thus, he continued on his way. On the second floor, there were even more books on souls. After browsing through them, Xianxia realized that they were still too low level for him. Thus, he continued on. After going up 5 floors, he finally came to a halt on the 7th floor. There weren't as many books here as before. There were only several dozen bookshelves here, and they were packed densely together with tens of thousands of books. Scanning through the books, Xianxia swiftly collected all of them into the Library of Heaven's Path. Why are there so many Soul Oracle books here? There were quite a few books on the bookshelves, and they were all related to soul oracle cultivation techniques. Soul oracle cultivation techniques were similar to soul cultivation techniques, but there was a world of difference between them. Soul cultivation techniques were meant to temper one's soul and cultivate soul battle techniques. On the other hand, soul oracles were an occupation that involved the usage of soulless metal humanoids, rituals, and so on. If soul cultivation techniques could be compared to physicians, soul oracles could be compared to poison masters. Even though both of them were related to one's soul, their cultivation methods were completely different. On the other hand, soul oracles used bizarre soul cultivation techniques to temper one's soul. On the other hand, soul oracles used bizarre soul cultivation techniques to temper one's soul at the cost of one's life. As one of the three premier clans, the Jiang clan had always been heavily relied upon by the Mingshi Tang. How could they possibly have so many soul oracle cultivation techniques? Could it be that the heritage of the Jiang clan's ancestors came from soul oracles? His eyelids twitched. The disappearance of the soul oracles and the disappearance of their heritage was a well-known fact on the master-teacher continent. Yet, there were so many soul oracle manuals on the 7th floor of the Jiang clan. If one were to say that the two had nothing to do with one another, he would find it hard to believe. With a look of shock on his face, Xianxia continued walking upward. There were even fewer books on the 8th floor, but there were still quite a few books on soul oracles. If the heritage of the Jiang clan is truly inherited from the soul oracles, it might be possible for them to betray the human race. He narrowed his eyes. One of the reasons why the soul oracles were wiped out was because they had betrayed humanity. It was just like how there were many aspects of a poison master's cultivation method that were not very humane. However, Mingshi Tang only sealed them in a corner and did not exterminate them. If all these guesses were true, then it would be logical for the other party to come into contact with the fair-skinned youth. It wouldn't be too surprising. After collecting all the books, Xianxia arrived at the last floor. There were even fewer books here, only a few. Xianxia glanced at it and stored it in his mind. Correct. Without any hesitation, Xianxia swiftly compiled the cultivation technique that Lu Chong had imparted to him with the books that he had just collected. 2 books appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Tapping on them, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. The Great Sage Wan Dan Introspective Convalescence Realm and Oriya Body Realm Cultivation Technique have both reached the level of Heaven's Path. As for the remaining 2, while there are still some flaws, they aren't too bad. In order to achieve a breakthrough in Jinchi cultivation to Great Sage, one would have to comprehend and carve out their own path. There was no standard way to do so, but soul oracles were different. There were no meridians in soul oracles. As long as one could strengthen one's soul and enhance one's control over it, that would be the best cultivation technique. I should make a breakthrough in soul oracles first. Seeing that the Heaven's Path divine art had been completed, Xianxia immediately walked over to a corner, set up a seal, and entered the myriad ant hive nest. After preparing the various resources, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and began studying the cultivation technique that he had just comprehended. Some time later, with a thought, Xianxia drew his soul out from his glabella and reached for the artifacts before him. Hong Long, the artifacts shattered, and spiritual energy seeped into Xianxia's body. These were all items that he had obtained from the Luo clan's treasure vault. Putting aside cultivating his soul, they were more than sufficient for him to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. He no longer had to rely on the lightning tribulation to replenish his Jinchi. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, Xianxia's soul grew stronger and stronger. The bottleneck that he had been stuck at previously also broke through. In an instant, as if his soul had been tempered, it became even more transparent and clear. Brilliant rays of light shone in the surroundings, as if he had just ascended to immortality. Even if a soul oracle were to achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage, their soul would still be extremely turbid, carrying a chilling aura. However, Xianxia cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, and he had been tempered by the lightning tribulation innumerable times, resulting in a qualitative change in his soul. There was no longer the slightest trace of chilling aura in his soul. Even if someone from the Mingshi Tang Academy were to see him now, they would only think that his soul had left his body. There was no doubt that he was a soul oracle. I did achieve a breakthrough. Sensing the changes in his soul, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. It seemed like he had made the right choice in coming to the Jiang clan. If not for those books, who knew how long it would have taken for his soul to achieve a breakthrough. Continue. Having achieved a breakthrough to introspective convalescence realm, Xianxia knew that there was still some time before he would be able to enter the ancient sage corpse. Without any hesitation, he continued absorbing the spiritual energy in the surroundings to push for a breakthrough. 4 hours later, the rate of absorption came to a halt, and Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. I've reached introspective convalescence realm consummation. There were 4 realms of great sage: introspective convalescence realm, aureate body realm, intuitive impulse realm, and sempiternal realm. Unlike saint realm, there were 6 minor realms, namely primary stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, pinnacle, consummation, and consummation. Consummation was the pinnacle of this realm. It's indeed much more difficult to advance to great sage than saint realm. In the past, it would take me 2 hours to advance to saint realm, but now, it'll take me 4 hours, Xianxia couldn't help but remark. In the past, it would take him 2 hours to advance to saint realm, but now, it would take him 2 hours to advance to the next realm. It was true that the higher one cultivated, the more difficult it would be to advance to saint realm. Cultivation sure isn't an easy feat. Even a genius like me would require 4 hours to advance to saint realm. Wouldn't it be even more difficult for others to advance to saint realm? Xianxia shook his head. Forget it. It's fine if it's a little tiring. Let's continue. I'll try my best to advance to aureate body realm consummation before nightfall. While lamenting over the slow pace of his cultivation, Xianxia continued to cultivate. No matter how slow his cultivation had become, he would have to undergo such tedious cultivation in order to raise his cultivation. There was no other way around it. Who asked him to choose this arduous path? No matter how tiring it was, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. 10 minutes later, Xianxia came to a halt with a helpless look on his face. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to cultivate. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. He had thought that the treasures he had obtained from the Luo clan would allow him to push for a breakthrough to Great Sage 2 Dan aureate body realm consummation, but who could have known that the purity of his spiritual energy would suddenly run out? These treasures would have been sufficient for any other cultivator to cultivate up to Great Sage 4 Dan sempiternal realm, but Xianxia had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, and he had been tempered by the lightning tribulation. As a result, there was barely any impurities in his body. While the quality of the spiritual energy in the treasures was not low, it was still lacking in comparison to the purity of his spiritual energy. There was no longer any motivation for him to make a breakthrough. Xianxia sighed deeply. It wasn't easy for Luo Ganzhen to gather all the cultivation techniques, but he was forced to stop due to the lack of spiritual energy. My apologies for taking too much, but the Jiang clan doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Since I betrayed mankind, the more I take, the less harm I'll bring to mankind. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Back when he was still in the Luo clan, as the head of the Luo clan, he did not have the authority to take too much. However, now that he was in the Jiang clan, he had no such qualms. In any case, he had already betrayed mankind. If he gave the other party a little more, he would bring more harm to mankind. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to stand on ceremony. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia withdrew his soul back into his body and walked out of the myriad ant-hive nest. It was still extremely quiet outside. No one could have imagined that an outsider would have snuck into the compendium pavilion and read through all of the books there. On my way here, I noticed that the compendium pavilion is over there. Time to head over to take a look. Making use of his comprehension of space, Xianxia discreetly walked out of the compendium pavilion, confirmed the direction, and headed in that direction. Soon, he arrived before the compendium pavilion. The seal here was clearly much stronger than the one in the compendium pavilion. It was layered in layers, making it difficult for one to see through it. Just as Xianxia was about to use the Library of Heaven's Path to look for the flaws in the seal, he suddenly heard footsteps not too far away. Xianxia quickly made his way to a corner, and with a tap of his finger, he sealed the surrounding space. Shortly after, he saw 2 figures walking into the residence. They were all acquaintances. The middle-aged man on the left was the clan head, Jiang Fangyu, whom Xianxia had met previously. The one on the right was a tall young lady with a valiant air about her. She was the inceptive sage of the Celestial Designer School, Jiang Feifei. Father, the young lady was a little displeased to be brought here, and she could not help but frown. No matter how much effort you put into studying celestial designers in the past, I would have allowed you to do so. However, things are different now. The situation on the continent is about to change, and if things don't go well, chaos will descend upon the continent. As the prodigy with the purest bloodline in our Jiang clan, I have to shoulder this responsibility. Jiang Fangyu asked with a deep frown. It's not like father doesn't know of my current strength. I'm still a long way from reaching Saint Dan. Even if I want to shoulder some responsibility, what can I possibly do? Jiang Feifei's face was filled with reluctance. In our Jiang clan, the strongest thing is not our physical cultivation, but our soul. You possess a powerful bloodline, and your soul has always been far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. If you can comprehend our ancestors' soul quintessence, you'll be able to inherit our ancestors' heritage right away, thus raising your fighting prowess significantly. Jiang Fangyu explained as intense anticipation shone in his eyes. This isn't a joke. Not only will the rise and fall of our Jiang clan be at stake, you might even lose your life. At such a critical juncture, you mustn't throw a tantrum. I understand. Hearing how serious her father was, Jiang Feifei shook her head helplessly. I'll try my best, all right? However, the soul quintessence is extremely difficult to comprehend. Countless predecessors have struggled to comprehend it, so I might not be able to do it as well. Just do your best. I have just received news that Xianxia of the Zhang clan is suspected to have comprehended the time quintessence, and Luo Tianya of the Luo clan has been confirmed to have comprehended the spatial quintessence. Of the three premier clans, our Jiang clan is the slowest. Jiang Fangyu sighed. Xianxia of the Zhang clan is a monstrous genius, as well as the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages. It's no surprise that he has comprehended the time quintessence. Just that, who is this Luo Tianya you speak of? Jiang Feifei asked doubtfully. The news of the Luo clan's clan head had not spread too far yet, such that only a handful of people wielding authority in the clan were aware of it. Jiang Feifei spent most of her time studying in the sanctum of sages, and she did not have any influence of her own either. As such, she was not too sure what was going on. Luo Tianya is said to be from the side family of the Luo clan. He has been keeping a low profile all this while, but all of a sudden, he comprehended the spatial quintessence, and his bloodline purity has reached 9. On top of that, he even defeated the descendant of ancient sage Zirong of the 100 schools of philosophers. Jiang Fangyu explained. Even as he spoke, he still found it hard to believe what he had heard. It must be said that the Luo clan was truly lucky. Not too long ago, the Zhang clan had found their young prodigy, and their name had shaken the entire master-teacher continent. Yet, the Luo clan had suddenly produced Luo Tianya, who had comprehended the spatial quintessence. Of the three premier clans, their Jiang clan was currently the weakest of the three premier clans. Side family? Father, if it comes down to it, why don't you look around and see if there's anyone from the side family who has comprehended the soul quintessence in our Jiang clan? Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Fangyu could not help but smack her head in exasperation. To think that you can even think of something like that. Even a core disciple like you is unable to comprehend the spatial quintessence. To think that you can rely on the side family. Aren't you daydreaming? It's already a huge blessing that we have a Luo Tianya. Do you really think that experts of that level are as common as cabbages? If other clans have such formidable side family members, what if our Jiang clan has one as well? Jiang Feifei muttered with a pout. To be honest, even though she possessed an unparalleled soul cultivation and the strongest bloodline in the Jiang clan, she was not fond of cultivating. Instead, she specialized in celestial designer occupations. It was for this reason that she was able to become the inceptive sage of the celestial designer sect and become a renowned figure in the sanctum of sages. However, it was clear that the Jiang clan would not allow her to pursue the occupation that she liked. If there's really such a person, I'll invite him over right away and appoint him as our clan head. Hearing his daughter's voice, Jiang Fangyu harumphed coldly. Enough with your thoughts running wild. Hurry up and enter. What you need to do now is to cultivate in front of the Jiang clan's jade wall and comprehend the soul quintessence as soon as possible. Don't think about anything else. Otherwise, for the sake of our clan's stability, we'll have no choice but to marry you to a stronger power so that we can preserve the Jiang clan's seed of hope. Father, I don't want to get married. Hearing that her father would have to marry her if she failed to comprehend the soul quintessence, Jiang Feifei hurriedly shook her head. That's not up to you. The crisis this time around is too great. Without a marriage, there's no way our Jiang clan will be able to survive it. Jiang Fengyu sighed deeply as a hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes. However, don't worry. Even if we are to marry you, it'll either be that Xianxia of the Zhang clan or that Luo Tianya of the Luo clan. I don't want to marry that Xianxia. He only knows how to put on airs and humiliate others. Not to mention, he even publicly annulled the engagement, causing our little princess to be in so much pain. He doesn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex. Jiang Feifei harumphed. Zhang Xian's face turned livid. I put on airs and humiliate others, I'm already keeping a low profile, alright? If I didn't keep a low profile, I could have easily suppressed all of you in the sanctum of sages. Furthermore, you're speaking as if I want to marry you, you're so full of yourself that your heart hurts. Then marry Luo Tianya. Based on what I know, Luo Tianya is not only in his 40s, he's extremely ugly, and it seems like he already has a partner. Jiang Fengyu said. Zhang Xian's face darkened. Ugly? Your entire family is ugly. I might not be handsome in my disguise, but at least I'm still a man of striking appearance, alright? I'm not marrying anyone. Hearing that Luo Tianya already had a wife, Jiang Feifei shook her head vehemently. If you don't want to get married, you should focus on comprehending the quintessence as soon as possible. Otherwise, for the sake of the clan, there's nothing I can do. Seeing that his threat had worked, Jiang Fengyu said. I understand. Even though she knew that her father was just scaring her, as a member of the Jiang clan, if a girl couldn't display her worth, the greatest use she could make was indeed through marriage. In order not to get married to Zhang Xian, I'll have to give it my all. Jiang Feifei gritted her teeth. Zhang Xian's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. What did I do to deserve this? You're cultivating so desperately just to avoid getting married to me. Is my reputation that bad? Go. Jiang Fengyu said. With a determined look on her face, Jiang Feifei strode forward and used a unique token to undo the seal. Following which, she walked into the treasure vault. It's a grade 9 pinnacle, heaven-reversing hidden dragon formation. Zhang Xian exclaimed in realization. Dragons were capable of varying in size, rising and falling at will. If they were large, they could exhale mist, and if they were small, they could conceal themselves. If they were to rise, they could soar through the universe, if they were to hide, they could hide. Because of this, no matter how powerful an expert was, they would not be able to detect a true hidden dragon. This was the reason why this formation was named as such. Using a formation of this level to seal it, it seemed that the Jiang family's treasure vault must have a lot of good things. You can only rely on yourself to comprehend the soul quintessence. I hope that you'll be able to walk the path that no one has walked before. Otherwise, you'll really have no choice but to marry Zhang Xian. Jiang Fengyu shook his head as he watched his daughter walk in. Not wanting to stay any longer, he quickly turned around and left. Damn it. Zhang Xian didn't expect that he would be implicated for no reason again. He was depressed. Forget it, I should head in and take a look to see if there are any treasures in there. In any case, he has already betrayed the human race. No matter what he does, he deserves it. Zhang Xian tossed aside the displeasure in his heart and walked in. Zhang Xian had no idea what the formation was, so he might require the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. However, with just the eye of insight and his comprehension of formations, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the formation. Like a spinning top, Zhang Xian spun around a few times before finally arriving at the entrance where Jiang Feifei had entered earlier. Without any hesitation, he walked in. As soon as he entered, he immediately activated his spatial ability to seal the area around him so that no one would be able to find him. He didn't want to bump into Jiang Feifei right after she walked in. Even though the Jiang clan had betrayed the human race, as the head of the Zhang family, it would still affect his reputation if news of him sneaking into their treasure vault were to spread. Unlike the Luo clan's treasure vault, which was filled with all kinds of treasures. The first floor of the treasure vault was a spacious hall. At the very center of the hall was a jade wall that spanned several dozen meters in length and width. It was hard to tell what kind of jade material it was made of, but it was smooth and shiny, giving off a powerful spiritual aura. Jiang Feifei, who had just entered, was currently standing less than 10 meters away from the jade wall. Her body was trembling uncontrollably, and cold sweat was trickling down her forehead. There was a huge character inscribed on the jade wall that gave off a bizarre feeling. Xianxia swiftly scanned the character, and he immediately felt his soul being drawn in. Following which, he felt a powerful pressure crushing down on him, threatening to crush him into dust. It's the character of the soul oracles. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in realization. Others might not have been able to recognize these characters, but having obtained the heritage of the soul oracles, Xianxia knew that they were the unique character of the soul oracles. Soul, it was a character that could exert a powerful influence on one's soul. What's written on the jade wall is the method to comprehend the soul quintessence. Most likely, it was left behind by the ancestor of the Jiang clan. Xianxia came to a realization. It was no wonder Jiang Fangyu had sent his daughter here to comprehend the soul quintessence. Not only could the character before him affect one's soul and exert immense pressure on one's soul, it could also help one comprehend the soul quintessence. It was similar to the sword character inscribed on the wall of the Zhang family. I'll leave her here to comprehend the soul quintessence. I'll head upstairs to take a look first. He had already compiled the soul quintessence into the Heaven's Path Divine Art in the Jiang clan's library, but in order to raise his soul cultivation as quickly as possible, he hadn't bothered to cultivate it yet. While the jade wall might have exerted immense pressure on others, it was nothing much to him. Besides, his motive for coming here wasn't to cultivate but to search for treasures. He didn't have the time to waste here. The second floor was completely different from the first floor. There were all kinds of shelves on the second floor, and there were innumerable treasures on them. It's indeed no less valuable than the Luo clans. Xianxia chuckled softly as his eyes lit up in excitement. Since he was already here, there was no need for him to stand on ceremony. Collect. Regardless of whether the books were valuable or not, Xianxia waved his hand, and his consciousness immediately swept through the shelves. Hula, all of the treasures on the first floor were swiftly collected into his storage ring. Following which, he continued making his way up to the third floor. If it had been any other power, as a master teacher, he wouldn't have taken away all of these treasures. After all, master teachers had their own pride and dignity. Reading books in secret couldn't be considered as stealing. However, if he were to take the other party's treasures, it would be a completely different matter altogether. That was something that master teachers despised. However, those who had betrayed humanity were completely different. It was no different from stealing from the otherworldly demonic tribe. It was all for the greater good. The treasures on the third floor were clearly much more valuable than those on the second floor. Xianxia scanned through the shelves once more before proceeding onward. Fourth floor, fifth floor, sixth floor. Soon, just like the library, he arrived at the topmost ninth floor. Compared to the previous floors, this room was much more empty. There was only a single stone pedestal in the room, and above it floated a seal that was roughly half a chi wide. The seal was suspended in midair, making it impossible to see what it was. However, it exerted an immense pressure on one's soul, preventing one from approaching it. What's this? Feeling the pressure from the seal, Xianxia frowned. His soul cultivation had already reached Great Sage 1 Dan introspective convalescence realm consummation. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be affected by the pressure from the seal at all. Yet, the seal before him actually made his breathing difficult. What kind of treasure was it? There are words on it. After circling around the stone pedestal, Xianxia couldn't help but stop. On the side of the stone platform, there were a few words carved using the unique character of soul oracles. Looking at it from afar, it emanated a chilling aura. If you wish to obtain the soul seal, you must comprehend the quintessence. He quickly recognized the meaning of the handwriting. He had obtained quite a few soul oracle cultivation technique manuals from Mo Huncheng, so he was able to recognize these unique characters. So, this is called a soul imprint. Even though I can't tell its rank, it shouldn't be low. He raised his eyebrows. He was unable to discern the tier of the artifact, but for it to be able to stop him in his tracks, it was likely to be on par with ancient sage Ziyu's inkstone. You must take it away. Otherwise, the Jiang clan will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Who knows how many master teachers will lose their lives in the process? He snorted coldly. Judging from the attitude of Jiang Fangyu and the scholarly young man, it was likely that the more powerful the artifact was, the greater the damage he would sustain in a battle with a master teacher. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia walked over to the seal. He had only taken 2 steps when sweat began to flow down his forehead, as if countless needles were stabbing into his soul, making it hard for him to hold on. This won't do. If this goes on, even my soul won't be able to withstand it. Stopping, Xianxia took a few steps back, leaving the range of the seal. He thought that with his current strength, he would be able to walk over easily. However, from the looks of it now, he was thinking too much. Since they said that I can take it away as long as I comprehend the spatial quintessence, I should just comprehend the spatial quintessence first. After pondering for a long time, Xianxia was unable to come up with any better ideas. Harumphing coldly, he gritted his teeth. In any case, it was only a matter of time before he comprehended the soul quintessence, and it would boost his fighting prowess significantly as well. Initially, he had intended to collect all of the treasures in the Jiang clan before leaving, but from the looks of it now, he would have no choice but to learn it first before leaving. Standing on the spot, Xianxia swiftly gathered his consciousness and took out the Heaven's Path Divine Art Quintessence. Knowledge flowed slowly as Xianxia comprehended little by little. The reason why he had been able to swiftly comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing was due to the fact that he had already comprehended the first 3 dawn of the heavenly art of dimension unravel. The speed of learning the time quintessence was obviously slower, but it did not take too long. In the first place, Xianxia already had a solid foundation in the field of soul cultivation, and his primordial spirit was exceptionally powerful. 10 breaths later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Many vortexes were spinning in his eyes, making one feel dizzy just by looking at them. After 10 breaths of arduous cultivation, he had fully comprehended the Jiang clan's soul quintessence. In a battle, his soul power had become a powerful means of attack. Meanwhile, the ancestors are shaken, and the ancestors are submitting. Someone has comprehended the soul quintessence. Standing in the ancestral hall, Jiang Fengyou's face paled in agitation as he looked at the sight before him. That's great. I didn't think that lass would be able to comprehend it so quickly. He had just instructed his daughter to comprehend the quintessence of sword quintessence when such a situation occurred. Who else could it be other than her? The heavens have been kind to our Jiang clan. Now that we have comprehended the soul quintessence, our fighting prowess is bound to soar. As long as we can inherit the heritage of our founder, even if the chaos ordeal were to break out, the Jiang clan would be able to protect itself. Hearing those words, Jiang Fengyu heaved a sigh of relief. He had been nervous all this while, but now, he was finally able to relax. Those who had comprehended the soul quintessence would be able to wield the seal of souls. Even without mobilizing the ancient sages of the Zhang clan, they would still be able to deal with the situation. You all should hurry up and prepare for the inauguration ceremony. I'll look for Feifei right now and check on her condition. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiang Fengyu instructed the elders behind him. Yes. The elders quickly backed out of the ancestral hall with proud looks on their faces. The Zhang clan had Zhang Xian, and the Luo clan had Luo Tianya. They had thought that their Jiang clan would fall behind, but who could have thought that Jiang Feifei would actually make a breakthrough? From this, it could be seen that they were not too far behind either. After saying those words, Jiang Fengyu hurriedly rushed to the treasure vault. In just 10 breaths, he had already entered the ancestral hall. Following which, he saw the young lady standing before the jade wall, still sweating profusely. She was still 10 meters away from the jade wall, unable to get any closer. Feifei, what's wrong? Jiang Fengyu asked anxiously. Under normal circumstances, as long as one comprehended the soul quintessence, the jade wall would no longer exert any pressure on them, allowing them to approach it directly. But, why did it seem like his daughter was still struggling? Don't worry, father. I'll work hard to comprehend the soul quintessence as soon as possible. Seeing how her father was still worried about her despite telling her so many times, Jiang Feifei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. You haven't comprehended the soul quintessence yet? Jiang Fengyao's body swayed weakly as if he had been struck by lightning. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since I entered the ancestral hall. How could I possibly have comprehended the soul quintessence so quickly? Jiang Feifei was rendered speechless. Was her father a fool? If he could have comprehended the soul quintessence so quickly, he would have done so long ago. Jiang Fengyu felt goosebumps rising all over his body, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He had thought that the one who had comprehended the soul quintessence was his daughter. But if that wasn't the case, who could it be? What's wrong? What happened? Seeing her father's expression, Jiang Feifei also realized that something was amiss. She quickly took a few steps back to get out of the jade wall's range of pressure before turning to Jiang Fengyu with a doubtful look on her face. After leaving with you, I headed to the ancestral hall, and a moment ago, the ancestors tremble, and ancestors submit phenomenon occurred. I thought that you were the one who had made a breakthrough. Jiang Fengyu explained. If it wasn't me, could it be that someone from the side family has made a breakthrough, just like Luo Tianya? Realizing what was going on, Jiang Feifei was taken aback. Side family. How can there be so many formidable side family members in the world? Jiang Fengyu frowned in disbelief. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to figure out what was going on. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned to the young lady before him and asked, "Did you notice anything amiss when you were cultivating here earlier?" I didn't. Jiang Feifei shook her head. She had been too focused on comprehending the soul quintessence earlier, so she hadn't noticed anything amiss. To be able to comprehend the soul quintessence that shook the ancestors and ancestors submit, one must possess the bloodline of our clan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for one to achieve such a feat. But, how did one achieve a breakthrough without using the jade wall? How did one do it? Jiang Fengyu was perplexed. The core. Members of the Jiang clan had spent innumerable years using the jade wall, but not a single one of them had managed to do so. Who in the world was it? Could it be? This is bad. Let's head upstairs to take a look. All of a sudden, Jiang Fengyao's eyebrows shot up as a thought struck him. He quickly rushed up the stairs. Unsure of what Jiang Fengyu was up to, Jiang Feifei hurriedly followed behind him. In the blink of an eye, they were already on the second floor, and with just a single glance, Jiang Fengyao's face turned ghastly pale. The room that had been filled with treasures a moment ago was completely empty. Not even a rat's droppings could be seen. Someone is here to steal from us. Judging from the situation, it seems like the culprit hasn't gotten away yet. Hurry up and activate the clan seal. Jiang Fengyu clenched his fists tightly together. Did you manage to get 55,294 votes? You're here. There's a 5th update today. Hula, as soon as those words were spoken, a jade token flew out from his palm and flew to the window. Following which, the formation and the surroundings seemed to have come under his control and came to life. A powerful aura burst forth, shrouding the entire manor. With Jiang Fengyao's eye of discernment, he could easily tell that it had not been long since the items were moved away. If he was not mistaken, the thief should not have been able to escape yet. As long as he used a formation to seal it and searched carefully, he would definitely be able to capture it. After that was done, the two of them continued heading up to the 3rd floor. Seeing that the 3rd floor was completely empty, Jiang Fengyao's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. The pain in his chest was so excruciating that it felt as if it would explode at any moment. The Jiang clan's tens of thousands of years of accumulation has been silently emptied by someone. Just who is it? Once I get my hands on you, I swear I'll tear you to shreds. Success. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia opened his eyes. Circulating his soul energy in his mind, Xianxia walked toward the stone platform once more. As expected, the pressure from before was gone. He took a few steps forward and reached for the seal. Hula, his palm passed through the seal and landed on empty air. Could it be that this thing is fake? Xianxia was taken aback. To be able to emanate such a powerful aura, he had thought that it was a treasure on par with the ancient sage ink stone, but who could have thought that he would not even be able to touch it? Could this be an illusion? If only he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much effort cultivating the soul quintessence. He had wasted nearly 10 breaths of time. That's not right. Could it be that only souls can be collected? Helpless, Xianxia was just about to turn around and leave when a thought suddenly struck him. The pressure exerted by the soul imprint was real, and the pressure it exerted on one's soul was real as well. There was no way it could be faked. Since it was real, why was he unable to touch it with his hand? Could it be that the soul imprint was incorporeal, just like the primordial spirit? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xianxia drew his soul out from his glabella once more, and with a light grasp, he felt a chilling sensation in his hand. Knowing that he had guessed correctly, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Hula, he staggered and almost fell. So heavy. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The seal did not appear to be too big, but it was actually heavier than a mountain. Even with his introspective convalescence realm soul cultivation, he was still caught off guard by the sight of it. Let me see how heavy it is. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he pumped his Xianxia into his body once more. Rumble, Xianxia slowly raised the seal, and a vast amount of spiritual energy swiftly gathered toward it. Following which, he felt the pavilion beneath his feet trembling nonstop. It was as if the seal was the source of the entire pavilion's fate, and if he were to take it away, the entire pavilion would collapse. Oh no, someone's on the roof. Jiang Fengyo's face turned incomparably livid. Without any hesitation, he dashed up the stairs. Return. Xianxia knew that the trembling of the pavilion would attract the attention of others. Knowing that it would be unwise for him to remain here for too long, Xianxia waved his primordial spirit, and so, the soul imprint vanished before his eyes, having been stowed into his storage ring. The pavilion shook violently, but it did not collapse as expected. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia dived his primordial spirit back into his glabella. Just as he was about to leave, a gust of wind suddenly blew past him. So fast? Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia tapped his finger forward, and the surrounding space immediately warped. In an instant, the silhouette standing on the spot vanished from sight. Hula, Jiang Fengyu and Jiang Feifei walked into the room. Looking at the empty stone platform, Jiang Fengyu's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. His body trembled uncontrollably as he swiftly spread his spiritual perception into the surroundings. Father, this was the first time she had seen such an expression on her father's face, and Jiang Feifei's face paled in fright. Go out and take a look. That person shouldn't have gotten far, Jiang Fengyu instructed with a cold voice. Yes. Jiang Feifei nodded before heading down the stairs. Shortly after Jiang Feifei left, Jiang Fengyu walked up to the stone platform and lightly touched its smooth surface. With a look of disbelief on his face, he bellowed furiously, "Who in the world is that person?" Before he could finish his words, he abruptly turned around and stabbed his finger toward an empty spot not too far away. That fellow, knowing that he could no longer be bothered with concealing himself, Xianxia hurriedly leaped backward. Not only was the other party's soul powerful, his fighting prowess was also on par with Hyun Kensei and the others. Xianxia had already noticed him when he scanned the area with his primordial spirit earlier, but he had feigned ignorance so as to make the other party lower his guard. See la, the attack harnessed the wrath of a great sage expert, and it immediately tore a rift in the sealed space. Under the immense might, Xianxia felt as if his body would explode on the spot. Bloodline ignition. Knowing that he could very well be killed on the spot, Xianxia hurriedly ignited his blood essence, and in the blink of an eye, time seemed to have slowed down. The finger that Xianxia had been unable to see clearly a moment ago suddenly froze in midair. At the same time, Jiang Fengyu's furious expression also appeared before him. The attack is too powerful. I won't be able to last much longer with the time acceleration. Sensing the energy fluctuations in the surroundings, Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. The last time he saw Jiang Fengyu, he had greeted him with a smile on his face, but he was unable to tell how powerful he was. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? This was especially so under the relentless assault of soul attacks. Even with the time acceleration from his primordial spirit, he was still unable to last much longer. Even the spatial seal was ineffective against him. With a powerful soul, he would be able to suppress both space and time. Of course, this was also because his cultivation was too low. If he had reached the same realm as Jiang Fengyu, he would have been unable to notice Jiang Fengyu's presence, let alone find him. Run. Knowing that he would not be a match for Jiang Fengyu with his current strength, Xianxia immediately dashed out of the room. Voila, before he could get far, the time acceleration was shattered by Jiang Fengyu's finger, and the spatial barrier around him shattered as if it was made of glass. The shockwaves in the surroundings rippled non-stop, and a surge of energy struck Xianxia's back, causing him to nearly spurt a mouthful of blood. Are you from the Zhang clan? Or the Luo clan? While Xianxia was trying to escape, Jiang Fengyu was frenzied. It was just a moment ago that Xianxia had noticed the fellow hiding in the spatial seal, and he immediately activated his time acceleration to flee. After a series of clashes, he did not even manage to catch a glimpse of the other party's appearance. Spatial quintessence and temporal quintessence, who in the world are you, Hula? Paying no heed to Jiang Fengyu's question, Xianxia hurriedly dashed forward. He had already destroyed the other party's lair. If he did not escape now, the other party would not treat him to a meal. Where do you think you're going? Seeing that Xianxia was about to dash out of the window and enter the residence, Jiang Fengyu bellowed furiously. See la, a ripple of soul energy rippled out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, it sealed the entire hall, forming a massive barrier. Break! Right after Jiang Fengyu was done, before he could even make a move, he heard Jiang Fengyu's deep voice echoing in the air. Following which, the barrier formed by his soul energy immediately shattered. Soul quintessence? Why you? Who in the world are you? Jiang Fengyu was stunned. It's the 5th chapter today, and it's not too far away from 55794. Can anyone make Lao write the 6th chapter today? The fact that the young man before him had comprehended the spatial quintessence and time quintessence was already a huge blow to him, but who could have thought that he would have comprehended the soul quintessence as well? There were only a handful of people in the 3 premier clans who had managed to comprehend these 3 quintessences over the past several dozen millenniums. Even ancient sages could only sigh in despair at the difficulty of comprehending these 3 quintessences. To comprehend 3 quintessences at once? How in the world did he do it? Who in the world could be so monstrous? Gotcha. While Jiang Fengyu was still in shock, the young man before him had already broken through the seal and was about to escape. You think that you can escape after emptying the Jiang clan's estate? Do you think that it'll be that easy? Jiang Fengyu's face reddened in rage as he charged forward. As if tearing apart space itself, he opened his palm and grasped at the young man before him. Hong Long, a powerful surge of Xinqi formed a massive wall that sealed off the young man's escape route. At the same time, his powerful soul energy morphed into a sharp sword that pierced right toward the young man's head. Pung, the soul attack was unaffected by the limitations of space and time. It landed squarely on the young man's body and headed straight for his head. Wang, upon being struck by the soul attack, a faint glow emanated from the young man's body, reminiscent of flowing water. With a slight ripple, the soul attack was deflected. Soul ripple barrier? You are a soul oracle? Jiang Fengyu's heart skipped a beat, and he nearly plummeted from the sky. The shock that he had suffered today was more than what he had suffered in his entire life. Soul ripple barrier was a unique battle technique of the soul oracles. It allowed one to form a stream of soul energy around one's body to fend off soul attacks. Only pure soul oracles were capable of such a feat. Even Jiang Fengyu was unable to pull it off. Not only did the young man before him comprehend the spatial quintessence of time, space, and soul quintessence, could he be a soul oracle as well? When in the world did such a formidable expert appear on the Forsaken Continent? However, he knew that this wasn't the time for him to be shocked. With a flick of his wrist, a triangular flag flew into the air. It was a great sage artifact, the Soul Rune Flag. This artifact was forged by an ancient sage of the Jiang clan, and it had been in his possession for nearly 100 years. He had nourished it with his soul energy every single day, and it had not been used for more than 80 years. In other words, it was a Soul Rune Flag. The Soul Rune Flag gushed into the Jiang clan's head, and the Soul Rune Flag. The entire Jiang family's mansion seemed to have become colder, and the temperature had dropped. The Soul Sword Flag was a weapon that harnessed soul energy. Those with weaker cultivation would be reduced to idiots as soon as the flag appeared. Even those with stronger cultivation would find themselves dazed, making it difficult for them to withstand it. Back then, when Xianxia sparred with him, he had nearly suffered a huge loss. At this moment, the figure that was advancing forward was like a locust that had been frozen in the water, unable to escape. Even though you are a soul oracle, your cultivation is still too weak. You won't be able to withstand the black flag. Jiang Fangyu heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to grab the other party to see who it was, the flag in the air suddenly began shaking violently, as if it was losing control of its strength. Sizzle! Sizzle! The soul energy that it had accumulated over the past 80 years gushed furiously into the figure below, forming a massive vortex in just a few moments. He is absorbing the soul energy from the flag? Oh no! Jiang Fangyu's face paled as his body swayed weakly. He nearly fainted on the spot. Not only did I not attack you with this thing, it even absorbed my soul energy. What are you trying to do? Die. With a livid face, Jiang Fangyu controlled the black flag and smashed it toward the other party. Not only was the black flag capable of launching soul attacks, it was also capable of launching physical attacks as well. Furthermore, even a Saint Tudan Oriat body realm cultivator would be crushed by it. Hula, Jiang Fangyu thought that the black flag would be able to smash the other party to death, but who could have thought that the other party would simply reach out and touch the flag lightly? The black flag began circling around the other party excitedly, as if it was reuniting with its parents. Pooh! Jiang Fangyu's face paled, and blood spurted from his mouth. Following which, he suddenly felt his connection with the black flag severed. Why you tamed my black flag? Jiang Fangyu was on the verge of tears. It was one thing for the other party to absorb the soul energy in my black flag, but to think that it would actually be tamed in an instant. What in the world happened? Where am I? Who am I? Jiang Fangyu was so traumatized that he was beginning to doubt his very existence. That was a treasure that he had nourished with his soul energy for innumerable years, and yet, it was betrayed just like that. His heart ached so much. After taming the black flag, Jiang Fangyu stowed it into his storage ring before continuing on his way. Where do you think you're going? The two of them had been exchanging blows with one another, and the huge commotion had already alarmed countless clan members. At this moment, dozens of elders of the Jiang clan flew out and surrounded the area, sealing off all possible escape routes. If I allow you to escape today, my surname won't be Jiang anymore. Seeing that so many elders had appeared, Jiang Fangyu heaved a sigh of relief. With a ferocious roar, he whipped out a jade token and tossed it forward. Hung Long, as soon as the jade token appeared, the formation beneath began to rumble furiously. Boundless energy began gathering in the air. The guardian formation of the Jiang clan had been fully activated. Seal. Jiang Fangyu narrowed his eyes as he pointed his finger at the jade token. Wang, with a brilliant flash of light, the energy gathered in the jade token swiftly converged toward the figure. This was neither a spatial art nor a soul art. Rather, it was pure energy. Once enveloped within, one would be no different from a piece of meat on a chopping board, unable to escape. The figure seemed to have noticed the fearsomeness of the energy gathered in the jade token, and he swiftly retreated to a corner before stomping his feet down. Kacha, with a loud explosion, the energy gathered in the jade token abruptly came to a halt in midair. The formation has been halted? Jiang Fangyu felt as if 10,000 divine beasts were flitting across his mind. Brother, is there anything that you don't know? However, before he could fully process what was going on, the figure suddenly raised his hand, and the jade token in midair flew toward him. The jade token landed on the figure's palm, and with a light tap, the latter released an excited buzz. It had been tamed once more. Another mouthful of blood spurted from Jiang Fangyu's mouth as his vision darkened. This was not a result of a beating but a blow to his head. This is my mother * King clan leader's order. My clan, my territory, not yours. Stopping the formation and taming the clan chief token. How in the world did you do it? The heck, why does it feel like I'm no different from an outsider? Father. Seeing that Jiang Fangyu was spurting blood, Jiang Feifei anxiously rushed over. Don't come over. You might be captured by that fellow. Jiang Fangyu bellowed. That fellow had tossed out the black flag and tamed it. He had tossed out the clan chief token and tamed it. Even the formation had to heed his commands. If his daughter were to charge over, she would probably become the other parties in the next instant. In fact, he even wondered if he would become the other parties in the next instant. Jiang Feifei. Xianxia. Elders, let's attack together. Knowing that the entire Jiang clan would fall into the enemy's hands at this rate, Jiang Fengyu bellowed. Hong Long, dozens of elders attacked at the same time. Their true energy and soul power gathered together like a giant dragon, ripping pitch-black rifts in the air. This is bad. Trapped at the center, Zhang Xian's face turned livid. He had thought that as long as he could get out of the range of the other party's attack, he would be able to use the Dragon Bone Divine Spear to tear through space and escape. Who could have thought that the elders would appear so quickly and launch such a powerful attack at the same time? The space before him was unstable, and if he tried to traverse through space, he could very well fall into spatial turbulence. In other words, it was impossible for him to tear through space and escape. What the heck was this? If only he had known, he would not have taken the Seal of Souls. Otherwise, he would have already left silently by now. Hong Long, Zhang Xian felt deeply stifled, but the elders around him did not give him any time to think. Judging from their might, even the sempiternal realm Xianxia would not be a match for them. Block them. Knowing that given his current strength, he would surely be reduced to meat paste if he were to face the attack head-on, Zhang Xian raised his palm upward. Who, the Jiang clan head token that he had just tamed immediately floated up from his palm. Under the control of the token, the guardian formation in the area swiftly formed a transparent barrier around him. Boom boom boom, the elders' attacks landed on the light barrier and caused ripples to appear on it, but they failed to penetrate it. It works. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. When he saw Jiang Fengyu using the clan head token earlier, he recalled his experiences in the Zhang clan and the Luo clan, so he tried to tame it with his soul quintessence. The clan head token allowed him to control the guardian formation of the Jiang clan. Taming it meant that he had gained control over all of the formations in the Jiang clan. At this very moment, the strongest and most fearsome possession of the Jiang clan had become his personal amulet. Jiang Fengyu did not think that not only would Jiang Fengyu tame the clan head token, he would even use it to control the guardian formation of the Jiang clan. It was not that he had never met experts before. The scholarly young man who had just arrived was so powerful that even Xianxia might not be a match for him, but surely he should not have been able to pull this off. Everyone continued to attack. Another roar. The elders had no idea what was going on, but hearing the clan chiefs shout, they could only attack once more. Stop. Now that he understood the clan head token, Zhang Xian was no longer flustered. With a light chuckle, he tapped his finger once more. Voila, spiritual energy gushed out in all directions, and energy gushed out. The elders who had been preparing to attack were just like Zhang Xian, frozen in midair by the violent energy. They glanced at one another in dismay, unable to escape even if they wanted to. Patriarch, what's going on? Unable to hold it in any longer, an elder bellowed. Why is the Patriarch's medallion in his hands? How can he control the spell formation? Who is this person? The other elders also asked anxiously. What's going on? Who is he? Jiang Fengyu grabbed his hair. I also *King want to know who this person is and what's going on. That fellow snuck into the treasure vault of the clan and took away all of the treasures, knowing that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such trivial matters, Jiang Fengyu shouted. But before he could finish his words, he heard the figure in front of him shouting as well. Elders, listen up. That person is an otherworldly demon emperor. He snuck into the Jiang clan, disguised himself as me, and stole all of the treasures in the clan. Don't let him get away. The voice was loud and clear, piercing through the heavens. Jiang Fengyu was taken aback. He hurriedly dashed forward, only to see that the figure from before had stopped fleeing. Instead, he slowly turned around, and his appearance was actually identical to his. Not only so, his demeanor, movements, voice, and even his soul aura were completely identical to his. It was as if he was looking into a mirror. Jiang Fengyu's body stiffened. He had seen others disguising themselves before, and he had done the same as well. However, the most he could do was to disguise himself as someone with the same appearance and soul aura. The elders were also stunned. Two clan heads had suddenly popped out of nowhere, and their words were completely opposite to one another. who should they believe? The clan head token only listens to the orders of the clan head. I believe everyone here understands this, right? Seeing that he had managed to scare the other party, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, the clan head token began spinning in the air. Following which, the elders who had been bound by the formation immediately felt their bodies loosening, and they regained their senses. Only the clan head is able to tame the clan head token. That person can't be the real one. How can someone who can control the guardian formation possibly be a fake? After being released from the formation, the elders quickly verified the capabilities of the clan head before them. When they looked at the real Jiang Fengyu once more, their eyes were filled with hostility. Jiang Fengyu felt as if he was going to faint. The fellow before him was able to execute the time, space, and soul quintessence. Even if he could not comprehend it, he would still be able to tolerate it. However, the other party had disguised himself as the clan head, allowing the elders to see through his disguise. Everyone, don't believe him. I am Jiang Fengyu. I used the clan formation to attack him earlier, and he stole the clan head token. Jiang Fengyu bellowed furiously. Audacious! Do you think that the clan head token can be stolen and tamed by just anyone? Even if you can tame it, do you think that you can control the guardian formation easily? Xianxia harumphed coldly. You must be joking. After saying those words, he turned to the crowd and asked, Elders, do you agree with my words? The clan head token has been set up by our predecessors, and it has already undergone many unique transformations. Without a detailed heritage, even the head of the Formation Master Guild wouldn't be able to control it, indeed. Given how the person who wields the clan head token and is able to control the guardian formation so freely, he must be the clan head. I've heard that otherworldly demon emperors are capable of disguising themselves as humans, such that even 9-star master teachers would find it difficult to discern them. Could it be that they are really in disguise? I'm not too sure either. Even I am a little confused by the current situation. Everyone was stunned. Putting aside how difficult it was to tame the clan head token, even if one could successfully tame it, there was no way one would be able to control the guardian formation with such proficiency. Without many years of effort, it was impossible for one to do so. Who in the world are you? Are you really an otherworldly demon? One of the elders turned to Jiang Fengyu and bellowed furiously. Otherworldly demon your head. I am Jiang Fengyu. Jiang Fengping, don't you know who I am? You and I have known each other since we were 7. When we were 8, you were unable to complete the Heart Torrent Sutra, so you sought my guidance and gave me a scarlet jade fruit as compensation. I didn't know that my cultivation was too low, so I nearly exploded and died. Surely you don't remember this matter, right? Jiang Fengyu couldn't hold himself back anymore and bellowed. Those with monthly votes, please continue to vote. Honestly speaking, the fellow before him had left Jiang Fengyu at a complete loss for words. However, to discern the authenticity of a person, even if they looked the same or had the same soul aura, it was still useless. The best way to discern the authenticity of a person was through their memories. He had grown up in the Jiang clan, so he was extremely familiar with all of the elders in the clan. No matter how one tried to disguise himself, it was impossible for him to recall all of their memories. Thus, as soon as the elder asked, he immediately revealed the most secretive matter. Hearing those words, Elder Jiang Fengping was stunned for a moment. His eyes were filled with doubt. This matter had happened when they were still very young, and only the 2 of them in the clan knew about it. In other words, if it was a disguise, it was impossible for anyone else to know about it. Could it be that the person without the clan head token was the real clan head? What's wrong? One of the elders beside him asked. What he said is the truth. Jiang Fengping replied awkwardly. To have the mischief he had caused in his childhood brought out in public, he felt extremely awkward. Really? Seeing Jiang Fengping admit to it, the other elders turned to look at Xianxia with a deep frown. Of the 2 of them, one of them had to be a fake. Since one of them was real, the other one had to be a fake as well. There's no need to look at me. Even though I don't know much about this matter, I should be able to find out from some of the elders in the clan. Not expecting Jiang Fengping to react so quickly, Xianxia smiled calmly. Jiang Fengping, you cultivate the triple energizer soul tempering formula passed down by ancestor Jiang Chao. However, due to your improper cultivation of it, your qi and acupoint will experience excruciating pain every time a thunderstorm comes. If you can't control your Xianxia, it might even cause a reversal in your Xianxia flow. When Jiang Fangping attacked him earlier, a book had already appeared in the library of Heaven's Path, and he knew all of his flaws and afflictions. Since the other party wanted to divulge some secrets, there was no harm in telling him more. Jiang Fangping was stunned for a moment before nodding mechanically. That's right. However, I have never told anyone about my affliction before. How did you know? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The heck? I was only thinking about acting cool, but I ended up spouting too much. The Library of Heaven's Path allowed him to see through a person's flaws. It was still possible for him to disguise as an expert that others didn't understand, but it wasn't that easy to disguise as someone he was familiar with. Because they are too familiar with you, they might not even know what you are talking about. Even though Xianxia was rendered speechless, a look of pity surfaced on his face. Sighing deeply, he said, actually, I have long seen through it. It's just that I didn't want you to worry about it, so I didn't tell you about it. I just found it 2 days ago. This is the method. Take a look. After saying that, he tapped his finger forward. Hula, a set of cultivation techniques was transmitted into Jiang Fangping's mind. Having browsed through the entire Jiang clan's book collection vault, Xianxia knew that there was something wrong with the cultivation technique that Xianxia cultivated. As long as he combined it with the Heaven's Path divine art, he would be able to resolve the problem easily. Jiang Fangping felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he sensed the incantation in his mind. With his eye of discernment, he could easily see the importance of this set of cultivation technique. If he were to cultivate it carefully, not only would he be able to resolve the hidden dangers in his body, his cultivation would also improve greatly. Could it be that the patriarch had already seen through it and had been looking for a solution all along? If that was really the case, wouldn't he be indebted to the patriarch? Congratulations, Elder Fangping. Seeing Jiang Fangyou's expression, the elder beside him immediately understood what was going on, and he clasped his fist. Don't fall for his bewitchment. Jiang Fangyou did not think that the young man before him would not only imitate him, but he would also be able to see through Elder Jiang Fangping's problem and find a solution to it. Jiang Fangyou felt his scalp going numb as if he had seen a ghost. I am the real one, Elder Jiang Fangqing. We have known each other for more than 100 years. Before Jiang Fangyu could finish his words, Xianxia suddenly turned to an elder standing before Jiang Fangping and said, We have known each other for more than 100 years. Elder Jiang Fangqing, you should have reached the 3rd realm of the soul calming art by now, right? However, this cultivation technique conflicts with the soul calming art that you have been practicing previously, so I advise you to stop for the time being. If you cultivate this, I guarantee that you will be able to advance faster. After saying those words, Xianxia flicked his finger and imparted a sliver of his will over. Not too far away, Jiang Fangqing received the cultivation technique imparted to him, and he froze on the spot. This cultivation technique was of the same lineage as the soul calming art, and it was far more powerful than the soul calming art. Actually, I am not just paying attention to Elder Jiang Fangping and Elder Jiang Fangqing. For the sake of the Jiang clan, I have been paying close attention to every single one of you, and I know the problems that you are facing in your cultivation at the moment. Elder Jiang Fangzhen, if I'm not mistaken, are you cultivating the 4th realm of the Soul Codex on your own? Your cultivation hasn't reached the required level yet, so it would be best for you not to forcefully cultivate it. Otherwise, it will only bring you more harm than good. Have you been having trouble breathing recently, and it feels as if your soul and physical body have been separated from each other? Elder Jiang Fanglin, your body has been suffering quite a lot lately, so I think it would be best for you to hold off on marrying a concubine for the time being. Elder Jiang Fanghu, it's true that you love painting, but you mustn't let it affect your cultivation. Has your cultivation stagnated for a very long time? As Xianxian spoke, he glanced at the elders around him and said those words. In just a few moments, all of the elders fell silent. Xianxian's words were spot on. They were all referring to the problems that they were facing at the moment. Could he really be the clan head? Otherwise, how could he know so much about them, as if he was peeling them open? Seeing that all of the elders had fallen silent, Jiang Fengyu tore out strands of his hair in frenzy. Who the heck are you? Even he was unaware of the cultivation of the elders in the Jiang clan, so how in the world did this fellow know about it? Furthermore, his words were spot on, winning everyone's trust in him. If all of you are convinced by him, what should I do? Could it be that I have really lost my memory, and I am not Jiang Fengyu? Then where am I? Who am I? What's my name? Jiang Fengyu felt his head spinning. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned to look at Jiang Feifei. Feifei, I am your father. You must recognize me. Hurry up and tell everyone that I am the real one. Even if all of the elders could not recognize him, his daughter would surely be able to. Not expecting two fathers to appear, Jiang Feifei was also stunned. She was also deeply saddened by the sudden appearance of two fathers. She had no idea what was going on. My father told me that if I failed to comprehend the soul quintessence, I would have to marry him. I would have to marry either Xianxia of the Zhang clan or Luo Tianya of the Luo clan. If any of you can answer my question, I will be the real one. Jiang Feifei gritted her teeth. She couldn't tell who was real from who just by looking at their appearances and soul aura. Since that was the case, she could only rely on the conversation she had with Xianxia. You said. Jiang Fengyu was just about to reply when the young man in front of him suddenly spoke up. You said. I don't want to marry that Xianxia. He only knows how to put on airs and humiliate others. Furthermore, he even publicly annulled the engagement, causing our little princess to be in so much pain. He doesn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex. This, Jiang Feifei was stunned for a moment before nodding. That's right. That's the sentence. Jiang Fengyu's body jolted once more, and he couldn't help but wonder if the other party had read his memories. That was a conversation between him and his daughter, so how could the young man before him know so clearly? No, that's not right. You were hiding right beside us earlier, weren't you? Otherwise, how could you have known the conversation between Feifei and me? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Jiang Fengyu bellowed furiously. He had tried to capture the thief who had stolen the treasure of the Jiang clan, but in the end, he didn't even know who he was. This was truly infuriating. I also said that you were hiding right beside us all along. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Alright, you should just obediently reveal your true form. Otherwise, if we were to make a move on you together, only death awaits you. Jiang Fengyu clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but he found himself at a loss for words. Xianxia was right. If the elders didn't believe him, and he didn't have the clan head token, it would indeed be difficult for him to stand against them. If he were to make a mistake, he might really be killed on the spot. Alright, allow me to speak some words of fairness. Just as Jiang Fengyu was at a loss for what to do, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Following which, an elder walked out from the crowd. Xianxia turned his gaze over and recognized the elder. He was Elder Jiang Fengyu of the Jiang clan. Even though he didn't hold a high position in the Jiang clan at the moment, he still wielded great prestige in the clan. Elder Fengyu, feel free to speak. Xianxia clasped his fist. Nodding, Elder Jiang Fengyu turned to Xianxia with a complicated look in his eyes. I have heard everything that you have just said, and it speaks of the essence of one's soul and the essence of one's cultivation. There's not the slightest mistake in your words. To be honest, even I was wondering how great it would be if you were really our clan head. Surpassing the Zhang family and the Luo family is only a matter of time. Unfortunately, you aren't. You're not? Xianxia was stunned. I'm really Jiang Fengyu. Jiang Fengyu raised his hand to stop Jiang Fengyu from continuing. Shaking his head, he said, actually, I'm not the only one who has noticed it. All of the elders have noticed it as well. Clan head Jiang Fengyu has been with us for more than 100 years, so we are well aware of what kind of capabilities he possesses. To be able to see through the cracks and flaws of our bodies with a single glance and give us pointers. He doesn't have the ability, and he can't do it. If the Jiang clan had such capabilities, they wouldn't be ranked last among the 3 great clans. Indeed. Even though Jiang Fengyu has a good character, he's still lacking in terms of capability. You're much stronger than the patriarch. As soon as he finished speaking, a few other elders chimed in. Jiang Fengyu's vision darkened. The heck, is this what you think of me? Lacking in terms of capability. How am I lacking in terms of capability? Can't you speak properly? He had been intending to let the elders recognize him earlier, but now that they had finally recognized him as the real Jiang Fengyu, why didn't he feel happy at all? Instead, he felt a sharp stab in his heart. Just as he was feeling stifled, his daughter nodded grimly and said, "My father is indeed lacking in terms of capability, so there's no way he would be able to say what you just said." Jiang Fengyu clutched his chest. "Even if you recognize me as the real Jiang Fengyu, surely you don't have to feel such a sharp stab in your heart. How in the world did you give birth to such a troublemaker? I was still considering marrying you off to that hateful Xianxia, but since you've said so, I'll consider marrying you off to that hateful Xianxia." While Jiang Fengyu felt stifled, Xianxia was also stunned. He thought that he would be able to convince everyone by pointing out the crux of his cultivation, but in the end, he ended up betraying himself. It was indeed easy to see through someone who was too outstanding. Regardless of where he was no different from a firefly in the midst of darkness, standing out from the crowd. You were able to offer guidance on soul cultivation without the slightest mistake. Regardless of who you are, you should have read through all of the books in the Jiang clan's library, right? If I'm not mistaken, the one who bowed to the ancestors in the ancestral hall was you, right? Did you comprehend the soul quintessence? Jiang Fengyu asked. That's right. Seeing that Jiang Fengyu wasn't threatening to kill him, Xianxia knew that he had no choice but to admit to it, so he could only nod. To be able to comprehend the Jiang clan's soul quintessence and know so much about our clan, could it be that you're from the side family as well? Jiang Fengyu asked doubtfully. A genius had appeared in the Luo clan, Luo Tianya. As a member of the side family, he had comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing. Could it be that there was such a genius in their Jiang clan as well? Otherwise, how could he possibly know so much about the cultivation techniques of the Zhang clan as well as the secrets of the Zhang clan? With a conflicted look on his face, Xianxia was at a loss for words. Actually, regardless of whether you're from the side family or not, as long as you've comprehended the soul quintessence, you're qualified to be our clan head. Not to mention, you've tamed the clan head seal and gained control of our clan's formation. Jiang Fengyu looked at Xianxia with glowing eyes as he stepped forward and clasped his fist. So, we hope that you can become our true clan head and lead the Jiang clan through this crisis. Xianxia was stunned. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "To be honest, I'm not from the Jiang clan." It would have been one thing if he was from the side family, but he had no ties with the Jiang clan at all. Not from the Jiang clan? Everyone was stunned. It doesn't matter if you're not from the Jiang clan. Since you've comprehended the Jiang clan's soul quintessence, you've forged an inseparable bond with the Jiang clan. How about this? We can marry Jiang Feifei to you, and you'll be able to become the head of our Jiang clan, Jiang Fengyu said. That won't do. Not expecting the elder to use her happiness as a stake, Jiang Feifei hurriedly shook her head. The person before her was disguised as her father, and she had no idea how old he was. There was no way she was going to marry him. Elder Fengyu, you must be joking. I can become the head of the Jiang clan, but there's no need for me to marry her. Xianxia quickly rejected the elder's offer as well. If the other party really didn't mind having an outsider as their clan head, he could indeed consider it. Even though Jiang Fengyu was together with the scholarly young man, the Jiang clan had a long history of several dozen millenniums. It was one thing for one or two pests to betray the Jiang clan, but it was impossible for the entire clan to betray the Jiang clan, otherwise, the Mingshi Tang would have noticed it long ago. More importantly, if they really did betray the Jiang clan, as the head of the Jiang clan, it would be easier for him to correct them so that they wouldn't do anything that would endanger the human race. Marry me. Forget it. What do you mean by that? Before she could even finish her denial, the other party had already rejected her. Hearing those words, Jiang Feifei exploded on the spot. There are still 300 votes left to reach 56294, but Laowa decided to update ahead of time anyway. Also, I'm recommending a book, The World of Farming, to my friends. There's a huge promotion for this book, and the prizes are generous. Feel free to take a look. No matter what, she was still a proud daughter of the heavens, a top genius who was famous throughout the entire continent. Most importantly, she was extremely beautiful, 1 in a million, Elder Feng Yun said those words, but you still have a look of disdain on your face. What do you mean by that? The literal meaning. Don't worry about it. You're too ugly. I don't like it. Shaking his head, Xianxia could not be bothered with the other party, who was on the verge of exploding. He turned to Elder Feng Yun and said, I already have someone I like. Forget about the marriage, but I can't marry into the Jiang clan. If that's the case, and you're still willing to let me be the clan head, I won't refuse. I'll also think of a way to lead the Jiang clan to greater and greater heights, and not walk the path of evil. The otherworldly demonic tribe had already appeared, and war was about to break out. He had already managed to rope in the Zhang family and the Luo clan, so it would be best if the Jiang clan could listen to his commands as well. It would also be easier for him to find out what was going on with the fair-skinned youth. After all, the betrayal of the seers, the Jiang clan, and Mingshi Tang. He felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, just like Luo Qiqi. Upon hearing that he was unwilling to join the Jiang clan, many of the elders fell silent, allowing an outsider to be their clan's patriarch. This was something that had never happened before. Definitely not. We're a clan, not a sect. Without a bloodline, how can we convince the masses? He refined the patriarch's token, mastered the clan's great formation, and read all the books in the clan. If he didn't stay in the clan, what secrets would the Jiang clan have? After comprehending the soul quintessence, Xianxia has already forged an inseparable bond with the Jiang clan. Even though he's not willing to accept the marriage at the moment, as long as he stays with the Jiang clan for some time, he'll surely agree to it. It's fine. Feifei might be a little ugly, and her temper is a little bad, but as long as we nurture her slowly, she'll eventually develop feelings for her. The 100 schools of philosophers have arrived on the master-teacher continent, and based on the latest news, Mingshi Tang and the Combat Master Hall seem to be on the verge of collapsing. As one of the 3 premier clans of the master-teacher continent, the Jiang clan will surely be the first to bear the brunt of the chaos. We do need an expert who has comprehended the soul quintessence to guard our clan. Furthermore, he has such a deep understanding of cultivation. Just a casual pointer from him is enough to benefit all of us greatly, many elders discussed among themselves. Some agreed, and some disagreed. Since you're not from the Jiang clan, may I know who you are? After a long moment of discussion, Jiang Fengyun turned to Xianxia and asked. The others also stopped their discussions, full of curiosity. Even Jiang Feifei was no longer bothered by the fact that she was ugly. To tell you the truth, I am, knowing that there was no point in hiding it any longer. The disguise on Xianxia's face disappeared in the blink of an eye, and his voice reverted to his own. Xianxian. Xianxian? The little genius of the Zhang family? The head of the Zhang family? Looking at each other, everyone felt like they were about to explode. The head of the Zhang family had visited their Jiang clan, and not only had he finished reading all of the books in the library, he had even comprehended the soul quintessence and assimilated the clan head token. At first, they thought that even if this person was not a member of the clan, he must be an elder who stayed in the clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know so much about the Jiang clan. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that it was a young man who was only 20 years old. Most importantly, he almost never came to the Jiang clan to comprehend a sword quintessence as soon as he arrived. Yu. Jiang Feifei's face paled, and her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. To say that the other party only knew how to brag before him, could that be considered as offending the other party? However, it seemed like he had gone even further, saying that she was ugly. She had been intending to find an opportunity to pummel the other party, but from the looks of it, there was no chance for her to do so anymore. That fellow was simply too powerful. Even Mingshi Tang, a dozen 9-star master teachers, and the deputy pavilion master were unable to do anything to him. If she were to approach him, she would probably be sent flying with a single slap. You are Xianxian. It's no wonder you were able to ignite the bloodline of the Zhang family and use the time quintessence. Upon learning the true identity of the person before him, Jiang Fengyu felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. He had thought that the other party would be a formidable expert, but who could have thought that it would be a young man who was even younger than his daughter? No, that's not right. On top of using the time quintessence, you even used the spatial quintessence of sealing. Could it be that you have comprehended the spatial quintessence as well? Jiang Fengyu narrowed his eyes in astonishment as he suddenly recalled something. That's right. I have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing as well. Xianxia replied with a nod. He had already used the spatial quintessence of sealing in the critical situation earlier, so there was no way he could hide it anymore. Since that was the case, he might as well admit it. If you have comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, then, that Luo Tianya of the Luo clan, recalling how the young man before him was unable to recognize the young man who had disguised himself as him, coupled with the sudden appearance of Luo Tianya, Jiang Fengyu's eyes widened in horror. That's right. I am Luo Tianya in disguise. Xianxia nodded. This? No wonder. Jiang Fengyu's body swayed weakly as a bitter smile surfaced on his face. He had been wondering how the Luo clan could be so lucky as to have a genius appear right after they were slapped in the face. But in the end, it turned out to be Xianxia. By the side, Jiang Feifei was also completely stunned. To be the head of two clans at the same time, was there such a thing in the world? Compared to the young man before her, she was nothing at all. Time quintessence, spatial quintessence, soul quintessence. To have comprehended them all at once, when did the spatial quintessence become so worthless that it could be comprehended so easily? In the past tens of thousands of years, other than their predecessors, there had been no offspring of the three premier clans who had managed to comprehend the spatial quintessence. Why did it feel like all of their offspring were no different from trash? Everyone. Recovering from his shock, Jiang Fengyu glanced at the crowd and said, I'll only say one thing. I'll leave the final decision to you all. Clan head, feel free to speak. Jiang Fengyu and the others turned to look at Jiang Fengyu. The seal of souls in the treasure vault has disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been taken away by Xianxia and assimilated, right? Jiang Fengyu asked. I did take it away, but I didn't assimilate it, Xianxia replied with a reddened face. He had robbed the other party's treasure vault and left nothing behind. It was indeed a little awkward for him to be asked about it in public. From the looks of it, he would have to return it to the other party later on. You took away the seal of souls? Hearing Jiang Fengyu's words, the elders were stunned. Following which, Jiang Fengyu stepped forward and kneeled to the floor. Jiang Fengyu of the Jiang clan pays respect to the faction leader. Junior of the Jiang clan pays respect to the faction leader. The other elders also knelt down in unison. Faction leader? Xianxia was taken aback. Didn't they say that he was the clan head, faction leader? What the heck? Since the head of the Zhang clan has seen the cultivation techniques of our Jiang clan, you should know that the heritage of our Jiang clan originates from the soul oracles. Seeing the confusion on Xianxia's face, Jiang Fengyu sent a telepathic message over. Xianxia nodded. He had been perplexed about this matter since the very beginning. Hadn't the soul oracles been eradicated by Mingshi Tang? Why did they still exist? Furthermore, why did they leave behind their heritage and stand proudly on the master-teacher continent? The seal of souls is the seal of the guild leader of the Soul Oracle Guild. The person who wields the seal of souls is the guild leader of the Soul Oracle Guild. Our Jiang clan is willing to acknowledge him as our master. Jiang Fengyu clasped his fist and bowed. The seal of the head of the Soul Oracle Guild? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It was no wonder the seal was so heavy. Without comprehending the soul quintessence, even a soul oracle wouldn't be able to carry it away. What's going on? How did the Jiang clan manage to obtain the heritage of the soul oracles? Why would they serve the person who wields the seal of souls as their master? Didn't the soul oracles betray humanity and were eradicated by the Mingshi Tang? Xianxia was perplexed. He was truly unable to make sense of the situation. As one of the three premier clans, the Jiang clan was under the strict supervision of the Mingshi Tang, so it should have been easy for them to discern whether a soul oracle was a soul oracle or not. However, the soul oracle and the soul oracle were two completely different concepts. How could the latter possibly be the successor of the latter? This matter is one of the core secrets of the Jiang clan, so it won't be convenient for us to discuss it here. May I know if Xianxia is willing to follow us back to the main hall? Jiang Fengyu hesitated for a moment before asking. Even though it was impossible for outsiders to pry into the details of the matter due to the guardian formation, it was still best for them to tread carefully. Zhangxian nodded. This way, please. Jiang Fengyu heaved a sigh of relief before leading the way. The other elders quickly followed behind him. Zhangxian didn't hesitate either. Soon, they arrived at a spacious hall. With the Jiang clan head token in hand and the guardian formation in control, there was no need for him to worry about any mishaps. Upon entering the hall, Zhangxian sat down on the main seat, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Activating the formation to seal the surroundings, Jiang Fengyu turned to Zhangxian and asked, I heard that Xianxia once imparted his heritage to a student named Lu Chong, and the latter possesses the prowess of a great sage. May I know if that's true? That's true. Zhangxian nodded. Back then, in order to save him, Lu Chong had fought against the Mingshi Tang, and this matter had already caused a huge commotion. It wasn't surprising that Jiang Fengyu knew about it. If that's the case, is Xianxia also a soul oracle? Zhangxian nodded. That's right then, seeing that Zhangxian had admitted to it, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Fengyu also turned to Zhangxian and asked in agitation, May I know where Xianxia's soul heritage came from? Have you seen other soul oracles before? My heritage came from the soul of an ancient soul. I have never met any other soul oracle before. Zhangxian shook his head. Mo Huncheng was only a remnant soul. To be more precise, he could no longer be considered a true soul oracle. As for the others, he really hadn't seen them before, so he wasn't lying. You haven't? Jiang Fengyu was taken aback. Indeed. Zhangxian looked at Zhangxian doubtfully. Aren't soul oracles a taboo existence? The heritage of the master teacher continent should have long been severed. Forbidden? Hearing those words, Jiang Fengyu fell silent for a moment before looking at Zhangxian once more. It seems like Xianxia isn't aware of those matters. What is it? Actually, the soul oracles didn't betray humanity back then, Jiang Fengyu said. Didn't betray humanity? Zhangxian was perplexed. This matter was recorded in all of the records in the Mingshi Tang Empire, and it was something that everyone on the master teacher continent knew about. Could it be a lie? The otherworldly demonic tribe is simply too powerful. Back then, even Xianxia and his 72 direct disciples were no match for them. In fact, Xianxia was even trapped by the strongest of the otherworldly demonic tribe in the land of Qinkai, unable to escape. Jiang Fengyu sighed deeply as he spoke. Zhangxian nodded in agreement. He had heard of this matter from Vicious before. Even Xianxia had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe had a deep understanding of us, but we knew very little about them. This was especially so for their killing intent, which was something that no one was able to withstand. There were countless experts who possessed strength on par with the otherworldly demonic tribe, but as soon as they came into contact with the otherworldly demonic tribe's killing intent, their consciousness would be blurred, and they would be killed on the spot. Jiang Fengyu continued. Zhangxian fell silent. This was exactly what had happened when he first encountered the otherworldly demonic tribe. The otherworldly demonic tribe's killing intent pierced straight into one's heart and affected one's soul. Most people would find it hard to even stand properly, let alone ordinary humans. In order to ensure mankind's victory, Xianxia decided to send soul cultivators who specialized in soul cultivation to infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe and uncover the secrets of their souls. Jiang Fengyu's face dimmed. The soul oracles accepted the mission in the nick of time. However, in order to convince the otherworldly demonic tribe, they had to sever all ties with mankind and the Mingshi Tang. As a result, the soul oracles ended up siding with the otherworldly demonic tribe due to their malevolent nature, resulting in them being massacred by the Master Teacher Pavilion and their heritage being destroyed. This, Zhangxian's body jolted in shock. If what Jiang Fengyu said was true, then, wasn't the soul oracles paying a huge price? They were supposed to be the heroes of mankind, but they had been insulted for tens of thousands of years. Back then, under the oppression of the otherworldly demonic tribe, mankind was forced to live a life worse than that of an ox. Their life and death were beyond their control. As long as they could drive the otherworldly demonic tribe out of the otherworldly demonic tribe, they were the hope of mankind. Knowing what Zhangxian was thinking, Jiang Fengyu continued. In order to convince the otherworldly demonic tribe, the Mingshi Tang mobilized a large number of master teachers to hunt down the soul oracles. In just a single night, the soul oracles were wiped out. After being captured, the guild leader of that era committed suicide in the Mingshi Tang. Committed suicide? Then Xianxia couldn't believe what he was hearing. How could a dead soul infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe? It might seem like the guild leader of that era committed suicide, but in truth, his soul oracles didn't die. Instead, he left behind his heritage, which is our current Jiang clan, before heading to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Sighing deeply, Jiang Fengyu continued, the otherworldly demonic tribe's expert saw the tragic state of the soul oracles with his own eyes, so he firmly believed in the guild leader's words. After spending some time together, the guild leader gradually came to understand the secrets behind the killing intent. Thus, he found a way to spread the news to the otherworldly demonic tribe. He even devised a plan to assassinate the otherworldly demonic tribe's expert. Not only so, he even came up with quite a few soul cultivation techniques that targeted the otherworldly demonic tribe's unique traits. However, all of them were wrong. Cultivating the soul oracles normally wouldn't cause any problems, and they would still strengthen their soul energy. However, as time passed, the killing intent would gradually weaken, resulting in all kinds of problems. In the end, the fighting prowess of the otherworldly demonic tribe would become weaker and weaker. Wrong soul oracles? Xianxia's body jolted in astonishment. Back then, when he first entered the subterranean gallery, he had killed the Greenleaf King and the others and obtained quite a few soul cultivation techniques. However, he had realized that there were many flaws in the soul cultivation techniques. Back then, he had been perplexed as to why the otherworldly demonic tribe's soul oracles would have so many flaws in their soul cultivation techniques. But at this very moment, he realized that the soul oracles were intentionally left behind by the guild leader. His goal was to weaken the unique traits of the otherworldly demonic tribe, bearing the humiliation of infiltrating the otherworldly demonic tribe and passing down the wrong soul oracles. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in shock. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. Do you know who the otherworldly demonic tribe's expert whom they were trying to assassinate was? Considering how this otherworldly demon expert was able to force Xianxia into a corner, he had no choice but to resort to infiltrating the otherworldly demonic tribe. Most likely, his strength had already surpassed that of most ancient sages. No one knows the full name of that otherworldly demon, and it hasn't been passed down either. All we know is that he's the strongest expert in the world, and he views the lives of others as nothing more than child's play. He's vicious, unpredictable, and temperamental. Not expecting Xianxia to ask such a question, Jiang Fengyu hesitated for a moment before replying. As such, be it humans or otherworldly demons, they address him as vicious. Vicious? Xianxia's body swayed weakly. As he had expected, when he heard that Xianxia was trapped in Chenkai, he had already vaguely guessed it, but he hadn't thought that it would be true. To think that the little vicious sealed in his book of Heaven's Path was once a formidable figure who had even given Xianxia a huge headache. In order to kill him, the soul oracles had even gone to the extent of enduring humiliation. Even to this day, there was no one who could defend him. It was no wonder that fellow was so arrogant. He was indeed powerful when he was alive. Indeed. According to the news that the guild leader has sent over, Xianxia made preparations in advance, and after learning of Vicious' whereabouts, he set up an ambush. That battle was so intense that even the heavens and the earth collapsed. In the end, Vicious was killed by Xianxia, and not even his bones were left behind. Jiang Fengyu said. Xianxia fell silent. Vicious' body had been torn into countless pieces, and he had collected quite a few of them. Naturally, he knew what had happened, but he didn't think that Vicious would have to go through so much just to kill him. Most likely, Xianxia had paid a heavy price as well. Mingshi Tang might not be aware of these matters, right? How do you know? A moment later, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia. These matters were definitely top secrets, such that even Mingshi Tang's headquarters might not be aware of them. How did Xianxia know so much about them? He had read through the entire Jiang clan's book collection vault, and if there were any records, he would have known about them long ago. However, if there weren't any records, how could they have been passed down for tens of thousands of years? Soul Seal. Jiang Fengyu said. Kongsher has left these matters in the imprint of souls. As long as one becomes the head of the Jiang clan, one will be able to bring the clan head token into contact with the imprint of souls, and through the imprint of souls, one will be able to learn of the origins of one's clansmen. It's due to this that we are able to learn of the great contributions that our predecessors have made tens of thousands of years later. I see. Xianxia sighed. That's true. Meritorious deeds could not be buried in history. The soul oracles had sacrificed themselves for mankind. If their descendants didn't know of this, how could they possibly speak up for them? If he were to impart these deeds to the otherworldly demonic tribe, if news of it were to leak out, the soul oracles in the otherworldly demonic tribe would be in grave danger. In fact, they might even be killed. There was no way Kongsher could do anything about it. Eventually, he could only leave the news in the Seal of Souls so that it could be passed down to the later generations. He hoped that one day, after the otherworldly demonic tribe was vanquished, he would be able to redeem the legacy of the soul oracles. The Jiang clan originates from the soul oracles, and we are the descendants of that guild leader. His blood flows in our veins. Thus, whoever is able to grasp the imprint of souls will be qualified to become the new guild leader, and the clan will listen to him unconditionally. Jiang Fangyu said. Xianxia nodded. At this moment, the other elders also fell silent. They only knew that the Jiang clan originated from the soul oracles, but they weren't too sure about the details. It was only after hearing the explanation from their clan head that they finally understood what was going on. To think that our ancestors were actually soul oracles, Jiang Feifei also fell silent, and her eyes reddened. All along, she had prided herself on being a master teacher, and she hated the soul oracles. She hated the occupation that treated human lives as a joke. It was only at this moment that she realized that this occupation that she had always looked down upon had once made such a huge contribution to mankind. Without them, the otherworldly demonic tribe might still be on the master-teacher continent, and mankind would still be helpless against them. Since Xianxia has comprehended the soul quintessence and is able to take away the imprint of souls, there's no doubt that he will become the next clan leader. No one will dare to say anything about it. Jiang Fangyu said. Indeed. Xianxia was able to comprehend the time, space, and soul quintessence. On top of that, he was able to do something that even Mingshi Tang was impressed by. Perhaps you are the only one who can clear the name of the soul oracles and allow them to walk under the light once more. As the descendants of the soul oracles, we have been waiting for this moment for far too long. I beseech that Xianxia won't turn us down. The elders stood up and clasped their fists respectfully. The Jiang clan was a bloodline heritage, but the Soul Oracle Guild wasn't. Controlling the imprint of souls was equivalent to becoming the head of the Soul Oracle Guild. Over the past several dozen millenniums, only a single person had been able to do so. Their ancestor had been humiliated for far too long, and as a descendant of the Jiang clan, they couldn't allow that to continue. They couldn't allow their hero to shed more tears. Even though the people of the master-teacher continent were unaware of the relationship between the Jiang clan and the soul oracles, Xianxia paused for a moment before nodding. There's no problem with me becoming the head of the Jiang clan. However, clan head Jiang Fangyu, there's something that I'm still a little confused about. I hope that you can help me clear it up. Feel free to speak, Jiang Fangyu replied earnestly. When I came to the Jiang clan earlier today, I happened to see you interacting with a scholarly young man. I have seen him before, and I have even exchanged blows with him twice. If I'm not mistaken, he's an otherworldly demon. Xianxia voiced out the doubts in his heart. If what Jiang Fangyu said was true, there was no way that their descendants would betray the soul oracles and bring shame to the efforts of their ancestors. But, how could they explain the scholarly young man? Scholarly young man? Is Xianxia referring to Yan Shui? Jiang Fangyu was taken aback for a moment before asking. Yan Shui? Xianxia was perplexed. Indeed. He isn't an otherworldly demon but a descendant of the 100 schools of philosophers ancient sage Ziyuan. His cultivation has already reached great sage sempiternal realm pinnacle, and it's said that he's an expert on the heaven board. Jiang Fangyu explained. A descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan? The #1 direct disciple of Kongsher. Ancient sage Ziyuan? Xianxia's body jolted in astonishment. How is that possible? I saw him together with the otherworldly demons with my own eyes. He was completely flabbergasted. The first time he met the scholarly young man was at the White Creek Mountain. During the fight for the celestial amulet of legacy, one of the four of them had revealed his true form as an otherworldly demon. The second time he met him was at the Seer Guild in Harvest Valley City. Not only did he encounter several otherworldly demons, there was even an otherworldly demon among them. If the scholarly young man was a descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan, why would he be with so many otherworldly demons? On top of that, he was helping one another. Some time ago, he came to look for me and entrusted me with the task of contacting the ancestors of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As for what I was supposed to do, the 100 schools of philosophers were extremely secretive about it. As such, I'm not too sure. Jiang Fangyu said. Contact the ancestors of the soul oracles? Xianxia was confused. If that fellow was truly a descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan, then it was likely that he had not betrayed the Seer Guild, and the same could be said for Mingshi Tang as well. However, why would an expert of the 100 schools of philosophers side with the otherworldly demonic tribe? More importantly, there was an otherworldly demon ancient sage. No matter how Xianxia thought about it, he was unable to make sense of it at all. After asking a few more questions, he realized that Jiang Fangyu had no idea what the other party was up to. All he had done was deliver the message that the other party had requested. As he was not qualified to view the contents of the message, it went without saying that he had no idea what the other party was up to. Our ancestors have sacrificed so much for the human race. As their descendants, how can we disgrace their heroic spirits? Moreover, the Jiang family has been established for tens of thousands of years. Countless powerhouses have died in the catacombs. Even if our descendants are unworthy, we can't forget our ancestors. Seeing that Xianxia was suspecting them of betraying mankind, Jiang Fangyu clasped his fist earnestly. I'm sorry, I was too rash. Xianxia hurriedly got up. His ancestors had sacrificed so much for the human race, yet he doubted his descendants. This was a great disrespect. It's normal for soul oracles to harbor such thoughts. Xianxia shook his head. Shaking his head, Jiang Fangyu turned his gaze back to the otherworldly demonic tribe, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Could it be that Xianxia emptied out his treasury because he thought that we might be siding with the otherworldly demonic tribe? Yes. Xianxia's face reddened. Jiang Fangyu nodded in realization. There's indeed no need to abide by the rules and etiquette of master teachers when dealing with the otherworldly demonic tribe. The fact that their ancestors were able to infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe and endure humiliation for the greater good showed that they did not place much importance on the rules. If he really encountered a major power that had betrayed the human race, stealing all of their treasures and depriving them of their supplies was indeed the best choice. I'll return your treasures in a moment. Xianxia blurted out. Knowing that not only did the other party not betray the human race, but he was also a great hero of the human race, no matter how thick-skinned Xianxia was, he would not be able to take the treasure for himself. Jiang Fangyu couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Xianxia's expression. It was true that Xianxia did not follow the rules when it came to doing things, but he was often able to achieve miraculous results. If the Zhang clan were to really betray mankind today, just a single Saint Nine Dan cultivator would be more than enough to send them into disarray. After making things clear, the rest was simple. Xianxia agreed to temporarily act as the clan leader of the Jiang family. Before the verdict of the Soul Oracle was overturned, he couldn't get involved with the Jiang clan for the time being. Otherwise, he would have given the position to Lu Chong instead. His student had found the ancestral land of the Soul Oracles and obtained their heritage. In the future, he would surely become the leader of the Soul Oracles. Speaking of the ancestral ground of the Soul Oracles, Xianxia finally came to a realization. Previously, he had been thinking that since the Soul Oracles had been uprooted, how could their ancestral grounds possibly be spared? Now, it seemed that Kongsher had purposely hidden or shown mercy in order to preserve his lineage. Otherwise, with Mingshi Tang's ability, it would be difficult for anything to be left if he really wanted to exterminate them. By the time the inauguration ceremony ended, it was already late at night. Xianxia called Jiang Feifei over, and Xianxia passed a book over. This book contains my understanding of the soul quintessence. If you study according to it, you should be able to comprehend it swiftly. There's no need for you to browse through the Jiang clan's jade wall anymore. After returning the Jiang clan's treasury, leaving behind only a few artifacts that could provide spiritual energy, Xianxia passed the secret manual that he had just written over to Jiang Feifei. Your understanding of the soul quintessence? Jiang Feifei flipped open the book and swiftly browsed through it. Following which, her eyes widened in disbelief. Souls were intangible and intangible, making them extremely difficult to cultivate. As talented as she was, she didn't have the confidence to truly comprehend the soul quintessence. In fact, she felt that it would be impossible for her to do so even if she devoted her entire life to it. But now, the secret manual that the new clan head had given her allowed her to concretize her soul, making it much easier to cultivate. Based on her understanding, as long as she studied it carefully, it was possible for her to comprehend the soul quintessence within a month. To comprehend the soul quintessence within a month. Countless ancestors had failed to do so. This. It's too valuable. Jiang Feifei's body trembled uncontrollably as she bit her lower lip. A moment later, she seemed to have made up her mind, and she clenched her fists tightly. You have given me such a valuable secret manual, but there's nothing I can do to repay you. Even though she didn't like Xianxia, she knew that he was simply too important to the Jiang clan. It would be best if she could win him over through marriage. At most, she would just have to make some sacrifices. The other party had said that he already had someone he liked, and if that didn't work out, she would be willing to become his concubine. Given Jiang Feifei's beauty and standing, she wouldn't turn him down. Marriage? You are thinking too much. My cultivation technique might be easy to cultivate, but without my guidance, it's easy for one's cultivation to go berserk and go down the wrong path. Seeing how arrogant Jiang Feifei was, Xianxia shook his head with a smile and said, How about this? I'll take you in as my student and guide you on your cultivation technique. Student? Jiang Feifei was stunned. She had thought that the reason why he had given her such a huge gift was so that she would be moved to devote her life to him. Who could have known that he was actually intending to take her in as his student? Wouldn't it be great if she could become his concubine? Hurry up and kowtow. Even if it's just a student, it'll be more than enough for you to make a name for yourself. Seeing that his daughter was in a daze, Jiang Fengyu bellowed. Their clan head was not just the head of the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, and the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. On top of that, his students were the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall, the princess of the Glacier Plain Court, the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, and the head of the Yuan clan. Every single one of them was a formidable figure. If his daughter could become his student, even if it was just in name, she would surely benefit greatly from it. It would only be a matter of time before she surpassed him. Yes. Hearing her father's words, Jiang Feifei was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. All along, she had thought that the other party was the young genius who had challenged her in the Sanctum of Sages, but who would have thought that in less than a month, the other party was already standing at the top of the master-teacher continent, putting aside his other identities. Just the fact that he was Yangshi's senior was more than enough for her to call him great-grandfather. Jiang Feifei pays respect to teacher. Without any hesitation, Jiang Feifei kneeled onto the floor. Rise. Xianxia said with a smile. When Jiang Feifei kneeled onto the floor earlier, another golden page had appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path, and she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He had known that the Book of Heaven's Path wielded incredible might, and he had thought that it would only be able to crush Saint 1 Dan, 2 Dan, or even 4 Dan cultivators. Who could have thought that even ancient sages would be unable to withstand its might? With the Book of Heaven's Path, even an ancient sage would not pose a threat to him. If it comes down to it, I should just accept a few more students. Yangshi's student, Feng Zi, isn't too bad either. Perhaps I should negotiate with old Yang and have him transfer his student to me? Xianxia stroked his lower jaw as he contemplated. Given his current standing, he would have to accept a few outstanding students in order for them to match his standing. But where could he find a good student? Not everyone was as outstanding, kind, righteous, and noble as him. Eventually, Xianxia decided to give up on the idea. Since Feng Zi was Yangshi's direct disciple, it would be against the rules if he were to accept Feng Zi as his direct disciple. Otherwise, if everyone coveted a good student, wouldn't it be a huge mess? After all, there was a huge difference between a direct disciple and a direct disciple. Even a direct disciple like Xianxia could not overstep the boundaries. It seemed like he would have to find a suitable candidate to accept as his direct disciple in the future. Considering how powerful the Book of Heaven's Path was, the more the merrier. If he had a few hundred books in his library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to wipe out the entire otherworldly demonic tribe single-handedly, right? Could it be that Xianxia has 3,000 students for this as well? A thought suddenly flashed through Xianxian's mind. Xianxia only had 72 direct disciples, and the number of students that he had taught was no less than 3,000. Could it be that Xianxia had a library of Heaven's Path as well, taking in so many people? Just to compile a golden page, back then, when he fought against Vicious, it was probably because he had tossed these books as if they were free that he had blasted Vicious into meat paste. Killing an old master with a flurry of punches. If he were to be killed by a flurry of books, he would be the most tragic death of an expert. I should look into whether Xianxia is skilled in smashing books or not. I should be able to understand what's going on then. This was just Xianxian's conjecture. He would have to look into the matter carefully. By the time Jiang Feifei finally understood what she needed to pay attention to in her cultivation, it was already past midnight. There's still some time before dawn. I should see if I can cultivate my soul to the Aurea body realm. Knowing that it was still early, Xianxian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The main reason he had come here was to temper his soul so that he could control the ancient sage corpse. Since he had already gathered the introspective convalescence realm and Aurea body realm cultivation technique manuals, he might as well push for a breakthrough as soon as possible. After having Jiang Fengyu arrange a secluded residence for him, Xianxian sat cross-legged in a chamber before drawing his soul out from his glabella and floating quietly in the air. Time to begin. After adjusting his condition for a moment, he felt that his condition had reached its peak. With a light flick of his wrist, he took out the spiritual energy replenishing treasures that he had left in the Jiang clan's treasure vault. Goo, the acupoints all over his soul body opened, and spiritual energy rushed into his body. Xianxian's aura continued to surge. In less than 10 minutes, it had accumulated to the peak of the introspective convalescence realm, ready to take the final step at any moment. I just made a breakthrough, so I haven't fully consolidated my foundation yet. My soul energy is still a little weak. After trying several times, Xianxian felt that the barrier was a little too sturdy, and he frowned. He had just achieved a breakthrough to introspective convalescence realm not even half a day ago, so his soul cultivation was still a little lacking. If he were to push for a breakthrough at this juncture, even if he were to succeed, it would affect his future cultivation greatly. After advancing to the Great Sage realm, the difficulty of cultivation had increased by many times. Progress was no longer as easy as before. Don't tell me I have to spend another 2 or 3 days to get used to it? Xianxian frowned. Spending 2 or 3 days just to familiarize himself with a single realm was simply too slow. Now that the situation was critical, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, even with a saint artifact like the Dragonbone Divine Spear, he wouldn't be able to bring out his full strength. If I have something that can suppress my soul energy, I should be able to raise my cultivation much faster. With such a thought in mind, Xianxian's eyes lit up. Right, the Seal of Souls. If he didn't drive the soul quintessence, the Seal of Souls would place immense pressure on his soul, such that even his soul would be unable to withstand it. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for him to completely reinforce his introspective convalescence realm. However, with the help of the Seal of Souls, he should be able to speed up his progress significantly. Perhaps, he might just be able to reinforce his cultivation by tonight. Come out. Xianxian flicked his wrist, and a seal floated before him. As soon as the seal appeared, it immediately exerted immense pressure on him, threatening to tear his soul apart. Without driving the soul quintessence, Xianxian slowly approached the seal with his soul. Tzzzzzzzz, it was as if his soul was being corroded by a scorching flame. Creak. It sounded as if it would collapse at any moment. Heaven's Path Divine Art, drive it. Harumphing coldly, Xianxian drove the Heaven's Path Divine Art, and his crumbling soul gradually stabilized. Just like how he had faced the Dragonbone Divine Spear previously, Xianxian began absorbing the pressure into his soul to temper it. The introspective convalescence realm of his soul was similar to that of his physical body in that it altered the very essence of his soul, thus making his soul more resilient. Under the pressure, his soul began to grow stronger and stronger. In fact, there was even a golden glow emanating from it, a sign that it was advancing toward the Aureate body realm. This is the Aureate body realm? Looking at the golden glow, Xianxia realized that the areas enveloped by it were much more resilient than the others. Ordinary souls were formless and intangible, but the golden glow emanating from his soul harnessed strength far beyond that of Saint Pinnacle artifacts. Formidable. Xianxia's eyes glowed in excitement as he continued absorbing the pressure into his soul to temper it. 4 hours later, he finally came to a stop. After a long period of hard work, his soul, which had been slightly unstable due to reaching the introspective convalescence realm, had finally stabilized. At the same time, his disposition had also undergone a massive transformation. From afar, he looked even more elegant and graceful, as if he had transcended from the mundane world. Great Sage had surpassed Saint Realm, and the very essence of one's life force was no longer the same. At this moment, his soul was already filled with golden patterns. Driving his soul to its limits, a brilliant golden glow emanated from it, reminiscent of a deity. Continue. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to advance any further after reaching the pinnacle, Xianxia retracted his soul seal and channeled spiritual energy frenziedly into his body. The introspective convalescence realm that he had just stabilized rose once more. Hong Long, with a deafening explosion, Xianxia's strength immediately tore through the ice shackles around him, and the golden patterns in his body melted away to fill his entire soul, illuminating the entire room with a brilliant golden light. He had reached the Aureate body realm. It's indeed formidable. Feeling the instantaneous metamorphosis of his soul, Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim in agitation. At his current realm, he was already able to execute soul traverse easily. He didn't have to worry about being injured by the spatial compression anymore. From the looks of it, Lu Chong has at least reached the Aureate body realm. Xianxia said awkwardly. To think that his student would be able to advance faster than him. This left him feeling a little helpless. Hong Long, while Xianxia was still immersed in his thoughts, a deafening rumble echoed in the air. Ominous clouds gathered outside the hall, and a powerful surge of energy crushed down on him. Lightning tribulation? There's a lightning tribulation in the Aureate body realm as well? Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. At that moment, the voice of the skeletal dragon at his waist sounded. It's not lightning tribulation but heavenly flame. Lightning tempers one's primordial spirit while heavenly flame tempers one's Aureate body. This is the heavenly flame tribulation. Heavenly flame tribulation? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before his eyes lit up in agitation. Doesn't that mean that I'll be able to get rid of the innate fetal poison in advance? I had some matters to attend to, so I traveled to Xining overnight. I just arrived and wrote 2 chapters on the train. Kongshur had once said that the innate fetal poison could only be resolved through the burning of the heavenly flame. Xianxia had thought that only those who had reached Great Sage would be able to do so, but who could have thought that his soul would be one step ahead of him, if he could make use of this opportunity to temper his physical body? Would he be able to resolve the innate fetal poison that had been bothering him for a year? Does the heavenly flame tribulation burn one's soul directly? Thinking of this, Xianxia hurriedly asked. The Saint Ascension tribulation was divided into the tribulation of soul, tribulation of body, and tribulation of mind. Since this so-called tribulation of heavenly fire was also a punishment from the heavenly Tao for cultivators, could it be that it had a similar procedure? The heavenly fire tribulation is divided into 3 parts. They are burning soul, burning spirit, and burning heart. With your strength, you should be able to endure soul burn. However, spirit burn and heart burn are very difficult. If you are not careful, your body and soul will be destroyed. Hearing his question, the bone dragon hesitated for a moment and said, especially the last burning heart, it involves the heart demon and affects the Tao heart. Once the Tao heart is destroyed, everything will be over. If your physical body had reached Great Sage 2 Dan Aureate body realm as well, you might have been able to fuse your soul with it and nourish it with your blood and soul body. With that, you might still be able to stand a chance against the Great Sage. However, if it was just your soul, it would be difficult. In the ancient era, innumerable soul oracles died at this realm, and there weren't many who managed to survive. The Dragonbone Divine Spear had seen Xianxia using his soul back at the Dragon Creek Mountain, so he did not think too much of it. You mean that it would be safer for me to undergo the heavenly flame tribulation if my physical body had reached the golden body realm? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. That's right. The defensive prowess of one's physical body is far greater than that of one's soul. If one's physical body is used as a shield while one's soul is used as a shield, the chances of success are much higher. On the other hand, if one's soul is used as a shield, I have never heard of anyone who has succeeded. Now that it had finally recognized him as its master, if this fellow were to cultivate recklessly and kill himself, who would he look for to reason with? If word of this got out, it would be embarrassing enough, even though it was just a pile of bones. My fleshly body is still a long way off. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head. His physical body cultivation had yet to learn Kongshi's superior realm-breaking technique. Furthermore, he did not have a suitable cultivation technique. Even if he wanted to achieve a breakthrough, he would not be able to. In fact, even if he were to achieve a breakthrough, he would still be a long way off from reaching the Aurea body realm. So be it. I would like to see how powerful this heavenly fire tribulation is. The Dragonbone Divine Spear had once followed ancient sage Xianxia to conquer the Master-Teacher continent. Even though he had lost most of his memories due to the seal, his eye of discernment and knowledge were still far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Since it said that it was difficult, then this heavenly flame was probably not that easy. However, Xianxia cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, making him invincible in his cultivation realm. So what if he was powerful? If others can cross it, why should I be afraid? Rumble, he sighed in his heart. The dark clouds in the sky had already accumulated to the peak. Similar to the black clouds of lightning, they were pitch black, like a cloudy sky. If one were to look closely, one would see countless flames surging and blazing within them. Even before they arrived, one would already feel as if they were burning the world and destroying all living things. Sla, a bundle of flames fell from the sky, heading straight for Xianxia's primordial spirit. Unlike the crimson flames that one would often see, this bundle of flames was pitch black, reminiscent of ink. If not for the fact that it had fallen from the sky, Xianxia would have thought that it was a painting created by someone using ink. This is the heavenly flame? Before the bundle of flames could even reach him, cracks had already appeared in the space above him. It was as if a comet was falling from the sky, emanating a powerful aura. Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He had seen his fair share of flames, scorching hot and forceful. He had even come into contact with the most formidable earth flame in his cauldron, but he had never seen such a bizarre and powerful one before, pitch black as ink, devoid of any light, such that even space was unable to withstand it. This was the heavenly flame. Was his soul really able to withstand it? Putting aside his soul, even his physical body, which far surpassed that of a Saint Pinnacle artifact, would be melted in an instant upon contact with it. This isn't an ordinary heavenly flame. It's the Empyrean heavenly flame. While Xianxia was on the verge of going insane from shock, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was also trembling in disbelief. Empyrean heavenly flame? What is that? Xianxia asked anxiously. Heavenly flames are divided into different grades as well. Most cultivators would choose to cultivate their Empyrean heavenly flames at grade 3, which is the lowest grade. The more formidable master teachers and combat masters would choose to cultivate grade 2 flames at grade 2, which is white in color. Ancient sage Xianxia and the others had received Kongshi's personal guidance, and their Xinqi was at grade 1, which was azure in color. The higher the grade of one's Xinqi, the stronger their aureate body would be after tempering. Legend has it that there is a type of Empyrean heavenly flame that far surpasses grade 1, and it's known as the Flame of Heaven's Path. It's black in color. Only Kongshi has experienced it, and it only appeared when his physical body reached the aureate body realm. How did you manage to draw it here? The eyes on the dragon head of the Dragonbone Divine Spear flickered non-stop, as if it had seen a ghost. The Empyrean heavenly flame was a flame that could incinerate anything in the world. Putting aside souls, even an aureate body realm or sempiternal realm cultivator would be reduced to cinders if they were to come here. The fellow had only achieved a breakthrough in his soul cultivation, so how in the world did he draw it here? It was already extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to overcome the Empyrean heavenly flame, but this was practically impossible. Wasn't his luck a little too bad? How would I know? Not expecting the flames to have such a background, Xianxia was on the verge of tears. It was just an Empyrean heavenly flame ordeal. Was there really a need to go through so much trouble? Feeling deeply stifled, Xianxia knew that this was not the time for him to be conflicted. Thus, he drove his Xianxia, but the flames had already arrived before his soul, shrouding it entirely. Xiong, as soon as his soul came into contact with the black flames, it immediately burst into flames. The excruciating pain made Xianxia's face warp in horror, and his body began trembling uncontrollably. He had thought that he would be able to overcome the Empyrean heavenly flame ordeal as long as he persevered, but who could have thought that the flames would be so powerful? The slightest carelessness could very well reduce his soul to cinders. Heaven's path divine art, drive. Knowing that he was in a precarious situation, Xianxia knew that he could not rely on the dragonbone divine spear anymore. Gritting his teeth, he drove his Xianxia furiously to resist the flames. Weng, a brilliant golden light burst forth. At this moment, a golden silhouette appeared on his translucent soul, reminiscent of a massive Buddha sculpture. Tzzzz, the golden light was powerful, but the might of the heavenly flame was even stronger. Before the golden light could even come into contact with it, the surrounding space had already been torn apart. It was as if the heavenly flame was trying to drag him into spatial turbulence and reduce him to dust. Seal. Not daring to hesitate, Xianxia tapped his finger forward and executed the spatial quintessence of sealing. Weng, the torn space stabilized once more. However, the heavenly flame was still as fearsome as ever. As if assimilated by it, the golden silhouette gradually turned black as well. Recommending to my good friend's book, my works of art have attributes. I've been working on this with my close friend for 10 whole years now. I hope that everyone can support it when it goes on sale yesterday. At this rate, I'll surely be burned to death, knowing that he would not be able to leave anything behind if he were to continue burning the flames. Xianxia immediately drove his soul quintessence and launched an attack right at the flames before him. His soul energy struck the pitch-black flames, and in an instant, the latter exploded into innumerable tiny embers. However, before Xianxia could react, the black flames gathered once more and continued burning his body. I can shatter it, but the flames recover too quickly, Xianxia remarked grimly. He had only used the soul quintessence to test the waters, but he did not think that it would work. However, it was a pity that the black flames were gathering too quickly. Even if he were to shatter it, it would not make much of a difference. Right, the time quintessence, a thought flashed across Xianxia's mind. No matter how fast the black flames could gather, it would still take time. As long as there was time, he would be able to execute the time quintessence. Break. At the same time, Xianxia tapped his finger forward lightly. Weng, everything before him slowed down once more. The pitch-black flames slowly split apart, and after reaching a certain distance, they converged toward the center. Split apart. Xianxia focused his attention on one of the tiny embers, and just as he had expected, the tiny embers were sent flying to the side. After splitting more than a dozen embers, the time acceleration came to an end, and the searing pain from the black flames lessened significantly. The larger the flame, the stronger the heat. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as his eyes glowed in agitation. At the same temperature, a fire was far more threatening than a few scattered sparks. After a few more attempts, the black flames were split into more than 100 portions, and the searing pain from the black flames finally dissipated. Time, space, and soul quintessences. To be able to gather all three of the most difficult quintessences in a single person. I'm afraid that he's the only one who is capable of such a feat, the Dragonbone Divine Spear muttered to itself in a daze. It did not think that the other party would be able to do such a thing. It had thought that Xianxia would be burned to death with the descent of the Empyrean heavenly flames, but who could have thought that the other party would be able to resolve the danger with the help of the three heaven-defying quintessences? However, this is only temporary. Even if he's able to withstand the soul quintessence, the spirit quintessence, and the heart quintessence will still be difficult to deal with. Shaking his head, he still didn't think that Xianxia would be able to overcome the heavenly flame tribulation. This is much better. Paying no heed to the skeletal dragon's worries, Xianxia watched as the searing sensation of the spatial quintessence dissipated. It was fortunate that he had comprehended the time, space, and soul quintessences, or else he really would have been at a loss. Buzz, the golden light emanating from the surface of his primordial spirit shone brightly, keeping the tiny sparks at bay. As a result, the burning sensation and pain were alleviated significantly. As Xianxia continued driving his Xianxia, the golden light grew brighter and brighter. Whenever the black heavenly flames started to gather, he would use his soul quintessence to shatter it. While he would be fatigued for the time being, he would still be able to hold on for the time being. Let's try to expel the fetal poison. Seeing that there was no danger for the time being, Xianxia knew that this was a rare opportunity. If he didn't resolve the innate fetal poison, it was only a matter of time before he died. Since this was an opportunity, he might as well give it a try. Focusing his attention, Xianxia executed another attack from the soul quintessence, splitting a pea-sized ball of flame into the size of a sesame seed. Then, under the propulsion of his soul energy, it slowly surged toward the location where the innate fetal poison was hiding. Searing heat seeped through the golden light and seeped into his primordial spirit. Hula, immediately, he felt a tearing pain. Why isn't it working? A moment later, Xianxia frowned. Conshur had once said that the heavenly flame could neutralize the innate fetal poison, but, even after burning it for a long time, the innate fetal poison remained completely unaffected. It was as if the innate fetal poison had no fear of it at all. Could it be that I have to draw the heavenly flame into my primordial spirit? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. When the heavenly fire burned earlier, it was blocked by the golden light. It was like scratching an itch through one's boot. It didn't enter the body, so the fetal poison wasn't affected. Just that, if his primordial spirit were to draw such powerful flames into his primordial spirit, it was likely that he would be burned to death before the innate fetal poison. Forget it. Even if I don't give it a try, I'll still die sooner or later. Knowing that the presence of the innate fetal poison made it difficult for him to sleep, Xianxia drove his heaven's path divine art to resist the heavenly flame. At the same time, he drew a tiny spark of flame into his primordial spirit. Tzzzzz, as if a piece of fresh meat had been thrown into a furnace, a sizzling sound echoed in the air. An excruciating pain seeped into his bones, leaving him feeling a little lightheaded. Lowering his head, Xianxia saw a depression in the area where the heavenly flame had burned. The primordial spirit in the depression had become much thinner, as if it would dissipate at any moment. I can't do it. Xianxia's complexion turned awful. He had only absorbed a little of it, and his primordial spirit had nearly collapsed. If he were to absorb too much, wouldn't he be crippled on the spot? What should I do? Xianxia had thought that he would be able to resolve the innate fetal poison easily with the appearance of the heavenly flame. Who could have thought that things would turn out differently? I'll continue to divide it. If the size of a sesame seed doesn't work, I'll just divide it to the size of a needle. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Since that was the case, he should continue dividing it until his primordial spirit was able to withstand the heat. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia continued to knock on the primordial spirit with his soul. At his level of cultivation, even if it was as small as a speck of dust, he could clearly see the dents on the surface with his divine sense. After 3 consecutive attempts, the sesame seed was reduced to the size of a needle. However, it was still burning intensely, as if it could melt anything in the world. Absorb, Xianxia continued to divide the flames before pushing one toward his primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, it had entered his primordial spirit. Tzzz, the primordial spirit flew toward the innate fetal poison, and the latter immediately retreated fearfully. However, the primordial spirit was simply too small. While the innate fetal poison was fearful of it, it was unable to inflict any significant damage. Continue absorbing, with a thought, Xianxia absorbed another speck of primordial spirit into his body, and the innate fetal poison retreated once more. However, it did not take long before the small speck of primordial spirit was extinguished. My soul has grown stronger. After absorbing 2 specks of primordial spirit, Xianxia's primordial spirit became visibly more resilient, as if it had been tempered 1,000 times. At the same time, the golden glow it emanated also grew brighter. The primordial spirit is indeed able to temper the aureate body. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. Forget about the innate fetal poison for now. Once I temper my entire primordial spirit, that fellow won't be able to escape even if he wants to. Just as Xianxia was about to destroy the other specks of primordial spirit to temper his primordial spirit, he suddenly felt the storage ring on his finger trembling. Following which, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A clone. For some reason, that fellow had actually emerged from the myriad ant-hive nest. You can't even deal with a single primordial spirit? I really can't stand it anymore. Xianxia shot a disdainful glance at Xianxia before dashing toward the ominous clouds in the sky. Hong long long, a bundle of primordial spirit descended from the sky, and the clone swallowed it whole. Xianxia's face twitched. At this moment, Xianxia was on the verge of tears. If there was a hole in the ground right now, he would have dived right into it. He had already executed the time, space, and soul quintessences, but so far, he had only managed to absorb 2 needle-sized flames. Yet, he was still feeling proud of himself. Yet, as soon as the other party's clone charged forward, he had devoured an entire bundle of flames. More importantly, what kind of gaze was this fellow giving him? What kind of attitude was that? What kind of attitude was that? The heck, you are just a clone. Clone. Clone, do you even know what a clone is? I'm the F*King Venerate, so I can distinguish between the primary and secondary. Do I know my own position? Thinking about his position? Xianxia's complexion turned even more awful. Ever since the appearance of this fellow, he had fought with him many times, but every single time, he had ended up losing. In terms of standing, he was the one who lacked it. Xianxia raised his head to look at his clone in despair. Honestly speaking, this was the first time he had hoped that the other party would be burned to death by the flames. But, the other party burped in satisfaction before exclaiming in excitement, "Delicious!" Hula, without any hesitation, he dived right into the clouds and vanished from sight. Roar! The skeletal dragon by the side trembled uncontrollably. Its bones were on the verge of falling apart, and it looked as if it had seen a ghost. There were plenty of experts who had tempered their clones before, including Kongshi. But, this was the first time it had seen a clone that was even more arrogant than the main body. More importantly, that was the Empyrean heavenly flame that even it feared. Yet, not only did that fellow not fear it, he even dashed right into it. Was he not afraid of being reduced to ashes? While the skeletal dragon was still in shock, it suddenly saw a thigh emerging from the clouds, and a hand was rubbing it back and forth. Palipala, a huge bundle of black flames was rubbed evenly, and the sound of explosions echoed in the air. However, not only was the owner of the thigh not afraid, he was even moaning in pleasure. This. Is this still a human? The skeletal dragon cowered in fear. It had thought that it would be a waste to submit to the other party, but after seeing the other party's clone, it realized that it was nothing compared to the other party. The skeletal dragon turned to look at the main body, only to see that the other party's face had turned livid, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Let's see who's afraid of you. So, before the skeletal dragon could react, the soul of its master had already charged right into the ominous clouds, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The skeletal dragon went completely mad. The reason why his clone dared to charge in was due to the powerful material that he had tempered, and he was able to withstand the flames with his physical body. But for your soul, what are you doing charging in as a mere soul? Do you want to die faster? If there's really no other way, if he dies, I'll acknowledge my avatar as my master. With one of its claws supporting its chin, the bone dragon planned a way out for itself. How could Xianxia tolerate being looked down upon by his clone? He immediately charged into the clouds. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, countless black flames surged over. The material of my clone is the 9 Hearts Lotus embryo, making it tougher than my physical body. However, my soul is on par with mine. Since he was able to withstand it, I should be able to do the same as well. Although it was dangerous, he was not anxious. It wasn't out of recklessness that he had rushed in. Rather, it was because he had calculated it beforehand. As soon as he entered the myriad ant-hive nest, he automatically shared the cultivation technique with his clone. While he was cultivating, his clone was cultivating as well. In other words, his clone was cultivating as well. In other words, his clone was also cultivating the Aurea body realm. Since that was the case, if he could bear it, why couldn't he? There must be something that he did not notice, turning his gaze to his clone, he saw his clone swimming amidst the black flames. From time to time, his clone would swim backward, crawl forward, and paddle forward. It was an indescribable feeling of contentment. The black flames burned relentlessly, causing his body to emanate a golden glow. At the same time, his soul also became more resilient than before. I get it now, Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. The Dragonbone Divine Spear said that the heavenly flame tribulation can be divided into 3 stages: soul-scorching, and heart-scorching. Thus, I thought that soul-scorching was the first stage, and the rest would appear one after another. But from the looks of it now, it's possible for the ordinary heavenly flame tribulation to be like that, but not the Empyrean heavenly flame tribulation. Instead, all 3 of them appeared at the same time. It's true that the heat of the flames is hard to withstand, but it's not to the point where I'm unable to withstand it. After all, I cultivate the Heaven's Path soul art, and I've been through countless lightning tribulations. My soul is already comparable to a great sage artifact in terms of resilience, but I was so fearful of the flames that I used all kinds of means to avoid it, not daring to absorb it. This is probably a test of my Tao heart. My clone relied on the uniqueness of the 9 Hearts Lotus to charge right into the flames fearlessly. On the other hand, the effects of the heavenly flame tribulation on my Tao heart disappeared, so it wasn't as fearsome as I thought it would be. It's just like how the more fearful one is in the dark, the more one feels that someone is lurking around you, ready to harm you at any moment. On the other hand, if one's heart is calm and fearless, one won't feel anything at all. These thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind, and he decided to ignore the black flames that were gushing toward him. He opened up his primordial spirit, and the golden glow in his body stopped emanating. In that instant, he seemed to have completely emptied his mind, not caring whether he would be burned to death or not. Tzzzzzz, the flames immediately began to burn around his body. With his mind relaxed, he no longer felt as excruciating as before. On the contrary, under the heat of the flames, his soul became even more resilient. As expected, seeing that the heavenly flame tribulation was really effective, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly flame tribulation didn't just burn one's soul, it also had a tempering effect on one's mind and state of mind. The more fearful one was, the more powerful the flames would be. This was because the flames weren't burning one's soul but one's heart. When one was fearless, the flames would be weaker. But even so, his soul would still tremble under the searing heat. Waves of excruciating pain assaulted him, and he felt as if his soul would be torn apart at any moment. Forget it, I should temper my soul first. Knowing that it was pointless to dwell on such matters, Xianxia opened up the acupoints of his soul once more and frenziedly devoured the flames around him. Hong Long, as soon as the flames entered his body, they began swimming around his soul. His already golden soul glowed even brighter, reminiscent of a golden Buddha. Let's see if I can burn away the fetal poison. Feeling his soul gradually adapting to the temperature of the heavenly flame, Xianxia didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, he directed balls of flames toward the fetal poison. Goo, the fetal poison seemed to have seen something terrifying, and it began retreating non-stop. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement as he hastened his control over the flames. GGG, the fetal poison couldn't hold on any longer, and it rushed out of the soul body with a howl. It drilled out of the dark clouds and disappeared without a trace. The innate fetal poison had already developed its own consciousness, or else it wouldn't have chosen to hide from the Heaven's Path Xianxia. I've finally gotten rid of it. Seeing that the innate fetal poison had escaped, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since he first discovered the innate fetal poison, he had always thought that it was a ticking time bomb. It was the greatest motivation for him to cultivate diligently, and today, he had finally gotten rid of it. After the innate fetal poison disappeared from his soul, Xianxia used the heavenly fire to refine his soul for a while. After an unknown period of time, the dark clouds slowly dispersed. The heavenly fire tribulation was successfully passed. After overcoming the great sage Tu Dan heavenly tribulation, Xianxia's soul had already turned completely golden. Tapping his fingers on it, a metallic reverberation could be heard. If he hadn't known in advance that it was a soul, he would have thought that it was a physical body instead. After being tempered by the heavenly flame, his soul has already become somewhat similar to his physical body. It's no wonder why Lu Chong was able to dominate the 9-star master teachers with just his soul alone. Xianxia was full of excitement. Soul oracles were able to change their forms at will. If they did not wish for others to notice them, even if they were glowing with a golden luster, they would still be unable to notice them. However, if they wanted others to notice them, they could change their form to become as tough as a weapon, such that even experts of the same cultivation realm would be unable to notice them. It was no wonder soul oracles were renowned throughout the ancient era. Their method of tempering one's soul was indeed enviable. More importantly, the lifespan of a soul oracle far surpasses that of a cultivator. Even with the nourishment of Xianxia and the replacement of cells by the introspective convalescence, there was still a limit to one's lifespan. Once one reached a certain age, they would die of old age. On the other hand, the lifespan of a soul far exceeded that of a physical body. It was already a considerable feat for a great sage cultivator to live for 1,500 years, but for a soul oracle, it was entirely possible for one to live for 3,000 years or even more. However, soul oracles have their own flaws as well, and that is the 5 soul declines. There were many advantages to being a soul oracle, but there were also many flaws as well. One of the greatest hurdles to becoming a soul oracle was the 5 soul declines. However, the Heaven's Path divine art that Xianxia cultivated didn't affect this problem, so he didn't have to worry about it. While Xianxia was deep in thought, he turned his head to look at his clone, only to see that his clone was glowing with a brilliant golden light. His soul had also been tempered, and the aura within his body was rumbling furiously. Golden body perfected? Xianxia's lips twitched. He had ignited Kongshi's blood droplet to unleash the might of a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator. As such, even though he had never cultivated the strength of a great sage before, he still had a clear understanding of the various realms of great sage. The eyes of the clone before him were golden. It was clear that he had cultivated the aureate body to perfection. Not only did he overcome the heavenly flame tribulation, he even cultivated so quickly. Clutching his chest, Xianxia's heart ached. Compared to him, it was such a blow. All along, he had thought that he was improving very quickly, but this fellow was even faster. You should return to the folded space first. Xianxia instructed his clone to return to the myriad ant-hive nest to reinforce its cultivation while he descended from the sky. Why you passed the exalted heavenly flame tribulation? The dragonbone divine spear seemed to have been choked by something, and its mouth was agape. He had thought that he would be reduced to ashes in the face of such a violent lightning tribulation, but who could have thought that he would be able to overcome it so quickly? Was he still human? Ignoring its shock, Xianxia chuckled. Just as he was about to return to his body, his pupils suddenly shrank. What's going on? His body, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, had a black complexion and black smoke coming out of his head. He kept trembling as if he was enduring some kind of pain. Just now, something came out of the dark clouds and dived straight into your body. I thought that you were burnt to such a state, so I didn't stop it. The dragonbone divine spear was embarrassed. Xianxia was speechless. I am not dead yet, so why would I be burnt to such a state? On the other hand, you are just a skeleton. I wonder if your flesh has been roasted and eaten by someone. Not wanting to waste any more time with this skeleton, Xianxia dived his soul back into his body. The next moment, he opened his eyes, and his cheeks twitched. He nearly exploded on the spot. The innate fetal poison that had escaped from his soul was currently lying lazily in his physical body. Upon seeing Xianxia's spiritual perception, it even greeted him with a pleased smile. He had thought that it would be completely eradicated, but who could have thought that it would return from his soul to his physical body? Was this a game? His physical body returned to his soul, and his soul returned. Do you really think that I, Xianxia, do not exist? Die. With a livid expression, Xianxia drove his Heaven's Path Xianxia toward the innate fetal poison. The innate fetal poison had only entered his soul due to its fear of the Heaven's Path Xianxia. If it dared to return, he would crush it to death. Long. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven's Path Xianxia was already right before the innate fetal poison. The innate fetal poison was forced to retreat several steps before colliding with the Heaven's Path Xianxia. Just like his clone, the innate fetal poison swam freely in the Xianxia. Xianxia was flabbergasted. Previously, the innate fetal poison had been extremely fearful of the Heaven's Path Xianxia. It would flee in fright whenever the heaven's path Xianxia gushed toward it. Why would it be able to swim in it this time? Could it be that, after undergoing the Empyrean heavenly flame, the innate fetal poison has evolved as well, and it no longer fears the heaven's path Xianxia? Xianxian's face turned livid. Even though the innate fetal poison had fled in fright upon seeing the heavenly flame, it had still been burned by the heavenly flame for a period of time. Could it be that the innate fetal poison had really evolved to the point where it no longer feared the heaven's path Xianxia? As a poison master, he knew that there were quite a few lethal poisons that could evolve as time passed. If that was really the case, he would be in deep trouble. Xianxia had suppressed the innate fetal poison with his Xianxia previously, so it dared not act recklessly. However, without the suppression, if it were to run amok or go on a rampage, wouldn't it die even faster? Soul suppression. After trying a few more times, Xianxia realized that the innate fetal poison was indeed ineffective against the innate fetal poison. Thus, he willed his soul to suppress the innate fetal poison. Under the suppression of the innate fetal poison retreated several steps and hid in a corner, not daring to move at all. It's probably because my soul has been tempered by the heavenly flame, so there's still some lingering might of the heavenly flame within it. His soul had just been tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, so it harnessed the energy of the heavenly flame. That's why the innate fetal poison was so fearful. Just that. His soul had to be compatible with his physical body, so it was impossible for him to suppress the innate fetal poison at all times. Otherwise, if his soul were to be separated from his physical body, anyone would be able to tell that he was a soul oracle. Let me see if I can expel the innate fetal poison from my body. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia began pursuing the innate fetal poison. Not good, it stuck. A moment later, a conflicted look appeared on Xianxia's face. Having comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, even though his soul was able to expand and shrink at will, there was still a limit to its range. Thus, the innate fetal poison hid in the smallest meridians in his body, such that even his soul was unable to enter them. If he tried to force his way in, his meridians might just burst, and that would be an even more tragic death. As soon as he withdrew his soul, the innate fetal poison immediately darted out from his meridians and chased after him before concealing itself once more. This process repeated itself several times, as if saying, "I'm out, I'm in, I'm out again. If you dare, come and catch me. You'd better not cause any trouble. Otherwise, even if I have to sacrifice my physical body, I'll make sure to kill you." With a cold harumph, Xianxia's soul merged with his physical body once more, and he used his heaven's path Xianxia to guard his body against the innate fetal poison. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he rubbed his glabella. "Alright then, you should just pretend that I, Xianxia, don't exist. At the very least, I won't have to worry about you anymore. Looks like I have to raise my Xianxia cultivation as soon as possible." Given how arrogant that fellow was, it was hard to tell when he would fly into a rage. Xianxia had thought that he would be able to make use of this opportunity to kill him by drawing in the heavenly flame tribulation. Yet, who could have thought that not only would he fail to kill him, he would even make things even more troublesome for him. He had to quickly raise his fleshly body's cultivation base and attract the heavenly flame. That way, his soul and body would merge. No matter how arrogant this fellow was, he would definitely be killed. The matter with the Jiang family is almost over. It seems that I have to go back as soon as possible, settle the conflict between the Luo family and the Zhang family, and then go to Mingshi Tang's headquarters. If he wanted to advance quickly, he would have to go to Mingshi Tang and find the high-tier breakthrough technique that Kongshi had left behind. Otherwise, he did not know when he would be able to make a breakthrough. Before returning to the Zhang clan, I should assimilate the ancient sage corpse first. With his soul cultivation reaching the Oriya body realm, his fighting prowess had increased several-fold. With this, he might be able to successfully forge the corpse into a soulless humanoid. With such a thought in mind, Xianxia entered the myriad ant-hive nest's folded space and flicked his wrist. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground again, creating a large crater. Thus, Xianxia leaped out from his glabella and headed straight for the exit. TSS, a huge pressure assaulted him, causing his forehead to break out in cold sweat. Buzz, his soul shone with a dense golden light, and the pressure on him lessened significantly. He took a few steps forward. He crawled inside. So big, as soon as he entered the corpse, Xianxia immediately felt as though he had entered a spacious room, with no end in sight. His incomparably huge soul body, in this place, was actually like a toy, not even worth mentioning. Compared to his physical body, it was like comparing a straw hut to a palace. Sitting within it, Xianxia slowly tempered his body using the method to forge the soulless metal humanoid so that his soul and body could harmonize with one another. After an unknown period of time, he stood up again. I've already tamed it into a soulless metal humanoid. Let's see if it can still fight. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The forging method of the soulless metal humanoid required a living human in order to be more compatible with it. However, through the modifications made by the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to forge corpses as well. Even though the degree of control he had over the soulless metal humanoid wasn't as great as that of a living human, it wasn't too far off. Creak! Creak! Using his full strength, Xianxia controlled the ancient sage corpse to slowly rise to its feet. Xianxia lifted his feet and took a few slow steps. Then, he felt his face twitch. That fellow was simply too taxing on his soul energy. In just 3 steps, he had already expended more than half of his Aurea body realm soul energy. In that case, forget about fighting, it was hard to say if he could even throw a punch. I'll give it a try. Gritting his teeth, he circulated the remaining soul energy in his body, and the gigantic ancient corpse charged forward. Voila, the folded space immediately began to tremble, emitting a fierce sound. It was as if a curtain had been torn apart, and pitch-black cracks appeared. So powerful, Xianxia couldn't help but fall into a daze as he watched the folded space, which he had stabilized for many years, nearly shatter under a single punch. Although this fellow's consumption of soul power was shocking, its might was simply too great. He had set up this folded space multiple times, such that even with Kongshir's blood droplet and the Dragonbone divine spear, it would be difficult for him to tear it apart. Yet, this corpse was actually nearly destroyed with just a light punch. Didn't this mean that, no matter how powerful those beneath ancient sage were, they would be reduced to meat paste with a single punch? If that was really the case, that would be way too formidable. As long as he didn't encounter an ancient sage, he would be safe. Even if he did encounter an ancient sage, he would still have the golden page. With that, he would be able to summon another soulless metal humanoid. Hee, with this, what do I have to fear from those beneath ancient sage? With a hearty laugh, Xianxia's primordial spirit flew out, and after absorbing all the treasures in the surroundings, he entered the folded space once more. Controlling the ancient sage corpse, he placed his hand on his waist and bellowed, "Clone, come out." Xianxia's clone was in the midst of reinforcing his cultivation when he heard Xianxia's bellow. "Come, let me show you what I've got." Ignoring the other party's attitude, Xianxia chuckled coldly as he threw a punch toward the corpse. Not expecting Xianxia to already be able to control the corpse, his clone leaped in shock. Unable to dodge in time, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Pong, so, his clone was sent flying before vanishing into thin air. Ha ha ha. Xianxia felt a surge of exhilaration wash over him. He had exchanged blows with that fellow many times, but he had always been pummeled. Now that he had finally vented his frustrations, he was in a good mood. Let's see if that fellow still dares to show off before me in the future. However, as exhilarated as he was, he had expended a lot of his soul energy as well. That single punch had nearly depleted all of it. Leaving the ancient sage corpse, Xianxia's soul returned to his physical body. Just as he was about to take out some treasures to replenish his soul energy, his clone suddenly flew over furiously. "You dare to hit me? You're courting death." Xianxia's clone was so infuriated that he was on the verge of exploding. As soon as his clone arrived before Xianxia, he immediately threw a punch at Xianxia. "That corpse is the one who hit you, not me." "Fine, I'll admit it. I'll return to the corpse after I recover." Xianxia's face warped in horror. "Corpse your head." How could his clone allow him to say anything? Pung 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 pung. 10 minutes later, Xianxia's face was swollen to the point that he no longer resembled a human. Tears streamed down his cheeks non-stop, and he felt incredibly stifled. What the heck was going on? He was unable to defeat his student, his girlfriend, and the innate fetal poison. Forget it all. To think that he would be pummeled by his clone, and to such an extent at that, How in the world was he supposed to live? With a depressed look on his face, Xianxia quickly drove his heaven's path Xianxia to recover from his injuries before walking out of the room. His clone was a brat and a violent maniac. It would be best for him to avoid interacting with him in the future. It was already noon outside. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Fengyu, Xianxia took out the Dragonbone Divine Spear and pierced through space to leave the area. Soon, he returned back to the Zhang clan. How is it? It had been a day and a night since he had left the Zhang clan. As soon as he returned to his residence, Xianxia immediately turned to look at Sun Chang. Before leaving, Xianxia had told him to observe the two clans carefully. Surely they wouldn't have gotten into a fight after such a long time. They didn't. Since the head of the Luo clan hasn't returned yet, the Luo clan has been keeping a low profile for the past 2 days. Sun Chang quickly explained. The Luo clan was here to slap the face of the Zhang clan, but with their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to do so. The only person who was able to do so was their clan head, but before he returned, they dared not make a move recklessly. That's good. Seeing that the Luo clan had not gotten into a fight, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had Sun Chang take his leave while he hesitated for a moment before changing his appearance once more. The disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him was extremely useful. He could use it any time he wanted. Otherwise, he would not have been able to disguise himself so well that even Jiang Fengyu and the other elders would not have been able to see through him. Under the effects of the disguise amulet, not only would his appearance, soul aura, bloodline, and even his cultivation be the same to others. His disguise would only be exposed in battle. Since the Luo clan was waiting for their clan head, it was about time for their clan head to appear. Of course, the way he would appear would surely surprise them. In the guest room of the Zhang clan, a gloomy atmosphere hung in the air. Where do you think our clan head has gone? Why isn't he back yet? Luo Qingchen broke the silence. Who knows? Our clan leader is always elusive, disappearing just like that. We're clearly here to challenge him and re-establish the prestige of our clan, but now, we're staying in his house, waiting for food and drinks. I feel like I'm really depressed. I feel the same way too. I can't help but look at the members of the Zhang clan walking around with weird looks in their eyes. I really don't know what I should do, the two elders said. Did you hear what happened earlier? Nangong Yuanfeng and Tantai Zhenqing of the 100 Schools of Philosophers came to challenge us, but they were defeated by a student whom Xianxia had casually guided. Could it be that our clan had dared not come after hearing this news? Luo Ganzhen rubbed his glabella in distress. They had come here with the confidence of defeating the 100 Schools of Philosophers, so they had caused a huge commotion. Who could have known that as soon as they arrived, they would hear that Nangong Yuanfeng and the others had returned in defeat as well? More importantly, before Xianxia had made a move, he had already guided a student from the side family. When the news spread, everyone immediately felt uneasy. If even a student was so formidable, just how powerful was he, coupled with the commotion caused by the Empire Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion, where even Hyung Kensei was no match for him? If that was the case, would their clan head really be able to emerge victorious? A dark cloud hung over everyone's heads. Actually, I hope that our clan head will appear, but at the same time, I hope that he won't appear. Once he does, the duel will have to go on. It's fine if he wins, but if he loses, the Luo clan will be humiliated. One of the elders said. If the Luo clan were to return in defeat, the Luo clan would be even more embarrassed to face the world. Indeed, that's what I think too. The other elders nodded in agreement. If he doesn't appear, we'll be even more humiliated. A voice said. The crowd fell silent once more. Indeed, it would be shameful if they were to appear, but it would be even more shameful if they didn't appear. They had come here to show off their strength, but they ended up being pushed to the edge of the cauldron instead. They had no idea what they should do anymore. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. Have you sent a message to our clan head? Knowing that everyone was speaking the truth, Luo Ganzhen had no choice but to turn to Luo Qingchen. He hasn't replied, shaking his head. The first elder smiled bitterly. Perhaps he's in seclusion. Even though we haven't been in contact for long, it doesn't seem like he'll run away at the last minute. Luo Ganzhen nodded. Just as he was about to continue speaking, an anxious voice suddenly sounded, and an elder rushed into the room. Something happened. What happened? Upon recognizing the other party, Luo Ganzhen frowned. He was the 16th elder of the clan, Luo Qingyuan. For an elder to be so flustered in someone else's clan, something big must have happened. Patriarch, he's here. Elder Qingyuan said hurriedly. He's here? Where is it? Luo Ganzhen was taken aback for a moment before he hurriedly stood up. The other elders were also overjoyed as they turned to look at the door. However, they did not see anyone at all. He didn't come here. Instead, he's going to have a duel with Xianxia from the Zhang clan. Elder Qingyuan explained with a bitter smile. Duel? Everyone was taken aback. Why didn't he inform us? The reason they had come here was to have a duel with the head of the Zhang clan. Why would he suddenly start a duel without any news at all? Our clan head went there discreetly without informing us, Elder Qingyuan explained. Bring us over. Hearing that their clan head had already started the duel, Luo Ganzhen and the others could no longer hold themselves back. Luo Qingyuan hurriedly led the group forward. It didn't take long before they arrived at a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by a massive formation that prevented any energy from leaking out. It was like an isolated world. At the very center of the dueling ring stood two figures facing one another. Each of them had pushed their auras to the peak. They were Luo Tianya and the head of the Zhang clan, Xianxia. The reason why our clan head didn't inform us is probably because he doesn't want us to know about it. Let's observe the situation discreetly. Let's make sure not to expose our auras. Luo Qingyuan sent a telepathic message to the crowd. The crowd nodded. They didn't even know what was going on. It was obvious that the clan leader didn't want them to know the result. At least they wouldn't be embarrassed if they lost. Perhaps, the clan head had such considerations as well. The duo on the dueling ring made their move. Luo Tianya flicked his palm, and the surrounding space was sealed. Selah, the aura in the sealed space came to a halt. It was as if the young man on the other side had been sealed in amber, unable to move at all. Seeing that their clan head had executed the spatial quintessence of sealing right from the start, the faces of the crowd flushed in agitation. It seemed like he knew how powerful his opponent was, so he didn't hold back at all. However, before the crowd could fully celebrate, Zhang Xian's chuckle echoed in the air. His sealed figure abruptly stepped forward. Hula, the surrounding space returned to normal, and in the next instant, Zhang Xian's figure blurred, and as if teleporting, he appeared right before the other party. This is the spatial quintessence of sealing as well? Seeing the means that Zhang Xian had executed, Luo Ganzhen was stunned for a moment before horror surfaced on his face. Even though he hadn't comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing yet, he could tell that Zhang Xian was using the same technique as their clan head. A member of the Zhang clan would execute the Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing. What in the world was going on? No one answered his question. Luo Tianya seemed to have sensed danger as well, so he broke free from his seal and sent a punch forward as well. Pung, the two fists collided, and Luo Tianya's face paled. He was sent flying backward, and his back crashed heavily into the seal. He's actually that powerful? The crowd was rendered speechless. They had thought that their clan head would be able to defeat Zhang Xian, but who could have known that he would suffer such a huge loss in just a single clash? Feeling indignant, Luo Tianya charged forward once more, and the two of them clashed once more. On the other hand, it was as if Zhang Xian had predicted his moves in advance, and after a few consecutive blows, he found himself finding it hard to breathe. With a burst of strength, the entire dueling ring flickered with brilliant light. Violent shockwaves crashed into the dueling ring one after another, and it felt as if the seal would collapse at any moment. They're both powerful. The faces of the crowd paled. There were some among them whose cultivation had surpassed Saint Nine Dan, but if they were to face either one of the two, they would probably be defeated within a single move. The moves executed by the two clan heads weren't too complicated, and their battle techniques weren't too exaggerated either. However, every single one of them seemed to be in harmony with nature, and it felt like a stroke of genius. It was only after 3 moves that the prowess of their moves became apparent. Is this really a battle between top-notch geniuses? It's indeed beyond our imagination. I didn't think that the wild goose descends on the yellow sand could be used in such a manner. Did you all realize that Xianxia seems to be extremely familiar with our Luo clan's battle techniques? Indeed. What's going on? The more they watched, the more apprehensive they became. Their excitement from before had vanished, replaced by a stifling pressure. Our clan head isn't a match for him, Luo Ganzhen said with a bitter look on his face. Indeed. It's clear that Zhang Xian is saving our clan head some face. Otherwise, he would have been defeated within 20 moves. Luo Qingchen nodded. I admit defeat. Shortly after those words were spoken, on the dueling ring, Luo Tianya was already panting heavily with a depressed look on his face. It seemed like he could not believe the outcome either. Brother Luo, there's no need to take it to heart. In truth, our fighting prowess isn't that far apart. Zhang Xian walked up to Luo Tianya and said earnestly, how about we consider it a draw today? A loss is a loss. If I, Luo Tianya, can't even acknowledge this fact, I might as well change my surname to Zhang. Luo Tianya shook his head. However, the reason why I lost isn't because my Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing is inferior to your Zhang clan's but because of my own ability. Brother Luo, you're being too polite. Zhang Xian replied earnestly. The spatial quintessence of time and spatial quintessence are equally matched. I don't mean to look down on the Luo clan, on the contrary, I respect them deeply. The reason why I was able to defeat you by a stroke is because I used the Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing, and my comprehension of it far surpasses yours. What do you mean? Luo Tianya raised his head doubtfully. I believe that Brother Luo should have noticed it as well. The spatial quintessence of sealing that I executed is the same as yours, Zhang Xian explained. This? Luo Tianya was stunned for a moment before he finally came to a realization. That's right. How do you know the Luo clan's spatial quintessence of sealing? The spatial quintessence of sealing was comprehended by the founder of the Luo clan, but it was actually inherited by ancient sage Qiu Wu. I have inherited the heritage of ancient sage Qiu Wu, so it's not surprising that I'm able to execute the spatial quintessence of sealing. Zhang Xian. Ancient sage Qiu Wu? Luo Tianya could hardly believe what he was hearing. This is the ancient domain left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and an average-sized crystal ball appeared before Luo Tianya. The aura emanating from it felt as if it was a folded space. A moment later, Luo Tianya's body jolted, and a hint of envy surfaced in his eyes. It's really left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. Brother Zhang's luck sure is incredible. I only managed to obtain the spatial quintessence by chance. The reason why there are so few people in your Luo clan who have comprehended the spatial quintessence isn't because they lack talent but because the heritage that they have received is incomplete. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. This Qiu Wu palace contains the complete heavenly art of dimension unravel left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu. I'll gift it to you today, Brother Luo. I believe that it will be of greater use in your hands than in mine. Looking at the crystal ball that appeared in his palm, Luo Tianya was shocked. He hurriedly shook his head. How did you use this? Who on the master-teacher continent would not want the heritage of an ancient sage? She had given it to him so casually. Her kindness was so great that it was difficult to measure. Luo Ganzhen and the other elders also glanced at one another in bewilderment. The heritage of the Luo clan originated from ancient sage Qiu Wu. If they could obtain the complete heavenly art of dimension unravel, they would surely be able to advance their cultivation swiftly. Even if they were unable to comprehend the spatial quintessence of sealing, their fighting prowess would surely soar. Just that, there was a grudge between the two clans, and they had come here to slap the Luo clan's face. Yet, not only did the other party disregard their grudges, he even gave them such a valuable gift. In an instant, the crowd felt deeply ashamed. Don't be in a hurry to decline. Brother Luo, let me finish. Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and said grimly. The space around the Temple of Confucius is in a state of turmoil, and it could appear at any moment. I believe that Brother Luo should be aware of it. Luo Tianya nodded. It's clear that the 100 schools of philosophers have come to challenge our master-teacher continent to steal the celestial amulet of legacy. Even though they failed this time around, Kongshi's treasure is at stake, so there's no doubt that they won't give up so easily. Furthermore, based on our observations over the past few days, the otherworldly demonic tribe has sent experts to the Master-Teacher continent. In fact, even the otherworldly demonic emperor has infiltrated the Master-Teacher continent. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The Master-Teacher continent has already reached a critical juncture. Once war breaks out, putting aside our two premier clans, even the entire human race on the Master-Teacher continent will face a great calamity. At such a juncture, we shouldn't be fighting one another. Instead, we should help one another and tide through this crisis together. Otherwise, if we allow outsiders to invade the Master-Teacher continent, we'll only bring pain to our loved ones and pleasure to our enemies. Luo Tianya fell silent. The reason why the three premier clans have been able to stand on the Master-Teacher continent for tens of thousands of years without falling is due to our mutual assistance against our enemies. I, Xianxia, was in the wrong when I annulled the engagement back then, but I didn't do it on purpose. Love isn't something that can be achieved through a forceful marriage. Ruoxin and I have already sworn a vow to one another. If I were to agree to the little princess recklessly, wouldn't I be going back on my word? If I were such a person, even if I were to marry Chi-Chi, I would only end up hurting her, and I would be letting down the Luo clan. Over the past few days, I have been unable to sleep in peace. I'll take the Qiuwu Palace and the Heavenly Art of Dimension Unravel as an apology. I hope that Brother Luo won't turn me down, or else I'll really be too ashamed to show my face. Xianxia. Brother Zhang, since that's the case, I won't put on an act. Luo Tianya said as he took the crystal ball and stowed it into his storage ring. He didn't do it on purpose, that's true. If he had really forcefully married the little princess back then, he would have been too heartless. It seems like he didn't intend to sully our Luo clan's reputation. We were only thinking about our reputation, but he was thinking about mankind. His magnanimity isn't something that we can compare to. The hidden members of the Luo clan fell silent once more, and their faces reddened in embarrassment. They had been thinking about the Luo clan all this while, but in truth, they hadn't thought about it from the other party's point of view. If the other party had really gone back on his word, would he be able to bring happiness to the little princess even if he were to marry her? That might not necessarily be the case. Thank you, Brother Luo. Xianxia bowed deeply. I'll make sure to explain Brother Zhang's goodwill to me when we return. Luo Tianya pondered for a moment before seemingly coming to a decision. Gritting his teeth, he said, Brother Zhang, there's actually something that I would like to ask of you. Feel free to speak, Brother Luo. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he replied, as long as it's within my means, I won't turn you down. I have an important matter to attend to, and it's very likely that I won't be able to return once I leave this place. Even though it hasn't been long since I became the head of the Luo clan, I don't wish for the clan to fall because of this, Luo Tianya said with a dark expression. You won't be able to return? Brother Luo, are you heading to some ancient domain, or are you heading there to exact your vengeance? If you need my help, feel free to give me a call. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he clasped his fist. I appreciate Brother Zhang's goodwill, but this is my private matter, and it isn't convenient for outsiders to interfere in it. Besides, I've already made up my mind to die, so I'm willing to die even if I have to. Luo Tianya shook his head grimly. Brother Zhang, this isn't what I'm asking of you. Xianxia was perplexed. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianya flicked his wrist, and a token appeared in his palm. It floated quietly in the air. It was the Luo clan's clan head token. I hope that Brother Zhang can replace me as the head of the Luo clan. This way, even if I die, I'll be able to rest in peace. You want me to become the head of the Luo clan? Xianxia's body jolted in astonishment. You want him to become our clan head? Is our clan head out of his mind? That won't do. Luo Ganzhen and the others were astonished. While they were impressed by Xianxia's magnanimity and forgave him for reneging on the engagement, that did not mean that they could accept him as their clan head. Brother Zhang has comprehended the spatial quintessence of sealing, and he is even more proficient than I am in it. More importantly, he has obtained ancient sage Qiuwu's heritage. Since ancient sage Qiuwu has acknowledged you, our Luo clan has no choice but to accept him as our clan head. Luo Tianya said. But Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands. Luo Tianya turned to Xianxia and asked, Brother Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, you have just become the head of the Jiang clan, right? That's right. Xianxia nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a token appeared in the air. It was the Jiang clan's clan head token. The head of the Jiang clan? Why would the Jiang clan appoint an outsider as their clan head? Luo Ganzhen and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What was happening right before their eyes was too surreal. It had already exceeded their imagination. You have comprehended the soul quintessence, and the Jiang clan is willing to appoint you as their clan head. Naturally, our Luo clan is willing to do the same as well. Furthermore, now that the calamity is upon us, if we want the three great clans to work closely together without any ill feelings, this is definitely the best way. Luo Tianya clasped his fist. Brother Zhang, I hope that you won't turn me down. Besides, I heard that your lectures at the Jiang clan and the Zhang clan have helped countless people achieve breakthroughs. If you become the head of the Luo clan, I hope that you can treat our Luo clan equally and make our Luo clan stronger. Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. He wasn't the only one. The crowd from the Luo clan also fell silent. Even though they harbored grudges against Zhang Xian, the latter's teaching ability was indeed unparalleled. Most likely, only Kongsha from back then could match up to him. Putting everything aside, just the standing and strength of his students could be seen. With such a master teacher as the head of the Luo clan, their clansmen would surely advance swiftly. If they were to turn him down, they would be left far behind by the Zhang clan and the Jiang clan. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Tianya took out the Luo clan's clan head token and said earnestly, if Brother Zhang agrees to it, I'll be able to leave without any worries. Never mind. I can take care of him for now. When someone in the Luo clan is able to inherit the position, I'll naturally hand over the position of clan head to him. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before taking the token from Zhang Xian. Thank you, Brother Zhang. In that case, farewell. After doing all this, Luo Tianya didn't hesitate any longer. With a leap, he flew straight into the sky and vanished before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. Sigh. It's not that I'm greedy for power, but the three premier clans have to work together in order to stand against the 100 schools of philosophers and the otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherwise, the three premier clans will eventually be wiped out from the annals of history. Seeing him leave, Zhang Xian sighed and shook his head. With a complicated expression, he turned around and disappeared, as if he had never been there. After the two of them left, Luo Ganzhen and the others emerged from their hiding spot. Acting clan leader, everyone turned to look at Luo Tianya. Tianya is right. If we want our Luo clan to remain standing amidst the chaos, we can only rely on Zhang Xian, Luo Ganzhen said with a complicated look on his face. He's only a Saint Nine Dan cultivator. An elder exclaimed indignantly. He's indeed only a Saint Nine Dan cultivator, but he's the senior of Mingshi Tang, Yangshi. He's the sanctum head of the sanctum of sages, the teacher of the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall, the Poison Temple, the Glacier Plain Court, the Yuan clan, and the Spirit Awakener Guild are all under his command. Adding on the Zhang family and the Jiang clan, that's one of the strongest powers on the master-teacher continent. If the Luo clan misses out on this opportunity, it's likely that we'll truly fall into decline. Luo Ganzhen said. It was true that a single Zhang Xian did not represent much, but he had too many identities at his disposal. The students that he taught wielded great influence as well. Even Mingshi Tang might not be able to rally as much support as he did. It was indeed the best solution to have such a person become the clan leader. You mean to say that we'll acknowledge him as our clan leader? The elder asked with a bitter look on his face. What the heck was this? Yet, not only did they fail to do so, they ended up acknowledging the other party as their clan leader instead. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. It's all for the sake of our clan. Knowing what the elder was thinking, Luo Ganzhen consoled. Let's hurry back. Tianya should be waiting for us by now. Without any hesitation, the crowd hurriedly returned to their residence, and as expected, they saw Luo Tianya sitting in his room with a dejected look on his face. Everyone, Luo Tianya hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Clan head, there's no need to say anything. Appointing Zhang Xian as our clan leader is indeed the best choice we can make. We won't turn him down. Luo Ganzhen clasped his fist. Since you already know about it, I won't say anything more. This is the Qiuwu ancient domain that Xianxia gave me. Leave it in the clan and pass it down. Seeing that they had already learned of the matter, Luo Tianya stood up and said, I'll be leaving this time, and it's very likely that I won't be returning for the rest of my life. In the future, I'll have to heed Zhangshir's commands and make the Luo clan stronger. After saying those words, without waiting for a reply, Luo Tianya leaped forward and vanished before everyone's eyes. Watching Luo Tianya's departure, the crowd from the Luo clan was at a loss for words. Has our son returned? In the main hall of the Zhang clan, Sword Saint Meng was pacing around the room with a deep frown on her forehead. Reporting to Madam, our clan head has just returned, but I'm not too sure where he went this time, an elder reported. That brat. Even though the Luo clan is here to slap our faces, he still managed to keep his composure and run around, Sword Saint Meng harumphed coldly. The Luo clan had caused such a huge commotion even before they had arrived, and it was clear that they were here to cause trouble. Yet, as the person in question, he was actually not at home at all. Xianxia has always been a quick-witted person. There's no doubt that he has his reasons for doing so. After all, we were the ones at a disadvantage against the Luo clan in the first place. Xianxia shook his head and said, it's only right for us to avoid them for a while. Otherwise, it'll be awkward for both sides to meet. There's nothing wrong with avoiding them, but surely we can't just ignore them forever. If you ask me, I would have married both Luozi and Luo Qiqi at the same time. That way, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Sword Saint Meng harumphed coldly. Just as she was about to continue speaking, an elder suddenly rushed into the room. Old clan head, Madam, as soon as the elder entered the room, he bowed deeply and said, the matter with the Luo clan has been resolved. The two of them were taken aback. Xianxia quickly turned his gaze over and asked, how did you resolve it? In their view, this should have been an extremely difficult situation to resolve unless the Luo clan had a duel with Luo Tianya. But why had the matter been resolved before they had even heard of a duel? The Luo clan, the elder who had just entered the room had a bizarre look on his face. They acknowledged clan head Xianxia as their clan head. They acknowledged Xianxia as their clan head? The Xingming sword saints glanced at one another in bewilderment. From the looks of it, it seemed like they would not rest until Xianxia was dead. Yet, before the fight even started, they had already acknowledged him as their clan head. Was there a hole in the head of the Luo clan? Otherwise, why would they do something so foolish? I'm not too sure about the details, but I heard that. The elder hesitated. It seemed like he was unsure whether the news he had heard was accurate or not. What is it? Xianxia frowned. I heard that our clan head went to the Jiang clan yesterday, and the Jiang clan held an inauguration ceremony to appoint him as their clan head. Xianxia. Sword Saint Meng. Can anyone tell me what's going on? The Jiang clan and the Luo clan had acknowledged a member of the Zhang clan as their clan head. Was there a hole in the head of the Jiang clan as well? Was there something wrong with the head of the Jiang clan? The two of them felt as if what they had just heard was not news but a heavenly edict. In truth, they were not the only ones who were confused. The entire Zhang clan was stunned as well. As the news spread, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their clan head was simply too incredible, a single person becoming the head of 3 clans. This was unheard of in the history of the Luo clan. While the Zhang clan was dumbfounded, the Luo clan was dumbfounded as well. Putong. Luo Xianqing, who was in the midst of cultivating the spatial quintessence, collapsed to the ground, and he fainted. Can anyone tell me what the heck is going on? Didn't you go there to exact vengeance? Is this how vengeance is done? It's finally over. Paying no heed to the thoughts of the others, Xianxia returned to his residence and heaved a sigh of relief. If the matter of the Luo clan was not resolved properly, it would always be a thorn in his side. Left with no choice, he could only summon his clone, and this led to the scene that Luo Ganzhen and the others had witnessed. While it was a little despicable for him to do so, as long as he could resolve the grudge between the Luo clan and have them acknowledge him as their clan head, it would be worth it. He had spent a day and a night out, and while it was not long, he had benefited immensely. He had cultivated the soul quintessence, successfully advanced his soul cultivation to the Aureate body realm, assimilated the corpse of the ancient sage, and obtained a golden page of heaven's path. Not only that, he had become the head of 2 clans of the Luo clan. The harvest was bountiful. I should make use of this opportunity to push my soul cultivation to Aureate body realm consummation. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia activated the formation around the residence to isolate his aura before releasing his soul once more. He had managed to achieve a breakthrough in his soul cultivation after undergoing the heavenly flame ordeal, but he was still a distance away from reaching Aureate body realm pinnacle. Now that he had the time, it was a good chance for him to succeed in his cultivation. Otherwise, the further he got from his clone, the more depressed he would feel. After all, he was the real body. Being oppressed by a doppelganger every day was very undignified. Xianxia took out an artifact that could replenish spiritual energy and began devouring it. 2 hours later, his entire primordial spirit was emanating a brilliant golden glow, as if it was forged from pure gold. I'm finally at the consummate stage, his eyes lit up. After 4 hours of hard work, he had finally managed to raise his soul cultivation to Aureate body realm consummation. With my soul at Aureate body realm consummation and my Xianxia, I should be able to defeat even an intuitive impulse realm pinnacle expert with ease. Coupled with the Dragon God Divine Spear, I should be able to put up a fight against Sempiternal realm primary stage cultivators. Feeling the overwhelming strength emanating from his body, Xianxia smiled. Even though his Heaven's Path soul ordeal was only at Aureate body realm consummation, after undergoing the tempering of the Saint Ascension ordeal, the Lightning Tribulation, and the Empyrean Heavenly Flame ordeal, his fighting prowess was on par with introspective Convalescence realm pinnacle cultivators. Coupled with the Dragon God Divine Spear, even Hyung Kensei might not be a match for him in a one-on-one battle. Only with this level of strength will I be able to protect myself. As powerful as the Golden Page was, it could only be used once. The ancient sage corpse was powerful as well, but it involved the otherworldly demonic tribe and soul oracles, so he dared not take it out unless he had no other choice. If he wanted to be safe, he would have to rely on his own strength. This was the only way he could change anything. Xianxia. Barely after withdrawing his primordial spirit back into his physical body, he heard a voice outside. Removing the seal, Xianxia walked out of his room, and the next moment, he saw Luozi standing in the main hall. Upon seeing him, she couldn't help but be taken aback. You have achieved a breakthrough? Over the past day, Xianxia's aura had become even more profound, making it difficult for one to tell how profound it was. There was a clear difference from the day before. You can say that. Xianxia nodded. His breakthrough in his soul was not a breakthrough in his Xianxia cultivation, so it wasn't appropriate for him to explain it to Xianxia. It's good that you have achieved a breakthrough. I was just about to pay a visit to the Mingshi Tang headquarters. I can bring you there to look for the high-tier breakthrough technique that Kongshi left behind, Luozi said. You want to head to the Mingshi Tang headquarters? Xianxia was taken aback. The high-tier breakthrough technique for you to achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage is hidden in there. I can see that you are on the verge of losing control of your strength, so it's about time for you to make a breakthrough. This way, you'll be able to deal with any unexpected situations that arise. At the same time, I can also feel more at ease. Luozi said. It's about time for me to make a breakthrough. Xianxia nodded. The innate fetal poison was simply too arrogant. He had to make a breakthrough as soon as possible so that he could burn it clean with the heavenly flame. Otherwise, if something were to happen to him one day, he would really be done for. Of course, more importantly, once he found the method to Kongshi's breakthrough and successfully advanced to Great Sage, his fighting prowess would surely soar once more. By then, even without Kongshi's blood essence, he would still be able to become invincible beneath Ancient Sage. If that was the case, he would be able to capture the scholarly young man and search for the whereabouts of Xiaoya and the others. As for why the 100 schools of philosophers wanted to capture Xiaoya and the others and why they were in cahoots with the otherworldly demonic tribe, Xianxia had no idea. However, he was certain that Xiaoya and the others were not in any danger at the moment. Otherwise, the Glacier Plain Court, Poison Temple, and the Yuan clan would have long sent a message over. As the ruler of a power, they had their soul lamps. As long as their soul lamps were not extinguished, they would not be in too much danger. Let's set off then. Luozi said with a smile. Without any hesitation, Xianxia nodded. After instructing Sun Chang, the two of them flew off. Right, where's Wu Chen? Xianxia suddenly recalled the adolescent boy after leaving the vicinity of the Zhang clan, and he couldn't help but ask. Where did the Zhang family who had come with him go? He has some matters to attend to, so he left first. We are going to the Mingshi Tang headquarters to search for something, not to fight. It doesn't matter whether he's around or not. Lozozi replied with a smile. You're right. Xianxia nodded. He quickly recalled the map that he had seen in the Jiang clan and located the Mingshi Tang headquarters. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Break! With a tap of his finger, a passageway appeared before him and he dived into it. Lozozi followed closely behind him. In the next moment, the two of them saw a huge palace-like building complex appear before them. They had arrived at the Mingshi Tang headquarters. The Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters did not appear to be extravagant at all. In fact, it might even pale in comparison to the royal palaces of some empires. However, under the illumination of the Eye of Insight, Xianxia could still feel a powerful aura gushing forth from the depths of his heart. It's the scholarly aura. Lozozi's voice sounded. Mingshi Tang has ruled over the Master-Teacher continent for tens of thousands of years, and he has imparted his knowledge to the world. As a result, the scholarly aura of the world has gathered here, and it's much easier to achieve breakthroughs here. Xianxia nodded. Without asking why Luo Ruoxin was able to see the scholarly aura, he continued walking forward. In front of Mingshi Tang was a vast square, and a towering monument towered over 100 meters tall, piercing into the clouds. This is the monument of Master-Teacher heroes? Xianxia asked with a solemn expression. Even though he had never been here before, he had read about it in books, so he knew that there was a monument of Master-Teacher heroes erected in the square right in front of Mingshi Tang. It was used to record the heroes who had sacrificed their lives for the freedom of mankind. There were no decorations in front of the monument, only a few flower baskets and incense burning non-stop. Even before the words were out in the open, they emanated intense pressure that even great sages would have to bow their heads, and not dare to act impudently in front of them. This is Kongshi's personal handwriting, and it records the countless heroes who died in the war against the otherworldly demonic tribe back then, Lozozi said with a complicated expression as she looked at the monument. It's true that many people have died. Indeed. Xianxia nodded. Even though it was Kongshi's handwriting, and Vicious would be able to wield extraordinary strength if he consumed it, Xianxia had no intention of doing so. Behind the monument were the names of countless people. Zhang Lingyuan, Chen Qiquan, Wu Lingji. There were no annotations on the names, but these names seemed to have a soul of their own. They represented the struggles that they had gone through back then, leaving one with a solemn expression. Without them, there wouldn't be such a peaceful life, and mankind might still be in the midst of war, Xianxia nodded. They are indeed heroes. After sighing with emotion for a while, the two of them walked through the gate of Mingshi Tang's headquarters. Unlike other Mingshi Tangs and special professions, there was no one stopping or guarding this place. This is the most powerful place in the entire mainland. Unless one is tired of living, who would dare to cause trouble here? Besides, even if he doesn't want to live, he wouldn't dare to come here. Noticing his bewilderment, Luo Ruoxin smiled. The other special occupations and the Mingshi Tang branch had set up guards because they were worried that someone would come over to cause trouble. But in the Mingshi Tang headquarters, who would dare? Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more guards. That's true. Xianxia suddenly understood. The hall was filled with a scholarly atmosphere. Entering it, one would feel as if one's consciousness was clear. It seemed that Lozozi was right. Cultivating here would not only yield half the results with twice the effort, but it would also be difficult for one to breed inner demons. Knowledge leads to wisdom, and literary clouds suppress inner demons. Gentlemen, this is the Mingshi Tang headquarters. If there are any master teachers I am familiar with, I can help you report your arrival. A young man walked over. Glancing at the emblem pinned on his chest, Xianxia couldn't help but be astonished. The other party looked to be in his 20s, but he was actually a 7-star master teacher. A 7-star master teacher running the halls like an attendant was something unimaginable in the past. As expected of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. I'm looking for Ren Qingyuan, Ren Shi. This time, he wasn't here to cause trouble. Rather, it was the most reliable to look for the deputy pavilion master. Look for Ren Shi? The young man was taken aback. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he asked doubtfully, "May I know how I should address you?" "Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm just reporting this matter to the deputy pavilion master." "Xianxia." Xianxia nodded. "Xianxia? You are Xianxia?" Upon hearing the name, the calm young man leaped in shock. His voice was sharp, as though he couldn't believe what he was hearing. His voice was loud, and many people in the surroundings heard it. All of them turned to look at him with a bizarre expression. "He is Xianxia? I thought that he would have 3 heads and 6 arms. To think that he looks so ordinary as well." "Ordinary? In my opinion, he looks ordinary. He isn't even as handsome as me. I really pity you." To go blind at such a young age, discussions broke out in the surroundings. Not expecting that he would be so famous in the Mingshi Tang headquarters, Xianxian's face twitched. Without saying anything, he clasped his fist and said, "I'll be troubling you then." Oh, this way please." Only then did the young man react. He hurriedly led the way, feeling conflicted as he walked. "I heard that this person is extremely vicious. He won't beat me up for my rudeness, right? I'm only a 7-star. I won't be a match for him. If he really wants to beat me up, should I lie down and allow him to do so? Or should I strike a pose and wait for him to beat me up? How conflicted. What kind of pose can I strike without losing my dignity? More importantly, if I were to be beaten up by him, it would be embarrassing for me in the future. Perhaps, Suihua might even fall in love with me and marry me." Xianxian's thoughts ran wild. If Xianxian knew what the young man was thinking, he would surely have sent him flying with a kick. He was a peaceful, friendly, dignified, self-respecting, low-profile, and reserved person, all right? Why did it seem to others that he was someone who would beat others up without reason? Following behind the young man, they soon arrived at a grand hall. "The deputy sanctum head is inside. You two can enter by yourselves." "I won't be going in." Seeing that Xianxian had no intention of making a move on him, the young man sighed in disappointment. "Don't you need to report the matter?" Xianxian was taken aback. Xianxia is the head of the Zhang clan, as well as the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. There's no need to report the matter to the deputy sanctum head. The young man smiled awkwardly. Given the other parties standing, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. "Thank you." Xianxian pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he walked in, he immediately noticed that something was amiss. Not only was Ren Qingyuan in the hall, there were quite a few familiar faces as well. The 9-star master teachers that he had met in the Empire Alliance were all here, and there were quite a few experts that he did not recognize. Upon seeing Xianxian walking in, they turned around simultaneously, and they were stunned. "Xianxia, you came at a good time. I was just about to look for you." Ren Shi was the first to recover from his shock. "You have comprehended the time, space, and soul quintessences simultaneously, and your cultivation has reached Saint 9-Dan pinnacle. While you haven't reached the minimum requirement to become a 9-star master teacher, you are already qualified to apply for the 9-star emblem. Since everyone is here, why don't you take the 9-star master teacher examination today? This way, you will be able to join us and protect mankind and the master teacher continent." "Take the 9-star master teacher examination?" Xianxian was taken aback. He did not expect the other party to bring up such a topic right from the start. "I am not ready yet. I haven't even brushed my teeth when I woke up this morning. Isn't it a little inappropriate to take the examination like this?" It was not that Xianxian was trying to turn down the invitation, but he really hadn't prepared anything at all. He had come here in hopes of finding the breakthrough method left behind by Kongshi so that he could push for a breakthrough to Great Sage. Who could have thought that Ren Shi would offer him an examination as soon as he met him? Anyone in his place would be dumbfounded. "I have also looked into your capability and talent, and your supporting occupations have already reached the level of an inceptive sage when you were still an 8-star master teacher. There shouldn't be a problem for you. It's just a matter of whether you pass the examination a few days earlier or later." Ren Shi chuckled. He had seen the capability of the other party with his own eyes. Regardless of whether it was his ability to impart knowledge, his cultivation, or other aspects, he was impeccable. It was already a given that the other party would become a 9-stars master teacher. This? Very well. May I know how the examination will be conducted? Since the other party had already put it that way, Xianxia had nothing to worry about. He paused for a moment and looked at Renshi. In any case, it was only a matter of time before he became a 9-stars master teacher. Since the other party was so enthusiastic about it, he might as well take the examination. Just that, why did it feel like the 9-stars master teacher examination was a joke to him? A normal 9-stars master teacher examination requires one to establish a new theory of education and find a way to prove that it is effective. The fact that you were able to groom Wang Ying, Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others shows that you have passed the examination. Renshi explained. Not only did 9-stars master teachers have to teach, they had to have their own philosophy of education as well. Even though he had no idea what the other party's philosophy was, the fact that he was able to groom so many outstanding students meant that he had passed the examination. After that, your soul depth has to reach 27, and you have 3 9-stars master teachers to recommend you. All of the other requirements have been met, and the only one left is your strength. Wangshi, suppress your cultivation to introspective convalescence realm primary stage and exchange a punch with Xianxia. Renshi instructed. All right. An elder known as Wangshi walked over. Hua. His body trembled, and his cultivation had already been suppressed to introspective convalescence realm primary stage. His cultivation was only at introspective convalescence realm advanced stage, so it wasn't too difficult for him to suppress his cultivation. With a smile, he said, Xianxia, be careful. Since this is an examination, I won't go easy on you. All right. Seeing that the other party was ready, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to conceal his strength. Master Wang also shouted and threw a punch. Bang! Whoosh! Wangshi was nowhere to be found. The eyebrows of all of the master teachers in the hall twitched. Was he really at St. Nine Dan? Why did it feel like even they couldn't contend against it? Wangshi isn't a match for him. Even though his cultivation hasn't reached great sage yet, his fighting prowess is sufficient. Lushi, prepare your 9-stars master teacher emblem. From today onward, Xianxia will be a 9-stars master teacher. Master Ren nodded with a smile. This is it? Xianxia was speechless. Was there a need to be so fast, if not for the fact that he knew that this was the headquarters of Mingshi Tang and that he knew the deputy hall master before him, he would have thought that he was at the market buying carrots. Or perhaps he had met a scammer. In less than 2 minutes after entering the hall, he had already become a 9-stars master teacher. Even the 1-star master teacher examination back then hadn't been that easy. It seemed like even if he couldn't pass the 1-star master teacher examination in the future, he should consider taking the 9-stars master teacher examination. Since I have become a 9-stars master teacher, I am qualified to participate in this conference. Ignoring Xianxia's speechlessness, Renshi said with a grim expression. Seeing that they were about to start the conference, Lozozi nodded. I'll wait for you outside. After saying those words, she left the room. What conference? Why are you in such a hurry? Seeing that Luo Ruoxin had left, Xianxia didn't stop her. Instead, he turned to look at Ren Qingyuan with a perplexed expression. Clearly, he had also figured out that the other party had passed the conference so quickly just so that he could participate in it. In fact, it felt as if it was just a game. The otherworldly demonic tribe has gone all out. With a grim expression, Ren Qingyuan's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Going all out? Taken aback, Xianxia saw a 9-stars master teacher whom he had met before walking up to the wall and pointing at a map. The map depicted the entire master teacher continent, and it was filled with red dots. There are a total of 108 large subterranean galleries on the continent, and the otherworldly demonic tribe is attacking all of them at the same time. Even the combat master hall and Mingshi Tang are on the verge of collapsing, the 9-stars master teacher said. 108 subterranean galleries? Xianxia was taken aback. While he knew that there were bound to be many subterranean galleries, he didn't think that there would be so many. If all of them were to surge out at the same time, even if Mingshi Tang was the master teacher continent, he would still be in trouble. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia asked, "What's going on?" "I'm not too sure about the details, but something happened a few days ago. The otherworldly demonic tribe seemed to have been provoked by something, and they began attacking the subterranean galleries on a large scale. Many of the seals have been destroyed, and many master teachers have been injured," Rancher said. "Has a battle of this scale ever happened before?" Zhang couldn't help but ask. "It has happened in the past, but this is the first time such a large-scale battle has occurred." Rancher shook his head. "Mingshi Tang has dispatched nearly all of his 9 stars and below experts to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe, but they are still unable to make much of a difference. If the otherworldly demonic tribe fails to hold on, within 10 days, the seal will be completely destroyed, and the otherworldly demonic tribe will slaughter their way into the master teacher continent." 10 days? Zhang clenched his fists tightly. He didn't think that time would be so tight. What was wrong with the otherworldly demonic tribe? Could it be, unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhang asked, could it be that something has happened to the Temple of Confucius, and it is going to open soon? Other than this reason, he couldn't think of any other reason that would drive the otherworldly demonic tribe into such a frenzy. The spatial fluctuations around the Temple of Confucius are growing more and more intense, and it will open at any moment. Most of the 9 stars master teachers have to head over to guard the Temple of Confucius. We can't allow the otherworldly demonic tribe to succeed. As such, we are unable to dispatch anyone to guard the 108 entrances to the subterranean gallery. Thus, we are currently discussing whether it is possible to have the Zhang clan, the Luo clan, the Jiang clan, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Poison Temple dispatch people to suppress the otherworldly demonic tribe as well," Rancher said expectantly. "It's all for the sake of mankind." Zhang was taken aback. It was at this moment that he finally understood why his examination as a 9 stars master teacher was so casual. Becoming a 9 stars master teacher meant that he was a member of Mingshi Tang's faction. Given that the master teacher continent was in turmoil, mankind could be facing extinction at any moment, and he had to bear some responsibility as well. Clearly, the otherworldly demonic tribe had learned of his identity as the head of the 3 premier clans, and they were intending to drag him onto their warship. After all, the 3 premier clans, the Glacier Plain Court, and the Poison Temple were more than enough to form a force that could command the entire master teacher continent. Even Mingshi Tang dared not underestimate them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been held back by the Empire Alliance back then. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang nodded grimly. "For the sake of mankind, of course I will." Zhang wasn't a noble person, and he could be a little selfish at times. The reason he had taken the master teacher examination wasn't to save mankind but to gain a higher status so that he could read more books. However, that didn't affect his decision. If mankind were to be destroyed, what was the point of being strong? He was no longer a loner. He had a family, students, and a huge group of people whom he wanted to protect. This was also the reason why he had tried so hard to convince the Luo clan to acknowledge his identity. Since the otherworldly demonic tribe could appear at any moment, there was no reason for him to turn them down. "It's great that you agreed to it." Hearing Zhang agreement, Ren Qingyuan and the others were stunned for a moment before leaping in joy. They were still thinking about how they could persuade the other party, but who could have thought that the other party would agree so easily? "I'll issue an order right now. The 3 premier clans will heed the orders of the Mingshi Tang." Zhang replied with a smile. Seeing that the other party had agreed to it without any hesitation, Ren Qingyuan didn't say anything else. After issuing some instructions, the 9 stars master teachers hurriedly left. "Clan head Zhang, you came to the Mingshi Tang headquarters too. With the help of the 3 premier clans, they should be able to suppress the otherworldly demonic tribe for the time being." Ren Qingyuan heaved a sigh of relief as he turned to Zhang with a doubtful look on his face. When he first heard of the young man before him, he thought that the young man before him was just an insignificant figure who had pretended to be Xianxia's student. However, at this very moment, the young man before him had already become a figure who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, perhaps even surpassing him. In less than a month, the changes in the master-teacher continent were all due to the young man before him. As long as he didn't die, there was a good chance that he would surpass Xianxia in the future. I'm here because I have a request for you. Xianxia clasped his fist and said, I would like to pay a visit to the Kongsher Ancestral Hall. Luozi had told him that if there was a high-tier Mingshi Tang cultivation method to achieve a breakthrough to Great Sage, he would definitely find it there. The Kongsher Ancestral Hall was a memorial hall built to commemorate the contributions of Kongsher. His handwriting, clothes, and many other valuable items could be found within. Ren Qingyuan was still wondering what was going on, but upon hearing that it was this matter, he chuckled softly and said, I was wondering what it would be. Since even 9 stars master teachers are required to enter the Library of Heaven's Path to take a look, naturally, Clan Head Zhang is qualified as well. I'll bring you there right now. There's no need for Teacher Ren to lead the way. I would like to bring Luozi in with me and tour the place by myself. Is that possible? Xianxia asked. The cultivation techniques required for a breakthrough to Great Sage were bound to be extremely secretive. If one were to simply visit and have someone accompanying them, it would be nigh impossible for them to find it. Thus, they would have to travel alone. This, frowning, Ren Qingyuan pondered for a moment before replying, under normal circumstances, those who wish to enter the Kongsher Ancestral Hall will have to be accompanied by others. However, as a 9 stars master teacher, Clan Head Zhang, you have contributed greatly to the subterranean gallery, not to mention that you have commanded your clan members to guard the subterranean gallery. How about this? I'll give you a day's time, but try not to stay too long. Many thanks. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he clasped his fist. The Kongsher Ancestral Hall contained his personal handwriting and artifacts, and it was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. Those who visited the Ancestral Hall would be able to gain insights and raise their cultivation. As such, there were plenty of people who would stay in the Ancestral Hall for 2 hours. However, it was unheard of for someone to stay in the Ancestral Hall for an entire day. Ren Qingyuan had indeed tried his best to make such a promise. I'll head over right now. After obtaining the other party's agreement, Xianxia asked about the exact location of the Kongsher Ancestral Hall before leaving the subterranean gallery to look for Luozi. The two of them headed over together. The Kongsher Ancestral Hall had been built by ancient sage Ziyuan after the disappearance of the sage Kongsher. He had left behind quite a few manuscripts, clothes, artifacts, and weapons. The main purpose of the Ancestral Hall was to allow future generations to feel the spirit of the world's teacher and experience his greatness. The artifacts in the Ancestral Hall weren't offensive artifacts, and they didn't wield too much power either. However, they were able to inspire one. Walking through the Ancestral Hall, Xianxia saw the bloodied clothes that Kongsher had left behind during his battle with the otherworldly demons, as well as the final words that Chen Kai had left behind when he was trapped in the Ancestral Hall. Even someone as powerful as Kongsher had to go through many hardships to defeat the otherworldly demons. This is the Saint Ascension platform that Kongsher left behind when he made a breakthrough to the introspective convalescence realm back then. If there's a cultivation technique, it should be here. After walking around the room for a moment, Luo Ruoxin pointed forward. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over, and he saw a circular stone platform not too far away. It was shimmering with a brilliant light, reminiscent of jade. Is this caused by the heavenly flames? Recognizing the stone platform, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The material of this stone platform looked like ordinary green jade, but for some reason, it gave off a crystal clear feeling, like a piece of flawless jade. Most likely, only the heavenly flames could cause such a reaction to an ordinary stone. More importantly, his soul had been tempered by the heavenly flames, so he could sense the fearsomeness of the heavenly tribulation. As such, he was able to find a resonance with the stone platform. It's the might of the heavenly flames. Luozi nodded. After confirming the matter, Xianxia activated his eye of insight and examined the stone platform carefully, but a deep frown soon formed on his forehead. He had already figured out how the heavenly flame had reduced the emerald jadeite to such a state, but he was still unable to figure out how Kongsher had managed to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Nine Dan and draw in the heavenly flame ordeal. If there's really a cultivation technique here, given how so many formidable master teachers of the Mingshi Tang have come to view the stone platform, the secret should have been discovered by them by now. Xianxia turned to Luo Ruoxin doubtfully. Master teachers were known for their eye of discernment. While Xianxia's eye of insight was not too bad, there were still 10 experts in the sanctum of sages who possessed it. Since so many experts had come to view the stone platform but were unable to find anything, what could he possibly find? Instead of explaining the matter, Lozozi turned to Xianxia and asked, "Do you have the Saint Ascension platform that Conshur left behind when he made a breakthrough to Saint Realm?" "I do." Xianxia was stunned for a moment before flicking his wrist. A stone platform appeared before him. Before passing the Qiu Wu Palace crystal ball to Luo Ganshen, he had kept the stone platform in his storage ring. Since it involved Conshur, he didn't want the Luo clan to learn of it. "Try using the Xinqi in the Saint Ascension decipher to activate the stone platform." Lozozi nodded. Even though Xianxia didn't know what Luo Qiqi was up to, he still nodded. Taking a deep breath, he drove his Xinqi frenziedly. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as his Xinqi landed on the Saint Ascension platform, the latter immediately emanated a 7-colored glow. It slowly rose into the air, and in an instant, it fused together with the stone platform that had been scorched by the heavenly flames. In just a few moments, the two platforms had merged into one. This, Xianxia was stunned. He had never imagined that the two stone platforms would be able to fuse together. Just as Xianxia was about to ask Luo Qiqi what was going on, a brilliant burst of light suddenly burst forth from the stone platform. An illusory black silhouette appeared above the stone platform, and it sat cross-legged with its eyes tightly shut. This is the image that Conshur left behind when he made a breakthrough to Great Sage. The method to achieve a breakthrough lies within it. Lozozi explained anxiously. Shadow image? Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over and saw the silhouette cultivating. Surges of spiritual energy were gushing frenziedly into its body, seemingly undergoing some kind of circulation. Is that Conshur? Xianxia's face twitched. The silhouette before him was pitch black, reminiscent of a roasted sweet potato. Even the silhouette's appearance was indistinguishable from that of a human. This shadow image can only appear once, and it only appeared because of your ascension to Celestial Saint. If you don't take a look, you'll lose your chance. Seeing that Xianxia was conflicted, Lozozi sighed helplessly. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Since it could only appear once, he had to take a good look at it. Otherwise, if he were to miss out on something, it would be too late for regrets. Flaws? Xianxia thought. Hula, the Library of Heaven's path jolted, but no books appeared. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Yet another failure at the crucial moment. Of course, it could also be due to the fact that Conshur possessed the discarnate constitution of divination as well, and the Library of Heaven's path was unable to record his shadow image. I'll just record as much as I can. Seeing that the Library of Heaven's path was unable to record it, Xianxia immediately turned his attention to the silhouette before him. The latter was seated on the stone platform, absorbing spiritual energy into his body, and his aura was growing stronger and stronger. The way the spiritual energy enters his body is a little weird. After looking for a moment, Xianxia frowned. Normally, one would open all of the acupoints in one's body simultaneously and absorb spiritual energy evenly from the surroundings. Only then would one be able to gather Xinqi and grow stronger. However, the silhouette before him was clearly an exception. The fastest way for spiritual energy to enter one's body was through the head, followed by the internal organs, and then the arms and lower limbs. Furthermore, the attributes of the spiritual energy absorbed were different as well. The spiritual energy absorbed by the head seemed to be of all attributes. The internal organs were of the fire attribute, and the arms were of the wood attribute. As long as the lower limbs carried a cold aura, it would be similar to the awakening of the purine body. It's the 4 seasons. Noticing Xianxia's doubt, Lozozi explained. 4 seasons? The world is divided into 4 seasons, and all living things grow. Conshur's breakthrough to Great Sage is to harmonize his body with the heavens and nature. People often say that heaven and earth have no consciousness, but heaven and earth will automatically circulate and eliminate the impurities attached to the body. Take for example, the unique poison created by poison masters. If it is left in place for a long period of time, the energy of nature will be able to neutralize it, leaving no trace behind. Lozozi said. Isn't this like the introspective convalescence removing damaged cells? Xianxia suddenly understood. Humans could use medicine to expel their ailments and reach the introspective convalescence stage, and they could even repair damaged cells. However, nature could do the same. No matter how severely one damaged this place and how the world changed, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years would pass. Not a single trace of it would be left behind. As such, in terms of mending, the world was the most powerful force in the world. Even ancient sages were no match for it. Comprehend the profundities of the 4 seasons and fuse them into my body to achieve a breakthrough to the introspective convalescence realm. Xianxia's body trembled. As expected of Xianxia, he was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder he was able to attract the heavenly flame tribulation as soon as he achieved a breakthrough. Using such a method to achieve a breakthrough was to cultivate one's body in accordance with the heavens, making it flawless. The body is the 4 seasons, the organs are the 5 directions, the spirit is the heaven, the body is the earth, the creation is the soul, and the yin and yang are the soul. The more Xianxia read, the more surprised he became. He slowly sat down, and his cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to stir, as if he would be able to take the final step forward at any moment. No, that's not right. Xianxia has his own cultivation method. Everyone's method of achieving a breakthrough to great sage is different. I can use it as a reference, but I can't copy it exactly. Just as Xianxia was about to make a breakthrough, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, Xianxia had faced the otherworldly demonic tribe and defended mankind due to his own principles. Xianxia's method of achieving a breakthrough could be used as a reference, but he couldn't copy it. After all, he was not Xianxia. If he were to make a breakthrough like Xianxia, his cultivation might very well go berserk. I possess the library of Heaven's path, and I have always cultivated the most correct cultivation technique. In terms of understanding of the heavens, there is no one who can match up to me. Xianxia's eyes gleamed. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never taken the wrong path. Others might have traveled the world to observe the heavens, but he had the heavens in his mind. Who could possibly have a deeper understanding of the heavens than him? Fighter realm cultivation technique, transcendent mortal realm cultivation technique, saint realm cultivation technique. Words flowed through his mind, and the insights he had gained from each cultivation realm surfaced in his mind. In the blink of an eye, they were all linked together to form a beautiful painting. This is what I want. With such a thought, Xianxia's consciousness surged into the painting, and he felt as if he had entered a whole new world. Hong Long, his cultivation, which had been sealed at St. Nindan Pinnacle for a long time, was immediately awakened. His Xianxia underwent a qualitative transformation, and his aura began surging furiously. I've made a breakthrough. This is the true great sage level. Feeling the leap in his cultivation, Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. It was fortunate that Lozozi had stopped him from making a breakthrough, or else he would have been far weaker than he was right now. Hoo. Just as Xianxia felt his cultivation rising, he suddenly saw ominous clouds descending upon him. A powerful might slowly spread out, shrouding the entire Xianxia ancestral hall. What's going on? That fellow can't be making a breakthrough here, can he? This is bad. This is the Xianxia ancestral hall. Seeing the ominous clouds descending upon them, Mingshi Tang and the others' faces paled in fright, and they nearly spurted blood on the spot. Big brother, why didn't you choose any place to make a breakthrough? This was the Xianxia ancestral hall. If they were to destroy it, they would be making an enemy of all master teachers on the master teacher continent. There was no way they would be able to clear themselves of such a heavy crime. Hurry up and stop them. Ran Qingyuan's face twitched in agitation. He was on the verge of tears. If only he had known this would happen, he would have never allowed that fool to enter. Even if others were to enter the Xianxia ancestral hall, their souls would be cleansed, and they would become heroes who were willing to sacrifice their lives for mankind. Yet, that fellow actually summoned a heavenly tribulation upon entering. Through a heavenly tribulation, he nearly caused the sanctum of sages to collapse, destroying the glacier plain court's several dozen millenniums of history. But now, Mingshi Tang came to cause trouble, and more importantly, it was the Xianxia ancestral hall. I have already been courteous enough to you, and yet you still dare to do this to me. You can't play with me like this. Xianxia cursed furiously in his heart. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he rushed to the entrance of the ancestral hall, but just as he was about to rush in, he suddenly felt a powerful shockwave crushing down on him, preventing him from entering. What's going on? Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze to the other 9-star master teachers. The Kongsher Ancestral Hall has been sealed by a unique power. Putting aside us, even our spiritual perception won't be able to enter. One of the master teachers explained anxiously. Unique power? Even 9-star master teachers are unable to probe it with their spiritual perception. What kind of power is that? Ran Qingyuan was stunned. Of the 9 stars master teachers who had remained in the Mingshi Tang headquarters, even the weakest of them had reached introspective convalescence realm primary stage. The stronger ones were even on par with Hyung Kensei and the others. With such strength, even their spiritual perception was unable to peer into the ancestral hall. Just what in the world was going on inside, bro, ancestor? Are you really bent on destroying the ancestral hall? Hung Long, while Xianxia was feeling deeply stifled, he saw that the ominous clouds in the sky were already brimming with energy. Clumps of flames were burning furiously within them, ready to fall at any moment. This is the heavenly flame tribulation? Why are the flames black? Wasn't he only at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle a moment ago? Why would he summon such a powerful heavenly tribulation? I don't know either. Perhaps he's a genius. Upon seeing the appearance of the ominous clouds in the sky, the crowd was stunned once more. They had checked the other party's cultivation back when they were taking the 9 stars master teacher examination, and it was only at St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. Even if he had achieved a breakthrough, he would only be at introspective convalescence realm. Yet, in just 10 minutes, he had actually summoned such a powerful heavenly flame tribulation. Did you absorb all of the treasures in Kongsher's ancestral hall? Or did you do something else? This is the Empyrean heavenly flame tribulation. The most powerful heavenly flame tribulation, as if recalling something, Ren Qingyuan's body trembled in agitation. Black heavenly flame was something that most of the 9 stars master teachers had never heard of before. He had only managed to obtain some vague information about it when he tried to tame the pavilion master seal. The Empyrean heavenly flame was black in color, and it was capable of incinerating everything in its path. It was the most fearsome heavenly flame tribulation, and in history, only Kongsher had ever experienced it. If the young man before him had summoned it, wouldn't that mean that he had gone through the same experience as Kongsher? Could it be that the other party had obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter in the Kongsher ancestral hall that they had yet to discover? But even if there was a fortuitous encounter, wasn't it a little too fast? Seal off the news for now. We mustn't let this matter leak out no matter what. Ran Qingyuan instructed with a frown. Regardless of whether the person inside could survive or not, it was not a good thing for the headquarters of Mingshi Tang Group. After this, a super expert comparable to Kongsher would appear and lead the Zhang family and the other families. In the future, the prestige of the Mingshi Tang would be greatly reduced. But, the heads of the Zhang family, the Luo family, and the Jiang family had all died in the Mingshi Tang River. They had no way to defend themselves. The only thing they had to do now was to seal off the news. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, they had to conceal it for as long as possible. Otherwise, the 3 families that had just joined forces would no longer listen to their orders. With external and internal threats, no matter how strong the Mingshi Tang was, it would still collapse. Yes, everyone else also stepped forward, and without another word, began to set up all sorts of spell formations. Unaware of the panic outside, Xianxia was currently immersed in his sea of consciousness, carefully feeling the changes in his body. By reconstructing the body according to its natural form, the power was indeed unimpeded and even more powerful. The location of my meridians has actually changed. It's slightly similar to the one I constructed for Xiaoyu back then. After his breakthrough, the location of his meridians had actually changed. It was slightly similar to the one he constructed for Xiaoyu back then. It seemed like the meridian diagram was indeed the most suitable for cultivation. In other words, the otherworldly demons were much stronger than humans, and their level of existence was much higher. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for their meridians to be so compatible with one another. While it was possible to make up for the difference in level of existence through one's cultivation, there was still a difference in the starting point. It was just like how even though Xianxia had never seen a true dragon before, he still knew how powerful they were. Even the dragon-bone divine spear was forced to kneel before the 8 notes of heavenly dragons. Even Xianxia dared not imagine how powerful a pure-blooded dragon was. Most likely, a pure-blooded dragon would possess strength surpassing ancient sage from birth. This was the difference in level of existence. The meridians of the otherworldly demons were much more compatible than those of humans, resulting in a higher level of existence. This was also the reason why they were able to possess strength on par with transcendent mortal realm cultivators and live longer than humans. Upon reaching Great Sage, one's meridians would undergo a metamorphosis. This meant that one's life essence and level of existence had changed as well. If he were to give birth to a descendant of his, even if he didn't inherit the power of the otherworldly demon bloodline, his descendant would still be far stronger than ordinary cultivators. In truth, the ancestors of some Tier 3 sage clans were only sempiternal realm Great Sage realm cultivators. My divine sense and physical strength have both improved. Not only had his meridians undergone a metamorphosis, his spiritual perception had also undergone a significant change. Previously, he had been unable to discern even the tiniest details of his cells. However, at this moment, he was able to discern even the tiniest details of his cells clearly. The range of his spiritual perception had also increased significantly, reaching a radius of 10 kilometers. In other words, as soon as he extended his spiritual perception, nothing within a radius of 10 kilometers would be able to hide from his eyes. As for his physical body, as he had just achieved a breakthrough, he hadn't had the time to temper it yet, so his improvement wasn't too great. However, the Xianxia coursing through his body had already far surpassed that of a Saint Pinnacle artifact, and it was already on its way to becoming a Great Sage artifact. Of course, the greatest change to his body was still his Xianxia. It was much purer and denser than before, and his dantian was roaring furiously as if a raging ocean. Countless Xianxia gathered together, forming a seemingly endless ocean. I'll have to undergo the ordeal first. With a single sweep of his spiritual perception, Xianxia swiftly gathered all of the information in his mind. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be studying it, he took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the sky. Voila! At the same time, a ball of black flames fell from the sky. I'll absorb it. With his previous experience, there was no longer any fear in his heart. With a thought, he fused the ball of black flames into his body. In the blink of an eye, the black flames were burning intensely within his body. Excruciating pain assaulted Xianxia, and he felt as if his entire body was going to melt away. I'll drive my Xianxia and temper my body with the flames. Knowing that this was a tempering of one's heart and spirit, Xianxia knew that this was a tempering of one's mind. If he were to give up now, he could very well be reduced to ashes. Thus, he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and quickly drove his Xianxia. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Under the impact of the pure Xianxia, the massive ball of black flames was reduced into innumerable sparks. In the blink of an eye, the excruciating pain felt as if it had seeped right into his bones, leaving his head spinning. No, this isn't right. Why is this even more painful than the breakthrough of my soul? Sweat trickled down Xianxia's forehead as his complexion darkened. He thought that he had already gained some experience in dealing with the heavenly flames, but who could have thought that his previous experience would be completely useless before this? Could it be that the heavenly flame tribulation before is a Great Sage tribulation? Aren't they of the same type? Even though the heavenly flame tribulation that his soul had experienced previously was the Empyrean heavenly flame, it was the heavenly flame tribulation that he had triggered upon achieving a breakthrough to the Aurea body realm. On the other hand, this was a unique heavenly flame tribulation that he had triggered upon achieving a breakthrough to the Great Sage realm. In the past several dozen millenniums, Xianxia had been the only one who had undergone such a tribulation before. Perhaps this was different from the heavenly flame tribulation that he had experienced previously. Even though it was different from the heavenly flame tribulation, it was simply too powerful. Even with his Aurea body realm pinnacle soul, he was still on the verge of fainting from the heavenly flame tribulation. If his soul hadn't made a breakthrough in its cultivation, how could he have withstood the heavenly flame tribulation? Most likely, the heavenly flame would have already dissipated as soon as it entered his body. Even he was having such a hard time. Back then, when Xianxia didn't possess the library of Heaven's Path, how did he manage to overcome the heavenly flame tribulation? Xianxia was perplexed. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be perplexed, Xianxia suppressed the dizziness in his heart and turned his attention back to the stone pedestal. At this moment, the black silhouette seemed to be going through the same experience as him. Heavenly flames rained down from the sky one after another, burning the black silhouette to a crisp. His aura was no longer as strong as before, and it felt as if he would die at any moment. Just as his aura was about to reach an undetectable level, a slight surge of energy began to grow from the black silhouette's body. Like a seed, it began to germinate, and soon, it grew into a towering tree. It grew stronger and stronger, and even though the black silhouette was no longer moving, it felt as if he would tear through space and leap away at any moment. This is destruction followed by re-establishment, destruction followed by rebirth? Xianxia's heart jolted in astonishment. The autumn wind swept away the fallen leaves. Once autumn arrived, the flourishing scenery of the world would be drowned out, eventually becoming lifeless. However, once spring arrived, the world would recover, and spiritual energy would return to it. What seemed to be dead would once again blossom with new life. This was the law of nature. Clearly, the black silhouette was using such a method. The more one resists the heavenly flames, the more intense the heat. On the other hand, the weaker one's strength is, the lower the temperature will fall as well. Once one's body is tempered by the low-temperature heavenly flames, one will be able to adapt to it. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. The Empyrean heavenly flame was similar to the lightning tribulation. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the lightning tribulation would be. On the other hand, the weaker one's cultivation was, the weaker the lightning tribulation would be. Otherwise, even with his aureate body realm soul, he wouldn't be able to withstand it and fall unconscious. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to feign weakness first so that he could raise his physical strength. The arrival of winter, the end of all life. Understanding all of this, Xianxia stopped resisting the flames in his body. In an instant, it felt as if his breathing had stopped, and his soul had left his body. It was as if winter had arrived, and all life had been extinguished under the blanket of snow. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As expected, as soon as Xianxia calmed down, the temperature of the heavenly flames began to plummet. Under such circumstances, one's Xianxia was like gasoline. Using gasoline to fend off the flames would only make the latter more and more ferocious. On the other hand, if one were to seal the flames away, as time passed, the flames would gradually lose their momentum and eventually die out. Unable to use his Xianxia to defend himself, Xianxia fell into a state of stillness, making him look no different from an ordinary person. As the might of the heavenly flame weakened, the excruciating pain was alleviated as well. At this point, he was already able to withstand it. The flames dispersed in his cells and burned. Streams of black gas were burned out. His physical body was gradually moving toward a golden color. Having cultivated the heaven's path golden body, Xianxia knew that the black aura was the impurities in one's body. Even if one were to temper it repeatedly, it would still be difficult to cleanse it completely. It was like taking a bath. No matter how one washed, there would always be dirt. There were impurities in the spirit chi, which was why spirit stones were divided into peerless, high, medium, and low. However, even the purest pinnacle spirit stones weren't 100% pure. If even the spiritual energy absorbed by a pinnacle spirit stone was so weak, it was easy to imagine how much impurities there would be in the human body. The heavenly flame burned these things into ashes and excreted them from the body, making the cultivator stronger. Gold was the metal with the least impurities. Through continuous refinement, one's body would emit a golden light, just like it. This was the origin of the golden body. As more and more black chi was released, the golden light on Xianxia's body grew brighter and brighter. Previously, it was only his soul that had been burned, but at this moment, his physical body and Xianxia were beginning to turn golden. With a light knock, a metallic buzz echoed from his body, reminiscent of a divine weapon that had yet to be tempered. I should be able to raise the temperature of the flames now. Seeing that the pain from before had disappeared along with the tempering, Xianxia knew that the heavenly flame was no longer a threat to him. Thus, his aura began to swiftly rise. In an instant, the world came to life. The ice and snow melted, and the vitality in his body surged. Hong Long Long, sensing the condition of his body, the heavenly flame felt that it had been toyed with, and it flew into a rage. Thick streams of flames descended on Xianxia once more. This was the result that Xianxia wanted. With a jolt of his mind, energy surged into his body. GGGG, the heavenly flame, which he had been unable to resist previously, was now roaming around his body. The pain was no longer as excruciating, so he was able to accept it. The black aura continued to seep out, and the golden body grew more and more dazzling. Under the scorching heat of the heavenly flame, the floor that Xianxia was sitting on had turned pitch black. It was identical to the heavenly flame that he had seen previously. It's time to deal with the innate fetal poison. After a while more, Xianxia felt that his body had finally adapted to the heavenly flame. Heaving a sigh of relief, he narrowed his eyes. It was time to deal with the innate fetal poison. Previously, he had been able to hide it in his body, but this time, there was no way he could hide it. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and dashed into the dark clouds above. Since he was going to deal with the innate fetal poison, he would make sure that it had nowhere to run. The amount of heavenly flame that he could summon was still too little. Back then, even though he had entered the clouds with his soul, he hadn't been able to get too deep, which was why the innate fetal poison had been able to escape. This time, he wouldn't allow it to happen again. As soon as Xianxia entered the clouds, he immediately felt countless black flames surging toward him, drowning him. Without any hesitation, Xianxia opened all of his acupoints and began absorbing the black flames. The black heavenly fire entered his meridians, and under the control of his mind, it surged toward the innate fetal poison. GGG, the innate fetal poison was still lazily curled up into a ball when it realized that Xianxia would attract the innate fetal poison so quickly to it. Not to mention, the innate fetal poison. Do you think that you can escape? After being tortured by the innate fetal poison for so long, how could he allow it to do as it pleased? Before it could get far, it saw a ball of flame surging toward it from its meridians. In the blink of an eye, all of its escape routes had been sealed off. If he had known that the innate fetal poison would be able to escape so quickly, he would have made preparations beforehand. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in heavenly flame, and his entire body had turned black. If he couldn't incinerate the innate fetal poison completely, he might as well smash his head into a wall and die. GGGG. With the innate fetal poison completely surrounded, it was unable to escape anymore. Soon, it was surrounded by the heavenly flame. Amid the scorching flames, a shrill cry reminiscent of a spirit's shriek of agony grew fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared. It's finally gone. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. His soul and body had been tempered by the heavenly flame, and his spirit had reached the pinnacle. No matter how cunning the innate fetal poison was, it wouldn't be able to escape. Fearing that the innate fetal poison would make a move, even though it had already adapted to the heavenly flame, it didn't stop absorbing the innate fetal poison's cries. It continued burning the innate fetal poison for nearly 10 minutes, and only then did it stop. Pushing the innate fetal poison aside, Xianxia sent his consciousness into the flames, and with a single glance, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. This? What is this? Xianxia was stunned. The innate fetal poison that had plagued him for the past year was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a ball of pitch-black gas. The ball of pitch-black gas wasn't too big. It was roughly the size of a finger, and it lay quietly in his meridians, not moving at all. Burn! Xianxia continued infusing his heavenly flame into the ball of pitch-black gas, but there wasn't the slightest change to it. It was as if the heavenly flame was completely ineffective against it. What in the world is this? Xianxia tried to expel the ball of pitch-black gas with his Xianxia, but to his dismay, it was as if the ball of pitch-black gas had taken root in his body. Could this be the thing that Xianxia said was hidden within the poison? Xianxia frowned. When he tamed the pavilion master seal, he had seen Xianxia's will within it. The latter had once said that the innate fetal poison was easy to deal with, but the thing hidden within the poison wasn't that easy to expel. Now that the innate fetal poison had disappeared, could this pitch-black gas be the thing that Xianxia was talking about? Since even Xianxia said that it was troublesome, there was probably more to it than met the eye. The meridians where the black gas is located are too small for my soul to enter. Unlike the innate fetal poison, this fellow isn't as reckless as the Library of Heaven's Path either. A moment later, Xianxia frowned. He had used both the Eye of Insight and the Library of Heaven's Path previously, but he was still unable to discern what the black gas was. Forget it, it seems to be harmless to me for the time being. I'll ask Xianxia the next time I meet him. After examining the black gas for a moment, Xianxia confirmed that it wasn't poisonous, so it shouldn't be able to harm him. Thus, he heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't too sure what the black gas was, but to him, the disappearance of the innate fetal poison was a huge relief. Hoo-hoo, at this moment, the ominous clouds in the sky were showing signs of dissipating, and it seemed as if they would disperse at any moment. The current heavenly flame is no longer a threat to me, Xianxia muttered. Even when the heavenly flame was at its most ferocious previously, he was still unable to do anything to it. Now that it was on the verge of dissipating, he couldn't afford to harm it. There's nothing that the heavenly flame can't burn, so I mustn't waste it. Otherwise, who knows when I'll be able to summon it again? With a thought, Xianxia flicked his wrist. Golden Origin Spirit Stone. Back when he was in ancient sage Ranqiu's ancient domain, the Dragonbone Divine Spear had gifted him this artifact. Due to the lack of suitable flames to melt it down, he had been keeping it with him all this while. Now that there was only heavenly flame left in the sky, it just so happened that it wasn't of much use to him anymore. Since that was the case, he might as well make use of this opportunity to melt it down and reforge the Jin Yuanding. That fellow had been following behind him for too long, and as his cultivation rose too quickly, his usefulness had dwindled. Since there was an opportunity for him to raise his cultivation, he had no choice but to lend him a hand. Whoosh, as soon as the Golden Origin Spirit Stone came into contact with the heavenly flame, this precious metal, which was said to be difficult to melt even with the earth flame, began to soften. In less than 10 breaths, it had turned into a liquid. Jin Yuanding, go. Xianxia flipped his wrist again. Whoosh, Jin Yuanding suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he excitedly cheered, Master, why did you think of me? Did someone bully you? Watch me turn him into cinders in a matter of minutes. Before he could finish shouting, he sensed that something was amiss. He was so frightened that his voice changed. What is this thing? Why is it so hot? Master, do you find me an eyesore and want to melt me? Don't kill me, I can warm your bed. Black lines streaked across Xianxia's face. Shut up. I'll help you raise your cultivation. If you dare to spout any more nonsense, I'll throw you here and burn you alive. Yes, hearing that the young master was going to help it raise its cultivation, Jin Yuanding heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt the surrounding heat gushing toward him. The entire cauldron began to distort and melt. With a flick of his wrist, the melted Golden Origin Spirit Stone flew over and began fusing with the cauldron. Wait a moment. The Golden Origin Spirit Stone is too high tier. I haven't touched on the smithing techniques that I have learned before. How much should I fuse with it to maximize its prowess? Xianxia suddenly froze. His comprehension of smithing had only reached 8-star pinnacle. He had yet to take the 9 stars blacksmith examination, but he was already a 9 stars master teacher. In smithing, the ratio of ores and metals had to be fixed. The more precise the ratio, the greater the prowess. He had never come into contact with the Golden Origin Spirit Stone before, and it was an extremely rare material. He had only heard of its name before, so he was completely clueless as to how it should be matched with other metals. I miscalculated, Xianxia's face twitched awkwardly. If the ratio wasn't right, no matter how many good materials he put in, the quality of the artifact might not necessarily be high. He was just thinking that the heavenly flame was coming to an end, so he had to hurry up with the smithing process. Who would have thought that he was already halfway through the smithing process, and the Jin Yuanding was already fusing with the Golden Origin Spirit Stone? Forget it, the Golden Origin Spirit Stone is a good material, so the more the merrier. The materials that the Jin Yuanding was using previously were too poor. If I can fuse them together, I should be able to raise its grade significantly. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia tossed the matter to the back of his mind. In any case, they were all good materials. He would just fuse as much as he could. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The two melted objects began fusing together. By the time the 3 meters wide round platform was fused together, the Jin Yuanding had already turned into a lump. At this moment, the dark clouds suddenly reached their limits, and the surrounding heavenly flame began to extinguish. This is bad. The heavenly flame is fading too quickly. I haven't even finished tempering it yet. Xianxia's lips twitched. He was trying to fuse the two together, but the heavenly flame was already extinguished before he could finish tempering it. He was trying to help the Jin Yuanding achieve a breakthrough, so this was a little too ugly. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxian whipped out a hammer, and he hurriedly hammered on the dark clouds. Ding ding dang, the sound of hammering echoed in the air. Outside the Kongsher ancestral hall, Ren Qingyuan and the others were looking at the dark clouds in the sky worriedly. Even a true Oriate body realm cultivator would find it difficult to withstand the Empyrean heavenly flame ordeal. Even I would have to avoid it if I were to encounter it. Xianxia has only just achieved a breakthrough. Will he be able to succeed? I don't know, but isn't he able to control the lightning tribulation? Perhaps the heavenly flame ordeal might work as well. The lightning tribulation is different from the heavenly flame ordeal. Look, he's charging right into the dark clouds. Seeing how Xianxian had leaped into the clouds of ominous clouds after a brief moment of silence, not only did the crowd not feel reassured, they felt even more worried. He might still be able to withstand the lightning tribulation, but the heavenly flame ordeal is so scorching. How can he possibly withstand it? I'm not too sure either. Let's just hope that he'll be fine. Amidst the discussions, the dark clouds began to dissipate. The heavenly flame ordeal is going to dissipate soon, it's dissipating so quickly. He should be fine. The crowd quickly turned their gazes toward the sky, curious to see if this once-in-a-lifetime genius would be able to survive the onslaught of the heavenly flames. Following which, they saw a silhouette wielding a hammer and hammering away at the ground non-stop. Ding ding dang, the sound was melodious and pleasant to the ears. He smithing? The crowd fell silent. This is the last day of the month. Today is the fourth update. Even Oriate body realm experts would perish in the face of the heavenly flame tribulation. In the Mingshi Tang headquarters, many 9 stars master teachers would spend decades or even centuries preparing for a breakthrough to the Oriate body realm before they dared to face the heavenly flame tribulation, yet, this fellow actually managed to attract the most powerful Empyrean heavenly flame with just a cultivation of Saint Nindan Macrocosm Ascendancy realm. Just when everyone thought that he would be burned to death, they realized that not only was he completely fine, he was even using the Empyrean heavenly flame to forge a weapon. The heck, the 9 stars master teachers stared at one another as if they were suffering from constipation. They had no idea what they should do. They had thought about how the fellow would be reduced to ashes, and they had also thought about how he would barely be able to overcome the heavenly flame tribulation with severe injuries, but never could they have imagined that he would run into the Empyrean heavenly flame to forge a weapon. Wasn't he living a little too comfortably, to be able to control the lightning tribulation to attack someone stronger than him, and now, he was even using the Empyrean heavenly flame to forge a weapon. Bro, does your clan own the Heaven's Path Academy? The other party is here to punish you, not to borrow a flame from you. Just as the alpacas were flying by, Xianxian suddenly turned around and asked, do we have any wintry spirit essence here? Lend me some, I need to quench it. Wintry spirit essence? Ran Qingyuan's face twitched. Unable to turn down the other party, he could only reply, we do. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle flew over. Thank you. Xianxian caught the jade bottle, and driving his Xianxia, he slapped it. Hula, streams of wintry spirit essence immediately surged toward Jin Yuanding. Tzzzz, white mist rose into the air, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. The ratio of ores and metals was extremely important in smithing, but compared to quenching, it still paled in comparison. Wintry spirit essence was an invaluable treasure for smithing weapons. All 9 stars blacksmiths would have some prepared, and with so many 9 stars master teachers present, it was likely that they would have some as well. Is this a weapon forged by him? Very soon, the dust cloud dissipated, and Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. The other 9-star master teachers and Ren Qingyuan quickly turned their gazes over, and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. They nearly fainted on the spot. He had thought that the weapon forged with the help of the heavenly flame would surely be extraordinary, and at the very least, it would be a great sage artifact. But in the end, could anyone tell him just what in the world was that lump? The cauldron doesn't look like a cauldron, the brick doesn't look like a brick, and the feces doesn't look like feces. You've been knocking on the cauldron for a long time, and it looks like your technique is profound. What in the world are you knocking on? Before this, it should be a cauldron, right? A 9-stars master teacher asked hesitantly. It doesn't look like it. It looks like a shoehorn. Another 9-stars master teacher stroked his lower jaw and added, a shoehorn similar to a brick. Xianxia. Ha ha ha, I, Jin Yuanding, have finally achieved a breakthrough. Thank you, master. It didn't take long for the quenching to be completed, and an excited voice sounded. However, a moment later, a perplexed look appeared on Xianxian's face. Master, what's wrong with me? Why does my head feel so squarish, and I'm wobbling a little when I walk? Where are my legs? That. I thought that your legs were a little ugly, so I fixed them for you. Xianxian replied without the slightest hint of embarrassment on his face. You fixed them? Then, where's the cauldron that I use for smithing? Jin Yuanding had been searching for a long time, but he was unable to find it. I thought that it was too big, so I filled it up with golden origin spirit stones. Xianxian replied calmly. Then how am I supposed to forge pills or equipment? What do you mean by forging pills? Don't you think that your buttocks are getting bigger? It just so happens that it suits your offensive style, sitting on others with your buttocks. Xianxian replied earnestly. I think that you are much more handsome than before. Much more handsome? Ha ha ha, I knew that I, Jin Yuanding, would be the most handsome man in the world. In the future, I'll surely be able to seduce quite a few female cauldrons. Jin Yuanding laughed heartily in satisfaction. Ranqing Yuan. 9-stars master teachers. Did this master and servant duo have some kind of misconception in their perception of beauty? From afar, it looked no different from a brick. This was the first time he had seen a cauldron that had grown to such an extent. Forget it, geniuses have their own way of thinking. As long as they are happy, it's fine. Ignoring the shock and dismay of the crowd below, Xianxian turned his gaze to Jin Yuanding. Even though he had used too many golden origin spirit stones, making it look like a lump, its quality was not to be underestimated. It had already reached the level of a great sage artifact. On top of that, its weight was astounding. Even a sempiternal realm primary stage expert would be reduced to meat paste if his buttocks were to sit on it. Time to comprehend the strength of my body and grasp it as soon as possible. Feeling extremely satisfied, Xianxian placed Jin Yuanding into the myriad ant hive nest and examined his body. After being tempered by the Empyrean heavenly flame, not only had his cultivation reached great sage, all of his cells had been cleansed of impurities, and he was emanating a vibrant vitality reminiscent of a newborn. This is introspective convalescence realm consummation? Xianxian's eyes glowed in excitement. Under the tempering of the Empyrean heavenly flame, the introspective convalescence realm that others would take many years to reach had actually reached consummation. Not only so, his physical body and Jinqi were also showing signs of evolving toward the Aureate body realm. From the looks of it, as long as he could reinforce his cultivation slightly, he would be able to summon the heavenly flame tribulation once more and push for a breakthrough to the Aureate body realm. With my physical body at introspective convalescence realm consummation and my soul at Aureate body realm consummation, coupled with Jin Yuanding and the Dragonbone divine spear, I should be able to match even a sempiternal realm pinnacle cultivator. Xianxian clenched his fists tightly. Upon reaching great sage, the gap between each cultivation stage was like an insurmountable chasm. In the short span of a single day, not only had his soul reached Aureate body realm consummation, his physical body and Jinqi had also reached introspective convalescence realm consummation through Kongshi's high-tier breakthrough technique. With the current him, even if he were to work together with the Xingming Sword Saints, he might not be a match for them. It could be said that he had improved by leaps and bounds. Previously, if he had not ignited Kongshi's blood essence, he would have been forced to flee from the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, at this very moment, he was already able to put up a fight. However, I've only just achieved a breakthrough, so I'll still need some time before I can bring out my full strength. His soul and physical body had been upgraded twice, so there were still some flaws in his control over his strength. However, that was not a problem. As long as he was given a few more days, he should be able to harmonize them and bring out greater fighting prowess. After checking on Jin Yuanding and himself, Xianxian finally descended from the sky. Even though he had triggered the heavenly flame tribulation in the Temple of Confucius, he had single-handedly absorbed most of the flames. As such, the buildings and the surroundings were unharmed. Shortly after he descended, Luozi also walked out of the Temple of Confucius. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Ren." Xianxia walked up to Ren Qingyuan and clasped his fist. Just as he was about to thank Ren Qingyuan for allowing him to enter the Temple of Confucius, he suddenly felt the ground trembling. Following which, another sun appeared in the sky. It shone brilliantly, and it seemed as if the entire master-teacher continent was shrouded in its radiance. Within the sun was a massive temple, reminiscent of an extravagant celestial palace. "The Temple of Confucius has appeared." Ren Qingyuan narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Fourth update, asking for monthly votes. "Oh, I forgot, today is only the 29th. This is the Temple of Confucius?" Xianxia was taken aback. He hurriedly took a closer look, only to see that the sun was hidden in a unique space. It was impossible to tell how far it was from the Temple of Confucius, but at the same time, it was floating in the river of time. The buildings in the temple resembled the shadows of the moon. Even with the eye of insight, he was unable to see them clearly. Based on the historical records, Xianxia was trapped by the strongest otherworldly demonic emperor in the land of Chen and Kai, unable to escape. Through his comprehension of time, he created the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. When the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was created, all living beings in the world would be able to switch between spring and autumn with a single thought. Back then, all sorts of miraculous phenomena appeared in the places that were illuminated by the light of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. A newborn child who was still drinking milk suddenly turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s in the blink of an eye. A doddering old man turned into an infant in the blink of an eye, reaching the same age as his grandson. Ren Qingyuan said as he recalled the contents of the ancient records. When the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was created, mankind had yet to achieve victory over the otherworldly demonic tribe. Of course, the might of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn back then wasn't as fearsome as the legends made it out to be. It was only after Xianxia broke free that he gradually enhanced the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Could it be that what Xianxia comprehended back then is the same as what the ancestors of the Zhang family comprehended, the time quintessence? Xianxia asked in astonishment. He had heard of this artifact before, but he didn't know much about it. Ren Qingyuan's words were similar to the time quintessence that he had comprehended. It's likely to be the time quintessence. However, what Xianxia comprehended isn't just acceleration. It's possible that he has also comprehended deceleration and stopping. Ren Qingyuan said. Deceleration and stopping? Xianxia was astonished. There were many spatial quintessences, and spatial quintessences were just one of them. The same went for temporal quintessences as well. The temporal quintessence that the Zhang clan had comprehended was to increase one's control over time, such that a single second for others could be shortened to 10 seconds for him. Other than the quintessence, there was also the time deceleration and time stop. The deceleration of time might not be of much use to most cultivators, but to ancient sages, it was a huge boon. If they fell into hibernation, they would be able to extend their lifespan significantly, and they would be able to fight more battles for mankind. As for stopping time, that was the most difficult aspect of the time laws to comprehend. It was even more terrifying than sealing space. If the latter were to be executed, it would be no different from being tied up in ropes, unable to move at all. However, one would still be able to think and understand what was going on. However, if time were to stop, he would not even be able to think. If he were to be killed, he would truly be dead. There would not even be a chance for revival. Back then, if Xianxia had really comprehended all these, how powerful would he have been? No matter how powerful Vicious was, there was no way he would be a match for him. Indeed. However, this is only the conjecture of the later generations. What is certain is that Xianxia's understanding of time has been imparted to the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. If we can enter the Temple of Confucius and obtain the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, we will surely be able to inherit his heritage and soar our fighting prowess. No matter how great the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe is, we can still resolve it. Ren Qingyuan said. Back when Xianxia was still young, the Mingshi Tang headquarters was still far from being as powerful as it was now. As such, it was unable to deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe once and for all. Thus, it was left with no choice but to exile the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, with the rise in the fighting prowess of mankind and the great codex of spring and autumn, it would be much easier for them to defeat the otherworldly demonic tribe. Indeed! Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. As expected of the world's teacher, the #1 expert in the world, Xianxia was indeed a formidable genius. All 9-star master teachers of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, heed my orders. Other than those guarding the subterranean gallery, all of the master teachers are to make a move to Xiufu. The Temple of Confucius should be fully opened soon, and we'll be able to enter it. Ren Qingyuan turned around and instructed. Yes. The 9-star master teachers nodded solemnly in response. Xianxia, the otherworldly demonic tribe won't let the matter rest now that the Temple of Confucius has appeared. Will you be moving together with our Mingshi Tang headquarters, or will you be moving alone? Ren Qingyuan asked. Xianxia was just about to speak when he saw Luozi shaking her head. I appreciate Renxi's concern, but I'd like to proceed alone. That's good too. Ren Qingyuan seemed to have guessed that Xianxia would make such a decision, so he nodded and said, let's meet again in Xiufu. After saying those words, he turned his attention away from Xianxia and waved his hand. The 9-star master teachers immediately flew over to discuss the details of the opening of the Temple of Confucius and how they would deal with the otherworldly demonic tribe. Let's return. Xianxia beckoned to Luozi, and the two of them quickly flew out of the subterranean gallery. In the blink of an eye, they were already out of the vicinity of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Recalling Luozi's reaction earlier, Xianxia turned to look at her. With the opening of the Temple of Confucius, the otherworldly demonic tribe will surely launch a massive invasion. In fact, there might even be ancient sages standing guard over the Temple of Confucius. Staying together with Mingshi Tang's headquarters should be the safest option. Even though ancient sages were restricted from entering the Temple of Confucius, once the great codex of spring and autumn left the Temple of Confucius, the true contenders would surely be the strongest of them. On the surface, Mingshi Tang might only be a great sage 9-star master teacher, but who knew how deep his background was? Given that even the Zhang clan had an ancient sage old ancestor, how many more would Mingshi Tang have? It would surely be safer to stay together with them. After all, while he was the head of the 3 premier clans, he was also a member of Mingshi Tang, a 9-star master teacher. There's still some time before the Temple of Confucius fully opens. There's no need for us to travel together with them. The master teacher continent is currently in an uproar, and countless experts are heading toward Xiufu. If we rush there, not only will there be no benefit to us, it will only bring us more trouble. Luozi said. There's still some time before the Temple of Confucius opens? Xianxia was taken aback. He had thought that he would be able to enter the Temple of Confucius with the celestial amulet of legacy, but who could have known that there would still be some time before the Temple of Confucius opened? Wait a moment, isn't the Temple of Confucius only open with the celestial amulet of legacy? There's no point in having so many people there. Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter. It was a known fact that only those who possessed the celestial amulet of legacy could enter the Temple of Confucius. Otherwise, the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers would not have gone to the Luo clan and the Zhang clan to challenge them. If they could not even enter the Temple of Confucius, what was the point of having so many people there? It's true that only those who possess the celestial amulet of legacy are able to enter the Temple of Confucius, but what about the outer perimeter? Luozi asked with a smile. The outer perimeter? It's similar to the Qiuwu Palace that we went to previously. The Qiuwu Palace is an independent entity, so it's difficult to enter it. However, the outer perimeter is accessible to anyone, Luozi replied. Xianxia was taken aback. The outer perimeter of the Qiuwu Palace was filled with all kinds of formations. If not for him, it would have been difficult for them to enter the Qiuwu Palace. If that was the case, the Temple of Confucius was not just a collection of buildings. There were also formations around the perimeter as well. Xianxia has always valued education without discrimination. Other than the Prime Hall, there are many other treasures and fortuitous encounters in the ancient domain that he left behind. Those who don't possess the celestial amulet of legacy are competing for these treasures, so it's only natural that they would head there. Luozi explained. End of chapter 1670. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.